Chapter 1317 Riddler Get Out. For Duanmu Huai, who was used to the webway, the warp navigation was slow and painful. Just like taking a high-speed train and then a green train without speed. The only lucky thing was that he was sitting in a soft sleeper. After 2 weeks of bumpy ride, the warship of the Inquisition was finally vomited out by the warp and arrived at the designated star field. But the expressions of the people on the command deck were not very good at the moment. The reason was simple. Their astropaths contacted here again and again, but they only got silence. Well, no matter what the situation, the silence of the astropath is not a good thing. They are like the birds that miners bring with them when they go down the mines. Once they encounter danger, they will scream in fear, letting the miners know that there is a poisonous gas leak underground. Astropaths just think that if you can hear their crazy speeches, then everything will be fine. But if they fall into silence, then you must be vigilant. Just like the screaming birds under the mines. The silence of the astropaths who are most sensitive to the subspace is like a silent warning, reminding the miners that danger is coming. Sten contacted the governor here, but the latter obviously did not look good. The body sunk deep in the throne was skinny, and this look was directly on the set of Zombies Without Makeup. Secretary Camille? Seeing his figure, Sten was stunned for a moment. Where is the governor? Where did he go? In response to the questioning of Judge Sten, the latter was weak and as haggard as a child who insisted on practicing the dance RIP with a fever of 48 degrees. He is dead. Most of the cabinet members are dead. They were all killed by the plague that ravaged our planet. So you are a government representative now? Yes. Did you succeed in your mission? Yes. We have reassembled the amulet. That's good. Please bring it immediately. It is our last hope. This terrible disease has infected and killed 50% of the population. The number of deaths is incalculable. The bodies are piled up in the streets, and the crematoriums are no longer enough. We will do our best. Judge Sten replied. We will leave immediately. Please grant us landing permission. Yes, Judge. But I think there are not many people controlling the orbital defense system. Even if you want to land directly, it will not be a problem. Soon, the communication was interrupted again, and everyone looked at each other with serious expressions. Judge Sten looked at Duanmu Huai again, and the latter shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more. So Judge Sten gave the order. Let's go! As a hive planet, here, like other hive planets, the pollutants in the air turned into dark clouds covering the sky. The metal-cast skyscrapers turned into mountains. The huge buildings, the huge foundry, the huge steel in flames. The wide roads flowed through the metal mountains like rivers. How magnificent it was! A product of human civilization. Of course, the filth hidden in it could not be ignored. When the shuttle landed on the platform, Duanmu Huai walked down the stairs and saw the filth. Countless people fell to the ground. Most of them had become corpses, and some were waiting to become corpses. This reminded Duanmu Huai of the time when he was tracking the plague on the novice planet. Large tracts of people in a city were killed by the plague, and the rest of the people were desperately waiting for death in the house. That scene was not much different from the present, except that there were more people. At least tens of thousands, or even more. But they didn't come here for the dead or the living. Duanmu Huai raised his head and stared at a huge black pyramid not far away. Its appearance looked very much like the large amusement facility used by Egypt to attract tourists. It's just that the appearance is made of black glass instead of earth and stone. According to Kara's prophecy, as long as these pendant fragments are collected, reassembled, and then brought to this pyramid, the evil that ravages the entire planet will disappear. As always, the prophecy was vague and stupid. Duanmu Huai yawned silently. He had almost guessed what was waiting there. The group walked forward in a team. They walked through the square full of corpses and zombies, and came to the pyramid. Then Duanmu Huai saw Kara raise her hand, and with her movement, a complex Eldar rune emerged from it. Then, a passage quietly emerged from the black pyramid that was originally tightly closed. They walked in. You don't need to look to know that this is the building of the Eldar. And you can see from the murals and words on the wall that this is the building of the Eldar. Duanmu Huai sighed silently and looked at the silent space wolves around him. Okay. Don't be so nervous. We all know what we are going to face next. So what? You know? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Lana was stunned for a moment. And Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I have experienced similar situations so many times that I want to vomit. In the final analysis, You have been fooled by the prophecy again. Tricked? You mean, the prophecy is false? Hearing this, Judge Sten turned around and looked at him in surprise. Kara, on the other hand, seemed to turn a deaf ear to Duanmu Huai's words and just walked forward. That depends on how you distinguish the true from the false. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. I can make 70 or 80 prophecies like this. For example, someone kneels in front of me and says that he is cursed and feels extremely painful, and hopes that you can help him relieve the pain. Then I will tell him to find an Astarte who can help you relieve your pain. Astarte has this ability? Rana was stunned, while Duanmu Huai just glanced at him silently. Of course, it's very simple. Raise your bolter and shoot him in the head. Wouldn't that solve everything? What? Just tell me if he can still feel pain. Dead people can't feel pain. Right? Is my prediction wrong? Duanmu Huai spread his hands and stared at the space wolves, while the wolf cubs were confused and speechless. Is this also possible? This is the norm most of the time. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and continued to move forward. So I say, don't take the prophecy too seriously. I think you will understand this truth soon. The crowd continued to move forward, but this time their steps were much heavier. They were not idiots. Duanmu Huai had said it so clearly. If they still couldn't guess that they were being tricked, they would be real idiots. The surroundings became increasingly darker, and the strange power expanded, making everyone feel the same breath as when they faced the brain in the space wreck. The same, but more powerful. At this moment, the air began to disturb, and then a phantom of the Eldar appeared from it. It stared at the people in front of it, and the latter, except Duanmu Huai, raised their weapons and looked at it cautiously. Turn back, human. The phantom of the Eldar spoke. You shouldn't come here. We can go wherever we want. Rana snorted. We are the servants of the Emperor. No alien can stop us in the Emperor's territory. I have no ill intentions. The Eldar shook his head again. I am here to warn you. You are disturbing something that should not be disturbed. You want to awaken something that should not be awakened. If you insist on doing it, the final result will only be a terrible disaster beyond your imagination. What does this mean? Inquisitor Sten stepped forward and stared at the Eldar, who reached out and pointed at the pendant around Kara's neck. Do not reassemble what was destroyed. Do not bring it to the cursed land. Do not release the prisoners. You have been warned. The power of the seal is weakening now, and the spell that my brotherhood guards here will soon fail. Turn back. Turn back. Before it's too late. Turn back. With a final desperate scream, the Eldar disappeared, and everyone looked at each other in silence. What exactly does the warning from the Eldar mean? Is this a conspiracy? Or a reminder? But before they could think more, Duanmu Huai had already walked forward. Riddler should really get out of the galaxy. He snorted coldly and continued to move forward with his war hammer. These stupid Eldar are meaningless except for saying some specious and stupid things all day long. Okay, let's move on. Is this really okay? Rana spoke again. The warning from the Eldar deepened his worries. He recalled the content of this mission and always felt that something was wrong. From the beginning, this mission seemed to be full of some unspeakable weirdness. And until now, this feeling has become more obvious. Of course there are problems, but it's right to have problems. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at everyone. Look! A plague of unknown cause suddenly appeared in the hive world. The prophecy revealed that the plague has a deep connection with this place. And now the riddle man's mental retardation has also proved a point. But, speaking of this, Duanmu Huai sneered. Isn't this just right? Just right? Of course. No matter what the other party wants to do, there is only one thing we have to do. That is to kill this bastard. Right? Faced with Duanmu Huai's simple and rough answer, everyone was speechless for a moment. And Duanmu Huai stared at them and shrugged his shoulders. Okay. If you really don't want to think about those complicated things, I will teach you 4 words. When you encounter similar things in the future, just read them. Could it be praising the Emperor? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone looked a little strange. But Judge Sten still swallowed his saliva and asked, What 4 words are they? Staring at Judge Sten, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Since we're here. Hey! Okay. Let's go! After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and continued to walk forward, while everyone was stunned and looked at each other, unable to speak for a while. Then, Lana chuckled. That's right. Since we're here. After saying this, Lana suddenly raised his grenade launcher. Let's go! Wolves of Blood Claw. Chapter 1318 Take Action. Perhaps for Judge Sten and those young wolves who are not well versed in the world, they still need to think about who is behind this. But in fact, when Duanmu Huai stepped off the shuttle, he already knew the answer. Therefore, when the heavy stone door that had been closed for thousands of years was opened, Duanmu Huai was really not surprised to see a fat man with a foul smell happily bathing in the muddy sewage. Or, is there any surprise in this? The Great Unclean One, Inquisitor Sten, was stunned, and the bodies of the space wolves instantly became tense. It seems that he is still a newcomer and lacks training. He panicked like this when he saw a Great Unclean One? Ah. Hello. Looking at the people standing at the door, the Great Unclean One, who was doing a SPA in the dark green soup, showed an honest smile. And the huge crack on its fat body also showed a smile at this moment. A long tongue stretched out from inside, spitting out a mouthful of dark green thick phlegm, which melted into the dark green thick soup. Please forgive me for not being able to get up, but my health is not very good. As he spoke, the Great Unclean One laughed again, as if he had told a joke. However, it was obvious that the people around Duanmu Huai were not in the mood to make fun of him. But thank you very much. Those disgusting spirit pests have locked me up for thousands of years, and I have also had a good rest. But now I have to continue working. As the saying goes, the work of the plague demon is endless. You have no chance to leave here. Demon! In the name of the Inquisition, you will be completely destroyed. Sten shouted again. But at this moment, his anger looked more like a disguised fear. Looking at these juniors, Duanmu Huai shook his head silently. You are still too young. A Great Unclean One is so panicked. Hee. Silly boy. You can't kill me. Facing Sten's roar, the plague demon opposite smiled kindly, just like a gentle old man looking at a young boy, staring at the people in front of him with his big watery eyes. I know you judges have some tricks that can completely kill demons instead of exiling them. But your power is too weak to defeat me. I am the Prince of Demons. I think you should understand this very well. You can't destroy me with your power. You can't even exile me. The plague demon smiled again on its Mithraea-like fat face. It opened its mouth, revealing its fat tongue and sharp teeth. Then it coughed again, took a deep breath, and spat it on itself and wiped it. To be honest, it took me a lot of effort to get you to open the seal. After all, you need a reason to release me from here. So I gave you a reason. And now it seems that you did a pretty good job. I am about to applaud you. Well, it is not too late to applaud now. Thanks to your heroic fight, I can finally leave here and continue my father's plan. As he spoke, the plague demon raised his thick arms and clapped vigorously while laughing. Duanmu Huai could hear the cackling roars of the space wolves around him, as well as the desperate groans of Kara and the painful roars of Inquisitor Sten. It can be imagined that they went through untold hardships and thought they were fighting to protect and save their people. But now they finally know that it was a lie from the beginning. They were foolishly deceived, fighting like puppets to free the demon, and even sacrificed their comrades. And now, all this is just a joke. TSK. Calm down. Calm down. Duanmu Huai sighed silently again. Why is it so tiring to act with newcomers? By the way, a demon prince? Is this the gift you gave me? That's it? You stupid evil gods don't really think that a mere demon prince can pose any threat to me, do you? Finally, everyone could no longer tolerate the ridicule of the plague demon. With the first gunshot, bullets were fired from the grenade launcher one after another. They hit the plague demon's fat body and head, which looked like an 800-pound fat house. But it was useless. The bullets that hit the plague demon's head were silent as if they had hit a rotten sponge, and those bullets disappeared in the gaps between the layers of fat. The latter did not even shake its body. Instead, it stood up and stretched. A pair of fat and short legs, like an elephant, supported its body that was more plump than a pig, causing its fat all over its body to shake. The smelly juice splashed with the movement of the plague demon, with warm, slightly sweet steam. Well, I still have a lot of things to do. I didn't plan to stay here for long. But before I leave, at this point, the plague demon stared at Duanmu Huai. A pure human? This will be a good gift. I will shape you into a more perfect appearance. Our great and kind father will definitely like this gift. You won't succeed? Judge Sten was shocked. And then he stepped forward and stood in front of Duanmu Huai. You and your evil master will not realize your evil ideas. I will stop you at all costs. Hurry. Take him away from here. Now Sten regretted it very much. If he had decisively given up the mission and brought Duanmu Huai back to Terra, perhaps things would not have developed to this point. But it's not over yet. They still have time. Although the demons have been released, they must not let their evil plan succeed. The only thing they could do now was to delay the damned demon as much as possible. Send Duanmu Huai back to the tribunal worship as quickly as possible. And then leave here. However, his determination lasted less than a second. Because the next moment, a big hand reached out from behind and pressed Sten's shoulder. Okay, kid. Duanmu Huai patted Sten's shoulder and walked forward. You are still too young. Just experience it a few more times. Stay calm. Stay calm. Don't be so excited. As for demons, just kill them. Who cares? But, looking at Duanmu Huai's calm tone, Sten was confused and speechless for a long time. That's the Great Unclean One. In the history of the Inquisition, any Great Unclean One killed would be recorded in the glorious Holy Book. But at the same time it also included the casualties of at least dozens of Inquisitors and thousands of mortal auxiliary troops. And Astartes. Sten silently cursed those space marines in his heart. In fact, according to reason, it is very appropriate to let space marines fight in the name of the Inquisition. They are stronger and more skilled in fighting than mortals. However, maybe blood ties hinder them. The Inquisition did try to use Astartes to destroy demons. That's how Deathwatch was established. When Deathwatch was first established, the Inquisitors celebrated. They even foresaw the joyous scene of Astartes wearing the Inquisition's armor and destroying demons in the future. At that time, they could take off their armor and live a peaceful life in the rear. However, things did not go as planned. At the beginning, it was actually quite smooth. The Astartes with the symbol of the Inquisition had strength, speed and combat power that mortals could not achieve. With their assistance, a large number of demons were eliminated and destroyed, which was of course a good thing. However, the Inquisitors soon discovered that they had a weakness. That is, these bastards would shout nonsense once they were hit on the head, either shouting in the name of XX the Primarch or shouting in the name of the Emperor. Then the favor of the Inquisition disappeared from them. In the past, it happened that the Astartes were fighting against the great demon and were about to win in the end. But this idiot said, "In the name of the Allfather," and then chopped an axe into the great demon's head. So everyone watched the great demon return to the warp with a look of ecstasy and laughter. Instead of being completely killed, at that time, the Inquisitors almost strangled the idiot to death. Duanmu Huai wanted to know what Sten was thinking. He could only say that he had no choice, because he is the god of destruction, which is also a kind of god. If you want to use my power, then at least you should use my name and the name of the Inquisition. This is the minimum. I don't ask you to be pious. As long as you kill people in the name of the Inquisition, it will be fine. Or you don't shout. Just carry the symbol of the Inquisition. But if you want to fight in the name of others, then Duanmu Huai can't give you power. This is like a person in the loyal faction jumping out and shouting, "Kill the false gods." Same. Do you think others will follow you? You have already shouted so much. I can't help you even if I want to. Right? The Inquisition has tried to change the perception of the Space Marines. But blood ties are really speechless. Even if they come from the Deathwatch, they will not betray me. I didn't ask you to betray me. Can't you have a little affection for the Inquisition? The Space Marines also express their helplessness. They can't let me stand in a group of brothers shouting, "Fight for the Primarch." I was the only one shouting for the Inquisition. Then will they take me with them next time? So in the end, it became the current structure. The Inquisitors are still the main force of the Inquisition. As for the Astartes, they can just be thugs, and you really can't count on them to kill demons. After all, who knows if you will shout for the Primarch when you fight to the top? I don't know why. Now Sten suddenly remembered these. Maybe his brain is instinctively resisting reality, so he wants to divert his attention. Just like when someone faces the pressure of taking the college entrance examination today, his brain will unconsciously think about whether to eat KFC tomorrow. But these things did calm Sten's boiling brain. In fact, secretly cursing Space Marines has always been a hobby of the Inquisitors. Sten took a deep breath. Now he felt much better. Even if the opponent was a great unclean one. Let's go together. Together? Duanmu Huai shook his head. No. I can deal with this kind of scum by myself. As soon as the voice fell, Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer and strode forward. In a trance, Judge Sten and others seemed to see the scene on the spaceship again. The dump truck started, accelerated, and rushed forward. The great unclean one in front of him did not mean to stop him. On the contrary, it grinned and laughed. It even opened its arms and smiled at Duanmu Huai, who was rushing towards it, as if it wanted to embrace him. But that was just an appearance. Beside the great unclean one, the viscous liquid formed by the accumulation of thick phlegm and snot began to sway. And then, things like melted wax figures floated out of it. The sound of the bolt gun rang out again. At the same time, the space wolves also waved their chainsaw swords and tried to rush forward, charging towards the great unclean one together with Duanmu Huai. The bullets hit the soft clay people, and as expected, they had no effect at all. These things that looked like melted plasticine seemed to be not afraid of guns and cannons at all. But they were not afraid of destruction and death. The invisible destructive force, with Duanmu Huai as the center, unfolded instantly at this moment. He rushed forward and stepped into the dirt juice of the great unclean one. However, at this moment, the dirt juice that was originally bubbling and full of vitality had completely dried up and shattered, as if it had completely evaporated. Even the space wolves following Duanmu Huai suddenly tilted their bodies at this moment. The destructive breath that was rushing in their faces would make any life scream in fear. Even Astartes could not resist this physiological fear. The expression of the great unclean one also began to change at this moment. The smiling face became distorted and stiff, and then turned into fear. For life, nothing is more terrifying than death and destruction. And now, it witnessed the arrival of all this with its own eyes. No! The great unclean one began to scream, and it subconsciously reached out to dig out its heart and exile itself back to the warp. Since learning that the Inquisition has the power to completely destroy demons, almost all demons have learned this move without a teacher. The only exception is the demons of tyrannical anger. It's a pity that they can't do it. However, the terrifying breath that seemed to destroy all life and the cold death bound the great unclean one's body like a sickle, making its movements freeze. The last thing that came into the eyes of the great unclean one was the war hammer flashing with thunder. Chapter 1319 Opening. Duanmu Huai's hammer smashed down heavily, hitting the twisted and desperate head of the great unclean one. Smashing down. Boom! The next moment, everyone felt the ground shake, and a huge surging air wave exploded in all directions with Duanmu Huai as the center. Even the Eldar's sturdy pyramid that was strong enough to imprison the great unclean one trembled and exploded in this powerful impact. The painful wail and screams of the great unclean one, accompanied by the roaring spiritual energy, broke through the dome of the pyramid, blowing it up like an exploding pressure cooker. When the people who were knocked to the ground by the airflow came to their senses, they only saw Duanmu Huai emerging from the smoke with a war hammer, and behind him, there were only black pits and charcoal. All right. Duanmu Huai stared at them, stared at all of them. It's over now. When everyone left the hive, everyone was visibly tired. Just as Duanmu Huai said, with the destruction of the great unclean one, the plague spread and the hive also died. Of course, those infected with the plague were not cured as in the myth. Those with less severe infection survived, but those with more severe infection fell into a deep sleep of death along with the plague. The only thing they could do was to pray that the souls of these dead could return to the throne instead of falling into the eternal torture of the Chaos God. Although the hive lost a lot of people, at least the world was saved. It can still provide a steady stream of logistical supplies to the Star Zone, and the lost part can still be filled from other places. However, all this is not over yet. Judge Sten sat on the chair, staring at the parchment in front of him. He was silent, thinking, and said nothing, until there was a knock on the door, and then a sturdy figure walked in. Hey, what do you want to do with me? Duanmu Huai walked into the study under the guidance of the robot servant. He raised his hand, greeted Judge Sten, and then sat down on the soft sofa. The latter groaned in pain, but it was obviously useless. Duanmu Huai twisted his hips and changed his posture. What made Sten somewhat relieved was that he was not wearing power armor, but the uniform of the Inquisitor. Where is your subordinate? She has returned to her room to meditate. Inquisitor Sten answered. This experience has dealt a heavy blow to her. At the beginning, Kara relied on her psychic talent to predict and obtained information from it. It was precisely to pursue this information that they fought again and again, wanting to save the planet with their own strength. However, It turns out that all this is just a conspiracy of the great unclean ones. And they are like little mice that have stepped into the trap of the other party. Confused and ignorant. This is the prophecy. So just don't believe it. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Psychics always like to explore those ambiguous sentences in the subspace, as if being able to solve these puzzles can prove how smart they are. But if you ask me, they are just a bunch of idiots. When you try to solve the puzzle, you are actually lowering your IQ to the same level as the other party. And then the other party can use its rich experience to defeat you. It's really stupid. Maybe? Sten forced himself to smile. He changed his posture, making sure his hand could hold the gun handle at his waist. And then he stared at Duanmu Huai again. I just have a question for you. What question? Duanmu Huai looked at him bored. His expression was still so lazy and languid, as if this was not a problem. And Judge Sten moved his body slightly. Then he took a deep breath, stared at Duanmu Huai again, and asked word by word. Who are you? Duanmu Huai. The chief judge of the tribunal. Duanmu Huai frowned. I have answered this question several times. Or do you doubt my identity? In the records of the tribunal, there has never been a person who can fight alone and easily destroy the big devil. Duanmu Huai curled his lips, while Sten's hand tightly grasped the handle of the laser gun on his waist. The judges are very powerful, but their power is more reflected in their ability to destroy demons. In addition, they are also powerful in fighting demons. The Inquisitor's fighting power is not actually stronger than that of the Astartes, let alone killing a great unclean one alone. Such a brilliant achievement is probably only possible for the Primarch. And the pressure of destruction and death that everyone felt at that time must not have come from the great unclean one. So it can only come from the man in front of him. But why does he have such a powerful force? So is he the Primarch? Of course not. He has not even undergone the slightest transformation. So, who is this man? How did he appear on a space wreck? Where did he come from? Answer me. There is no doubt about my identity. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. If you think I made up an identity to deceive you, then there is no need. This is my identity. I can guarantee it. Then, can you swear in the name of the Emperor of God? Faced with the questioning of Judge Sten, Duanmu Huai silently rolled his eyes. No. Why? Judge Sten asked again, his fingers already grasping the handle of the gun. He could draw out the weapon in a second. And with the opponent's huge body and the speed that didn't seem too fast before, Judge Sten was sure that he could hit his heart before he could resist. It's very simple. Duanmu Huai didn't seem to notice Judge Sten's actions at all. Or he didn't care at all. Because I have a bad relationship with that old ding. Judge Sten swore that at that moment. He felt his brain go blank. What did you say? I have a bad relationship with him. We had a quarrel, and I drove him away. For you? That sentence may be just a catchphrase or a slogan. But I can't. As long as I say that sentence, this old Biden will jump out from the golden throne and laugh at me directly. At this point, Duanmu Huai snorted. I can't afford to lose this person. Just kidding. He is the god of destruction after all. Of course he can't just talk nonsense like those players. This is like the Chaos Evil God or the Eldar God or the Star God shouting God Emperor is above. Is it possible? Of course not. I don't have face. Right? You are all local foxes. Pretending to be a fool? At this time, Judge Sten has almost stopped thinking completely. If he was a member of the state religion, he would have already shouted blasphemy or heresy and rushed over to try to completely wipe out the other party. Fortunately, the Inquisition did not respect the Emperor that much. After all, they were sending the demons to death in the name of the Inquisition. And they certainly did not want to casually shout God Emperor above at a critical moment. That would make it impossible to destroy the demons. But they still had respect for the Emperor. After all, everything in the human empire belonged to him. And they naturally had awe for the Emperor. However, Duanmu Huai's answer had exceeded the level of blasphemy. So bold that even Inquisitor Sten did not know how to judge. Moreover, as an Inquisitor, he could sense that the other party was not lying or talking nonsense. His attitude was very calm and indifferent, as if he was simply stating a fact that was unacceptable. He knew the Emperor? Who was he? Inquisitor Sten stared at Duanmu Huai, but he did not look at him, because Inquisitor Sten began to recall the history of the Inquisition, the record of the establishment of the Inquisition after the Great Rebellion. This is what was written in the records at that time. Pre-March Robert Gilliman proposed to establish the Empire's own Inquisition department to face the growing threat of demons. This sentence does not seem to be particularly strange. But now, it suddenly jumped out of Inquisitor Sten's mind. What does the Empire's own Inquisition department mean? Another meaning of this sentence is that there is an Inquisition that does not belong to the Empire? But how can there be an Inquisition that does not belong to the Empire? But now, looking at Duanmu Huai, Judge Sten suddenly had an absurd, blasphemous, and bold idea. Tribunal. Tribunal. Perhaps. There is indeed a tribunal. But it does not belong to the Empire. So, in order to imitate it, the Empire established a tribunal? If this is the case, then the origin of the man in front of him can be easily explained. He reiterated his affiliation and identity more than once. Perhaps he did not lie at all. He does belong to the Inquisition. But not the Inquisition of the Empire. But why did the Pre-March make such a suggestion? Imitate other forces to form the Empire's own Inquisition department? Why? No one knows what is going on. Where did this man come from? Facing the gaze of Inquisitor Sten, Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. He even leisurely tasted the steaming black tea in front of him. Looking bored and killing time. A quick knock on the door interrupted the slightly dull atmosphere in the room. And then a guard ran in breathlessly. "I'm sorry to bother you, Judge, but the astropath just received an urgent message. The Empire has issued a call for action. We must rush to Cadia immediately." Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, narrowed his eyes, and turned to the window. Now, Duanmu Huai knew where the real battlefield between him and the Chaos Evil God was. Chapter 1320 Admission. Cadia. Duanmu Huai is not unfamiliar with this planet. Or rather, all players are not unfamiliar with it. It is located at the edge of the Eye of Terror, the rift between the subspace and the material universe, and is the forefront of the confrontation between the Empire and Chaos. There have been too many epic stories, and that famous saying here, Cadia stands firm. Just from this sentence, we can see the tenacity and courage of the Cadians in fighting against chaos and demons. However, tenacity and courage alone are not enough to fight against chaos demons. Duanmu Huai has learned from Judge Sten the timeline he is currently in. Abaddon, who inherited the title of War Master and was invincible in every battle, is leading the demon army out of the Eye of Terror and launching a fierce attack on Cadia, the fortress of the Empire at the forefront of chaos. The reason is simple. On the planet headed by Cadia, there are black stone obelisks built by the Necrons a long time ago. The purpose of these obelisks is to counter psychic energy. It is precisely because of the existence of these black stone obelisks that the Eye of Terror is limited to a range. Therefore, Abaddon wanted to completely destroy the devices that restricted the Eye of Terror, and let the subspace completely tear apart the entire galaxy. And in the end, he succeeded. Abaddon smashed the Blackstone fortress on Cadia, completely shattering the planet. Without the restraint of the Blackstone obelisk, the roaring psychic energy poured out from the Eye of Terror, completely tearing apart the entire galaxy and bringing greater chaos. And now, Duanmu Huai is in the timeline of the 13th expedition. They will find time for me. Duanmu Huai stared at the people running around on the command deck in front of him, and was speechless. Indeed, this can be said to be the timeline with the strongest power of the Chaos Evil God. But so what? Duanmu Huai knew that in this situation, generally speaking, there was no way to stop it. After all, this is also a very important time node. But it can't be changed. But it doesn't mean that I can't beat you. In short, in the final analysis, as long as Cadia explodes on the spot and tears the galaxy apart, isn't it enough? It doesn't have to be now. Wouldn't it be the same in a few thousand years? Besides, for Duanmu Huai, does he want to change the past? Of course not. He just wants to kill happily. Just like the last time he traveled to 30K. Duanmu Huai went to kill Erebus. He didn't care whether killing Erebus would change history. He just wanted to kill this bastard. Similarly, it is the same now. There is such an opportunity to beat Abaddon. Will Duanmu Huai let it go? Of course not. As for whether it will have any impact on the future, that probably won't happen either. After all, even if he kills Abaddon now, the future is already fixed, so it won't change at all. In that case, why not kill him? Keep him for the new year? So Duanmu Huai didn't worry about changing the timeline at all. He was rubbing his hands and eager to try. He wanted to rush to Cadia immediately to deal with Abaddon and his Black Army, the invincible War Master. Take a good taste of his own hammer. It's just a pity that this warship seems to be powerless now. The warp storm has isolated the Cadian system from other systems, so that now Inquisitor Sten can't go to Cadia. They have no way to locate Cadia in the rolling warp waves, let alone go there. Not only that, at this moment, all communications to Cadia have been interrupted, and even the information received by the astropath is intermittent and unclear. However, Duanmu Huai didn't have any special comments on this. The Chaos Evil God used this trick during the Great Rebellion, and it is still the same trick now. Do they have no other means except cutting off the subspace communication and stirring up the subspace storm? It's just these two tricks over and over again. Is it interesting? Anyway, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is very boring. So he planned to give the other party some interesting and fun changes. Hey! Duanmu Huai walked to the side of Judge Sten and patted his shoulder. The latter turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai, his expression a little stiff. Excuse me. What can I do for you? Do you want to go to Cadia? Of course. We have received an order. Ah. I know that. But that's not the point. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Inquisitor Sten. You can see that the storm in the warp is roaring. So even if you want to go, you can't go. So you can act anxious. Because you know that even if you do this, you can't go to Cadia. What do you mean? I can give you a chance. Duanmu Huai stared at Judge Sten, his expression unchanged. I can let you go to Cadia, but you should know what you will face. Countless enemies, endless fleets, and here, you only have one warship. Even if you go, you will just die. So, do you still want to go? Or stay here, busy doing useless work? Feeling that we have tried our best? Of course I'll go. Under Duanmu Huai's gaze, Judge Sten's expression also became serious. He stared at Duanmu Huai without moving his eyes away. This is the duty of the tribunal. Even if there is only one ship and I am alone, I will go to Carda. Very good. Hearing Judge Sten's answer, Duanmu Huai nodded. I'll give you 10 minutes. Before Judge Sten could react to what Duanmu Huai was saying, he closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and stretched it forward. As Duanmu Huai moved, the waves of the subspace still collided violently. But the incomparable destructive force rushed over like a giant dragon. Under its powerful force, the subspace storm that was fanned and stirred up began to be forcibly separated. Just like Moses parting the sea, the vast, fierce, and surging subspace waves were forcibly opened up by the powerful destructive force. From the perspective of the macrocosm, this gap is so small and insignificant. But for a warship, this is like a road to heaven. I saw it. I saw Cadia. That scarlet light, full of evil and destruction. Let's go! Inquisitor Sten didn't have time to think too much about how Duanmu Huai did it. For him, it was more important to rush to Cadia. This is his duty and his mission. Cadia is the front line of the Empire's fight against chaos. And now it is under threat. So for the Inquisitor, there is only one thing they have to do. The light of truth plunged into the channel of the warp. All around it, the roaring warp storm was clearly visible. Even through the cabin, one could see the madness outside. Like a group of demons dancing wildly. They wanted to drag the warship into the whirlpool of the warp and let it be lost in the endless nightmare forever. However, the powerful force full of destructive breath mercilessly isolated it, leaving only the light of truth speeding through it. Finally, it broke through the storm of the warp and appeared in the center of the mad vortex. In front of it was Cadia, which was already covered by war, and the black fleet that surrounded it. In this fleet, you can see a huge and strange warship. It looks like a weird thing made up of two XS, spinning and attacking forward. Blackstone Fortress, built by the Necrons, used by humans, and finally captured by Chaos. The human empire had taken 6 ships at the beginning, but in the Black Crusade launched by Abaddon, 4 of the 6 Blackstone fortresses were blown to pieces, and the other 2 were captured. One of them was thrown to Cadia by Abaddon here. If I am not mistaken, it should be this unlucky guy. The entire star field is full of ship wreckage. It is obvious that the garrison fleet of the Cadian system has been almost completely destroyed. And under the subspace storm, the Imperial fleet outside cannot enter. After all, not everyone has the ability of Duanmu Huai to forcibly open a channel in the subspace storm. Now, the Black Fleet's warships were everywhere, and a mere Inquisition cruiser couldn't even stir up the wind and waves under such circumstances. It was like a rabbit accidentally running into a pack of wolves. so its fate was obviously only one. But fortunately, they were not fighting alone, because there was a bear that attracted the attention of these hungry wolves. The huge starship shining with golden light was sailing in the universe, angrily spraying flames at the Black Fleet in front of it. It was the Phalanx, the sacred sentinel of Terra, the headquarters of the Imperial Fists. Now, it rushed forward alone, facing the fire of the Black Fleet. It was obvious without looking that there was only one goal that could make the Shanjin so aggressive. That was the Blackstone Fortress. What should we do now? Duanmu Huai folded his arms and stared at the battlefield in front of him. The chaotic Black Fleet was desperately trying to stop the Shanjin, while the Shanjin rushed towards the Blackstone Fortress like a wounded beast, with the momentum of taking the other party with it before dying. Because of this, neither side cared, or they didn't notice the small ship that just emerged from the subspace. So the Light of Truth was in a very awkward situation. Just like a rabbit that broke into a life-and-death struggle between bears and wolves. It had no ability to kill one of them, nor could it escape immediately. So I just asked you if you had considered it. Looking at the thoughtful Judge Sten, Duanmu Huai curled his lips silently. He was not good at commanding battleships. Duanmu Huai always left such matters to Ika to solve. What is the current situation in Cadia? Judge Sten thought for a moment, then immediately asked. Currently, the Cadia army is commanding the resistance outside the fortress, and the enemy's offensive is very fierce. We bypass the battlefield and provide air cover for the command fortress. Sten made a decision quickly. He only had one warship, and rushing into the battlefield between the Phalanx and the Black Fleet would be a suicide mission. Fortunately, because of the battle between the Phalanx and the Blackstone Fortress, all the attention of the Black Fleet was now focused on stopping the Phalanx. So Judge Sten decided to bypass the orbital battlefield and assist the Cadia army below in air support. Now the Cadia fleet has been completely destroyed, and those Chaos Demon army would never have thought that there would be warships here. They can't play their role on the front battlefield. But in another place, this warship will have an unexpected effect. Interesting. Duanmu Huai nodded, then turned around. Give me an airdrop capsule. I'm going down. Although he really wanted to kill Abaddon on the Vengeful Spirit now. Unfortunately, as the flagship, the Vengeful Spirit was surrounded by black warships, and it was impossible to get in. So Duanmu Huai also set his sights on the ground. At least there are enough demons and chaos warriors there for him to kill for a while. It would be better if there was a demon prince or champion. Chapter 1321, Fight to the Bitter End. On Cadia, the battle is still going on. The gates of Castleclave have been destroyed, but Cadia's soldiers are still fighting in the ruins, using guns, ammunition, and their own bodies to delay the enemy's invasion. Crazy worshippers, black legions, and hell beasts rushed into the gate of the ruins, and they were only one step away from going deep into the resistance fortress. It is precisely because of this that when the beams of light from the sky bombarded the dark and corrupt army, when he received the communication from the Light of Truth above, Lord Yusaka Creed could hardly believe his ears. He even confirmed several times in a row, which was unusual, before he confirmed that this was not a joke from the devil. A warship actually broke through the raging subspace storm, came to support. Not only that, according to the other party's description, the Mountain Phalanx also appeared in this star field for some reason, and was fighting with the main fleet of the Black Fleet. For all the soldiers who defended the command fortress, this was a ray of hope. Weak, but shining. It ignited the morale of the Cadians shrouded in darkness, and made them start burning again. Cadia stands firm. Outside the east wall, Lady Vados drove her knights to fight against the Vulcan Legion on the opposite side. The collision between steel and steel, Titan and Titan caused great damage here. But even so, the Titan Legion guarding Cadia was on the verge of running out of ammunition and food. However, Lady Vados did not give up. She drove her knights while fighting and retreating, manipulating the roaring flames to delay the Vulcan Legion as much as possible. Retreat immediately. Retreat, and move towards the second line of defense. However, the Knights of the Raven family did not have time to respond to Lady Vados' order. The shining beams of light came from the front, and instantly blasted several lance knight armors blocking Lady Vados into pieces. Lady Vados raised her head in despair, and saw the huge dark shadow behind the Vulcan core under the blazing flames. It was the cursed vessel, and the Vulcan core titans, who had originally fought separately, united again at this moment, and advanced towards the front line in front of them. As an invading Chaos Titan Legion, the Vulcan Legion's greatest strength lies in this. through the resonance of the subspace psychic energy. The divine machines of these rebellious Titan legions can share sensory information with the commander, making the Titan army of the Vulcan Legion move as one. And as their brain, it is the cursed vessel. Under the leadership of the cursed vessel, these rebellious Titan legions can even achieve the effect of advancing without injury by letting the void shields of each machine bear the fire damage. In order to destroy this Warlord-class Titan, the 119th Squadron was completely wiped out, and the last fighter plane even exploded and directly hit the cursed instrument, which had lost its shield, severely damaging the Titan. It was also because of this that the Chaos Titan core, which had lost its brain, fell into temporary chaos, giving Lady Vados and the Knights of Raven a chance to breathe. However, now, this fallen metal beast has stood up again. The fight must continue. Lady Vados began to calculate frantically. But before she could come up with a countermeasure, an accident occurred. The pitch-black landing capsule passed through the atmosphere and fell down with a roar. Duanmu Huai looked at the Earth and the God's machine outside with a ferocious look on his face. Before leaving, Judge Sten asked Duanmu Huai where he wanted to land. Duanmu Huai said that any place would be fine, preferably where there were the most enemies. So Judge Sten recommended this battlefield to Duanmu Huai. From a practical point of view, this is easy to understand. The God's machine is currently the most powerful weapon on the battlefield. If we can solve the opponent's God's machine while retaining our own God's machine, then the balance of power between the attacker and the defender will change significantly. But from another perspective, Duanmu Huai saw a more ironic meaning. He certainly saw the logo of the Vulcan core. And interestingly, the Vulcan core had a core characteristic called Two-Faced God. Even more interesting, the first and second core of the Vulcan core were called the Dark Fire and the King of Destruction respectively. And now, the real destruction has come. Duanmu Huai held the handrails of the landing capsule tightly with both hands, and the dark flames began to burn, replacing the original jet system of the landing capsule, causing it to undergo a second acceleration, turning into a cannonball that roared towards the center of the Vulcan core. The Vulcan core sensed the coming of danger. The flames of death fell from the sky, and the shadow of destruction was covering them. They were the fire of darkness, the King of Destruction. But now, they were being shrouded in true darkness, and desperately waiting for the arrival of destruction. Beams of light shot out, and the volcano cannon roared and turned, roaring at the sky and pouring out their anger. But those huge energy torrents that even the divine machinery could not resist had no effect on the small landing capsule in front of them. Their attacks hit the surface of the landing capsule, but disappeared like a wisp of breeze. At the same time, the landing capsule accelerated for the third time, and this time its speed reached its limit. With a series of afterimages, the landing capsule continued to move downwards, and then it penetrated the cursed device directly below like a cannonball, and then smashed directly into the depths of the ground. Then, the entire battlefield collapsed completely. It seemed to be a precursor to the destruction of the world. In the eyes of Lady Vados, the dark flames almost enveloped the entire world in front of her. For a moment, yellow, green, red, blue, everything was dyed black and white. It was just a moment. Then, everything was completely destroyed. The gushing black flames roared out from the cracks of the earth like an erupting volcano, and the divine machinery of the Vulcan Legion began to melt, explode, and shatter in the black flames of death and destruction. At this moment, it seemed that even the whole world began to tremble. The Knights of Raven retreated in fear. The incomparable aura of destruction was like a heavy hammer, directly piercing their mental defenses. They could face the traitors who fell into chaos, and they could face the demons from the highest heaven. But destruction is everywhere. It is there. No one can stop it. When Lady Vados opened her eyes again, the battlefield in front of her was only a pile of ruins and a tall figure standing on the broken body of a Titan, holding a war hammer. Then, the figure roared to the sky. Who else? The battle continued. The appearance of the light of truth slightly deflected the situation on the battlefield. The soldiers guarded the gate and repelled another attack of the Black Legion with the bombing from the sky. The light of truth did not follow the rules of the battlefield. At this moment, it was almost madly pouring its artillery fire and ammunition on the ground. Lord Kree did not comment on this. On the one hand, there were too many black armies, and a lot of firepower support was needed to destroy them. On the other hand, Lord Creed was also very clear that the light of truth might not last too long. After all, it only had one ship, and although it was now in orbit, The confrontation between the mountain array and the Black Fleet was difficult to resolve. But it was not a problem for the Black Fleet to send 2 warships to chase the Light of Truth. So now, what the Light of Truth can do is to throw all its ammunition at the battlefield before the Black Fleet reacts. As much as it can. Otherwise, there will be no chance. The Black Army seemed to understand this. And they temporarily slowed down their offensive and retreated, waiting for the annoying mosquito above to be killed before continuing the attack. And the Lord of Creed took this opportunity to gather the army again and reorganize the force. It was like 2 wounded boxers temporarily separated from each other on the field. Although the referee was counting down, they still stared at each other. Everyone knows that this is just a short gap. And after this gap disappears, there will be another fight. Originally, Lord Creed thought this was the best news at the moment. But the next piece of news from the battlefield shocked him directly. The Vulcan Corps was completely annihilated. And the Raven Knights, who were originally responsible for defending the East Wall, were consolidating their defense under the leadership of Lady Vadis. Now they are asking whether to continue to consolidate the rear or to support other battlefields. Is it true? No. No need for support. Let them retreat immediately and return to the bastion for supplies and repairs. After losing the Imperial Navy and a large number of armored troops in orbit, the Knights of Raven are currently the last armored troops stationed in Cadia. Originally, the Vulcan Corps held them back. But now that the Vulcan Corps has been destroyed, the Knights of Raven can return to defend again. For Lord Creed can be sure that the Black Corps will never be able to put together a second Vulcan Corps in a short period of time. This means that this battle can still be fought. However, the Crave Bastion cannot fall. There is only one reason why the Black Legion did not completely destroy Cadia even after such a fight. And that is the restarted Cadia planetary shield. Originally, Abaddon planned to use the Blackstone Fortress to directly blow Cadia into pieces. But when the planetary shield was restarted, Abaddon could only grit his teeth and issue a landing order. Next, only by breaking the Crave Bastion and destroying the shield device inside can the planetary shield be completely destroyed, thereby eliminating Cadia. But can Abaddon, who is invincible in every battle, do it? The Lord of Creed didn't know. But it didn't matter now. He felt that the situation was getting better. Although the improvement was limited, it was indeed getting better. The Phalanx, which came from nowhere, pulled back most of the main forces of the Black Fleet. The Light of Truth, which came out of nowhere, was desperately throwing ammunition at their enemies. The landing capsule, which came out of nowhere, destroyed the Vulcan Legion. Lord Creed rubbed his eyes, wondering if his eyesight was blurry. Landing capsule destroys the Vulcan Legion? He could understand all these words. But why couldn't he understand them together? Lord Creed raised his head and looked at Lady Vadis in front of him, his eyes full of confusion. He urgently needed an explanation. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Blood sacrificed to the blood god. Skulls for the skull seat. The Black Astartes roared and rushed over, shouting the filthy words of the Chaos God loudly, and rushed towards the dark shadow in front of him with a chainsaw sword in hand. Go to hell, you lowly heretic bastard. Duan Mu Huai stepped on the pile of corpses in front of him. His strength even made the dozens of corpses of mortal auxiliary soldiers and Astartes under him burst like flattened plastic bags, and blood and internal organs slid out of them. But Duan Mu Huai didn't care. He raised his warhammer high and swung it down with force. The first black warrior tried to resist Duan Mu Huai's attack, but he couldn't. The warhammer broke the chainsaw sword in his hand. His helmet, his head, his armor, his body, and then the ground. The raging waves turned into a huge shock wave and blasted forward, blowing away all the enemies within sight. The Hellhound opened its mouth, revealing its bloody mouth, and bit the enemy in front of it. However, in the face of the might of destruction, their struggle and anger were useless. There were countless traitors and blasphemers, and their number was enough to destroy an armored division. But now, they were just the most insignificant existence under the feet of the god of destruction. Duan Mu Huai took a breath. With every breath, he could feel the strong bloody smell on the battlefield, the stench of demons, the smell of steel and gunpowder, as well as death, pain and destruction coming from the air intake. Duan Mu Huai moved forward again, and his warhammer hit the chest of a huge demon, exploding it directly. The latter screamed and turned into ashes. But soon someone else filled the gap and continued to charge forward. Destruction. Duan Mu Huai raised the warhammer again and smashed it down. He could feel that the hard thunder hammer seemed to have become an extension of his body at this moment. And the hammerhead was like Duanmu Huai's limbs. He could even feel the power. He smashed on the opponent's hard armor. And then the slightly soft skin and muscles. Then came the fragile bones. Then came the slippery internal organs that were hammered and burst. And the soft blood vessels that were torn apart like spider webs. Then came the painful wails of the soul being torn into pieces. This feeling is so good. This reminded Duanmu Huai of the feeling of pinching plastic bubbles in the past. The satisfaction of hearing the sound of plastic bubbles bursting under his fingers. It was the same now. Except that this bubble was a little bigger, and the sound was more pleasant. And there are more of them. Come again! Damn it! Stop it! Duanmu Huai looked at the battlefield in front of him. This was what he liked. Fight. 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 And destroy all the unclean things that stood in his way. Destroy all the existences that blasphemed and threatened mankind. Let their souls scream in the furnace of the Inquisition. And let their lives completely perish in the flames. Subspace? The high heaven? Duanmu Huai raised his head. And the sky in front of him changed color. The purple eye of fear in the distance became extremely dark at this moment. All life will perish. Everything will be destroyed. And the enemies of mankind must be destroyed. For a moment, Duanmu Huai thought about whether he should use the magic of destruction to completely destroy the eye of fear here. But he just stretched out his hand to try it for a little while. And Duanmu Huai felt that the timelines around him began to rush and squeeze, as if they were going to spit him out. So Duanmu Huai stopped decisively. Of course, he could also destroy this timeline. But Duanmu Huai could imagine that in this way, the future would probably not change. More importantly, the current timeline itself would be excluded and turned into a short time fragment. Forget it. When it comes to the issue of time, he doesn't want to care at all. But since the Eye of Terror cannot be killed, then find someone who can. Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and looked forward. At the same time, there was a loud bang in the sky, and a black thunderbolt fell from the sky. It was the dark evil giant, the commander and planner of all this, the deputy of the plunderer Abaddon, the demon prince Acanthos. The Black Army cheered, and Duanmu Huai also clenched the war hammer in his hand, revealing an excited and happy smile. Just treat it as an appetizer to kill Abaddon. Chapter 1322 Kneel down. The dark figure shuttled across the battlefield, bringing destruction and death wherever he went. The evil god's lackeys were defeated, retreated, and perished under his anger. However, that was not the emperor's anger. His roar was like thunder, and his anger brought destruction. That figure would not only bring fear to the enemy, but even his own side would tremble. That was a cold, cruel and ruthless judgment. It was different from the kind and loving God Emperor who loved the people of the empire. That was a terrifying, unimaginable spokesperson for destruction, who mercilessly brought death and destruction to the enemies of humanity without a trace of mercy. That was the first time in recorded history that the incarnation of the faith of the Inquisition, the god of destruction, appeared before people. The Imperial Chronicles. Cadia. Acanthos had enough qualifications to be proud of himself. As Abaddon's deputy, he possessed unparalleled talent, and he also proved his strength. While advancing towards the fortress world, Acanthos encountered 3 warships of the Imperial Navy, and at that time, these 3 warships tried to destroy Acanthos. However, Acanthos used his cunning, ferocity, and skills to crush them with his warships. 2 of them were destroyed in the battle, and the last one was annihilated when he turned to escape. 3 against 1 was killed, which is a typical example of not knowing how to play. This war also pleased tyrannical fury. So Acanthos got the coveted reward and was promoted to the newest demon prince under tyrannical fury on the spot. This also made Acanthos full of confidence in this war. This time, they will surely win. Acanthos was extremely confident. But, what the hell was this? Acanthos stared at the battlefield ahead, which had turned blood red, with corpses of the Black Legion Astartes and traitors everywhere. And on this sea of corpses and blood, a dark, tall figure stood there. He held a war hammer in his hand, and his whole body was bathed in blood. Under his feet were corpses and blood, and he brought death and destruction. What the hell is this thing? Acanthos almost screamed. If it wasn't the demon prince of tyrannical rage, then at this moment Acanthos would definitely think that the guy in front of him, who looked more like a demon than a demon, must be the champion or great demon of tyrannical rage. Acanthos didn't think that the person in front of him was a saint of the state religion. He couldn't smell the disgusting breath of faith in the false emperor. But he appeared here again, blocking the attacks of the Black Army again and again. The Black Legion's bolters and plasma cannons couldn't even leave a scratch on his black armor. And the Black Legion brothers who dared to fight him were smashed into meat paste by this terrible guy. Is this guy really not the chosen one of the tyrannical wrath? Acanthos had this ridiculous thought in his heart. But he quickly suppressed it. No matter what. This guy needs to be defeated. They must attack the fortress and destroy the shield generator that protects the planet Cadia. Only in this way can they completely destroy the planet and remove the last obstacle to curbing the expansion of the Eye of Terror. Now, Acanthos has no way out. Of course, he could wait until the battle above was over and the Black Fleet's air support arrived. But he couldn't. Acanthos could feel the blood boiling in his body. In the echo of the subspace, the angry roar of the blood god was endless. The opponent challenged him. And there was only one thing he had to do. That was to accept it. Acanthos took a deep breath and spread his wings behind him. The slaughter and blood in front of him made him eager to try. Fight. Blood. Death. The god that Acanthos served was craving for all of this. At the same time, it was also angry and roaring. Acanthos could feel the blood god's rage towards the tall black shadow. Although Acanthos didn't know why. Now it was obvious that there was only one thing it had to do. Acanthos bent down slightly, spread his wings, and he held the long sword tightly in his hand, staring at the front. Then, blood sacrifice to the blood god. Skull sacrifice to the skull seat. The demon prince roared and spread his wings, rushing towards Duanmuhui. It turned into a filthy storm of flesh and blood, rushing straight towards the enemy in front of it. Ah! Looking at the demon prince rushing towards him, Duanmuhui sighed silently. First it was the filth of corruption. And now it was the rage of tyranny. They didn't really think that these little guys could be their opponents. Although Duanmuhui never thought that the IQ of the chaos evil god would be so low. He was still speechless after encountering such enemies continuously. But then again, a battle cry is really cool. A thought that had nothing to do with fighting flashed through Duanmuhui's mind at this moment. To be honest, he also wanted to shout something. But he didn't know what to shout. Blood sacrifice to the blood god. Of course. Can't be shouted. Things like the Emperor's blessing can't be shouted. Is it possible to shout wag? It doesn't seem right. Forget it. Who cares? Duanmuhui retracted his thoughts. At this moment, the demon prince had rushed in front of him and slashed at Duanmuhui with a sword. It was a lightning-fast sword that pierced Duanmuhui's chest directly. However, Duanmuhui didn't care about the opponent's attack at all. The reason was very simple. This was not Duanmuhui's style. On the other hand, a start speed did give Duanmuhui a headache, so he simply didn't try to hide. He was strong as he was, and the breeze was blowing over the hills. He was arrogant as he was, and the bright moon was shining over the river. How you want to fight is your business. But likewise, how I want to fight is also my business. So facing the attack of the demon prince, Duanmuhui's performance was no different from before. He ignored the magic sword wielded by the opponent, and just raised the war hammer, and smashed it towards the body of the demon prince. Crack! The magic sword in the hands of the demon prince slashed Duanmuhui's armor, and successfully left a deep scar on the surface of the armor that even the energy beam could not penetrate. The flaming magic sword split Duanmuhui's heavy power armor, and Acanthos could even feel the touch of the sword cutting flesh and blood, which immediately made him happy. However, the demon prince soon found that something was wrong. Duanmuhui's heavy armor that was broken was like a hard shell at this moment, tightly clamping the long sword in the hands of the demon prince. At the same time, a dark, twisted, and indescribable breath, like a shadow, surged out from it. It quickly wrapped around the demon prince's magic sword like a snake, spreading forward along the sword body, and then turned into several tentacles, tightly grasping Acanthos' arm. What the hell is this? At this moment, the demon prince couldn't hold it anymore. He could feel that everything around him began to twist and deform as the tentacles touched his body. Acanthos thought he had seen the most incomprehensible and unimaginable existence in the world in the high heaven. He even felt that he could no longer feel anything other than fighting. But now, he was wrong. In Acanthos' eyes, the world began to twist and deform. The land filled with corpses under his feet turned into a bloody, indescribable weird existence. It was as if the planet itself was a mass of flesh and blood, and he was standing on the skin surface of the other side. A strong bloody smell rushed towards him. filled with piercing screams. Unlike the mumbling in the warp, this sound not only penetrated his soul, his mind, his brain, but also pierced his body. Acanthos could feel that even his skin and hair seemed to have become part of his ears, listening to the indescribable, incomprehensible noise coming from different dimensions. The roar of the blood god was still angry, but it was too weak to be heard, and was almost reduced to nothing under the bombardment of noise from different dimensions. Acanthos lowered his head, and was surprised to find that the black armor he was wearing had turned into a twisted mass of flesh and blood. Eyes emerged from the gaps and stared at him intently. The eyes were full of hatred, anger, fear, and various expressions. It seemed to come from the enemy who had been killed by the demon prince. But this shouldn't be the case. Is this an illusion? Can the illusion of the subspace affect oneself? No. This is not right. This is not an illusion of the subspace. Acanthos felt that there seemed to be tiny tentacles swaying in the armor. They stretched quickly, and then drilled into Acanthos' pores. Acanthos could feel these tentacles penetrated into his body, and even connected with his blood vessels. What made Acanthos even more unbelievable was that the power contained in his body, which was given to him by the blood god, was being tainted and distorted. Damn bastard. What did you do? For Acanthos, this was a long process. But in fact it only took a moment on the battlefield. Just like in basketball animations, a memory can be told in 3 episodes. But the real process is just a layup. Before Acanthos could even finish his scream, Duanmu Huai's hammer hit him, and the huge impact tore the demon prince's body apart. His right side was entangled by the tentacles of the dark shadow, and his left side was twisted and deformed. The huge wings that could not be closed in time were torn apart like a bed sheet. But it didn't even have a way to escape. Duanmu Huai grabbed Acanthos' wrist, and with his other hand, he threw away the hammer in his hand and grabbed Acanthos' torn wings. Then he raised his arms and lifted the demon prince high. Then he pulled it down hard. The body of the new demon prince smashed heavily on Duanmu Huai's helmet like a slate of broken stone. Then he saw Acanthos' body being broken and twisted like a steel pipe. Then, Duanmu Huai lifted the demon prince again. His arm suddenly tightened. And then he grabbed the demon prince's body, like twisting a towel, and pulled it hard. Puff! Acanthos' body was twisted and crushed. And blood mixed with mincemeat, and internal organs gushed out like turbid sewage and fell on Duanmu Huai's armor. And he threw away the body of the demon prince, which had been completely drained of water, and then looked at the eyes of fear in front of him. Coward! Dare you come out and fight me? Chapter 1323 Gathering. The warp is roaring. Duanmu Huai laughed up to the sky. He could hear the anger and roar from the warp. The wrath of tyranny was really furious at this moment. But it was useless. It can't get through. Ha ha ha. Although Cadia has been corrupted. Although it is very close to the Eye of Terror. And although the psychic pollution here is off the charts. They still can't get through. They can't get through. I'm here. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Can you get through? The pathetic warp evil god. A little bit. The Black Legion began to retreat and evacuate. Duanmu Huai knew that this was not the end. The Black Legion just retracted its fist again and prepared to attack again. Their retreat was not only because Duanmu Huai killed the demon prince of the Black Legion, but also because the situation was developing in a direction that the Black Legion was not happy to see. On the ground, in addition to Duanmu Huai killing the Vulcan Legion and the demon prince, on the western front, the old silver coin of the Emperor also showed his own card. The living Saint Celestine led the 5 great companies of the Martyred Lady Convent that were originally lost in the warp and appeared out of thin air to help Carda stabilize the front again. At the same time, in space, as the subspace storm weakened, other separated fleets gradually gathered. The warships that escaped from other planets in the Cadian system gathered together and rushed to the sky above Cadia with the reinforcements of the Space Wolves. Then, the Mechanicus fleet led by the Grand Sage Belisarius Call of the Mechanicus also arrived. With their assistance, the Phalanx completely destroyed the Blackstone fortress with a damaged shield, forcing the Black Fleet to give up the fruits of victory that were within reach and withdraw to the rear. But no matter what, both sides got a chance to breathe. The war in Cadia came to an end, but only temporarily. Duanmu Huai leaned on the chair and looked at the people at the table in front of him. They were all the backbone figures in the siege of Cadia, including the living Saint Celestine. Of course, the two sides just looked at each other, and then tacitly turned their heads away without speaking. First, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to chat with the old silver coin. And second, the living saint looked too fierce. It was better to say that he was a warrior than a saint. Although Lorena is a warrior who can blow up the Iron Titan with one punch and has to run around the star ring every day, she at least looks like a saint. She looks weak. But she is also energetic, cheerful, gentle and beautiful. At least you can't imagine that she can break a mountain with one punch. To be honest, the title of saint is like an idol. Appearance is more important than strength. Duanmu Huai is not interested in a female man like Celestine. She is a kind of evil theme and will not be chosen, unless it has a special fetish. By the way, the Light of Truth survived because when the Black Fleet sent warships to deal with the Light of Truth, the latter ran away after throwing all the ammunition and ran into the cover of the phalanx. Well, it was as shameless as a naughty child who beat up other children and hid behind his father when the other parents came to cause trouble. Although shameless, it is really useful. As for the Space Wolf Blood Claw Cubs who had followed the Light of Truth to carry out the Inquisition mission before, they were also airdropped to the front line during the previous ground bombing and joined the remaining Space Wolf troops in Cadia. Well, fellow villagers meet fellow villagers. Let them stay alone. Boom boom boom. Just then, the steel door opened, and then Duanmu Huai saw a great sage in a red robe walked in. This is Dora Kor, ahem. Belisarius Kor. Great sage. I have heard of your name for a long time. The Lord of Creed, who was sitting in the middle of the round table, stared at the mechanical sage and spoke. But I think you chose a desperate moment to come to Cadia. More desperate than you think. Cause vocal organs revealed a cold electronic sound. My followers found obelisks on Allied 6. They are exactly the same as those on Cadia, but they were all destroyed during the Fourth Dark Crusade. Is it Abaddon? He must have an evil plot that we don't know about. The Lord of Creed, who was able to command the Cadia soldiers to hold on under the fierce attack of the Black Legion, was not a fool. He quickly understood the meaning of the words of the great sage. Obviously, Abaddon's purpose of attacking Cadia was also for the black obelisks on Cadia that had been standing there for a long time. But no one knew what they were used for. The builders of the obelisks are still a mystery. Only the god of all machines. They were built by the Necrons. However, before Call finished speaking, he was silently interrupted by Duanmu Huai. He had had enough of boring riddles and back and forth probing, and gave the answer directly. These black stone obelisks were built by the Necrons. They used this thing to curb the expansion of the Eye of Terror. These black stone obelisks are like a suppressor. If they are completely destroyed, the spiritual energy overflowing from the Eye of Terror will tear the entire galaxy apart. Call stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement, and the others also looked at him in surprise. For a moment, the whispers in the entire conference room disappeared, leaving only a slightly awkward silence. Fortunately, Lord Creed coughed and broke the awkward atmosphere. Is that so? Great Sage? That's right. Call, who had failed to show off just now, finally recovered his breath. Just now. He originally wanted to show off that no one except the god of all machines knew the origin of these black stone obelisks. But the other party gave him a big job in front of him. At that time, Call felt like a star walking off the stage and waving to others, when suddenly someone pulled away the steps under his feet. If Lord Creed hadn't kindly put a brick under him, the great sage would have fallen face first. These obelisks suppress the Eye of Terror. If they are destroyed, the warp will devour everything, and the Empire will cease to exist. These obelisks must be protected. They are the only weapon against the invasion of chaos. We must find a way to figure out its secrets, and then fight against chaos. Then, go and complete your research, and may the Emperor guide you. The Lord of Creed Castle also saw that Call was about to lose his temper, so he responded hurriedly, and Call looked at Duanmu Huai silently. I need some help. Don't look for me. Duanmu Huai refused directly. I just know some history in this area, but I don't know how to use this thing. I'm not a technician. I will be responsible for blocking those chaos idiots. As for the obelisk, you can figure it out yourself. Call's mechanical eyes stared at Duanmu Huai, flickered for a while, and then nodded with mixed feelings. To be honest, if Duanmu Huai said he could handle it, Call, who had just arrived and was already mentally traumatized, might turn around and leave, because it would make him look like a clown after running all the way here. Fortunately, the other party was not the omniscient and omnipotent god of machines. So, everyone started to act. The Shanjin was towed to a relatively static orbit south of the equator, cooperating with other warships to prevent the Black Fleet from attacking again. The Knights of Raven began to take the time to rest. And under the command of Lord Creed, a new defense system began to be built, with trenches and aegis lines across the Allison Tower area and the underground tombs. On the ground, a large number of Cadia soldiers and the Battle Sisters of the Martyred Lady Convent were on high alert. While underground, the great sage of the Oil Man led his subordinates to carry out the grave-digging operation that the Oil Man was best at. Duanmu Huai still stayed in the Crave Bastion, responsible for guarding this last line of defense. After all, the Black Legion is also an Astarte, and the Astarte's favorite thing to do is decapitation. The Demon Prince wanted to do this once before, but was crushed on the spot by Duanmu Huai. But no one is sure whether they will do it again. So Duanmu Huai decided to stay here to protect the shield generator and Lord Creed. At this moment, Duanmu Huai stood on the city wall with a war hammer in his hand, and the soldiers passing by cast all eyes at him. Although they did not see the scene of Duanmu Huai destroying the Vulcan Legion, they witnessed how Duanmu Huai tore the Chosen One of the God of Darkness into pieces. This filled them with courage. They would fight here with this powerful warrior in front of them. And they firmly believed that as long as this dark, tall warrior stood here, no one could capture the last fortress of Cadia. Well, this is the official statement. The fact is, Duanmu Huai actually had nowhere to go. Dora Kor had his own Mechanicus army, and Celestine also had combat nuns to command. Duanmu Huai was alone, and he didn't bring the Night Guard with him. What else could he do except stand here and stare blankly? Even the Light of Truth is now under the command of the Mountain Array. So Duanmu Huai can only stand here, looking at the battlefield in front of him, looking at the purple eye of terror in the distance, and staring blankly. At the same time, think about where to build the Ether Phase engine to fight the Eye of Terror after he returns. However, the arrival of Dora Kor made Duanmu Huai start to think about some interesting things. According to the records, this great sage was originally going to the 500 worlds. And the reason he went there was very simple. Dora Kor made a set of destiny armor, which could revive Guilliman, who was currently waiting to die in the stasis field. And the pre-march was about to reappear again. Well, Duanmu Huai and Guilliman still have a good relationship. And he also plans to take the opportunity to go see his old friend together. By the way, Duanmu Huai intends to help Guilliman solve a small problem. But then again, as the most incompetent of the Primarchs, Guilliman is really incompetent. There are jokes among the players. Of course, these jokes are also based on facts. Basically, Guilliman will be beaten by anyone in a one-on-one duel. Even if it is 2 against 1. He will be killed in the end. And finally, he was chopped into the stasis field. To be honest, although compared with the Astartes, Guilliman is considered to be a good fighter. But among the brothers, he can probably only compete with Lorgar? Probably? Duanmu Huai chuckled. He planned to talk to Guilliman after he woke up this time. Of course, the premise was that he could go there instead of being thrown back to the current timeline. But none of this mattered. What mattered now was the 13th Black Crusade. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai clenched his warhammer and looked at the Eye of Terror in the distance with anticipation. He was already imagining the wonderful scene of beating Abaddon to his knees in front of him. That would definitely be very joyful. Chapter 1324 Fight Again. On the Vengeful Spirit. Abaddon stared at Cadia on the distant star map. Silent. The wailing and screaming of Acanthos before his death were still ringing in his ears. But the warp did not stop there. He could feel the anger and screams of the Chaos Gods. They were fooled and ridiculed. But they could do nothing. Because that despicable and cursed fellow was in the material universe that the warp could not interfere with. Why was it there? How could it be there? More importantly, it blocked their way. That bandit. The angry roar of psychic energy echoed in the warp. And Abaddon didn't know why they were so angry. But in fact, anyone who believed in the Inquisition would go to the Inquisition after death. Not only that, the souls killed by them would also be forcibly pulled into the furnace of the Inquisition. But it was originally theirs. Their believers. Their subordinates. Their souls. The Inquisition has no right to take all of this away. What makes them even more angry is that the Inquisition is far away in a remote corner of the warp, where their power cannot reach. So they can't do anything. The curtain of time cleverly and gently separates their prying sight and arms. The vortex of disaster that once destroyed the entire galaxy is still blocking them. And the barrier of the Great Split has not dissipated. Even with the power of the Chaos Evil God, It is impossible to extend its claws into the territory of the Inquisition standing on the other side of the time rift. They could only watch their souls being taken away, burned, and then perished. This bastard didn't even leave them a trace of residue. And its authority was also disliked by the gods. The tyrannical god longed for blood and battle, not for the destruction without silence. There was no conquest, no slaughter, only complete annihilation. Fighting was not the goal. War was only a means, and only destruction was its goal. The treacherous god expected strategies and explored wisdom, not the rage of a wild boar. There is no conspiracy, no wisdom. As if the beast's behavior is so ugly that it is not even willing to use its brain. This damn big ogren. The obsessed evil enjoys happiness and indulges in desires, rather than a piece of empty disillusionment. There is no sadness, no joy, no pain, no pleasure. Everything is distorted into an indescribable chaos that cannot be understood and felt. The corrupted dirt loves life and desires rebirth, rather than violent and boiling extinction. Without life, without soul, everything will die. The source of life that keeps on circulating is cut off, leading everything to the end that will eventually be reached. The god of destruction, the old one from the edge of the distant universe. And now, it dares to mock them. Abaddon does not know what the chaos gods are thinking. He only knows that the roar of the warp is flowing into his body with power. And the gods have only one task for him. That is to completely kill the monster that stands in their way. Tear him to pieces. Very good. Finally, he spoke. Then, let's fight. As Abaddon's voice fell, the battle around Cadia started again. Countless cultists and chaos demon minions fell from the sky again and attacked the Claw Redoubt. Facing their offensive, Cadia's soldiers were once again prepared. And soon, the two sides exchanged fire again. Then they were all stunned. What's wrong with these demons? Custer pulled the trigger and poured out the ammunition in his hand towards the enemy in front of him, frowning slightly. As a veteran who had lived from the beginning of the Cadia War to the present day, Custer was of course very aware of the power of these terrible demons. They had speeds that ordinary people could not imagine, and even bullets could hardly penetrate their bodies, not to mention those half-mechanical, half-biological demon engines. Custer watched them break through the defenses of the Cadia Legion more than once in despair, and killed all the enemies who dared to stand in front of them. But now, I don't know if it's an illusion, but Custer always feels that these demons seem to have become weaker. Their number is still endless, but their power seems not as strong as before. Custer can be sure of this. Those terrible monsters that he had tried his best but couldn't make a wound on their bodies are now gradually becoming fragile. Their speed has slowed down, and even those demon engines have begun to work intermittently, as if there is some kind of malfunction. What's going on? Not only the soldiers of Cadia feel this way, but even the chaos servants of the Black Legion are also puzzled. The psychic energy of the warp is still abundant, but they feel that their power is going away uncontrollably. Just like a balloon punctured by a needle, their power is weakening uncontrollably, but they don't know what to do. The first reaction of these demons is that their progress makes the gods unhappy. So they cheer up again, and blasphemous rituals are held again and again to weaken the physical barrier on Cadia, allowing the power of the warp to pollute the planet again. They had always done this before, and every time they did this, the power of the subspace would make them stronger. However, the demons soon discovered with horror that the ritual had taken effect, and the barrier between the subspace and the physical universe had indeed been weakened. But their power was still dissipating, and the closer they were to the front line, the more it dissipated. Where did their power go? At the same time, in the command room of the Bastion, Duanmu Huai's face was cramping with laughter. Where did the power of those demons go? Of course, they went to him. And there is only one reason for this result. That is the divine position 6th heaven demon king possessed by Duanmu Huai, heaven of transmutation and freedom. In the Buddhist desire realm, heaven of transmutation and freedom is different. As the highest level of the 6 heavens in the desire realm, the people living in this heaven do not need to transform their own entertainment tools, but use the transformation of the lower heavens, pretending to be happy, and play freely. So it is called transmutation and freedom. In simple terms, heaven of transmutation and freedom is like a fun person. He does not need to find fun for himself, but just watching others having fun can make himself a source of long-term happiness. What does this mean at the level of gods? It means that as long as you make a sacrifice, I can get your power of faith for free. For example, The believers of tyrannical wrath fought a hearty battle for tyrannical wrath. And the believers happily dedicated this battle to the blood god. The blood god was also very excited by the actions of his believers. So he gave his believers more powerful power of faith. This is a normal cycle. But when he joined in as his Ition, the process became, hey, your power of faith looks good. Give me some? How was I's Ition? How was I's I? To put it bluntly, is to watch others have fun. And these believers, no matter which evil god they believe in, will definitely offer fun to them in order to please their own gods. But there is no power that comes out of nothing in the world. And the power of faith is the same. How was I's Ition? Turning other people's treasures into his own games. Watching others have fun can increase his own power. How can there be such a good thing? Is this power created out of nothing? Of course not. This is taking away the power of faith that people offer to the gods for free. Not only that, this is a two-way thing. Not only will the power of faith that believers offer to the gods be taken away by Ahwaz's Ition for free, but even the power that gods give back to believers will also be taken away by Ahwaz's Ition for free. You guys are having fun. I'm watching the fun from the side. And I have to share this power. It's like the power of faith that believers originally offered to the gods was 2. And the power that gods gave back to believers was 2. Adding up to a total of 4. But after Duanmu Huai glanced at it, it was directly reduced by half. From 4 to 2. What about the remaining 2? Then it belongs to Duanmu Huai. This money is like a strong wind blowing in. Duanmu Huai is laughing so hard that his face is cramping. At this moment in the command room, Duanmu Huai is calm on the surface. But looking at the experience bar of the 6th Heavenly Demon King in the system interface, which has been motionless but is now rapidly increasing, his heart is about to bloom with joy. Why? The reason is very simple. Because in the subspace, except for the creatures that originally live in the subspace, everything else is connected by emotions and beliefs. The 4 gods of chaos are no exception. As for their armies, it is obvious that they all rely on the faith of the 4 gods to maintain their existence. It is just that Duanmu Huai's 6th Heavenly Demon King priesthood is still too weak. So it can only affect the demon army near the front line. Why the front line? You ask? The reason is very simple. Because strictly speaking, all the Imperial soldiers on the front line are Duanmu Huai's believers. It is not the problem of the Inquisition. But Duanmu Huai was shameless enough to use the skull and hammer as his holy emblem. And unfortunately, the skull is also the symbol of the Empire. In addition, Duanmu Huai has no special requirements for believers. So strictly speaking, basically all the people of the Empire are his believers. Of course, this is passive. If they call for God's blessing, they will be automatically kicked out of Duanmu Huai's belief system. As mentioned before, because of the actual effect of destroying demons, most frontline soldiers and troops believe in the Inquisition. After all, killing demons in the name of the Inquisition can really kill demons. Let me explain again. This means that they are followers of Duanmu Huai, not just believers in the Inquisition. This means that they are not only believers of the God of Destruction, but also believers of the Old Ones, the God of Pleasure, and the 6th Heavenly Devil. It's just that Duanmu Huai has always been very careful to control these priesthoods. Just like a faucet. The faucet of the God of Destruction has always been open and has never been turned off. As long as they believe in the Inquisition, anyone can use it. Duanmu Huai doesn't care. Duanmu Huai only opens the priesthood of Old Ones when he needs it besides. Old Ones don't need the power of faith. Duanmu Huai has kept God of Pleasure closed because he has not found the right conditions. Now, he has opened the tap of 6th Heavenly Devil. Duanmu Huai is smiling like he has won the lottery. Look, what is a fun person and a fun soul? Can you do it? I can level up just by watching fun. Can you do it? Ha ha ha. By the way, the living Saint Celestine is also in trouble. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care. The Emperor's faith. Just touch it. What can he do to himself? So now on the battlefield, the situation has become like this. The soldiers fight as dual believers of the Inquisition and the 6th Heaven Demon King. And the demons approaching them will first be taken advantage of by the 6th Heaven Demon King for free. And then, they will become weak. Then if they are killed by the soldiers, their souls will not return to the Supreme Heaven, but will be simply and roughly stuffed into the furnace of the Inquisition. This scene almost made the Chaos Gods explode with anger if they have any. You are trying to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? It's okay to take the souls of our believers for free. But you even take their faith and my power for free? How can I bear this? The screams of the warp reached their limit at this moment. They urged. They roared. They screamed. They shouted. I know. Abaddon silently clenched the blade in his hand. I will go there in person. Chapter 1325 Fair. Damn fair. When Abaddon personally entered the scene, the entire Cadia soon began to feel unprecedented pressure. Although they blocked the chaos attacks again and again, facing the full-scale advance of the Black Legion led by Abaddon, Cadia's biggest weakness was also exposed. Too few people. When Duanmu Huai arrived in Cadia, there were only some remnants of soldiers from other planets and locals who survived the disaster. Although they successfully repelled the attack of the Black Legion under the command of Lord Creed and the arrival of Duanmu Huai and others. But that was because the other side was eager for success and thought that the remnants of Cadia were not to be feared. So they were greedy for merit and rushed forward, and were caught off guard by the unexpected counterattack. However, when the Black Legion calmed down and began to advance in all directions and on the entire battlefield at the same time, Cadia's defense line instantly became precarious. Although the Blackstone fortress was destroyed, the mountain phalanx was not safe and sound. It had encountered a melee before arriving in the Cadian system, and many of the equipment on the mountain phalanx was also destroyed after the battle with Blackstone Fortress. Although the phalanx successfully destroyed Blackstone Fortress, it was also scarred. Moreover, the phalanx was originally short of personnel, and now it was not much stronger than the Blackstone Fortress that had been blown to pieces. Not to mention those warships escorting near the phalanx, many of which were in a worse situation than the phalanx. It would be better to say that they were using the phalanx as a cover. So, when the Black Fleet launched another attack on forward Cadia in a silent and unwavering manner, the phalanx and its remaining fleet could only focus on fighting the fleet from space, and could not be distracted elsewhere. After confirming that the phalanx and other warships could not provide cover on the ground, Abaddon waved his hand, and all the legions rushed out like a black tide, launching the final assault on the Crave Redoubt. The battle line is in danger. In the command room, flashing red lights were everywhere. Lord Creed had already fought for his life, but there was nothing he could do. Not enough people means not enough. Can't win means can't win. The current Cadia defenders are like a broken little kid facing a group of muscular men. How to fight? What to fight with? To win? It will take a miracle. However, even so, they did not give up. Because Carta stood firm, sitting on the chair. Duanmu Huai stared at the command room in front of him, watching the busy people. His fingers kept shrinking, then spreading. An array of spiritual light emerged from them. No one noticed that Duanmu Huai was using his power as a sole messenger to silently print cards. The so-called printing of cards is to turn the cards collected in Calculi into entities for use. But it requires a lot of power, especially those legendary cards. And it must be collected by the players. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai still has his own small card library. Although the cards in these card libraries cannot be used by the big ones. As long as they are printed, they can also be used. As for the spiritual energy consumed, it's power that I got for free. So I don't feel bad at all when I use it. Ha ha ha. It was blown by the wind anyway. So why should I care? This is the last one. Watching the last card in his hand being put into the library, Duanmu Huai stood up. A slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Since the Chaos Evil God was so shameless to attack directly, don't blame me for being rude. Lord Creed, I have an opinion. Mr. Judge? What do you suggest? The busy Lord Creed replied casually, without even looking up at Duanmu Huai. His attention was completely focused on the battlefield. This is my suggestion. I hope you can transfer all the garrison troops on the front line back to Crave Bastion. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Lord Creed raised his head and looked at him in confusion. If you want to win, do as I say. I guarantee in the name of the tribunal that Carta will never lose this battle. I don't understand. For the first time, Lord Creed shifted his attention from the map to Duanmu Huai, who stared at him. You should also know very well, Lord Creed, if this continues, the whole army will be wiped out, unless there are reinforcements. But at present, the possibility is not very high. Right? So, I hope you can recall all the soldiers to the bastion as much as possible, so that I can strengthen them with the power of the Inquisition. Are you referring to the sacrificial ceremony? The expression of Lord Creed became more serious, but Duanmu Huai's expression did not change at all. Of course not. As for what I will do, you will know when the time comes. So are you willing? The Lord of Creek Castle did not answer. He stared at Duan Muhui. Duan Muhui knew what he was thinking. He was thinking, is this a trap of the Chaos Demon? Perhaps he was the traitor or even a traitor of the Chaos Demon. Everything he did was to gain their trust and give them the heaviest betrayal and blow at the most critical moment. Well, considering the world is like this, Duan Muhui can understand it. So he just stared at the other party, waiting for his answer. Lord Creed was silent for a long time. He stared at the bright red warning on the screen in front of him, then took a deep breath and looked at Duan Muhui. I hope you won't let me down, Grand Inquisitor. Under Lord Creed's order, the soldiers who were fighting began to retreat slowly. Although they didn't know what Lord Creed was going to do, they still obeyed his order. The soldiers of the Black Legion also began to chase and kill. For a moment, the already unstable situation was rapidly moving towards the edge of collapse. Now, standing on the platform of the tower, looking at the battlefield around him, Duan Muhui whispered silently. And then, the soul card in his hand suddenly flashed. A golden light pierced through the thick clouds above Karda, shining on Duan Muhui's body, covering him in shining golden light. Immediately afterwards, the phantom of a girl quietly emerged from behind Duan Muhui. At the same time, Duan Muhui played his first card. Yellow's Prayer. Whenever the main warrior recovers life, give all servants +1/+1 effect. But this is not over yet. Soon, Duan Muhui played the second card. Ding! The melodious bell sounded, echoing in the chaotic battlefield outside the Crave Bastion. For a moment, everyone, whether it was the soldiers of Karda or the Chaos servants of the Black Legion, was stunned and subconsciously looked in the direction of the sound. Then they saw that in the thick clouds, a huge white bell tower appeared from the clouds, and the golden bell shone with a brilliant light like the sun. Golden Bell entrance song. Restore 1 HP of your main fighter. Ding! The golden bell rang again, and the loud sound merged with the prayer of the phantom girl behind Duan Muhui, spreading across the battlefield. All those who heard the sound of the bell, whether they were Astartes, priests of the Mechanicus, Battle Sisters, or Cadia soldiers, felt a shock of spirit, and a warm current mixed with power emerged from their bodies. And then they found that a golden glow was faintly produced on their bodies. Duan Muhui stood on the high platform, staring at the battlefield below. He held a war hammer in his right hand and a golden jar in his left hand. In this jar, the glittering gold coins piled up into a small mountain, clearly visible. Sacred Relic of Prayer. Whenever the bishop servant enters your battlefield, restore 1 HP of your main warrior. Behind Duan Muhui, Lord Creed stood there in amazement, staring at the sacred scene in front of him with his mouth wide open, almost unable to believe his eyes. Ding! The bell rang again. The broken outer wall of the Crave Bastion collapsed, and the shining light shone into it from the gap. And the temple that was originally sealed in the dark cave reappeared in the world. Cave Temple, at the beginning of your turn, summon the Holy Cavalry to enter the field. Da-da, da-da, da-da. The sound of horse hooves sounded, and the heroic souls on horseback walked out of the temple. They raised their long swords and shouted angrily. Voila! With the appearance of the Holy Cavalry, the gold coins in the holy relic in Duan Muhui's hand quietly turned into a ray of golden light. And at the same time, Yellow's prayer sounded again. The power continued to burst out. The faint golden light that originally surrounded the guards began to become brighter at this moment. And feeling the power overflowing in their bodies, the warriors roared and raised their weapons, rushing towards the army of chaos again. But this is not over yet. Ding! With the third bell ringing, the holy white heavenly gates slowly emerged in the sky, and the warm light shone on the Claw Bastion below. The dry land that was originally desecrated by blood, war and death was rejuvenated under this dazzling light, and the green grass and flowers covered the land in front of them. The blood and stains on the Crave Bastion also disappeared, as if they were washed away. Bright Holy Land. Whenever a servant enters your battlefield, give the servant a +1/+1 effect. At the same time, the demon seemed to realize that something was wrong. Although the battle on the ground was in a stalemate, the hell dragons roared through the battlefield and rushed towards Duan Muhui with a rotten breath full of corruption and evil. However, at the same time, a glorious dragon with white wings fell from the sky, and the holy winged white dragon opened its bloody mouth and pounced on the demon engine in front of it. Humph! Come on! Who's afraid of who? looking at the battlefield in front of him. Duan Mu Huai sneered. This set of Yela's prayer is the set that his trumpet often uses on the battlefield. Its core is to strengthen the friendly forces' tactics through Yela's prayer to restore blood. Through the fastest blood recovery, the friendly forces' combat power is directly increased to the highest level. Of course, whether it is a soul card or a mortal, this kind of enhancement has its limits. But for Duan Mu Huai, this is enough. You Black Legion have no martial ethics. And you come to bully people with the blessing of the Chaos Evil God. Do you really think we can't fight? Now that's right. You have a boost. And I have a boost too. This is fucking fairness. Then, Duan Mu Huai raised his warhammer. And another card flashed across the top of his warhammer. And then it turned into an overwhelming rain of light that fell from the sky, covering both the enemy and us. The warriors covered by the rain of light were surprised to find that their injuries were getting better rapidly. But on the contrary, for those demons and chaos believers, this rain of light was like sulfuric acid, causing them to scream in pain involuntarily. Good news of kindness. Restore 3 HP to all of your main warriors and servants. Don't underestimate these 3 points. In reality, anyone who is not dead, even if they are dying, can be cured of minor injuries in an instant. Warriors. Duan Mu Huai put down his warhammer and roared loudly. His voice echoed around the Crave Bastion and resounded in the sky of the battlefield. In the name of the Inquisition, protect mankind and destroy demons. Carta stands firm. Chapter 1326 Defeat. What on earth is going on? Staring at the battlefield in front of him, Abaddon's face was livid. In fact, at the beginning, Abaddon's idea was to involve the outer defense line. And then, he would lead people to teleport directly to the center of the command center to behead. However, when Abaddon tried to use psychic teleportation, he was surprised to find that the area was completely closed and there was no way to teleport at all. So he had to choose a simpler, more direct and rough method. To be honest, this made Abaddon very unhappy. After all, beheading and boarding are what the Space Marines are best at. And now, their way of pretending has been ruthlessly sealed by the other side. So Abaddon can only choose a stupid way. That is to fight in. Abaddon originally thought that this was not difficult. The warp has eroded the planet, and psychic energy is everywhere. With the blessing of the Chaos Gods, they are unstoppable. It should be like this. However, the fact is not so. Abaddon watched the little golden people on the opposite side rushing towards the Black Legion. Under normal circumstances, these fragile mortals could not cause any harm to the Space Marines. The small laser guns in their hands, or the machetes, that seemed to be harmless were meaningless in front of the warriors blessed by the Chaos Gods. It should have been like this. But now, Abaddon just wanted to curse. What the hell is this? He watched a Cadian soldier raise his laser gun and pull the trigger. And then the latter burst out a beam that was almost comparable to a plasma cannon, instantly penetrating the armor of the demon engine in front, smashing it to pieces. He also saw another warrior waving a machete and rushing towards the Astartes of the Black Legion. However, in front of that mortal, this Chaos Space Marine, who could have easily killed him, began to slow down, as if he had aged hundreds of years in an instant. And then Abaddon saw the soldier waving a machete that was not even as thick as the Astartes' arm and chopped off his arm. Is this normal? Is this reasonable? Abaddon felt as if he had fallen into a nightmare. What kind of power is this? Is it a false emperor? It doesn't seem like it. At least Abaddon saw with his own eyes that the golden light on the warriors who shouted praise the emperor disappeared the moment they shouted. And then, they were torn into pieces by the demons next to them. Well, this is the normal style of demons and mortals. By the way, this was of course done by Duan Mu Huai. I worked hard to use my divine power to set up the formation for you. Not to sell face to others. It doesn't matter if you call the pre-march. But if you call the God Emperor, then I can only disconnect your network so that you can clear your mind. So that you know who has the final say in this piece. As it turns out, this trick is very useful. After discovering that those who called the God Emperor were directly abandoned, the others quickly changed direction and began to shout the slogan of the Inquisition to continue the attack. The only ones who did not change were the Living Saint and her group of combat nuns. They believed in the Emperor, so naturally they could not become Duan Mu Huai's subordinates. Not to mention that Duan Mu Huai was still using the 6th Heavenly Demon King at this time, which resulted in this group of combat nuns not only being unable to obtain Duan Mu Huai's bonus, But even their own power of faith in the Emperor was easily taken away by Duanmu Huai. I lost a lot of money. But what can I do? If you don't shout, I can't do anything. Duanmu Huai could only silently give the Emperor a middle finger in the subspace to apologize. Everyone plays this game. You should understand me. Right? Although I took advantage of your faith and the souls of your imperial people, I also paid a lot. Back and forth. It's fair. Duanmu Huai collected his thoughts, stood on the high platform and continued to look forward, watching a team of Cadia soldiers holding laser guns to beat the demon engine in front of them into a sieve and then explode, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, now this is fair. But it is obvious that Abaddon does not think this is fair. Anyone would be furious if the situation that they thought was going to be a winning streak turned out to be a losing one. Forward. Keep on moving forward. The only thing that made Abaddon less nervous was that the number of troops in the Crave Bastion was seriously insufficient. Although it was currently in a siege situation that he least wanted to see. But with the strength of the Black Legion, it was only a matter of time before they defeated this difficult enemy. However, the demons were afraid. They fought to the death before because demons would not really die. At most, they would be exiled back to the warp. So this was not a problem at all. But now it was different. The Inquisition could kill them completely, and completely wipe out their souls from the warp. For the demons, they could not imagine or accept this fact. If they could rely on their own strength to ignore the bites of these insects before. But now, when these insects have transformed from prey to hunters, even the demons dare not act rashly. But they had no choice. They sold their souls to the Chaos Gods. And now, as a price, they had to obey the orders of the Chaos Gods and continue to fight. The entire Cadia has now become a gambling table. And all the power and souls are chips on this gambling table. Duanmu Huai has already placed his bet. So the Chaos Evil Gods will naturally not give up. The tyrannical and furious demon army tore open the front line like a sharp blade. Duanmu Huai raised his head and saw a tyrannical demon surrounded by bloodletting vampires with bright red bodies, holding an axe in both hands, spreading his wings, and rushing towards him. Behind him, the figures of the Lord of Change, the Father of Plague, and the Keeper of Secrets can be vaguely seen. Well, this scene is really nostalgic. Duanmu Huai remembered his last battle on the Nodus planet, when the Chaos Evil Gods demons united around the four gods and tried to completely destroy the planet. But in the end, Duanmu Huai destroyed them and buried their ambitions. And now, everything in front of him seems to be a replay of the previous war. Except that the two sides are very different in mass and size. So Duanmu Huai also made the same choice as he did at that time. He held a war hammer in his hand and strode towards the tyrannical demon in front of him. He knew that the opponent was not just a demon. Maybe others could not see it. But Duanmu Huai had seen it. The boiling blood red, cunning and strange blue, sticky and twisted purple, and disgusting green filled his vision. They are coming. This time, they will take action personally, using the bodies of their followers. And Duanmu Huai also wanted to try how powerful the real power of the Chaos Evil God is. Roar! The tyrannical demon roared and raised the battle axe in his hand. At that moment, Duanmu Huai saw that its figure was integrated with the giant figure sitting on the brass throne. Its bright red eyes were filled with hatred and anger. It raised the chainsaw axe high and chopped towards Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the two-headed birds holding the staff behind the demon began to scream. They uttered obscene words from the strange sky, and the twisted spiritual energy burst out again. Even the shining golden light became dim under the surging spiritual energy flow, turning into an evil and twisted curse, rushing towards Duanmu Huai. The Father of Plague took out the corrupted cauldron and poured the thick soup inside towards Duanmu Huai. The disgusting venom spread and exploded rapidly as soon as it came into contact with the air. In the shadow of the dark green dark clouds, the secret keeper with a human beast snake body swam through like a poisonous snake. Its 3 pairs of arms tightly grasped the sharp blades, just like a poisonous snake opened its mouth, revealing its fangs and biting the prey in front of it. At this moment, they took action. Even the power of the soul card could not suppress the divine power coming from the highest heaven. The golden light dissipated, and the land originally covered by green grass became dry, dark and twisted again. Violent flames and blood ignited from it, and moved forward under the treacherous wind of psychic energy. This was the first time that Duanmu Huai felt their presence. At this moment, both sides threw the chips on the table aside. took off their suits, and rolled up their sleeves. Who the hell is playing games with you? We want to beat people. Coincidentally, Duanmu Huai also thought so. He took a deep breath, clenched the warhammer, faced the enemy in front of him, and then took a step forward. At this moment, the god of destruction also woke up. The furnace of the tribunal had never vibrated so fast before. Countless souls were thrown into it mercilessly, turning into huge energy, just like a sports car rushing to a speed of 300 kilometers per hour just after starting. Duanmu Huai could even feel that the destructive power in his body was like a reservoir overflowing under a heavy rainstorm. And even his power armor had begun to break before it was attacked. But this could not stop Duanmu Huai, because he was the god of destruction. Duanmu Huai took a step forward. At this moment, the world seemed to have come to an end. The sound disappeared. The color disappeared. Everything disappeared. The Plague Father's life-giving soup turned into a pool of stagnant water. And the spiritual energy screaming out of the blue two-headed bird's mouth also dissipated. The keeper found that he seemed to have lost his emotions. No sadness. No joy. No anger. No hurt. His brain was blank. And all emotions and sensory touch were wiped out at this moment. Then, Duanmu Huai's hammer, which was swung like a baseball bat, smashed into the battle axe chopped down by the tyrannical demon. Then, everything continued. The ground completely cracked at this moment. And Lord Creed was horrified to see that in front of the craft bastion, a large area of the ground was completely torn apart, as if the entire land had exploded and turned over at this moment. He watched the thick surface of the ground rise up like an orange peel, and then fall heavily under the action of gravity. The entire craft bastion shook violently, and the huge impact made everyone feel as if they were hit by a whirlwind torpedo at close range. Duanmu Huai slid out of the thick smoke. He felt his hands trembling slightly. He didn't know whether it was due to numbness or other reasons. At this moment, Duanmu Huai couldn't even feel the sensation of his arms. But he didn't fall down. He still stood there, even if the blood god's full force hit him. Duanmu Huai still held the warhammer tightly, and didn't fall down. Even though his armor was already tattered and Duanmu Huai's helmet was broken, he still didn't fall down. However, the battle was not over. Abaddon jumped out of the smoke and dust holding the magic sword in his hand, and stabbed Duanmu Huai with all his strength. The instant impact of the four gods shook off the defense of this false god. And what he had to do now was to seize this opportunity and give him a fatal blow. In Abaddon's eyes, the false god seemed really tired at this moment. He just stood there, holding the warhammer tightly with both hands and leaning on the ground. Although he stared at him, Abaddon only saw a trace of confusion and mockery in his eyes. Then, Abaddon saw a sudden flash of light on Duanmu Huai's body, and a set of gorgeous armor appeared out of thin air on his body. However, the magic sword had already stabbed out. Unexpectedly, the seemingly luxurious armor did not block Abaddon's attack. The dark magic sword pierced into it like cutting butter, and the armor shattered like fragile glass. But this sword did not hit the target it was supposed to hit. Abaddon swore that the sword just now was the most perfect sword he had ever used. No matter the angle, strength or technique, it was perfect. No one could dodge this sword. However, the fact is that Duanmu Huai did not dodge. The sword hit him, but it also did not hit him. Abaddon could feel that his sword hit Duanmu Huai's armor, not himself. Then no matter how perfect the sword was, it would be useless. Unfortunately, it was too late. When Abaddon felt the whistling wind rushing towards him, the hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand had already hit his head. He could only raise the mechanical claw in his left hand, but the latter was directly smashed into pieces by Duanmu Huai's hammer. Abaddon rolled over and tried to distance himself from Duanmu Huai. But when he saw Duanmu Huai's face flashing in the broken helmet, an indescribable fear suddenly emerged from Abaddon's heart, causing his body to stop for a second without his control. But that was enough. Kneel down! Accompanied by a roar, Duanmu Huai's hammer hit Abaddon's knees heavily, directly smashing his legs. The next moment, the War Master of the Black Legion could no longer withstand the huge impact and fell to the ground. Abaddon was in a mess at this moment. His right arm and mechanical claw were smashed into twisted pieces, and his legs were literally shattered from the knees. Abaddon knelt on the ground, holding the magic sword tightly in his left hand, trying to support himself and get up. But soon, Abaddon felt a huge shadow covering him. He raised his head and looked up, only to see Duanmu Huai had walked in front of him, holding the hammer high in his hand. Go to hell. Traitor. Chapter 1327 Halftime. With Abaddon being killed, the 13th expedition of the Black Legion was completely declared a failure. The remaining Black Legion quickly evacuated and disappeared in the depths of the Eye of Terror. On Cadia, the warriors cheered for this hard-won victory. Only Duanmu Huai stood there, looking at the Eye of Terror in front of him, without joy or sorrow. From the perspective of the Empire, this time they won a great victory. Not only did they kill Abaddon, the Empire's biggest worry, but they also thwarted the enemy's invasion and once again preserved the Empire's front line against chaos. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is a draw, because Duanmu Huai knows very well that in the dimension of time, stopping the 13th Black Crusade is nothing. If the Chaos God can find an Abaddon, he can find another War Master. It's just a matter of time. After this, there will be the 14th, 15th, 16th. Then one day, Cadia will be blown apart and the Eye of Terror will tear the universe apart. History will not change. It will only be corrected. From this point of view, the purpose of Chaos Evil God to test his power through a certain period of history has been achieved. Because in this period of history, Duanmu Huai could not kill Chaos Evil God, so they can do whatever they want. Anyway, unless Duanmu Huai chooses to destroy this timeline, they can't die. And now, they have obtained information about Duanmu Huai's power and characteristics, especially the 6th Heavenly Demon King. This is very helpful information for these evil gods to do something bad to Duanmu Huai in the future. On the other hand, Duanmu Huai also did not lose out. Through this fight, he thoroughly verified the strength of the Chaos Evil God and also verified the restraint of his priesthood on the opponent. From this point of view, the result made Duanmu Huai quite satisfied. No matter which Chaos Evil God, their power and strength are based on life itself. And Duanmu Huai's power of destruction is almost a natural counter to them. After all, once destroyed, nothing will be left. Whether it is wisdom, life, courage or desire. Gone. That's it. Any living being fears destruction. And Chaos Evil God is no exception. In this sense, Duanmu Huai is their nemesis. Moreover, although Duanmu Huai has exposed the power of the God of Destruction and the 6th Heavenly Demon King, he also hides the power of the God of Joy and the Old Ones. Let's not talk about the God of Joy. Duanmu Huai intends to use the power of the Old Ones as a trump card. Specifically, if he can't win, he will rush into the Eye of Terror and summon Azathoth to let it eat. Or summoning the Black Goat to give the obsessive evil a hug would be nice. Of course, the real strength of the Chaos Evil God is more than that. They must have hidden cards. So in Duanmu Huai's opinion, this battle is a draw. Everyone leaked some of their strength, but they couldn't find out the bottom. It can only be regarded as the first time that the opponents who originally fought in the air really faced each other, and they had a little understanding of each other's strength. Duanmu Huai thought that this battle was just a draw, but the Lord of Creed Castle obviously didn't think so. When he saw Duanmu Huai again, he seemed extremely respectful. This is also normal. Although Duanmu Huai used the soul card to strengthen the power of the Cadia defenders, greatly improving their efficiency and attack power. And everyone was really happy at the time. But when the battle was over, many people were actually prepared to die. After all, they also knew that this kind of power was not normal. Even if they burned their souls to gain this power, it was not unreasonable. However, the result was that after Duanmu Huai put away the soul card, everyone was surprised to find that except for a little fatigue and exhaustion, they had no problems. Not to mention that since Duanmu Huai had been using Yellah's prayer to heal patients, most of the people on the battlefield were lightly injured. Only those unlucky ones, who were caught in the confrontation between Duanmu Huai and the Chaos Evil God did not escape. There was no physical mutation, no soul destruction, and those soldiers were just a little tired, which was completely different from the ending they imagined. Everyone attributed this to a miracle, and they believed it was the power of the Inquisition nonsense. Those who shouted God Emperor were directly cut off by Duanmu Huai, protecting them. In fact, most of the soldiers didn't know what happened, nor did they know where those strange things came from. But Lord Creed knew. As a pragmatist, Lord Creed would not be as stupid as the fanatics of the state religion. He also personally felt the effect of Duanmu Huai's enhanced magic. To be honest, if he didn't have the responsibility of being a battlefield commander, Lord Creed would even want to go to the battlefield and kill the demons himself. But unfortunately, feeling the powerful force on his body fading away, Lord Creed was also a little disappointed. He probably won't have a second chance to feel all this in his life. Originally, Lord Creed tried to keep Duanmu Huai, but Duanmu Huai rejected Lord Creed's request. If Duanmu Huai was a coward like Ikot, then he could have stayed in Carta and firmly held the throat of the Eye of Terror until his original timeline. After all, Duanmu Huai is now a god, and time is meaningless to him. However, Duanmu Huai is unwilling to do this. On the one hand, he is impatient and cannot do such things as waiting for the fish to come. He has no patience for fishing. If the fish does not take the bait, he will directly throw the hot melt bomb into it. For Duanmu Huai, doing such a thing is no different from being in jail. In addition, Duanmu Huai knows the revision of history. So what if he stays here? He may have something to do, such as going to the toilet on another planet. And then, he will find that Cadia has exploded when he comes back. Isn't it a waste of time? Duanmu Huai had enough headaches fighting against the evil god, and he didn't want to fight against the correction power of time at the same time, which would only make him uncomfortable. Moreover, Duanmu Huai felt that he had done his best this time. In the original game history, Cadia was bombed because humans didn't know enough about the black stone obelisk of the Necrons, and didn't know the true purpose of these alien creations. By the time they reacted, it was too late, and they didn't have enough power to protect everything. But now it's different. Humans have understood the importance of the obelisk on Cadia to the Eye of Terror, and the subspace storm has dissipated, and the Imperial reinforcements are on the way. If they still lose, Duanmu Huai can do nothing about it. This is fate. What else can be done? After all, the Inquisition protects humans, not the Empire. Another reason why Duanmu Huai does not plan to stay here for a long time is that he plans to visit old friends to reminisce. Although Abaddon is dead, and the main force attacking Cadia has retreated, the Black Crusade has not ended here. Duanmu Huai knows that in the game history, Abaddon also sent a large fleet to Makridge to attack the Ultramarines. Makridge is in danger, so Duanmu Huai plans to go to Makridge. Of course, he can't go alone. But Duanmu Huai has already thought of hitchhiking. So he found the great sage Doriker. You want me to take you to Makridge? The mechanical sage stared at Duanmu Huai with scarlet eyes, looking him up and down, with a bit of doubt. The role of this great sage in this battle is not big, but it is not small. In fact, one of the reasons why the Black Fleet evacuated is that the great sage successfully repaired and activated the Black Stone Obelisk, once again isolating the influence of the subspace. This completely deprived the Black Legion of support from the warp, and with Abaddon dead, they could only flee in panic, leaving Cadia and hiding in the Eye of Terror. Call, who crawled out from underground, did not witness the battle on the front line, but he also heard about Duanmu Huai's heroic deeds. Apart from anything else, just killing Abaddon, the enemy of the Empire, was enough to shock people. That's right. Looking at the mechanical sage in front of him, Duanmu Huai nodded. I plan to go to Makridge to see my old friend. Aren't you going to Makridge too? Then take me along the way. How did you know I was going to Makridge? Do you even need to ask? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Aren't you going to send the Destiny armor to Makridge so that Guilliman can get up? I'm just here to watch the show. What's the matter? You're not taking me. How did you know? Hearing Duanmu Huai's careless answer, Call was shocked and almost burned his CPU. A long time ago, Call made a promise with Guilliman. Guilliman once told Call that he would sleep forever on the battlefield one day, which means Guilliman still has a clear understanding of his single-player strength. So he hoped that Call could wake him up. So in the full 10,000 years since then, Call used all the methods he could think of and finally created the Destiny armor. In fact, Call's original itinerary was to go to Makridge to wake up Guilliman. This time, he came to Cadia for support completely by accident. After all, compared with Guilliman's awakening, it is obviously more important to contain the Eye of Terror. So Call decided to let Guilliman sleep for a while in the stasis field, and then go there after he dealt with the trouble in Cadia. Call has always been very careful to keep his secrets. But what he didn't expect was that the secret he had hidden for 10,000 years was actually spoken out by the Grand Inquisitor in front of him. Okay. Just decide whether to take it or not. Makridge is still under attack by the Black Legion. Time is running out, and the mission is urgent. I don't think we have time to waste here. Duanmu Huai snorted and stared at the mechanical sage in front of him. The reason why he intervened in this matter was that he planned to reminisce with Guilliman. And on the other hand, Duanmu Huai also planned to slightly change history, according to the plot in the game. After Cadia was blown up, Call fled with the Destiny armor, and the Black Fleet was chasing him all the way. But a group of Eldar appeared behind them, helped Call resist the pursuers, and led them to escape through the webway and came to Makridge. However, in fact, these Eldar were not good people. Their only purpose of saving Call and others was to hope that humans would be used as targets by the Eldar to help them resist the increasingly fierce waves of chaos. And it was after this that the Eldar participated in Guilliman's resurrection and successfully established a relationship with Guilliman. Even the Eldar Death Army's god envoy of Ren was nicknamed the Regent Princess by the players because of her many cooperations with Guilliman afterwards. Well, disloyal. Shot. As a friend of Guilliman, Duanmu Huai certainly would not allow Guilliman to embark on the blasphemous and heretical path of cooperating with aliens. Eldar are not subhumans. Although in the game, players often associate elves and Eldar together, and the two sides do have certain similarities, but they are not exactly the same. Take Fulilian for example, except that her ears are a little longer. Her skull is basically the same as that of humans. But Eldar are different. Their skulls are flattened and stretched, long and thin like a horse's face, without the sacred purity of human skulls at all. Therefore, the Eldar are completely aliens, not subhumans like the elves whose ears are just longer. So Duanmu Huai decided to stay with Call this time to avoid the Eldar trying to win over Guilliman. As for that Evelyn, just smash her into a linny sauce. Of course, Call didn't know Duanmu Huai's thoughts. He stared at Duanmu Huai and fell silent. But his flashing electronic eyes showed that the great sage was in deep thought at the moment. Reject? Accept? Calculate the probability of action and the possibility of using force to suppress the opponent when he suddenly rises through the target's actions and personality. The probability of failure of suppression is 98%, and the probability of success of suppression is less than 1%. The conclusion has been made. In the end, the great sage stared at Duanmu Huai and lowered his head silently. You are welcome to go with us. Chapter 1328 Makridge. Unlike the embarrassing escape from the Black Fleet in history, Duanmu Huai's journey to Makridge this time was very peaceful, as if he was sitting in the guest room, drinking hot tea leisurely. Makridge. Makridge. Well, it's been a while since I last saw it. In Duanmu Huai's memory, the last time he went to Makridge was before the heresy. Well, I don't know how Guilliman has been since then, but judging from the state he was in after being hacked into the stasis field, he probably wasn't in a good condition. Duanmu Huai also knew about this. During the heresy, Guilliman and Fulgrim fought one-on-one, and he was hacked almost to death. Fortunately, he was rescued early, and while he still had a breath, literally a breath, Guilliman was directly stuffed into the stasis field. Since then, Guilliman's time has been completely stagnant, because there has been no treatment. Everyone can only watch. To be honest, after 10,000 years, Duanmu Huai thinks that the current Ultramarines may think that their pre-march has died a long time ago. Who knows? Soon. It didn't take long for the group to reach Makridge. The Black Fleet can also be seen here, but unlike the show of force in Cadia, the Black Fleet here and the defense fleet of Makridge are in a stalemate, proving once again that logistics is everything, instead of always thinking about beheading. Pig rush. Tactics. So, looking at the 500 worlds and then looking at the Empire, the difference is obvious. If the Emperor had half the management of Guilliman, he wouldn't be in such a mess now. After giving the Emperor a middle finger in the warp as a sign of friendship, Duanmu Huai once again focused on Makridge in front of him. Ah, Makridge, the second home in the minds of players. Well, in the game, no one would regard Terra, which is as barren as Mars, as Earth. For players, Makridge, with its beautiful mountains and clear waters and its emphasis on infrastructure, is a second home that suits their tastes better. Terra? It's far inferior to Makridge. As the most obedient of all the legions, communicating with the Ultramarines is much more comfortable than communicating with other legions. After learning that Archmago's call had something to do in Makridge, the Ultramarines quickly agreed to their request. In return, Archmagos left the remaining Mechanicus warships to assist the garrison fleet in fighting the Black Legion. Then the group took a shuttle to the Hera fortress in Makridge. Then, they met the current Lord of Ultramar, Marius Calvar. Hello, great sage. Adhering to the usual diplomatic style of the Ultramarines, Calgar welcomed Call, but it was obvious that he was not particularly welcoming. Welcome to Makridge. I might have said this at other times, but I'm sorry. As you can see, Macridge is currently in a state of war. We hope to resolve the problem as soon as possible. So, may I ask what your purpose is here? Kaldar. I came here for only one purpose. Kaldar's mechanical eyes flashed with excitement as he stepped forward. I am here to fulfill a mission. A promise. After waiting for 10,000 years, I have finally accomplished my mission. And now there is only one step left. The last step? What are you talking about? Faced with Kaldar's inquiry, Kaldar was silent for a moment. I hope to see the pre-march. Kaldar's request surprised the nearby Ultramarines. But Kaldar, who was sitting on the throne, did not seem to be very surprised by this. On the contrary, he looked at the chief think tank Vero Tigris beside him, then frowned and stared at Kaldar. Great sage, I would like to ask, what is your relationship with the Eldar? Eldar? Hearing Kaldar's question, Kal was stunned, while Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and said nothing. No, I have no connection with the Eldar. May I ask why you asked this? Because not long ago, 2 Eldar aliens took the initiative to break into our encirclement and were imprisoned by us. They took the initiative to ask to meet me. And the leading Eldar alien claimed that someone would come here soon to wake up the sleeping pre-march. And they came here to complete this mission. Eldar? Awaken the pre-march? It must be said that Kal's CPU was about to burn out. He thought that his plan was perfectly confidential. And logically no one would know about it. How come the Grand Inquisitor knew about it long ago? And now even the Eldar know about it. So he kept it secret for 10,000 years. But nothing was saved? Kal felt his mentality collapse instantly. What is going on? Compared to the great sage whose CPU was almost overloaded, Duanmu Huai also frowned slightly. Damn. These skinny monkeys are really haunting. And they even took the initiative to run to Macridge. Bring them up. At this time, the war band leader Kaldar also ordered the Ultramarines to bring the 2 Eldars over. Duanmu Huai recognized at a glance that the Eldar man and woman in front of him were the God of Death Army's messenger of Rini and her loyal licker. Even under the siege of the Ultramarines, the 2 aliens still remained calm and arrogant. Well, the Eldar's unique arrogance. Who are you? How did you know about the agreement between me and Lord Guilliman? Seeing the 2 Eldar, Kal couldn't help asking, while Evelyn stared at Kal and continued. We are here because of the guidance of the prophecy. And we appear in front of you because you need our help. Assist? Eldar, help me. Why? When the time is right, you will know naturally. The Eldar were still the Riddlers as always. But it was no wonder. These idiots who played with fate and were screwed by it had long since become crazy psychopaths. Duanmu Huai would never, ever, or ever take their bullshit seriously. But Kal obviously didn't think so. He hoped to have a further discussion with Evelyn. So Duanmu Huai watched the 2 leave the hall, whispered in the next room for a while, and then appeared again. The great sage looked a little tired at this time. But he also made a decision. He once again asked Kaldar to allow him to meet the pre-march and fulfill the agreement he made with him 10,000 years ago. Kaldar originally did not intend to agree to Kal's request. But under the persuasion of the chief think tank Tigris, he finally changed his mind. After handing over the defense mission of the Hera fortress to Captain Ackerman, he led the others and Kal and others to the temple where the pre-march was. Or rather, it was a cemetery. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this temple was actually no different from many ancient tombs. The magnificent murals in the hall depicted Guilliman's past history, including the battle with the word-bearers that Duanmu Huai was more familiar with. Duanmu Huai even saw the scene on the mural where he used 3 Protoss motherships to crash into the 3 blasphemous giant ships on the opposite side. Well, I have to say, this feeling is quite strange. I don't know what Guilliman will think when he wakes up and sees this thing. Duanmu Huai thinks that this temple should have been built after Guilliman was put into the stasis field. After all, it is impossible for him to build an imperial tomb before his death like those emperors in history. In the middle of this temple, it was the pre-march sleeping in the stasis field. He was still standing there motionless, and his damaged armor seemed to have not changed at all compared to 10,000 years ago. However, Duanmu Huai was not concerned about Guilliman himself at this moment. On the contrary, he looked at Guilliman with a strange expression. Altar, the flowers, holy candles, and the message board that looked like a blessing below. Are you treating the pre-march as a tourist attraction? How much does it cost to visit once? Although Duanmu Huai understands this approach. But how should I put it? He is not dead yet. At least not completely dead yet. Duanmu Huai decided to wait for Gilliman to wake up and ask him what he thinks about being sold for tickets. And then calculate the ticket price to see if Gilliman is worth the price. Great sage. Coming to the bottom of the Primarch's throne, Chapter Master Calgar turned around and stared at Cole. And the Ultramarines also raised their weapons and pointed them at Cole and others. Duanmu Huai could understand this. After all, someone said that he could wake up his father, who had been sleeping for 10,000 years. Everyone thought it was nonsense. Right? It means that the Ultramarines seem to have done a good job in team building. If you were somewhere else, it might be the same as the palace fighting. Duanmu Huai didn't believe that every Ultramarines wanted Gilliman to wake up. If the Black Legion and the Ultramarines were not fighting fiercely over Macridge, a palace fighting drama might have been staged here. I hope you can explain the details of your mission. Of course. Chapter Master. Cole stepped forward, stared at him and said, as I said, this is one of the agreements that Master Gilliman made with me 10,000 years ago. He had already predicted that he would die in the near future. At that time, the Master asked me to try to save him after this happened. And now, after 10,000 years, I finally succeeded. As he spoke, Cole turned to the box beside him that looked like a coffin. The armor of destiny. As long as you put it on, you can wake up the Primarch from his long sleep again. And the purpose of my coming here is to wake up the Primarch. What? Although Cole had explained something before. When Cole told the truth about his mission, all the Ultramarines were shocked. However, this alone is not enough. But at this moment, Duya Evrini spoke up and poured cold water on the Ultramarines. In addition to the armor he made, healing your Primarch also requires the power of the Eldar death god that I represent. Why? Calgar obviously couldn't accept this absurd suggestion. Why do I need to rely on the aliens to heal my father? Because the pain of your Primarch is the corruption and poison from the warp. And the power of the death god that I represent can reverse life and death and awaken the Primarch. However, at this point, Evelyn paused. The original body is not dead yet, but just in the moment before death. In order to revive him, I must first use divine power to kill him, and then use the armor to revive him. Shut up. Alien! Evelyn hadn't finished her words when Calgar interrupted her with a roar. Just because of this inexplicable reason. You want to kill my father? I will never allow your conspiracy to succeed. Damn alien. As long as I am alive, I will never let alien wizards get close to my father. That's right. Duanmu Huai also spoke coldly, staring at Evrini, holding the warhammer tightly in his hand. Only you bean sprouts can think of such heresy. And I don't think you aliens can be so kind. Use the power of the Eldar death god to resurrect Gilliman? Who can guarantee that you Eldar will not do something in Gilliman's body to restrict or even control him? At this point, Duanmu Huai sneered. Or do you want to replicate a Horus? Horus? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. How did Gilliman's affairs involve Horus? Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and then explained to them. During the Great Crusade, Horus was injured by a magic sword while conquering alien races and fell into a coma. At that time, the Moon Wolf. Oh, no. The sons of Horus tried many ways, but couldn't wake Horus up. Later, they heard a rumor that if they sent the War Master to a foreign temple, he would be able to be resurrected. And then the sons of Horus sent their Primarch father to that temple. But in fact, it was the temple of the Chaos God. And after a few days, Horus did emerge from it, and his injuries healed. But in fact, at that time, he had been corrupted by the evil god and eventually started a rebellion. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stared at Evrini. What's the matter? You Eldar think this tactic works. And you plan to use it on Gilliman as well? Before he finished speaking, the Ultramarines immediately raised their guns and aimed at Evrini. Indeed, just as Duanmu Huai said, this scene was exactly the same as what happened to Horus back then. Are they going to make the same mistake again? But only we can do this. Even when facing the guns of the Ultramarines, Evrini's expression did not change at all. The corruption and poison in the warp comes from the cursed youngest goddess. And according to the prophecy, only the Eldar death god can kill the youngest goddess and completely purify the corruption and poison in the Primarch. Stop talking about those prophecies. Duanmu Huai interrupted Evrini's defense with contempt. When have those broken prophecies of your Eldar ever worked? If the prophecy worked, would you still be in such a mess now? If it's just about purifying the corruption and poison, you don't need the power of your Eldar death god at all. I can do it. You? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Evrini was stunned for a moment, and looked at Duanmu Huai in front of her with doubt. Duanmu Huai did not look at Evrini again, but looked at the great sage Call and the captain of the war group Calgar. Since it is so simple, then the next step is easy. I will be responsible for purifying the corrupt poison, and then Call will put the armor of destiny on Gilliman. Okay, that's the plan. Any other questions? Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Call was silent. But he soon remembered the incomprehensible miracle that Duanmu Huai showed on the battlefield of Cadia before, which was beyond common sense. Although Evelyn's previous statement was also very convincing, Call felt that Duanmu Huai, who had already demonstrated his power in Carda, must have more say in this regard. At least since he said he could solve it. Then believe him. If you don't believe him, do you believe this damn alien? So Call also nodded. I have no objection. Then, he spoke. Chapter 1329 Resurrection. My warrior. Next. The right to choose was handed over to the commander of the war, Calvar. Facing the choice in front of him, Calvar seemed a little anxious. Admittedly, the resistance to letting an inquisitor participate in this matter was smaller than that of the aliens, but what they did still made Calvar hesitant to some extent. But soon, he had no time to think. With the collapse of the dome, dozens of death claws fell from the sky, and the Chaos Army broke through Makridge's air defense system and rushed to the sanctuary where the father of the Primarch was sleeping without fear of death. Of course, the chapter master would not allow these filthy traitors to do anything blasphemous to Gilliman. Soon, he roared and led his soldiers to fight against the enemy in front of him. At the same time, Duanmu Huai and Call looked at each other and quickly determined their next move. But it was Evrini who acted faster than them. The Death Army's envoy took advantage of the moment when the Ultramarines, who were monitoring him, turned their attention to their fallen compatriots and suddenly accelerated and rushed to Gilliman's throne. She swung the death blade in her hand and slashed at Gilliman's stasis field, but was bounced off by the suddenly appearing golden barrier. Go to hell, damned alien bastard. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's roar came from behind Eleni. In fact, out of vigilance against these untrustworthy alien bastards, Duanmu Huai never took his attention away from them. So when Duanmu Huai discovered Evelini's unusual movements, he immediately understood what the other party wanted to do. These cheap, dirty, and despicable things tried to create established facts to follow their prophecies, and force them to act according to the prophecies of the Eldar. This bunch of bastards only know how to do such despicable things. Duanmu Huai jumped up like a roaring beast and rushed towards Eleni. At the same time, Visage, the ultimate licker who guarded the Death God army, also roared and waved his sword, blocking Duanmu Huai. However, this was meaningless. Duanmu Huai completely ignored Xinyan's sharp sword skills and rushed into his arms, carrying his body that was smashed like a rag, and continued to rush towards Eleni. At this moment, Eleni finally realized that something was wrong. She underestimated Duanmu Huai's vigilance and hatred for the aliens. In addition, the strange barrier that suddenly appeared blocked Evelini's further actions. So she had to choose to give up her original plan and turn around to avoid Duanmu Huai's attack. The latter passed through the afterimage of Evrini like a cannonball and hit the steps of the throne. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked at Gilliman in the stasis field in front of him. And then he stretched out his hand. The next moment, the world in front of Duanmu Huai changed. He saw the faint soul light in Gilliman's body and the turbid purple flame attached to it. It was like a poisonous snake coiled around Gilliman's soul, opening its mouth to bite. With just one bite, it could completely devour and destroy the last bit of light. The stasis field delayed this process for 10,000 years until Duanmu Huai arrived. Get out! Accompanied by Duanmu Huai's roar, the power of destruction poured out violently, and it directly penetrated the stasis field that protected Gilliman. At the moment when the poisonous snake formed by the purple flame was about to shut up, it swept it away from Gilliman's fragile soul light. The latter screamed and struggled to resist, but it was meaningless in front of the infinite power of the god of destruction. Soon, the purple blasphemous snake was completely crushed, and it was completely swallowed by destruction without leaving any residue. Call! Accompanying Duanmu Huai's call, the great sage hurried over, and the iron box beside him quickly unfolded, and then wrapped Gilliman in it. Duanmu Huai glanced behind him and confirmed that Gilliman was safe. So he cast his eyes on Eleni in front of him again. The latter obviously knew that her mission had failed, and was staring at Duanmu Huai angrily at this moment. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care about her anger. The lowly thing of the Eldar should have been completely exterminated in the universe long ago. Starting from here, Duanmu Huai threw off the thousand-faced corpse that was hanging on him like a torn cloak, raised his war hammer, and roared towards Eleni again. The Chaos Legion's artillery fire bombarded Duanmu Huai. But he didn't care. Now Duanmu Huai just wanted to kill this damn vile, disgusting, and sickening alien, and let their clan be completely destroyed in the shadow of destruction. The magic of destruction appeared in front of Duanmu Huai, turning into a roaring wave and roaring forward, directly blowing away the Black Legion that blocked Duanmu Huai, and rushed towards Eleni. The latter held the death blade in his hand, his eyes cold. The power of psychic energy gathered around her, and then turned into a huge wave and collided with the oncoming destruction. Boom! The collision of the two huge forces directly destroyed half of the temple, and even the Ultramarines and the Black Legion, who were fighting nearby, were also affected. However, Duanmu Huai did not have time to apologize to the war leader Kalgar. He held a war hammer in his hand and stared at the figure that appeared in the storm. It was a sissy Eldar with a purple body, looking like a crazy evil thing, holding a sharp blade and pale long hair. Inkani, the incarnation of the Eldar god of death. There is a prophecy among the Eldar who like to take drugs, solve riddles, hide in the corners of the universe, and wait for death. When all the Eldar are completely dead, the Eldar god of death will be born and completely destroy their eternal enemy, the crazy evil. However, it is full of irony that the Eldar still has the virtue of living a miserable life when it is clear that it is better to die than to live. For Duanmu Huai, the hatred of these Eldar for the crazy evil is obviously just this. It fits the characteristics of the spirit race, who only want to get something for free without paying. Yinkani is the incarnation of the god of death. But it is obvious that Duanmu Huai does not care about the prophecy of the spirit race, let alone the life and death of the spirit race. In his opinion, all spirit races should die. Even the gods of the spirit race are no exception. Die well. At the same time that Yinkani appeared, Duanmu Huai had already rushed up again, and the destructive aura surrounding him completely exploded, colliding with the psychic storm of the incarnation of the god of death. They collided like two meteors. But the incarnation of the power of the god of death was obviously no match for the god of destruction. The warhammer in Duanmu Huai's hand hit the death blade in Yinkani's hand, and then continued to rush forward. The two passed through the huge hole in the temple and fell towards the war zone of Makrich. The scream of the Eldar death god was not worth mentioning in Duanmu Huai's ears. Just like the buzz of a mosquito, without any threat. Maybe they used to be the masters of this universe, but now, they are just the stink bugs of this universe. And stink bugs, they deserve to die. Bang! The Eldar blade was shattered by the thunder hammer. The hammer, without any obstacles, continued to move forward and smashed directly into the chest of the incarnation of the god of death. The black flame of the destined death exploded at this moment. And Inkani also let out a sharp cry. It is the incarnation of the god of death. But it can't escape this destined death that can kill gods, bring death and destruction to the god of death. Inkani can feel that the souls of the army of the god of death are screaming. They are also eroded by the black flame and cursed by pain. The merciless fire of destruction burned fiercely, stuffing the souls of the Eldar into the furnace of the Inquisition, leaving no ashes. No! Feeling that the Eldar soul he had saved was being wiped out, Inkani screamed in pain. He raised his hands angrily and grabbed the god of destruction in front of him, while Duanmu Huai stared at him coldly, without a trace of mercy in his eyes. All the aliens must die, whether it is the body or the soul. Kill! Duanmu Huai's hammer pierced Inkani's chest and nailed it to the ground. Inkani also grabbed the long handle of the hammer with his backhand. But this did not bother Duanmu Huai. He let go of the hammer, raised his fists, and aimed at the head of the Eldar god of death. Bang! The first punch smashed Inkani's head into the hole on the ground. Bang! Then another punch smashed Inkani's already extremely ugly nose. Bang! The third punch blew open Inkani's skin, and the muscles underneath were blown into pieces. Then Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and raised them high. At the same time, Inkani's other hand suddenly stretched out and stabbed Duanmu Huai's chest. The claws of the god of death penetrated Duanmu Huai's power armor and pierced his chest, as long as it exerts a little more force and grabs the heart. Bang! Duanmu Huai's fist smashed down, smashing the head of the Eldar death god incarnation into pieces. The black flame of the destined death rose again, instantly engulfing everything around. The screams of the death god incarnation stopped abruptly, and the waves in the subspace also died out again at this moment. Damn! Duanmu Huai stood up from the black flames and looked at his broken armor. This is the second time. Or the power of the galaxy god is like this. Even if it is just an incarnation of the Eldar death god, there is a way to break through his defense. This is not surprising. The Eldar is also an ancient race second only to the ancient saints. And a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Duanmu Huai still understands this principle. But at least some of the Eldar death gods were killed. So it wasn't a loss. Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked around. Well, this place had been completely blown to pieces during the battle between him and the incarnation of the death god. Guilliman should go to the Eldar to ask for compensation. When Duanmu Huai returned to the temple again, the Black Legion here had been destroyed. Duanmu Huai saw the Smith standing among the corpses, holding the Emperor's sword, with a confused and bewildered face. When the latter saw Duanmu Huai, his face also showed an expression of surprise and astonishment. Hey, Guilliman. Looking at Guilliman in front of him, Duanmu Huai, carrying a war hammer, raised his hand to him. Long time no see. Chapter 1330, A Reunion Beyond Time. Sitting on the throne, Robert Guilliman showed a touch of melancholy and sadness. He sighed silently, closed his eyes, and showed unimaginable pain. Why are you frowning? Cheer up. You can get up after sleeping for 10,000 years. What else are you dissatisfied with? Duanmu Huai sat next to him, tasting Mackridge's special pastries while looking at Guilliman with a smile. The latter smiled bitterly and shook his head. 10,000 years have passed. And look at what they have become. And so have we. Blind faith, ignorance, suffering, decadence. All of this is done in the name of a god. And the irony is that this god himself has always hated this title. Sometimes what you think is not important, but what others think of you is important. I think you may not have thought that you are no different from a god in the eyes of the Ultramarines now. Guilliman stood up silently, looking at the battle flags and paintings on the wall, with a painful expression on his face. We failed, Father. He failed his sons. And we failed him. Our arrogance and vanity created the empire of today. And we failed humanity. Didn't Horus declare his intention to ascend to godhood and use this as an excuse to launch a rebellion? Wouldn't the empire's current state invite his gloating laughter? I don't know if Horus laughed or not, but I know Lorgar must have laughed his ass off. After all, his words of God are now the official reading material of the state religion. Duanmu Huai silently stabbed Guilliman in the back. Also, your Codex Astartes is also on the required reading list for Space Marines. What do you think about this? Ridiculous. Guilliman finally broke down at this moment. Why am I still alive? I gave everything to my father and the Empire. Look at what they have done to our dreams now. There is no trace of reason and hope on the bloated and corrupt body of the Empire. Only fear, hatred and ignorance keep this corpse alive. Even if we all perish in the fire of Horus' ambition, it's better than living to witness all this. Duanmu Huai didn't say anything. He certainly understood what Guilliman meant. But this didn't mean the Primarch was desperate. On the contrary, there was a glow of hope burning in his anger. Guilliman turned his head and looked at Duanmu Huai, slowly asking, Who are you? I thought I had explained it to you a long time ago. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. I am Duanmu Huai, the Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. What other answers do you want? You should understand that this is not what I meant. Guilliman stared at Duanmu Huai. His memory seemed to have stopped at 10,000 years ago. Because of this, the man in front of him, who had not changed at all from his memory, made Guilliman more suspicious. So what do you want to know? All of this. Guilliman stared at Duanmu Huai. I originally suggested that the Empire create the Inquisition, just hoping to give the Grey Knights a home and let the Empire have a dedicated anti-demon department. But now, I know it's not that simple. Guilliman is not an idiot. After waking up, he absorbed a lot of knowledge about this era. So he naturally learned about the deeds of the Inquisition. Come to think of it, I haven't asked you for copyright fees yet. Never mind. Duanmu Huai swallowed the osmanthus cake in his hand, then stood up and walked to Guilliman's side, stretching out his hand. Come! Grab it. Guilliman stared at Duanmu Huai's open palm and was silent for a moment. Then he reached out and grasped it. The next moment, Guilliman felt a flash before his eyes. And then everything in front of him changed. The originally magnificent throne room disappeared, replaced by a huge metal square and church suspended in the endless starry sky. And in front of him was a huge star, and countless lights flowed towards the star like a river, and then disappeared into it. Welcome to the Inquisition. Or rather, my divine domain. Duanmu Huai clapped his hands, while Gilliman turned around and looked at him in disbelief. You are God? Is it strange? Isn't that old bacon the same? It's just that I stand on the side of humans, and I don't think you have ever considered this. I don't understand. Okay, I can explain it to you, but I'm not sure how much you can understand. After all, my eloquence is not very good. Forget it. Let's just say whatever we have to say. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai explained his own situation to Gilliman, including the distant future, the situation of the Inquisition, the power of the God of Destruction, and the various effects that the power of destruction can bring. So, the power of the Inquisition to kill demons actually comes from you. That's right. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers and pointed to the galaxies around the stars. Strictly speaking, it's not killing. But after they kill the demons, my power of destruction will force them to my divine domain and then put them in here to burn. In this way, they can no longer be reborn in the subspace. From this perspective, it can be regarded as killing demons. And those who believe in the Inquisition will also return their souls to the Inquisition after death. I think this is normal. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. I am not a good person. They use my power, so they must pay the price. Or I am generous enough to collect the price only after they die. At least I will not be like those demons, who exploit these unfortunate people when they are alive. So, what about their souls? If they are eager to continue fighting, I will clean them up and let them continue to fight to eliminate the enemies of mankind. If they have had enough of all this, Duanmu Huai said, pointing to the star again, they will also enjoy a complete death. You destroyed their souls. I don't think there is anything wrong with this. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. When a person dies, it is like a light going out. Indeed, although I admit that many gods will choose to let those souls stay in the divine domain to serve them, I am not interested in this. The power brought by their burning souls is more useful to me than serving me. And they were already dead, weren't they? I think in this world, a quick death is already a mercy. Gilliman fell silent. He thought of the nightmare-like rebellion. He saw his brothers and their children fall into darkness and evil. Their souls were tainted, and their bodies were twisted. From this perspective, the eternal extinction of the soul is indeed a mercy. Okay, don't be so nervous. Look, the Emperor didn't object. Did he? I don't understand. Gilliman shook his head. Why would he allow such a thing to happen? Or rather, he would rather I help him share his faith. Huh? Gilliman was stunned for a moment after hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule. He looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion, not understanding what he meant. I don't know what you were talking about. It's very simple. Do you know the history of the evil of obsession and the Eldar? I know a little bit. The obsessive evil was born from the chaotic desires of the spirit race. When it was born, it absorbed most of the spirit race's souls, and only 1 in 10 spirit races survived. Why is this so? Because it is the spirit race, and the spirit race is it. So when the obsessive evil completely ascends to godhood, that is when those believers give their souls and lives to their god. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. You have to know that before this, there were a lot of spirit races. How many were there? More than greenskins. But what happened after the birth of the obsessive? You've also seen that there are only 2 or 3 kittens left in the Eldar now, and they are almost becoming protected animals in the galaxy. Although from my point of view, I would rather see these bastards exterminate. So, what you mean is, Gilliman is not stupid. Duanmu Huai has said this. How could he not understand what the other party means? That's right. Just like the relationship between the obsessive and the Eldar, the Emperor is also the same. Now he is at the boundary between man and God. Once the Emperor becomes a god, humans will replicate the scene of the Eldar. Those humans who believe in the Emperor devoutly will be completely destroyed like the Eldar, and their souls will become the nourishment for the Emperor to ascend to godhood. This is why the Emperor has always denied that he is a god. Unfortunately, his methods are not very clever. Is this why my father ordered me to destroy the perfect city? Yes. In his view, this belief is equivalent to dragging him all the way to the extinction of mankind. But, I don't understand. Gilliman frowned. Why? Why didn't he say anything? Don't tell us anything? If we knew all this, who knows? So you see, that guy is just a person. A riddle man? And I hate this kind of bastard who only speaks half of his words. Facts have also proved that he is not an omniscient and perfect God. If he were that kind of God, you wouldn't be scattered to various planets. The Great Crusade wouldn't fail. And the Empire wouldn't become like this. So in the final analysis, he is still stupid. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. It's like this. But no matter what, without the Emperor and the Pre-March, mankind has survived for 10,000 years. And now you don't have to worry about the Emperor becoming a god. After all, there are still many people in the Empire who believe in the Inquisition. At least I'm much better than the guy who only eats and doesn't work. With me to divert his faith. Even if something happens, mankind will not be completely extinct. Duanmu Huai said this and sighed silently. In fact, he has almost figured out some things. For example, why did so many humans survive after the disaster? Even if the Empire was destroyed and the Black Hole Plan was implemented, humans did not die together. Well, forget it. It's useless to think about it now. Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers again. And then the two returned to Guilliman's throne room. The latter stared at Duanmu Huai and smiled bitterly after a moment. Now it seems that I have no choice? Of course you have a choice. Duanmu Huai sat back on the sofa again and poured himself another cup of tea. It's just that you have made a choice. Then, he stared at Guilliman and spoke. Chapter 1331, a short story of history. Guilliman did make a choice. As Duanmu Huai comforted him, no matter what, even if the Pre-March was lost, humanity would have survived for 10,000 years. Religious belief? Duanmu Huai felt that this was not that difficult to accept. Would the soul return to the Golden Throne? Or become a toy of the evil god of the warp? This choice was obviously obvious. Although Guilliman wanted to recapture the entire Ultramar star field and even protect the entire Empire, Duanmu Huai persuaded him not to forget the final result of the Lord of Mankind's unplanned and hasty Great Crusade. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Humanity is indeed in danger. But at least for now, Cadia is still alive, and the Great Rift has not yet appeared. Humans rely on their own strength to resist the invasion of the demons and chaos in the warp. The troops are not in motion, but the food is in motion. I think you should take this opportunity to continue doing what you are good at. Guilliman's good work is naturally operations. And then F2A. As a congratulation to Guilliman's return, Duanmu Huai also gave him a small gift. What is this? Looking at the object in front of him, which was about the size of a suitcase. With curiosity, Guilliman looked at Duanmu Huai, who laughed. This is called a reality anchor. It is specially used to deal with the subspace. Well, it may not be suitable for others, but it is just right for you. A psychic muggle. What is a psychic muggle? Looking at the cheerful Duanmu Huai in front of him, Guilliman was speechless. Although he still had a necessary vigilance against Duanmu Huai, Guilliman had to admit that after 10,000 years, the Grand Inquisitor in front of him was probably the only friend he could still consider familiar with. I think you know something about the concept of the warp, so I won't go into detail here. To put it simply, this thing can restore the originally chaotic universe to a physically defined calm. Any psychic energy and the invasion of the warp will be expelled. As its name suggests, the reality anchor can be used to stabilize reality and expel unreasonable warp laws. Of course, if you use this in front of the think tank, they won't even be able to use spells. But I don't think you have that problem. So that's why you said it's okay for me to use it. Right. Guilliman was speechless. Of course. Or if you use it in front of Magnus, I think he will go completely crazy. Duanmu Huai silently sarcastically said. Knock. Knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Guilliman looked at Duanmu Huai, who waved his hand. So Guilliman looked forward again and said in a deep voice, Come in. Soon, the door opened, and then a man in luxurious clothes walked in. Seeing his appearance, Guilliman felt a little unhappy. The man in front of him was the Consul General of Macridge, and also the head of the government of Macridge. Since Guilliman's return, he had approached Guilliman several times. However, what made Guilliman dissatisfied was that the other party did not discuss the reconstruction of Macridge and the follow-up work of Ultramar with him. Instead, he was always entangled in some trivial matters that seemed insignificant to the Pre-March. Or he was praising the greatness of the Pre-March. Such a person could actually be the head of the government of Macridge. Guilliman was almost desperate. Of course, although he was unhappy. As a qualified politician, Gilliman's face still looked very calm and peaceful. "What's the matter?" Faced with Gilliman's inquiry, the chief consul in front of him seemed very enthusiastic. "Great and respected Primarch Father, I come on behalf of the people of Mackridge to make a suggestion to you. We should hold a grand military parade and take this opportunity to publish the good news of your return in the newspaper and send it to every world in the Empire. After waiting for thousands of years, I believe the people of the Empire will be very happy to see this good news." Gilliman did not speak, but his expression showed his disapproval of this boring proposal. Although Gilliman admitted that the Consul General's statement was necessary, he thought that a grand celebration parade was too extravagant and wasteful. "Oh, by the way, Gilliman." Just then, Duanmu Huai, who was sitting next to him eating snacks and drinking tea, suddenly spoke. "You can try this thing now. There's a surprise." "Surprise?" Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Gilliman was stunned for a moment, but he still reached out and pressed down on the reality anchor in front of the table. Then Gilliman saw this thing flip open and rotate like a radar. Gilliman didn't feel anything special, but the chief consul obviously had a different opinion. With a shrill, inhuman scream, Gilliman looked at his chief consul in surprise as he began to twist and deform. The original human form disappeared, replaced by a hideous monster with purple scales all over its body and deformed. Gilliman looked at all this in surprise, while the latter used his hands and feet to pounce on him like a big lizard. However, the next moment, the thunder hammer in Duanmu Huai's hand appeared out of thin air and smashed the monster in front of him, turning it into a pile of meat paste. "What is this?" "So you see, I said this thing is quite useful to you." Duanmu Huai sighed at Gilliman. "You are a psychic muggle, and you didn't even feel the demon's transformation and walked directly in front of you. Aren't you fooled to death?" Gilliman stared at the bloody corpse in front of him, gritting his teeth. He had seen similar monsters before, in the last battle before he entered the stasis field. And now, they have actually infiltrated Mackridge. Is it strange? Your descendants are basically psychic muggles like you. Isn't it easy for demons to distort your perception and deceive you? Gilliman's face was as black as coal. He was not a fool. Even the chief consul was replaced. He could not imagine how Mackridge had been infiltrated. "Your Excellency the Inquisitor." Gilliman looked at Duanmu Huai again and bowed. "If possible, could you please tell me about the reality anchor? Don't come to me for this." Duanmu Huai guessed what Gilliman was thinking without him saying anything. "The production of reality anchors is not high. I can only give you a part of them. But if you want to completely curb or eliminate the erosion of the warp, I suggest you go to Doraker. Doraker. That's your great sage. He has done some research on the Blackstone obelisk on Cadia. You can refer to that to remake it. Of course, I can personally give you a container of reality anchors as a gift. I suggest you place these reality anchors in the place where the Mechanicus studies and manufactures them, so that they can conduct research on the manufacturing process of the Blackstone obelisk without being affected by the erosion and pollution of the warp. The power of the reality anchor comes from the Deus Ex Machina, which is a soul card. Duanmu Huai certainly can't give it to Gilliman, so he still suggested that Gilliman study the Blackstone obelisk. I did hear about the situation in Cadia from Call. Gilliman was silent for a moment after hearing Duanmu Huai's proposal, and nodded. Okay, I'll go to Call to discuss how to solve this problem. Of course. After all that, Gilliman still asked Duanmu Huai for a large number of reality anchors, and conducted a comprehensive cleanup and investigation of the entire administrative department of Mackridge. After all, even the chief consul was transformed from a demon. So it can be imagined that there must be cultists and demons in Mackridge. The fact is just as Gilliman expected. With the assistance of the Inquisition and the Grey Knights, and the help of the reality anchor, Gilliman successfully found a large number of cultists and demons in Mackridge, which made him extremely angry. After all, Mackridge is his hometown. And now these guys have even reached out to his hometown. After cleaning up the entire Mackridge, Gilliman also found Duanmu Huai and called to discuss how to use physical means to curb the influence of the warp. Duanmu Huai gave 3 suggestions. First, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the most reliable thing is the Blackstone obelisk. If Dorakal can fully understand the manufacturing process of the Blackstone obelisk, then making the Blackstone obelisk to curb the warp is obviously the safest and most useful way. Secondly, they can place the holy symbol of destruction of the Inquisition, The holy symbol mixed with the power of destruction can weaken and eliminate some of the psychic energy of the warp to a certain extent. The third method is the reality anchor. This thing itself is not difficult to make. But the energy source is a problem. There is no ex machina in this world. And Duanmu Huai's suggestion is that if they want to make a reality anchor, then the energy source can be found in the fragments of the star god. However, this is not an easy task, because the fragments of the star god are sealed in the tomb of the Necrons. So finding the fragments of the star god means digging the graves of the Necrons. It's okay if you want to dig a small one, but if you accidentally dig up a big one, then you're done. Not to mention that the fragments of star gods are also big and small. The small ones have no self-awareness and can be easily captured. As for the big ones, even Duanmu Huai has to fight against them. If it were the Empire, who knows how many people would die. As for what Guilliman would do, Duanmu Huai didn't care. After all, this was Guilliman's problem, not his problem. In fact, Duanmu Huai spent most of his time in Makridge, on clothes. That's right. Clothes. Because the Primarchs and Astartes are relatively taller, there is a department in this world that specializes in making clothes for them. Duanmu Huai took the opportunity to ask the other party to make a few more clothes for him as an Inquisitor. After all, it is too difficult for him to find clothes to wear in other worlds. For example, this one in front of him. Duanmu Huai stood in front of the mirror, looking at his clothes with satisfaction. The black brocade dress with a silk shawl, the same color cloak and blood-colored lining, the brass skull pattern on the chest, the golden braid shaking with Duanmu Huai's movements, and the velvet gloves and long riding boots. Well, elegant. Perfect. You've been looking in the mirror for almost 10 minutes. Guilliman complained silently while reviewing the documents. I never knew you liked these things. It's not a question of like or not. You probably can't understand. It's hard to buy clothes for a figure like mine. Usually they have to be made to order, which is very troublesome. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. It just so happens that you have a lot of them here, so I'll borrow a few sets. You won't be so stingy. It would be better if you didn't ask those tailors for flowery shorts or big vests. They thought I had awakened some new hobby, because I can lie on the beach and bask in the sun after I go back. But you can't. For a moment, Guilliman really wanted to throw away the pen in his hand, and then pulled Duanmu Huai into the dual cage to have a good talk with him. But he still used his usual self-control to hold back, because he still had a lot of documents to review at the moment. Guilliman said to himself silently in his heart, it's definitely not because of the embarrassment of not being able to beat him. But, do you really want to go back? Of course. I can't stay here for long. Duanmu Huai shook his head, and then looked at Guilliman. Don't worry. At least I will send you back to Terra. Although I can't go, and I'm too lazy to meet that old bacon. Chapter 1332 Magnus Knows Nothing. With Guilliman's return, most of the affairs in Ultramar returned to normal, and Duanmu Huai gave Guilliman 2 gifts as a greeting. One is the reality anchor, and the other is FTL. The FTL technology in Duanmu Huai's hands came from the Galactic Empire, which was so crazy that even fighter jets could use this stuff. The technology was naturally mature. So after constructing a large physical universe stable area with the reality anchor, Duanmu Huai gave the FTL technology to Guilliman for research. Guilliman is not ignorant of the principle of FTL travel. After all, the Tyranids also use this trick. Of course, in terms of distance, FTL travel is not faster than subspace travel, and may even be slower. But it is safe. The biggest problem with subspace travel is that it is unsafe. After all, the subspace is the domain of the evil gods. If they want to mess with you, as long as they don't let you leave the subspace, you will become a fish on the chopping board and be slaughtered at will. In comparison, even if FTL travel is a little slower, you, the evil gods, can't control it. If the evil god could manage FTL travel, the Tyranids wouldn't have come to the Milky Way and gone crazy. From this point of view, FTL travel is indeed a safer technology than subspace travel. If Duanmu Huai didn't have the webway, he would have used FTL travel instead of subspace. Duanmu Huai's idea is to first master the FTL travel technology, and then after Guilliman has fully changed his equipment, it won't be too late to go to Terra. Anyway, Terra can't escape, and that old pickled meat is still sitting there, so even if something happens, it won't be a big problem. On the contrary, Guilliman reawakened, as the only loyal Primarch who was not caught by the Chaos God and was not missing. Gilliman was now a hot commodity in the eyes of the Chaos God, and everyone wanted him. So Duanmu Huai suggested that Gilliman should stabilize the operation first for safety reasons, and then it would not be too late to set off after the research on faster-than-light travel was completed. However, Gilliman was clearly a little anxious about this matter. He hoped to go to Terra as soon as possible to meet the Emperor. So I said, "That piece of old bacon can't escape there. Why are you in such a hurry?" Duanmu Huai sat helplessly on the sofa, staring at the light of the warp outside with lifeless eyes, muttering constantly. Fortunately, there were only him and Gilliman here. Otherwise, hearing his rebellious speech, the others would have fainted. It's not easy for the Chaos God to deal with him. But it's not easy to deal with you. Why are you so anxious to deliver him? I have to do this. Gilliman still explained Duanmu Huai's complaint. And didn't you say that the current Cadia needs to be rebuilt? And only by meeting the Emperor and having a legitimate position can I command the Empire. Otherwise, what's wrong with that? It's not like you haven't created a second empire before. Ahem. Ahem. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Gilliman suddenly started to cough violently. That's just a stopgap measure. A stopgap measure. You might as well create a second empire, which is worse than the current Ultramar. Duanmu Huai complained silently again, then retracted his gaze. In fact, he also understood what Gilliman meant. Although in Duanmu Huai's view, the top priority for the Empire at present is the research and development of superluminal navigation technology. For Gilliman, the biggest danger at present comes from Cadia. Only by going to Terra and gaining rail authority can one have the name and power to mobilize the power of the Empire. FTL travel is not a problem that can be broken through in a short time. So it is not unreasonable for Gilliman to go to Terra first. But, you seem to dislike warp travel? Hearing Duanmu Huai sigh again, Gilliman asked. Of course. I hate this kind of troublesome thing that is not under my control. Let me tell you a story. On a certain planet, there is a demon king. Of course, he is actually a lackey of the Chaos God. He used the power given to him by the evil god to control the world. The people of this world did not choose to give up. But the palace of the demon king was surrounded by a large army, and it was difficult for them to break in. So with the help of a powerful psychic, the heroes formed a team and tried to sneak into the palace by teleportation to assassinate the demon king. And then the transmission failed. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. The members of the brave team were scattered to various corners, and even one unlucky guy was directly teleported in front of the devil. As a result, he was chopped down by the devil before he could react. The same was true for others. This story tells us that when you want to do something very important, don't be stupid enough to use a force you can't control. I understand what you mean, Your Excellency the Judge, but it's just a matter of probability. Knock. 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 However, before Gilliman could finish his words, there was a rapid knock on the door, and then an Ultramarines walked in. I'm very sorry to bother you, my lord, but we're in trouble. The storm in the warp began to swell. A hurricane of unimaginable size suddenly appeared, covering all the roads that should have been passable, and even the light of the Astronomicon was swaying, so weak that it was almost indistinguishable. The navigators screamed in pain, holding their heads tightly with their hands, mumbling nonsense that even a madman could not understand. We must leave the warp and return to the real world. Sir, the captain of Macridge's Glory reported to Gilliman with a serious face, and the latter nodded and agreed to his request. Soon, in order to avoid the sudden waves in the warp, one warship after another passed through the dark curtain and appeared in the physical universe again. However, before the warships could calm down from the vibration of space travel, countless dazzling flames suddenly appeared around, and the fierce artillery fire tore apart those warships that did not have time to react, and even Macridge's Glory was hit hard. At first, Gilliman wanted to figure out what happened, but soon he found that there was no need, because he looked up and saw the enemy fleet in front of him, and an extremely huge pyramid in the fleet. That was once a wonder located in the hometown of the Thousand Suns, the capital of Prospero. And now, it appeared in front of Gilliman with a posture that was thousands of times larger than before, like a planetary fortress. Gilliman silently glanced at Duanmu Huai, and then retracted his gaze. Of course, he would not forget the story Duanmu Huai had told him just now. And judging from the current situation of the Thousand Suns fleet, they obviously had an ambush here. So it was very clear what the sudden subspace storm was. With a deep, wild laugh, Magnus appeared in front of Gilliman. his one eye staring at Gilliman, revealing a hint of pride. Long time no see. My brother. By the way, I don't remember you being so short. Even after 10,000 years. You still haven't learned to restrain your arrogance. Gilliman stared coldly at the phantom of Magnus, his tone full of disgust and hatred. It seems that you haven't had a good life these years. Ah. Magnus spread his hands and sighed exaggeratedly. You always aim high and have short-sightedness. And this is why you can never catch up with me. Take a look. While speaking, Magnus stretched out his hand, and the psychic energy vibrated in his hand. This is the real power. Gilliman wanted to say something, but at this moment, Duanmu Huai interrupted him. Okay, Gilliman. There is nothing to say to this idiot. He is an illiterate and knows nothing about the warp. The atmosphere around them suddenly changed, and Magnus suddenly turned his head and stared at Duanmu Huai coldly. The fire burning in his one eye was calm and boiling. What did you say? I said. You, a big red-skinned one-eyed ogre, are illiterate. You don't know anything about the subspace. You idiot! Duanmu Huai raised his middle finger to Magnus, and at the same time, the magic of destruction broke out instantly. And then he saw the phantom of Magnus completely disappear in the roar of anger and unwillingness. Well, it feels so good to disconnect the internet after cursing. Duanmu Huai picked up his warhammer and stared at Gilliman. Give me a boarding torpedo, and I'll take good care of this bastard. Boom! At the same time, in the silent secret room, a deafening explosion suddenly appeared. Magnus stood there with a gloomy face. In front of him, the originally luxurious altar had been blown to pieces, and the Thousand Suns wizards surrounding it were torn into pieces like broken statues. Magnus stared at the broken altar in front of him fiercely, gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and felt the fire of anger burning deep in his heart. What did he hear? Magnus doesn't understand the warp? What arrogance! What ignorance! What barbaric words! Good, very good. Magnus forced himself to suppress his inner anger. He retracted his gaze, turned and left. Of course, he could feel the psychic fluctuations that just interfered with him. That is also a psychic user? It's ridiculous. He obviously knows nothing about his own power. Just doing some psychic tricks. And actually thinks he can be compared with him. Magnus? He will regret it. Magnus reached out and grasped his weapon. The anger in his one eye increased. He will let that stupid barbarian know what is the power of knowledge. The power of psychic energy. That is the other side that ignorant and arrogant people can never reach. And he is here now. Chapter 1333. Magnus saw it. Magnus had never felt such anger before. He had experienced his brother's accusation against him before. But at that time Magnus was not very angry. In his opinion, his brother just couldn't understand the wonderful existence that he could feel. They were ignorant, stupid, and stubborn. Fools who insisted on not opening their eyes. They just didn't know and didn't understand. So Magnus could generously forgive their ignorance. However, he, Magnus, the Scarlet King, the most powerful psychic, he was actually pointed at in front of his face and scolded for not understanding the warp, not understanding psychic power. How arrogant! How blasphemous! How ugly! In this case, let these ignorant people experience the power of the warp for themselves. Magnus raised his hands and shouted ominous spells loudly amid the chanting of the wizards around him. The warp responded to the call of the Scarlet King, and the power of psychic power turned into tentacles that burst out from the fleet led by Gilliman, tightly entangled those warships. At the same time, the originally calm warp began to riot again, and the vortex that appeared out of thin air spun and tore apart, rushing towards Gilliman's fleet like the mouth of a beast. They wanted to swallow these warships back into the warp. Faced with this infinite power, the iron warships could not resist until a boarding torpedo whizzed out from the glory of Macridge. The magic of destruction exploded at this moment, and the invisible force tore and shattered the psychic tentacles that were entangled with the warships, like an exploding air wave. The warp beast began to retreat in a hurry, and the vortex that was about to engulf the entire fleet also dissipated. No! How is this possible? Magnus widened his eyes in surprise at the scene in front of him. He could hardly believe what he saw. The big net he had woven, which was enough to leave Gilliman's fleet nowhere to escape, was being torn into pieces. How is this possible? What was going on? Magnus could swear that he had made sufficient preparations for this ambush. He even wondered if he was going too far in using this method to deal with his Muggle brother, who knew nothing about psychic power. But now, what the hell is this? Why? His power, that powerful psychic power, could be destroyed so easily? Destroyed? Just because of a boarding torpedo? What is that? Stop it! At this moment, Magnus has begun to scream. Although Gilliman's fleet has begun to retreat because the power of the bound warp has begun to weaken. But at the moment, Magnus has no longer cared about his brother, and his attention is completely focused on the boarding torpedo that is whistling towards him. An unimaginable fear and uneasiness emerged from the depths of Magnus' heart. He stared at the torpedo, just like a person floating on the sea watching a shadow in the sea gradually approaching him. And he could only struggle desperately and helplessly. Stop it! At this moment, Magnus screamed like a little girl who encountered a killer in a horror movie. And along with his screams, the Thousand Suns fleet also took action, and countless attacks bombarded the boarding torpedo. Then, something even more unimaginable happened. These firepowers were enough to turn an unshielded boarding torpedo into ashes. But in fact, after several explosions, the boarding torpedo was still intact, and its speed did not slow down. But even faster, a warship blocked the path of the boarding torpedo, and its huge body was enough to block the path of the boarding torpedo. But it was meaningless. The whistling boarding torpedo directly penetrated the warship like a cannonball and continued to rush forward. No. 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 No! At this moment, Magnus was just like the woman in the movie, sitting on a cruise ship, desperately watching the great white shark swimming from the sea, and screaming desperately. However, unfortunately, just as the great white shark would not care about the woman's screams, the torpedo had no intention of stopping. It passed through the warships amid Magnus' terrified screams, and then crashed directly into the pyramid. Boom! Named Tiska's Revenge. The huge pyramid shook violently in the violent collision, and Magnus, who was in it, held his head tightly and roared in pain. This flagship was Magnus' hard work in essence, and its psychic power was integrated with this warship and inseparable. And now Magnus felt as if a cold and sharp awl hit him from behind his buttocks and stabbed directly into his throat. For a moment, Magnus felt that his consciousness seemed to have completely collapsed. When he came to his senses again, all he saw was the mess on the ground and the Thousand Suns wizards lying around him, who looked dead. Damn it. Damn it. What the hell is going on? What the hell is that thing? Magnus got up and looked around. But he couldn't hear anything and couldn't feel anything. The whole pyramid seemed to be in a dead silence at this moment. Magnus couldn't even feel the other warships around him. This kind of thing made him panic. He had never encountered such a situation before. For Magnus, psychic power has been a part of him since he was born. Psychic power is as easy for him as eating and drinking. But now, Magnus felt an unprecedented dullness, as if it was about to suffocate. The sounds around him completely disappeared. Even the roar of the engine could not be heard, as if this battleship was no longer a battleship, but more like a tomb. I must leave here. Magnus quickly made a decision, and tried to use psychic energy to shuttle out of here to see what happened. But soon, Magnus noticed a terrifying scene. Its psychic energy completely melted after it was released, just like snow water melted by fire, disappearing without a trace, and completely collapsed. What should it do now? Magnus had never felt so helpless before. The feeling was so strange, as if something that had always been with it had completely disappeared, leaving it without support. And wait! What was that sound? Dong! 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 Heavy footsteps sounded, and Magnus suddenly shuddered and turned his head to look at the corridor in the distance. Under normal circumstances, it could easily use its psychic power to figure out who was playing tricks. But now, Magnus could do nothing. It was like a blind man in a dark world. Although in a physical sense, Magnus could still clearly see everything in front of him. But in terms of psychic power, Magnus has now become a completely deaf and blind disabled person. He stared with wide eyes in fear, clenched his weapon, and stared at the dim corridor in front of him. Then, he heard a voice. You are nay 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 nay. Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Dee-dee-da-dee-dee-da. Singing. Magnus thought it should be some kind of niche pop music from Terra a long time ago. But he was not sure. Although he did not have the ability to appreciate art like Fulgrim, Magnus could confirm that the voice was definitely out of tune. And very seriously out of tune. But the other party was still singing, with no intention of stopping. Then, the monster appeared. In Magnus' eyes, the shadow began to melt. And then a tall figure appeared in front of him. It looked like an Imperial Inquisitor or a space warrior, holding a thunder hammer in his hand. From the outside, he didn't seem to have anything special. But Magnus was different. Its projection in the subspace saw the distortion and horror hidden in this armor. The kind of indescribable weirdness that was difficult to describe in words. "Who are you?" Magnus roared and chanted a spell loudly. Then he opened his eyes wide, trying to see through the thick armor and the monster hidden inside. Then, he saw it. "Magnus saw you." Magnus conducted a round of inspiration judgment. Inspiration judgment passed. Magnus saw your true self. Magnus sanity -50. Magnus fell into panic. "No. You. What are you?" The fallen demon Primarch screamed in fear and retreated. It was obviously the demon with huge horns and wings on its back. But now, it looked at Duanmu Huai with unspeakable panic. It saw the tentacles wriggling under the armor, the twisted black shadows, and the extremely terrifying and ferocious face. Even through the helmet, it could see all of this. "No. Don't come over." Magnus stumbled back and forced himself to close his eyes. But regardless of his vision, the indescribable terrifying existence had been completely reflected in his mind. At the same time, that voice also sounded from Magnus' ears. "Ah. You saw it. Magnus. Ah. Nikanjian. Maclusi. $#hashtag comma hashtag and hashtag, and asterisk and at." Countless noises rushed into Magnus' head along with the monster's whispers. And even the knowledge and reason in his brain seemed to be defeated at this moment. "You shouldn't have seen it. But you are too curious. I can't get enough of Kadu. The exam is coming soon. Hashtag it and why. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it." Magnus covered his ears tightly. But it was meaningless. The voice of the Thousand Maws demon crossed countless dimensions and rushed into Magnus' brain at the same time. Even Magnus couldn't understand the voice that was attacking him from all dimensions at this moment. He covered his ears tightly. At this moment, Magnus couldn't even control his psychic power. He felt that his brain was like melted ice cream, being stirred into a mess. "This is really..." Looking at Magnus, who was huge but now curled up like a puppy and shivered, Duanmu Huai was somewhat surprised. Duanmu Huai had expected that Magnus might see through his old one form. For a simple reason, those with relatively sensitive minds are more sensitive to the old ones. This is especially true for powerful psychics like Magnus. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, Magnus and Fulgrim seemed like they would be infected by his old one form. After all, both of them were sensitive and weak in resistance. On the other hand, Guilliman is the other extreme. Even if Duanmu Huai uses the power of the great old ones in front of him, the latter will probably be confused and think that this is some new use of psychic power. So this is what psychic muggles are like. Duanmu Huai chuckled in his heart. The existence of the great old ones is the most restraining for those who like to use prophecy, mental sensitivity, or neurotic guys. Take Magnus for example. Even if Duanmu Huai drinks a cup of tea with the other party, it will pass 10 inspiration judgments. As long as one inspiration judgment succeeds, Magnus will discover his true self, and then be shocked and his SAN value will explode instantly. On the other hand, for someone like Guilliman, Duanmu Huai only had a meal with him, and the system prompts he got were all the kind that said the inspiration judgment failed. And failed 100 times 100 times. After all, Guilliman is not good at this. So the old ones are actually the most restrained against those smart and sensitive guys. But honest and slow people will not be affected. In this regard, people like Magnus are the best prey for the old ones. Although this has been prepared for a long time. But the after effect seems a bit strong. Duanmu Huai scratched his head as he looked at Magnus, who was trembling and completely losing his mind and falling into a state of panic. He had originally planned to fight, but seeing the other party's current state, he was afraid that there was no need to fight. Then, just follow the process. Duanmu Huai raised his hand. And then he saw the black shadows on Magnus' body began to flow. They turned into countless tentacles, slowly spreading on Magnus' huge body. And then eyes emerged from them, some of which were animals, some fish, and some insects. All kinds of eyes opened and stared at the world in front of them. Ah! Magnus did not feel any changes in his body, but his screams became more and more intense. At this moment, Magnus felt as if his heart was pierced by countless eyes, and blasphemous, unclear whispers began to ring in his ears. "Look! Isn't this our magic pony? A fool who always messes things up. He thinks he can do everything. But he can't do anything. Loser. He sold out everything and dedicated himself to the evil god. But he is still a loser. A loser who can't do anything. He will fail no matter what he does. That's Magnus. You betrayed the Empire. The Emperor. And now you betray yourself. Others have also abandoned you. Even your 1,000 sons. No. 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 Listening to the whispers in his ears, Magnus felt his mind begin to become hazy. He desperately tried to explain himself. But soon, these whispers covered his words like waves, slowly enveloping Magnus. The body of the red one-eyed ogre began to melt gradually, in the place bound by the dark shadow. Its originally solid muscles rotted like a rotten cake. Then, it disappeared into the dark corner. Duanmu Huai just stood there, silently watching the corruption and demise of the demon in front of him. Then he sighed helplessly. I haven't started yet. Chapter 1334 Unlucky Trial. Outside the porthole, the battlefield was no longer visible. Gilliman stood on the command deck, staring at the dark universe. Silent. Outside the porthole, only the ruins of the broken warship were left, floating in the universe. At this moment, an ultramarines walked to Gilliman's side, looked at him uneasily, and then asked in a low voice, Sir, should we send someone to pick up that person? No need. Gilliman shook his head and rejected his subordinate's proposal. He withdrew his gaze from the window and looked back at the star map in front of him. The journey between him and us ends here. Let's continue to Terra. After saying this, Gilliman sighed silently and sat back in his chair. To be honest, Gilliman still hoped that Duanmu Huai could fight with him. After all, he was the only face he was familiar with after thousands of years. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai also said that he could not go to Terra. And his battlefield was not here. This time, coming here to help was the limit of what he could do. So Gilliman could only let him leave. Although Duanmu Huai said that he was a god. In Gilliman's view, he was not like those arrogant gods at all. Of course, according to Duanmu Huai, every morning when he got up, he would persistently give the Emperor a middle finger in the warp. From this perspective, he was still very arrogant. However, Gilliman didn't know what the relationship between Duanmu Huai and the Emperor was. Maybe they had known each other for a long time, and the relationship between the two sides might not be ordinary. He felt that he was not qualified to intervene. So Gilliman remained silent about Duanmu Huai's disrespectful words. After all, apart from not getting along with the Emperor, everything Duanmu Huai did was to protect mankind. From this point of view, even Gilliman had to admit it. I wonder if there will be a chance to meet again. At present, the only thing Gilliman can do is to wish Duanmu Huai well, and look forward to their meeting again. Although Gilliman does not have any particularly strong psychic power, he has a hunch that he will definitely meet Duanmu Huai somewhere in the future. As for how long that will be, it is unknown. Duanmu Huai does not know whether he will meet Gilliman again in the future. But he is not in the mood to think about such trivial matters at the moment. At this moment, Duanmu Huai is standing in the empty hall, looking at the almost melted Magnus in front of him with a complicated expression. Although it originally did not look like a human. But, you are really stubborn. You are worthy of being a magic pony. Looking at the remains that looked like rotten puffs in front of him, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. Originally, Duanmu Huai expected that he would rush here, and then use the destruction magic to completely wipe out Magnus' psychic power, and then beat it up so hard that even his father couldn't recognize it. Duanmu Huai even began to happily imagine the miserable scene of Magnus crying when he was beaten by him. The burly red-skinned one-eyed ogre was crying, struggling, and being beaten under him. And then his face was full of tears. What a pleasant scene! As it turned out, the magic pony is the magic pony, and it will not stop until it gives you a big job. Before Duanmu Huai made a move, Magnus had an inspiration first, and then he made a big success. And then he saw through Duanmu Huai's former true self. If you see through it, you can see through it. If you are a person with a strong will, you can handle it. As a result, Magnus' mind was weaker than that of a mortal, and his defense was broken directly, and his sanity was directly reduced to -50. However, he belonged to the subspace category, so he was directly absorbed by Duanmu Huai subconsciously. To make an inappropriate analogy, what Magnus did was like facing a tiger walking towards him, charging forward without hesitation, and then sliding himself into the tiger's mouth. Before the latter could react, he went straight to the stomach. He was really a rookie and loved to play. Why are you doing this? You're crazy. Why don't I just beat you to death? You know, Dwanmu Huai is planning to stay here for a while longer, so that his sixth heaven demon king can absorb more power of faith and divine power. After all, other worlds don't have as many cultists and evil gods as this one. Although there are cults in the world, there are not many evil gods who will respond to the cultists' requests. It's a rare opportunity to get such a good deal, and Dwanmu Huai is planning to get more. Now what happened? Looking at Magnus' broken head, Dwanmu Huai's face was as black as coal, while the latter turned his single eye blankly, staring at Dwanmu Huai. Then, Magnus spoke blankly. What on earth are you? So blasphemous, so filthy, so vicious, even the chaos of the warp is not even 1/10,000th of you. Dwanmu Huai silently raised his foot and stepped hard on Magnus' head. Puff. Now the world is quiet. MMP. Dwanmu Huai rubbed his feet in disdain, with a gloomy face. At this moment, he had heard the roar of gunfire and footsteps from afar. But these were not important for Dwanmu Huai. The most troublesome thing at the moment was the system prompt that appeared in front of him. Detected the player's career breakthrough limit requirements. Start career enhancement mode. Activate the career enhancement task abyss. Enhancement. Pass the trial and get the enhanced skills of the old ones. Dwanmu Huai had activated this advanced trial once before. That time, it was the destruction magic enhancement of the god of destruction. And then Dwanmu Huai was sent to the world of Journey to the West. At that time, Dwanmu Huai didn't care, and was even quite happy. But now, what the hell is strengthening the old ones? What world is he going to be sent to? It's all Magnus' fault. If you hadn't slid, I would have used the god of destruction to send you to the west. And there wouldn't be so much trouble. Now, Magnus' soul was not taken away by the god of destruction, but absorbed by the old ones. Now, what should I do? It's over. After all, when it comes to the old ones, it's tentacles, mental pollution, cultists. Dwanmu Huai is too lazy to think about it. And he is even more lazy to think about what kind of world is suitable for the advanced enhancement of the old ones. Just thinking about the existence of such a world gave Dwanmu Huai a headache. And now, he has to go to such a world? That's even more of a headache. Magnus, you bastard who is more likely to cause trouble than help. You screwed me over. The only thing Dwanmu Huai can comfort himself with now is that at least he advanced to the old ones instead of the god of pleasure. Otherwise he really doesn't know what to do. At least, the old ones can only be eaten by devouring other old ones. Although the taste is not very good. But Dwanmu Huai is not a gourmet. He can still eat it if he can bear it. At most, it was just to kill some of the old ones, or outer gods, or their followers. Dwanmu Huai was very experienced in this, so it was not a big problem. Big tape, cute big breasts. But before that, he still had to do something. Dwanmu Huai held the hammer tightly and raised it high. At this time, the Thousand Suns warriors swarmed in with weapons in hand. They shouted Magnus' name loudly and stared at the enemy in front of them. Dwanmu Huai just laughed at these chaos idiots, then swung the hammer in his hand hard and smashed it on the already broken floor. The pyramid exploded completely at this moment. The surging destructive magic turned into a storm, ruthlessly tearing Magnus' flagship and the Thousand Suns fleet into pieces. After a moment, there was only a pile of wreckage left here. Apart from that, there was nothing left here, including Dwanmu Huai. Dwanmu Huai could swear that he had never felt that any time he traveled was so long. Or rather, it was not the time that was long, but the thoughts. Dwanmu Huai seemed to have read somewhere that people would feel that time was passing very long before being executed. Just like Dwanmu Huai now. After all, the next world is the advanced and enhanced world of the fucking old ones. Dwanmu Huai has even prepared himself to crawl out of a pile of flesh, tentacles or other messy things. No, he is not ready yet. Or Dwanmu Huai has never thought about being ready. At least not now. But at the moment, Dwanmu Huai can only look at the loading information of the system in front of him with an indifferent look. As if he has given up everything. Advanced world has been opened. Loading information. Tip: this advanced world adopts the Destiny synchronization mode. Start entering the database. To Dwanmu Huai's surprise, this world is not like the world he traveled through before, where he was thrown directly into it, or simply given a fake identity. On the contrary, this time the data entry is very detailed. Dwanmu Huai saw all kinds of information, including his birth, his family, and his experiences from childhood to adulthood. It's like a complete person who grew up in this world. This anomaly made Dwanmu Hwai even more nervous. Damn. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I have never seen this broken system patch my identity so carefully before. This time it was so detailed that it almost set up my entire experience. Although it was all fake. This is very strange. What kind of broken world is this? Why did the system make up such a detailed fake identity for me? Data entry completed. Trial begins. These are the last few lines Dwanmu Hwai saw. Then, his entire consciousness fell into a deep darkness. Chapter 1335 The Beginning of Trouble. Dwanmu Hwai opened his eyes, and saw himself sitting in front of a desk. At the same time, a notebook appeared on the desk. And his detailed life experience in this world also appeared on it. According to the setting, Dwanmu Hwai was born in a remote town in this world. And 3 or 4 years after Dwanmu Hwai was born, his parents died unexpectedly. Seeing this, Dwanmu Hwai was quite relieved. Role-playing is role-playing. And Dwanmu Hwai has no interest in calling someone he doesn't know mom. After being admitted to the university, Dwanmu Hwai left the small town and went to live in the big city. And with Dwanmu Hwai's unremitting efforts, he became the leader of the Dwanmu group of the Dongcheng Society. A well-known gang in Kanto. Look at this fist as big as a sandbag. I'll give you a chance to reset it for me. Dwanmu Hwai silently picked up the pen at hand and slashed at this line. Then, under the crossed-out setting, a new setting appeared again. And with Dwanmu Hwai's efforts, he successfully graduated from university. And by chance inherited a nightclub. Excuse me. Do you really not want to change it to a gang? Why don't you say another word of nonsense? Dwanmu Hwai picked up the pen and scratched it hard. If it wasn't a system notebook, he would have pierced the whole notebook with this one move. Finally, he graduated successfully this year and became a social animal, serving tea and water to his boss all day long. So happy, crossed out. He didn't graduate successfully, but was expelled from school because of a violent incident, crossed out. During school, he didn't study hard, but focused all his energy on women. Because he was caught cheating on 10 women, he had to flee school, crossed out. Because of his promiscuous relationship with men and women, he contracted syphilis, which was incurable and destitute, crossed out. Hey, you're not going to stop, are you? Looking at the reminders that appeared after crossing out a line, Dwanmu Hwai was so angry that he couldn't hold the pen anymore. Even syphilis? You want to kill me? When he saw the words, he has been demented and disabled since childhood and can't count. Dwanmu Hwai finally couldn't bear it anymore. He clenched his fists and slammed the desk down. Bang! The next moment, the desk was smashed into 2 pieces by Dwanmu Hwai, and the notebook was smashed to the ground. Don't refuse my toast. Believe it or not, I will tear you apart alive. Staring at the notebook in front of him, Dwanmu Hwai threatened again in a deep voice. Are you kidding me? You want to kill me with a background setting? At worst, I will be an illegal resident. I have been one in other worlds. You dare to provoke me again? Do you really think I was scared? Dwanmu Hwai also wanted to try whether the power of the god of destruction could destroy the creation of the system. Faced with Dwanmu Hwai's threat, the words on the notebook disappeared completely. And then after a while, new records reappeared. You were born into a wealthy family. But when you were young, your parents died in an accident. And you took on the responsibility of the family. Although the company they operated had been sold after the death of both parents, they still left behind a wealth of food and clothing, enough to live a comfortable life. You are currently studying folklore at university. You are interested in photography. And you have not yet graduated, but you don't know that the real adventure will start from here. Okay, let's do this. Although Dwanmu Hwai thinks that this looks like a rich second-generation playboy just by looking at the literal meaning, he is still very confident about his appearance. At least when others see him, they will definitely not associate him with those uneducated rich second generations. Right? Dwanmu Hwai also felt that if he threatened the system again, he might have a better background. But he thought about it and gave up. As far as background is concerned, a rich second generation who is not short of money is enough. And the rest is not important. Anyway, it is not something that needs special attention. It is just a background. With Dwanmu Hwai nodding, the originally dim background around him suddenly became bright. And then Dwanmu Hwai saw that he was in a bedroom, and the desk that he had smashed before had been restored to its original state. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Brother, Are you there? I'm coming in. Along with a voice. The door opened. And then Duan Muhui saw a beautiful girl wearing a black sailor suit and with long black straight hair appeared in front of him. At the same time, the system prompt also appeared in his mind. The one who appeared in front of you is your sister, Minami Sakuya. When you were young, you had a good relationship, and she was also very attached to you. But now, she always has a stern face. And I haven't seen her smile for a long time. Sister? Yes, my biological sister. We don't even have the same last name. This is a family tradition. The eldest son always takes the father's last name, and the eldest daughter takes the mother's last name. In addition, the tradition of the Kaishan family is that every eldest daughter must be named Sha Jui. What a convenient tradition. Duan Muhui silently complained in his heart, and then looked at the girl in front of him. What's the matter? Sha Jioya? What's the matter? Brother, you didn't forget. Today is the day we go back to our hometown. Because Grandpa Xiojio passed away. We have to go back to pay tribute. Right? Oh, it seems that there is such a thing. What else can Duan Muhui say? I guess this is the plot advancement. I must encounter some troubles when I return to my hometown. And then I have to solve the troubles by myself. Oh, and it must be something related to the outer gods or some followers. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Thinking about it this way. It is estimated that the old man named Xiojio did not die of natural causes. It might be a curse, murder, or sacrifice. Oh, it would be great if Mary could be called. This sister is obviously incompetent and might even hinder us. But unfortunately, Duan Muhui tried it, and it seems that he can't call for help in this trial. Well, strictly speaking, he doesn't want to call. After all, this time the evil god is strengthened. Except for Mary, whose SAN value is constant and not afraid of dropping. The sanity of others might drop to negative numbers after a round of shopping. Forget it. Let it be. After a short tidying up, Duan Muhui took his cheap sister with him and drove on the road, heading towards his hometown. It should be said that the rich second generation is worthy of being the rich second generation. This time Duan Muhui didn't have to wrong himself to take a truck. The system directly prepared a convertible off-road vehicle for him. So Duan Muhui didn't have to worry about not being able to squeeze in. Although his driving skills are not high, and he can't do any stunts, he can still drive on the road normally. Of course, Duan Muhui also put on the full set of judge's clothes he brought from Macridge, including windbreaker, jacket, gold tassel, leather boots, etc. Duan Muhui also silently added a setting for this. This is the iconic traditional clothing of our family. You have to wear it when you go out. Well, just throw all the unreasonable things to tradition. Nothing else matters. Although the system only gave an introduction and did not give specific content, Duan Muhui played the game a lot, so he could tell what he was facing just by the background. Obviously, according to his background in this world, his family should be specialized in hunting foreign gods and the like. And this power was passed down from generation to generation, and thus passed to Duan Muhui. The evidence is that the system said in the background introduction that there are a lot of books on folklore and mysticism in their family's study, as well as books on demons, gods and ghosts. If you are not doing this, why are you reading these books? Right? The death of Grandpa Hidehiza this time is probably a similar incident. According to the characteristics of this kind of game, whenever the protagonist goes back, he will inevitably be involved in a series of strange events, and then find out that these events are related to his family. And then he goes to solve the events, and then in the process he discovers the history of his family and his true identity. And after solving everything, he inherits the family legacy and continues to fight to protect humanity. Anyway, it's more or less the same, and it will definitely unfold like this. But, while driving and running the train, Duan Muhui also glanced at Minami Sakuya, who was sitting in the back seat. You could expand it if you want. What's the point of giving her a sister? She doesn't look like she has any special abilities. Although this sister is indeed excellent in academic performance and very smart. But so what? She can't lift anything with her hands or shoulders. And she can't do any work and needs to take care of herself. And to deal with this kind of enemy. In fact, many times you are afraid that you are too smart and too sensitive. Just like Magnus. If you are not smart and can't find it, it's fine. But if you are too smart and directly make an inspiration judgment, and then the judgment is passed, it will be fatal. Like Gilliman. What the hell? I can't get there. It is safer. So in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Xia Jui's sister is probably specially arranged by the system to hold him back. After all, if he works alone, it's not like the sky is high and the birds fly freely and the sea is wide. And he doesn't believe that any evil god can beat him. But if someone is making things more difficult for me, then it's a bit troublesome. Damn. No wonder the system agreed to my request so readily just now. It's trying to trip me up here. Do you really think I can't deal with you? Hey, this broken system is causing trouble every day. But there's nothing I can do about it. Duanmu Huai subconsciously opened the system again, and then started to complain. Of course, it was useless. But this doesn't mean Duanmu Huai can't click. I'll just click for fun. Maybe it will work someday. If it doesn't work, I want the system to understand my dissatisfaction with you, and know that I want to complain about you. Just be quiet. The only reason Duanmu Huai didn't scold the system directly was that Xia Jui was still a pretty girl, and she didn't look like the type who would cause trouble. Of course, this may also be related to Duanmu Huai's immunity to seeing too many pretty girls. After all, and Gulea, Lorena, Mary and others around Duanmu Huai are all beauties, and Duanmu Huai has become numb after seeing so many of them. So now, he doesn't think ordinary women are ugly. Or even if he sees beautiful women, he rarely feels moved. Well, how should I put it? Duanmu Huai now finally understands why many handsome male protagonists in novels and animations would like the seemingly inconspicuous female protagonist just because she has an interesting personality. After seeing too many the appearance of a man is less attractive. But the inner qualities are more important. So Duanmu Huai doesn't care much about the beauties outside now. After all, there are lively and playful ones, gentle and elegant ones, well-behaved and cute ones, and ones who are keen on exercise. Forget it. It's useless to think about these now. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai retracted his thoughts and looked at the road in front of him again. In short, let's take a look at the first enemy he is about to face. What is it? Chapter 1336. Where is the clue? Duanmu Huai is ready to fight with the opponent to prove his strength. But, ding. Listening to the crisp sound of the bell, and looking at the black and white portrait in front of him, Duanmu Huai looked like he had no desire to live. The reason is very simple. There is no doubt. According to the information Duanmu Huai got, Grandpa Xiaozhou's death was normal. It was just that an earthquake occurred here some time ago, and then everyone came out to take refuge. Grandpa Xiaozhou had difficulty walking, and he accidentally fell when he walked out. And then his head hit the stone next to him. He was already an old man, and after such a blow, it would be a problem if he could survive. And many people were watching at the time, and they can prove that Grandpa Hidehiza did fall down by himself. So this must be fruitless. You can't say that the earthquake is suspicious. Aren't earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, and typhoons common in this damn place in Japan? So they really just came back to attend the funeral and clean up the mess for this relative as written in the diary? However, Duanmu Huai did not give up. After all, he had been through many battles and had seen a lot. Many games also start like this. He came back to attend the funeral of his relative, and then accidentally found some hidden seals or secrets in his house. Such a development is not uncommon. You will know after the funeral when you search the house. Of course, with Duanmu Huai's identity, he doesn't even need to search the house. After all, he is said to be a relative of this grandfather, and came back to deal with his funeral. So after the funeral, Duanmu Huai can use the excuse of dealing with the remains to carefully search Grandpa Xiaozhou's house from inside to outside. However, what a ghost. There is really nothing here? Standing in the empty living room, Duanmu Huai was completely numb. Grandpa Xiaozhou lived in an ordinary farmhouse, a one-story building with a small courtyard, and some chickens in the back. It was not a large house with a private entrance, and there was no hidden basement. The warehouse was filled with farm tools, and Duanmu Huai had naturally searched the warehouse. But he did not find any strange ancient books or special relics. He even used his 1,000 eyes to search the entire house, but found nothing. There really is nothing. This is unscientific and irrational. Duanmu Huai scratched his head, looking puzzled. He thought he had missed nothing. After all, everything here had been reviewed by Duanmu Huai, and to be on the safe side, he even asked Xia Jui to help deal with it to see if she would be the trigger of the plot. In the end, nothing happened. Brother? At this moment, Sha Jui's voice sounded. And Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw the girl in a black sailor suit standing quietly in the corridor, staring at him with the same unhappy expression as always. Just now, the last truck carrying supplies has left. Oh, it's already this time. After hearing Sha Ju's words, Duanmu Huai realized that it was already dusk and the sky outside had been dyed blood red. The entire courtyard was now empty, with nothing left. Sha Ju walked into the living room, glanced at the rooms around him that had been disposed of, and nothing was left, and sighed slightly. This way, it's all over. To be honest, I never thought I would come back in this way. When a person dies, it's like a light goes out. All we can do is let the dead rest in peace, Duanmu Huai said lightly, then turned around. Okay, let's go too. Okay, brother. Sha Ju nodded, crossed his arms, and looked around. What's wrong? I don't know why. I always feel uncomfortable, as if something is secretly watching us. Maybe it's your illusion. Duanmu Huai coughed and silently retracted the 1,000 eyes that opened in the shadows. Now it seems that the biggest threat to Sha Ju is himself. The two of them naturally have no place to live here. Originally, they should have lived in Grandpa Xiujio's house. But Duanmu Huai obviously felt that living in the residence of a person who had just passed away was too unlucky. And Sha Ju seemed to be uneasy because he sensed the 1,000 eyes that Duanmu Huai had opened at that time, and was unwilling to stay there for a long time. Fortunately, there was a hotel in the town, so Duanmu Huai and Sha Ju chose to rest there. Perhaps because of the exhaustion from the journey, the funeral, and the subsequent cleaning, Sha Ju went back to his room to take a shower and rest after dinner. Duanmu Huai also took a shower and changed his clothes. But he did not go to rest, but went to the bar in the town. After all, no clues were found in the old man's house, so now they had to look for them in the bar. Duanmu Huai's arrival caused a small commotion in the bar, but no one paid much attention to it. According to the system's description, Duanmu Huai and Sha Ju grew up here when they were young, and everyone knew them. Duanmu Huai is especially unforgettable system language. Duanmu Huai just took this as a compliment. After ordering a glass of wine, Duanmu Huai sat aside and began to listen to the people here chatting. As expected, just as Duanmu Huai thought, these people were talking about the death of Grandpa Xiujio. And then, according to the usual divergent thinking of human beings, they naturally talked about the death of Grandpa Xiujio and earthquakes. By the way, the earthquakes have been getting more and more severe in recent times. Really? Yes. Didn't Tianxuan on the construction site die because of the earthquake? His son was only 9 years old. So unlucky. Did Mr. Tianxuan also die because of the earthquake? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai asked curiously, and soon someone nodded. Yes. I remember that day he was repairing the machine, and then suddenly there was an earthquake. He fell down before he could run. It was so tragic. Speaking of which, earthquakes seem to be particularly frequent these days, and the animals in the mountains have become much more ferocious. Another man spoke up. I went hunting in the mountains before, and even saw bear-like paw prints on the outskirts. Have you reported it? Of course I did. But to be honest, there's nothing I can do. I just told everyone to be careful, and not to go up the mountain recently. Speaking of which, what exactly is this earthquake? It wasn't reported on the news. Are those people in the earthquake bureau just there to eat and do nothing? When we need them, none of them do anything. People who drank too much naturally started to complain. And Duanmu Huai could understand that. After all, with earthquakes, you can't find any source to solve the problem. There's really nothing else to do except drink some wine to vent their dissatisfaction. And Duanmu Huai only got 3 pieces of information from these people. First, earthquakes have been more frequent recently. According to them, the elderly who have lived here for many years said that they have never seen such frequent earthquakes before. Second, it seems that because of the earthquake, the wild animals in the mountains have also become ferocious. Several people have reported being attacked by wild animals, and some have even witnessed monsters. Of course, everyone agrees that it may be that the bear was mistaken for a monster. Third, well, this can only be regarded as a supplementary information, because the people in the Earthquake Bureau don't care about it. A teacher named Yamahara, who teaches geography in this town, went to the mountains to detect and investigate the source of the earthquake. This testimony came from a convenience store worker. According to him, the teacher went to the convenience store to buy a box of mineral water and a sleeping bag before leaving. and it was obvious that he planned to stay in the mountains for a long time. Of course, it was the second piece of information that caught Duanmu Huai's attention. The wild beast in the mountain. Although many people thought that they just mistook the bear for a monster, Duanmu Huai still planned to go and take a look. After all, it seems that there is no useful clue from this old man. So the only thing to do is to see if there is anything wrong with this place itself. So the next morning, after breakfast, Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui left the hotel and headed towards the mountain. The reason why I brought Sha Jui with me was simple. During breakfast, Duanmu Huai said that he wanted to go for a walk in the nearby mountains. So Sha Jui said that she wanted to go with him. What else could I do? I had to bring her with me. But, as a typical delicate and weak girl, Sha Jui was obviously not good at climbing mountains. She was already panting from exhaustion when she only reached halfway up the mountain. So I told you, why don't you just take the cable car? Looking at Sha Jui, whose legs were shaking constantly, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly, while the latter panted and stared at Duanmu Huai with dissatisfaction. Then why don't you take it? Brother? Do you think it will collapse if I take it? Duanmu Huai spread his hands and stared at Sha Jui. The latter was silent for a moment and sighed again. I've come all the way here. I need to rest, woo! At this moment, Sha Jui suddenly frowned and covered his nose. What's that smell? It's so stinky. Smell? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. Then he sniffed carefully. Sure enough, a foul smell came towards him. And this smell was not unfamiliar to Duanmu Huai. It was the stench of a rotting corpse. Rustle, rustle. At the same time, the bushes not far away began to shake, as if something was approaching this side. Sha Jui, hide behind me, Duanmu Huai said as he walked in front of Sha Jui and clenched his fists. Sha Jui seemed to instinctively sense some danger and stepped back uneasily. Duanmu Huai stared at the bushes and saw the rustling sound getting closer and closer. Then, as the bushes suddenly parted, a tall black shadow roared out and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Chapter 1337 Accident. Roar! The huge shadow in the bushes rushed out. And at this moment Duanmu Huai also saw the other party's true face clearly. It was a bear. It's quite strange to say that there are not many other things in Japan. But there are many bears and wild boars. As the saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. Wild boars and bears are ranked before tigers. And they are all driven by Japan. It's really interesting. But, do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing the black bear in front of him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and clenched his fists. Just kidding. In the world of Journey to the West, he dared to kill even the black bear spirit. So why would he be afraid of a black bear that had not yet become a spirit, huh? However, to Duanmu Huai's surprise, when the black bear was about to pounce, it suddenly braked and stopped. Then it stared at Duanmu Huai, roared again, and then turned around and ran away. It disappeared in the bushes in a moment, and there was no trace. Duanmu Huai knew what happened without looking at the system prompt, so he was too lazy to look at it. If he didn't look at it, he could still comfort himself that it was the result of his domineering spirit. Right? At this time, Sha Jui also poked his head out from behind Duanmu Huai and looked at the black bear in surprise. Then she was silent for a moment and sighed. You are worthy of being my brother. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Duanmu Huai had a dark face and silently urged Sha Jui to keep going. Although the latter was still a little tired, he didn't dare to rest after experiencing the black bear attack just now. So the two of them continued to move up along the mountain path. The mountain is not too high. As a small town far from the city, tourism is also part of the economy here. So there are 2 ways to get to the mountain. One of them is the cable car that Duanmu Huai told Sha Jui, which can go directly to the top of the mountain. The other way is to go through the winding mountain road, which will pass a lake and a camping site in the middle. Of course, it is not the time for camping at this time of year, and there are not many outsiders in the town. Therefore, when Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui came to the camping site along the winding mountain road and saw the tents here, they were somewhat surprised. What was even more surprising was the person in the tent. Who are you? What do you want to do? The man who came out of the tent was startled when he saw Duanmu Huai. He stepped back and frantically picked up a mineral water bottle from the side. He looked as if he saw a black bear walking towards him. I don't have any money. Don't come over here. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. then turned his head and looked at Shajui. Leave it to you. Seeing Shajui in a sailor suit appear, the man seemed to calm down a little. And Shajui also walked over and explained the identities of himself and others to the man. Only then did the man breathe a sigh of relief and put down the mineral water bottle in his hand. Huh? So you are relatives of Mr. Shiojio. You scared me. You are new here. Duanmu Huai also came over at this time. After all, the system had said before that with Duanmu Huai's height and appearance, it would be difficult for people to forget him. So much so that even though he and Shajui hadn't been back for so many years, the people here still remembered him. And this man obviously didn't know Duanmu Huai, which means that according to the setting, he should have come after Duanmu Huai and his sister left. My name is Shan Yuan. I'm a teacher at the school downstairs. And I've been here for only 3 or 4 years. So it's you. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai reacted. He had heard from the customers in the tavern that a teacher went to the mountains to investigate the earthquake. Now it seems that this is the one. I heard from others. You came to the mountain to investigate earthquakes? Yes. Speaking of his own profession, Mr. Yamahara suddenly became excited. In my opinion, it is strange that earthquakes occur so frequently here. I checked the geological survey map here. If I am not mistaken, this is not an earthquake active zone. And I have set up 3 seismic recorders on the mountain, at school and at home for experiments. The earthquakes in the mountain are active during this period. So I think there must be earthquakes at the foot of the mountain. Boom, boom, boom. However, before teacher Yamahara finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound not far away. And at the same time, the ground began to tremble. Teacher Yamahara's originally excited expression collapsed at this moment. Damn. It's these construction teams again. It's because of them that I can't complete the measurement at all. Construction team? What are they doing here? Yesterday in the tavern, Duanmu Huai heard that some people from the construction team had an accident because of the earthquake. But he didn't know what they were doing here. They came here to build a new lane, saying they wanted it to be completed before the tourist season. Alas, that's why my earthquake test was a mess. This is understandable. The construction team rolls the road and smashes rocks here every day, so vibrations are inevitable. It's too difficult to do earthquake research under such circumstances. Duanmu Huai also told him about his previous encounter with a black bear. Hearing that there were bears here, Mr. Yamahara's hair stood on end. He was just a teacher with no power. If he really encountered a black bear, he would probably just lie down and wait for death. In addition, he had not done much research in the past few days, but was tormented to death by the construction team. So Mr. Yamahara also decided to go down the mountain and come back after these guys finished the construction. After all, his main job is a teacher, and earthquake research is just a hobby. He doesn't want to risk his life for this. Right? Before leaving, Mr. Yamahara asked Duanmu Huai and Shajui if they wanted to go down the mountain with him. Of course, Duanmu Huai's head definitely couldn't fit into Mr. Yamahara's second-hand car. Duanmu Huai originally wanted to let Shajui go back, but the latter didn't know what was wrong with her and insisted on following him. So Duanmu Huai had to take her with him. But then again, they were just out for a walk. Never mind. After passing through the campground, the two came to the driveway under construction. Just like what teacher Yamahara complained about, there was noise everywhere, and a group of workers drove all kinds of heavy machinery to and fro. Hey, little guys, be careful. Seeing Duanmu Huai, a worker driving a bulldozer approached them and waved to the two, shouting to remind them. Then he turned off the bulldozer, jumped down from the driver's seat, and came to Duanmu Huai and Shajui. Hey, isn't this Duanmu and Shajui? What are you doing here? We just came to the mountain to take a look. After all, we haven't been here for many years. Ha ha ha. In fact, there has been no change here, except for this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the worker pointed to the road being built with a smile. Is this for tourism? Yes. There are still many tourists here during the peak tourist season, although it is okay to take a cable car to the top of the mountain. It is too dangerous after all, so we decided to build a road directly. Oh, by the way, you should also be careful. There have been frequent earthquakes in the past few days, and there are falling rocks everywhere. Be careful not to get hit when going down the mountain. We will be careful. Duanmu Huai nodded and then asked, by the way, we encountered a black bear when we came here before. Black bear? Hearing this, the worker suddenly became nervous. He raised his head and looked Duanmu Huai and others up and down. You are not hurt, are you? No. Before Duanmu Huai finished speaking, Shaju spoke up beside him. It's okay. My brother scared it away. If you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Is that so? Ha ha ha. That's not surprising. Hearing Shaju's answer, the worker not only did not doubt, but laughed and let it go. This made Duanmu Huai even more upset. Aren't you afraid of being attacked by wild animals? Duanmu Huai directly and decisively changed the subject. If he continued like this, his SAN would be reduced to 0 before he saw the evil god. We are not afraid. After all, there are many people here, and so many construction machinery. Even black bears dare not come here easily. But we still have to remind everyone to be careful. After all, tourists will come here in the future. It would be troublesome if black bears come back and forth. Duanmu Huai chatted with the workers for a while. He was still hoping that, like in some games or movies, these workers would dig up some sealed ancient relics during construction. However, the workers said that everything went very smoothly, and they didn't dig up anything strange. What a ghost! Is this really asking him to come back for a funeral? In the end, Duanmu Huai could only return the same way he came. Brother, do we still have to stay here? Back at the hotel, while having dinner, Shaji also stared at Duanmu Huai and asked. Facing Shaji's question, Duanmu Huai thought for a while. Originally, according to the plan, it was just a few days. Now the body has been buried. The funeral has been handled. And there is no clue after investigation so far. Forget it. Just go. Maybe I think too much. Besides, Duanmu Huai is not good at thinking and finding clues. The clues in Mary's world were found by the bell girl who turned into a black cat. If it were Duanmu Huai, he would not have such thoughts. So, do whatever you want. I won't serve you anymore. Yes. Duanmu Huai gave a decisive answer. I'll leave after breakfast tomorrow morning. Duanmu Huai was not sure whether there was a problem here or not. Looking at Sakuya, it didn't seem like there was any problem. So Duanmu Huai simply didn't think about it. He knew that he was not the kind of famous detective who could tell at a glance the other person's identity, occupation, birth background, and whether he had been to a hotel with a high school girl last night. So Duanmu Huai didn't plan to waste his energy on this at all. Whether there is or not, let it be. Okay. I got it. I'll go back and pack my luggage. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Shaju didn't say much, just nodded, then stood up and prepared to go back to the room. But at this moment, boom boom boom, suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and at the same time, the lights in the entire restaurant flickered. Shaju, who had just stood up, screamed and fell to the side. Duanmu Huai was quick to grab her. The shaking continued for a while before it slowly stopped. However, the surroundings were in a mess, and the restaurant was dark. Screams could be heard faintly from all around. At this moment, Shaju was also holding Duanmu Huai's arm, and his voice sounded very panicked. Brother? Brother? What is this? An earthquake. They said before that there have been frequent earthquakes here during this period, but not this severe. At this point, Duanmu Huai paused. Let's go out and see the situation first, and then talk about it. Chapter 1338 Going Up the Mountain Again. Duanmu Huai felt that he came here to investigate the evil god, not to fight a deadly city. But when Duanmu Huai took Shaji out of the hotel, he found desperately that he seemed to have really run to the set of a disaster movie. The whole town was dark at the moment. The violent earthquake had obviously cut off the power here, and there were people everywhere who were still in shock. Some dilapidated houses had collapsed, and the streets were full of swaying flashlights and mobile phone lights. After that, the hotel staff and several other guests also ran out, looking around anxiously. Although the incident happened suddenly, everyone in Japan had received post-disaster evacuation training. So everyone discussed it and decided to go to the school first and then make a decision. When the group arrived at the school, some people had already gathered there, including crying children. Ah, Duanmu, Shaju, you are all fine. It's great. Someone who knew them saw the two of them coming and hurried over to say, is the situation very bad? Of course. We have never seen an earthquake of this magnitude, and we don't know what happened. There is not even a disaster warning, and even the communication lines are damaged. And there is no signal on the mobile phone. The mayor has sent someone out to report the news. I think someone should come to help us soon. I can't stand it. At this moment, a tourist from another place shouted, I don't want to stay here. Let me leave. I want to go back. Boom, boom, boom. However, not long after the tourist finished shouting, suddenly, a truck drove into the campus. Seeing the truck, many people, including the tourist, rushed over and blocked the way of the truck. Wait, take us away from here. If you want money, I can give you any amount. But the villager who was talking to Duanmu Huai before saw the truck, and his expression suddenly changed. He walked to the side and yelled at the driver. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to go get help? I can't get out. However, the driver's answer surprised everyone. The tunnel leading to the outside collapsed. And we can't get out now. What? How could this happen? Everyone, please calm down. Calm down. Good guy. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai also scratched his head. Did he really run into a copy of a disaster movie? Dodgia. Dodgia. Just then, Duanmu Huai saw several ants running over and surrounding the villagers who had talked to him before. As and the others haven't come back yet. Could something have happened? What? Are you sure? Of course. According to the time, they should have gone down the mountain long ago. But there has been no movement. And there has been no response to the phone call. Now there is another earthquake. Could something have happened to them? If Duanmu Huai guessed correctly, these ants should be relatives of the workers who built the road before. No wonder they are so anxious. With such a strong earthquake, no one dared to imagine what would happen on the mountain. Obviously, the villager thought so too. I know. Mustard. But you can see the current situation. There is no way to send a search and rescue team. There is no light now. It will be more dangerous to go up the mountain in the dark. How could it be? Are you going to watch someone die without helping? That's not what I mean. But it's really dangerous to go up the mountain now. We have to wait until daybreak at least. Then who knows what will happen? Looking at the noisy scene around him, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. He hated crowded places to begin with. And now this noisy and chaotic environment was even more unbearable for Duanmu Huai. Forget it. I'm free anyway. Although I haven't seen any evil gods or anything like that so far. As a judge of the court of trial, I still have to do my job. Brother? Wait here. Patting Sha Jui's head, Duanmu Huai walked to the unlucky guy who was besieged by villagers. Is their family building roads in the mountains? Yeah. Hey, I didn't expect this to happen. But in this situation, we can't send anyone. I'll go and take a look. Hey! You go? Everyone was stunned when they heard Duanmu Huai's suggestion. You must be kidding. You may not know that you haven't been back for many years. The mountains here are dangerous. And who knows if there will be an earthquake? What if something happens? Don't be afraid. At least I am familiar with dealing with emergencies. It's not realistic to send people up the mountain at this time. So I might as well go up and take a look. It just so happens that I met them during the day today, and I know the location of the construction site. I'll go and take a look and then make a decision. This, faced with Duanmu Huai's proposal, the villager hesitated for a moment. In the end, perhaps because Duanmu Huai's physique did give them enough sense of security, the villager nodded. Okay, I'll tell the mayor. The mayor was straightforward. When he heard that Duanmu Huai was going to the mountain to find the workers, he nodded in agreement. Of course, the mayor did not let Duanmu Huai go empty-handed. He also gave Duanmu Huai a radio station for emergency use. After all, if Duanmu Huai really found the workers, he would definitely report their situation. At present, the communication here is interrupted and the mobile phone is useless. So only this radio station can be used to contact the town. For ordinary people, a radio station is as heavy as a big school bag when it is carried on the back. But for Duanmu Huai, it can be tied to the waist and becomes a waist bag, which does not take up any space. Of course, for the sake of safety, he also took a medical bag. In this way, if these workers have some external injuries, it is easy to treat them on the spot. The mayor originally planned to give Duanmu Huai a hunting rifle for self-defense. But Duanmu Huai directly refused. He knows his own business. With Duanmu Huai's shooting level, the probability of hitting his own people is higher than hitting wild animals. So Duanmu Huai decisively rejected the shameful thing like a shotgun, and chose a warhammer instead. Well, there was no warhammer. So Duanmu Huai took a sapper as the next best thing. It just so happened that he was going into the mountains. So he just pretended to be the Kree Death Corps. But just when Dwanmu Hwai was ready to go into the mountains. What do you mean? Looking at Sha Jui in jeans and a hoodie. Dwanmu Hwai had almost guessed it. But he still asked. Because brother is going up the mountain. Right. So I want to go with him. It's very dangerous on the mountain at night. This sentence also applies to brother. I know brother is very confident in himself. But if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Hasn't brother ever thought about what to do if something happens? What should I do then? I don't think there will be any accidents. With Dwanmu Hwai's current physique, he can tear the evil god apart with his bare hands in the running group. He doesn't think that a mere deep mountain forest can pose any threat to him. That's why I'm worried. Okay. Dwanmu Hwai thought about it, and didn't object to Sha Jui's request. He didn't know what the current situation was. But based on the games and real experiences Dwanmu Hwai had gone through, even if he refused Sha Jui to go up the mountain with him, the little girl might still follow him secretly, rather than letting her die in a place beyond his control. It would be better to take her with him directly. Anyway, with Dwanmu Hwai's strength, he didn't believe that this place would bring him any trouble. By the way, Dwanmu Hwai can now be sure that this sister is the system that deliberately makes things more difficult for him. If he were alone, he would have killed his way through this broken mountain long ago. Now with a little burden, well, I'll kill her all the same for you to see. At least this sister is more obedient and won't run around, compared to those NPCs in the game who run around and don't listen to advice, so that players want to kill them more than the boss. She is much better. So just like that, Dwanmu Hwai and his 3 companions left the town and followed the mountain road to the construction site above again. 3 people? Well, it wasn't that Dwanmu Hwai didn't count to 3 this time. But there were indeed 3 people. When Dwanmu Hwai and Sha Ji left the school, a person caught up with him. It was none other than Mr. Yamahara, whom he met in the camp before. The latter said that the sudden earthquake this time was very strange. So he had to return to the camp again to check the measurement results of the seismic instruments there. So Dwanmu Hwai asked Mr. Yamahara to drive the truck, and he and Sha Ji sat in the back and drove up the mountain road. Although there were some gravels and mud along the way, the journey was smooth at first. However, the higher we went, the more difficult it became to move forward. Finally, when we were about to reach the campsite, Mr. Yamahara stopped the car. It seems that we can only walk next. Looking at the gravels and trees that fell to the ground and completely blocked the road, Dwanmu Hwai was not surprised. And Mr. Yamahara and Sakuya could only bite the bullet and cross these trees and follow Dwanmu Hwai to move forward. I didn't expect the situation on the mountain to be so serious. As he walked, Mr. Yamahara shone a flashlight around him and muttered to himself. The intensity of the originally small earthquake suddenly increased all at once. There is something wrong no matter how you look at it. Is it? Earthquakes are just like this. Dwanmu Hwai didn't care. In his memory, earthquakes were just something that appeared suddenly. For humans, it is like this. But for instruments, they can detect more precisely. Teacher Yamahara also started to explain. According to the earthquake detection equipment I collected at school and home, there have actually been small earthquake fluctuations during this period. However, just now, these fluctuations suddenly became active at once. I think this should be related to the earthquake in the mountains. Or, why did such an earthquake suddenly occur without any warning? Maybe Dwanmu Hwai decisively blocked Teacher Yamahara's knowledge popularization. He was not interested in these boring things at all. Fortunately, they had passed the road blocked by fallen trees and rubble and arrived at the campsite they had visited during the day. Seeing the tent he had placed there, Teacher Yamahara quickly quickened his pace and ran towards it. It's right there. I want to see the data here. Wow! However, perhaps because he didn't pay attention to his feet, Teacher Yamahara suddenly fell forward. And seeing this scene, Sakuya also hurried over. Teacher Yamahara, you're okay. However, before Sakuya finished speaking, he just stood there. Ugh, what's going on? What is this? At this moment, Teacher Yamahara also sat up, subconsciously picked up the flashlight and looked at the place where he tripped. And then, wow, what is this? It's no wonder that this middle-aged man in his 40s screamed so miserably. Because at this moment, not far from Teacher Yamahara's feet, there was a corpse. Compared to Sha Jui, who stood still, and the terrified Teacher Yamahara, Dwanmu Hwai was much calmer. He walked over, shone the flashlight on the corpse in front of him, and then turned it over. Under the flashlight, it was clear that the corpse was wearing a blue work suit and a yellow helmet. The searchlight on the helmet seemed to have been broken when it fell. But this was not important. What was important was the scars on the corpse. Those were not wounds caused by being hit by a tree or something. When Duanmu Huai turned the corpse over, it was clear that the corpse had deep lacerations from the chest to the abdomen, and the internal organs were all over the floor. The corpse's expression of fear and scream seemed to be frozen at the moment before death, which made people shudder under the pale light. Duanmu Huai reached out and took a name tag from his chest, on which was written his name. Mickey June. Is he dead, brother? At this moment, Shaji also asked in a low voice. She stretched out her hands to cover her mouth, as if there would be a piercing scream as long as she let go. Well, Duanmu Huai was quite relieved that his sister did not become a supporting actor who tried her best to scream to create a terrifying atmosphere at this time. He's dead? Duanmu Huai let go of the body and stood up. Although I don't know how long the body has been dead. It looks like it has been dead for a short time. Moreover, he was not killed by a rock or a tree, but was killed. Killed? Hearing this, Sha Jui and teacher Yamahara were even more shocked. But Duanmu Huai did not answer her question. Instead, he just picked up the engineer shovel in his hand and looked around. We will know soon. Chapter 1339, the beginning of the change. We'll know soon. Huh? Saki and teacher Yamahara were both startled when they heard Duanmu Huai's answer, while Duanmu Huai held the engineer shovel in his hand and looked around. It was already late at night, and the entire campsite was pitch black. Although there seemed to be streetlights here, it was obvious that they could not be relied on for lighting in the current situation. Rustle, rustle. Soon, there was a sound in the bushes, and it was obvious that something was approaching. Duanmu Huai turned around and looked over there. You hide behind me. Oh, okay. Saki and teacher Yamahara also hurriedly hid behind Duanmu Huai, while Duanmu Huai stared at the direction of the bushes. At the same time, Saki suddenly frowned and then covered his mouth. Ugh, so smelly. Really? What is this smell? Teacher Yamahara also looked disgusted, while Duanmu Huai's face was slightly gloomy, because he was sure that this smell was nothing else but the stench he had felt before he met the bear on the mountain. Roar! At this moment, a huge black bear suddenly emerged from the bushes and pounced on Duanmu Huai. This scene was simply a replay of the daytime. But this time, the huge black shadow did not stop. On the contrary, it seemed to be fearless and directly waved its claws at Duanmu Huai's head. Get lost. Facing a mere black bear, Duanmu Huai certainly didn't take it seriously. He roared, raised the engineer shovel in his hand, and smashed it hard on the black bear's head. Puff. The next moment, the engineer shovel smashed the black bear's head and sent it flying. The headless body of the huge black bear fell heavily to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. No way. At this moment, Mr. Yamahara, who was hiding behind Duanmu Huai, also widened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Although people would believe Duanmu Huai's physique when he said he could kill a bear at the age of 10, that was just an analogy. Not that he could really kill a bear. And now, Duanmu Huai actually killed a bear in front of them with his bare hands. Or even a shovel? Even Sha Jui was stunned. Even if the system instilled her with the knowledge of Duanmu Huai, there was still a difference between knowledge and seeing with one's own eyes. Unlike the other two, Duanmu Huai also frowned at this moment, staring at the corpse in front of him in confusion. In fact, when Duanmu Huai swung the engineer shovel just now, he discovered something. The feel was wrong. Duanmu Huai used the shovel to hit the black bear. So in theory, he should be able to feel the thick muscles and hard skull of the black bear from the shovel. You should know that black bears are very thick-skinned and tough. If you shoot at the head with an ordinary pistol, unless you shoot at the eyes like in the movies, or shoot at the head when it opens its mouth, it will basically be blocked by the bear's skin or skull. Even though Duanmu Huai was strong, he would at least feel something like hitting an eggshell. However, when Duanmu Huai slapped it with his shovel just now, it felt like hitting a sponge or a cake. There was no resistance at all, and it was so soft that it made people feel a little disgusted. How strange. Duanmu Huai walked forward and used the searchlight on his head to illuminate the black bear corpse in front of him. He saw that the black bear's head had completely exploded, and its body had become soft like a deflated ball. To be honest, it looked a bit like a balloon made of real bear skin that had been deflated. It's already dead. At this moment, Shaji also carefully poked his head out from behind Duanmu Huai and asked in a low voice. It's definitely dead. But, well, it didn't run away this time. Maybe because it was dark and didn't see my brother? I don't think so. Duanmu Huai silently glanced at the system bar. And there was not even any prompt on it. Hey, look! Just then, suddenly the teacher Yamahara next to him shouted and pointed at the bear. The two looked at it. And then an unexpected scene appeared. Under the light, the body of the black bear began to rot and melt rapidly. In a moment, it turned into a pool of black mud and disappeared into the land. Hey, what on earth is this? Seeing this, Saki also screamed, and teacher Yamahara also turned pale. Only Duanmu Huai looked calm. Well, obviously, this is not a normal phenomenon. In other words, is it the evil god who is causing trouble? Or is this earthquake also related to the evil god? Then, isn't it okay? Duanmu Huai was relieved immediately. That's right. That's it. Generally, investigators need to follow up and search to stop the conspiracy of the evil god or cultists in order to prevent trouble before it happens. But Duanmu Huai doesn't need to. Just summon them, and I will beat them to death in front of you. What's the use of taking precautions? There's no such thing. If you ask, I'll beat you to death. If you have the guts, summon him. If I can't kill him, I'll admit defeat. Okay. It seems that something is wrong here. Although he was so excited that he wanted to kill the other party immediately, Duanmu Huai still turned around and looked at the two of them. Why don't you go back to the car first? I'll go up and see what's going on. Originally, Duanmu Huai thought that after such a scare, the two would go back immediately. Unexpectedly, Shaji shook his head desperately. And even Mr. Yamahara said that he would continue to follow up. Because from the data from the seismometer he got, the source of the earthquake was in this mountain. So he wanted to go and see what caused the earthquake. Do you really want to die? Duanmu Huai did not persuade him anymore. After all, it was the other party who wanted to die, not him. Although they thought it was him who wanted to die. Duanmu Huai, forget it. There was no point in talking about it now. Just go up. So the three of them set off again and headed upward. Not long after passing the campsite, Duanmu Huai and others came to the construction site again. But the construction site was even more messy at the moment, with materials overturned on the ground and the machinery used for construction lying in all directions. Well, I don't know how much the insurance company will pay. Hello? Is there anyone there? Duanmu Huai was too lazy to look for him, and he just opened his mouth and yelled, Is there anyone there? Answer me. Duanmu Huai's roar echoed in the forest, but the entire forest was dead silent, with no response at all. At this moment, Xia Jui's expression changed, and she reached out to pull the corner of Duanmu Huai's clothes. Brother, there seems to be a sound over there? Where? Over there. While talking, Xia Ji pointed to the other side of the mountain on the construction site. Duanmu Huai walked over in the direction of her finger, and then yelled again. Hey, is there anyone here? Speak. Help. This time, even Duanmu Huai heard the faint sound coming from nearby. He adjusted his direction again, and then Duanmu Huai saw a place that looked like a collapsed cave. The sound seemed to come from inside. Well, we'll know after we take a look. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened his 1,000 eyes. Soon, countless eyes flashed in the darkness. Then Duanmu Huai saw that at the other end of the collapsed cave, several workers were sitting or lying. Judging from their miserable appearance, this group of people seemed to be in a miserable situation. Ah! At this moment, one of the workers seemed to have noticed something, jumped up suddenly, and looked in the direction of Duanmu Huai's 1,000 eyes in doubt. Yes, there is something. Something is looking at us. Monster! Monster! Hey, are you okay? Calm down. Hold him down. What are you doing? Stop making noise. Duanmu Huai silently retracted his 1,000 eyes. Forget it. Anyway, their location has been confirmed. Now, brother? Is there anyone down there? Yes. What should we do now? What should we do? Duanmu Huai raised the engineer shovel in his hand. The only way is to dig. Fortunately, the cave's collapse was not serious. The reason they didn't dig it out by themselves was that a large rock blocked the cave. But this kind of rock was naturally not a problem for Duanmu. He clenched his fist and punched the stone. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, the whole stone suddenly broke and cracked, revealing the dark hole inside. When the workers saw the cave opening, they were also very excited and hurried out. Finally saved. I thought I would be buried underneath. Oh my god. Finally out. The workers were obviously extremely frightened. They crawled out of the cave regardless of their injuries. When they learned that it was Duanmu who rescued them, they also thanked Duanmu profusely, since many of them were injured, and some even had fractures. They first returned to the simple shack next to the construction site to bandage and treat their wounds. Shajui and Mr. Yamahara also joined the ranks of helping. As for Duanmu, well, forget about him. After all, if he gets close to any injured person, the other person's wound will bleed. So he just walked around and found a worker with intact hands and feet to ask about the details. After all, if it was just an earthquake, why did they go to the cave? Isn't this courting death? Also, why didn't they go back home when they should have gotten off work long ago, but stayed on the construction site? Facing Duanmu's question, the worker was a little nervous, but he still answered Duanmu's question obediently. In the afternoon, we dug a cave. Cave? Yes, that's it. We were just curious at the time and didn't know what was inside. Some people said it might be a stalactite cave, and some people worried that there was a cavity underneath. But no matter what, the captain decided to take us in to take a look. After all, during the geological survey, it was said that there was no problem here. But now there is a cave, which makes no sense. Then what? Then, we went in. The cave itself was not complicated. There was only one path, but it was very deep. We even thought we had walked to the lake because someone heard the sound of water and moisture. There was indeed a lake next to the campsite. And when we got deeper, we heard a strange sound. It wasn't the sound of water, nor did it come from anywhere. It was as if the cave itself was making a sound. Like something. It was very uncomfortable. Even if we covered our ears, we couldn't resist it, as if the sound went directly into our brains. At this point, the workers' expression began to turn pale. Everyone felt something was wrong and wanted to leave. But the captain insisted on moving forward, because the further we went inside, the louder the sound became. And finally we saw. At this moment, the worker's body seemed to have begun to shake uncontrollably, and his pupils gradually enlarged. But he seemed to be out of control and continued to speak. I don't know what it is. It's huge. Scary. It's like, I don't know. But it's obvious that we've entered its lair. That thing seems to hate light. Maybe because it has been living underground. So when we entered, that thing rushed directly towards us. Everyone was running desperately. But the captain said that we couldn't escape this way. He asked everyone to turn off the lights. And then he took the flashlight to lure the monster away. And then, at this point, the worker seemed to have finally reached his limit, screaming and crouching with his head in his hands, trembling and screaming. Duanmu stared at the workers and thought at the same time. In other words, it was not an earthquake, but the vibration caused by the monster tracking these workers? Damn. What the hell is this? Can a little bit of activity cause an earthquake? Anyway, we'll know when we go down and take a look. Chapter 1340 Demon's Dance. After giving the workers a simple treatment, Duanmu asked them to go down the mountain immediately, and asked Shajui to go down with him. Although Shajui was also opposed this time, Duanmu was very persistent. The reason was very simple. Although he didn't know what kind of monster was in the cave, considering that the noise made by this guy chasing the group of workers had caused the town below to collapse in half. Its size must be not small. If he fought it, it would probably be a landslide. In this situation, Shajui would be a dead end if she stayed here. So Duanmu asked her to go back with the workers and remind others that a stronger earthquake might happen soon. Although Shajui was reluctant, she finally nodded and went down the mountain with the workers in the car driven by Mr. Yamahara. As for the radio tower and first aid kit, Duanmu naturally left them to them. Anyway, he didn't need them. Okay, get ready. After confirming that the group had gone down the mountain, Duanmu patted his cheeks, then walked into the cave with a cold look in his eyes. This was only the first battle, but now it seemed that he would not encounter any ghouls or empty ghosts in this battle. Monsters that could cause earthquakes just by moving were rare, even for Duanmu. To put it bluntly, ordinary dragons don't have this ability. I don't know who I met this time, but Duanmu Huai can at least be sure that it's not the three most powerful ones. Probably not. Walking into the cave, it was indeed pitch black inside. Even the searchlight that Duanmu Huai brought seemed to be swallowed by the dark shadow and became dim. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai did not need light. He silently turned off the searchlight and then raised his hand, following Duanmu Huai's action. In this originally extremely dark cave, a deeper layer of darkness surged out like sea water. They were like waves hitting the beach, smearing and covering the darkness in the cave, sweeping forward, silently, as if nothing had happened. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai's consciousness had already extended forward with the pouring darkness, and he clearly saw everything in the cave, including the thing hidden at the end of the cave. Good fellow. Although Duanmu Huai had been mentally prepared for this, he was still surprised when he actually saw this monster. Its appearance, how to say, rather than saying it is like an octopus, it is more like a snake. Or, you can imagine a giant python without eyes, and with a body as long as 1 kilometer, opening its mouth, and then countless thick tentacles emerge from its mouth. Well, that is this monster. Of course, you can think of it as a giant python with tentacles growing in its mouth, or a squid with an elongated head like a snake. They are all similar. At the same time, the information of this monster also appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. Xiao De, Mire/drilling demon worm leader. Good guy. It's a boss right at the beginning. And it doesn't even give me small monsters. Duanmu Huai's face darkened slightly. He had only heard of the burrowing demon worm race, and did not have much impression. Strictly speaking, this thing is a monster, not an evil god. But no matter what, the first battle is a boss battle. And it is a big boss. Well, if this is put in the game, it means that the player will encounter the 4 heavenly kings as soon as he leaves the novice village? What a rubbish game setting. Moreover, the body of this burrowing demon worm is extremely huge. Duanmu Huai estimated that it is at least 1,500 meters long. This length is the same level as a battleship in the tribunal. How to fight this thing? Or was it a human who beat him? It's a pity that Duanmu Huai couldn't use other items. Otherwise he would take out a power armor and put it on. And then, he could start his favorite visceral incision surgery. And now, Duanmu Huai doesn't want to use his own body to try whether he can resist the solution in this thing. In this case, there is no choice but to have a duel between the old ones. Let's see who wins. Duanmu Huai determined the direction again. And then he stared at the burrowing demon worm. The battle begins? At this moment, the condensed darkness suddenly rushed out and turned into countless tentacles, attacking the huge body of the burrowing demon worm. The burrowing demon worm obviously also noticed Duanmu Huai's attack. It opened its mouth wide, and the tentacles in its mouth shot out, accompanied by hot mucus. The battle began. The countless tentacles stabbed at the body of the burrowing demon worm like spears. But the body that looked like a squid's slippery and soft body had extraordinary toughness. Even the shadow tentacles that could penetrate steel, when they pierced its shell, it was like hitting a thick tire. Instead of penetrating into it, it slid to the side. At the same time, the body of the earth-drilling demon worm began to wriggle. Its huge body was like crushing wheat, and it easily crushed the ground and the shadows under it into powder. The hot saliva sprayed from its mouth completely melted the stones and tentacles in front of it. Duanmu Huai's reaction to this was, "Fuck. It's so disgusting." Standing in place, Duanmu Huai looked disgusted. It was the first time he really used the power of the old ones to fight another old one. It was then that Duanmu Huai understood what a fight between 2 old ones meant. It was not just a physical fight, but also a spiritual fight. Just like when Duanmu Huai manipulated the shadows to turn into thousands of whiskers to attack the burrowing demon worms. In fact, those shadows were like extensions of Duanmu Huai's body. Logically speaking, even if the opponent could break the black shadow, if it was only physically broken, it would not hurt Duanmu Huai. However, since the opponent was also an old one, when the burrowing demon worm spitted out its saliva and corrupted the shadow tentacles, Duanmu Huai felt as if his hand was licked by countless dogs. Not only that, the burrowing demon worm's chanting whisper also echoed in Duanmu Huai's mental network. Similarly, Duanmu Huai also sang to the burrowing demon worm through the 1,000 roars. It was obvious that both sides were mentally polluting each other. But no one had broken through the defense yet. This all-round war from the perspectives of touch, hearing, vision, psychology, and physics was really the first time for Duanmu Huai. After all, in the past, he only needed to consider rushing, not fighting in all directions like now. To be honest, this was really not Duanmu Huai's strong point. Of course, there was another point that was even more important. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the attack of the burrowing demon worm, the entire cave shook violently again, and large pieces of rubble fell from it. Duanmu Huai was also somewhat helpless in the face of this scene. There was no way. Staring at the huge shadow approaching him, Duanmu Huai finally made a decision. If he could use the power of the god of destruction, it would not be difficult to destroy the burrowing demon worms. However, this was an advanced and enhanced trial of the old ones, and naturally only the power of the old ones was allowed to be used. So he had to fight. As Duanmu Huai's mind turned, a huge and heavy shadow instantly emerged from under his feet, directly wrapping Duanmu Huai in it, and then turned into a weird, twisted, and indescribable monster. At the same time, the burrowing demon worm had already emerged from deep underground. When it saw the old one transformed by Duanmu Huai, it roared and rushed up. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanying the movement of the burrowing demon worm, the shaking of the earth became more and more intense, and even the entire mountain was shaking. The town below was even more panicked. Most people screamed and trembled in the school playground, looking around in fear. In their eyes, the scene before them was like the end of the world. The ground was shaking like waves. Houses were overturned. And even if people were standing on solid ground, they felt like they were standing on the rough sea. And they couldn't keep their balance at all. Some people couldn't suppress their fear and cried and screamed. For a moment, there were screams and wails all around, as if hell was about to descend on the earth. Brother Shaji knelt on the ground, holding onto the railing beside him tightly, and looked at the mountains in the distance anxiously. She didn't know what happened there, but Shaji knew that her brother was still there. And now, such a terrible earthquake happened again. Is her brother really okay? In fact, Duanmu Huai is okay, but he is not sure whether the people in the town are okay. The reason is simple. Because this scene is too hellish. The earth-drilling demon worm rushed to the shadow monster transformed by Duanmu Huai, and Duanmu Huai was naturally not to be outdone. The shadow monster that looked like a giant brain waved countless tentacles with eyes, and tightly wrapped around the body of the earth-drilling demon worm. The burrowing demon worm also opened its mouth wide, biting the brain tightly, and the tentacles in its mouth kept stretching out, as if trying to force it in. If someone was here, they would be able to see a giant monster covered with tentacles, with various eyes and mouths everywhere, entangled with a giant squid-like creature as big as a mountain. The latter's body was covered with tiny root-like tentacles, and the smelling mucus and the weird, indescribable chanting sound merged into one, echoing in the mountains. Well, whoever sees this scene will definitely go crazy without explanation. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai had thought about this before and deliberately led the burrowing devil worm to the other side of the mountain, so that the ridge blocked his figure fighting with the burrowing devil worm. Otherwise, if the residents of the town looked up and saw this scene, I guess as many people as there were would go crazy. But now, to be honest, the situation is not much better. Damn it. I'm not good at this kind of battle. What should I do? Duanmu Huai was also very depressed at this moment. The opponent was as thick as a piece of taffy, and he could not break through the defense at all. On the other hand, the guy's saliva was hotter than the temperature of magma, and could even easily dissolve his tentacles. He could not use the power of the god of destruction, nor the power of the god of joy and the sixth heavenly demon king. Of course, even if he could use it, it would be useless. It was really troublesome. If this guy was not so big, it would be much easier to fight. Duanmu Huai cursed in his heart, while waving his tentacles again, grabbing the earth-drilling demon worm and smashing it to the side. Roar! But what Duanmu Huai didn't expect was that when the burrowing demon worm was smashed to the side, it actually let out a painful scream, even drowning out the chant that had been echoing in Duanmu Huai's mental network. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai was also refreshed. He hurriedly looked over, and saw that there was a stream flowing where the burrowing demon worm was smashed. Now the burrowing demon worm's body was in contact with the stream, and was gradually rotting and deteriorating. Is this thing afraid of water? That's easy. The burrowing demon worm seemed to sense the coming of danger because of the pain, and turned around decisively to leave. However, hey, little beauty, where are you running to? Duanmu Huai laughed grimly, like a robber who robbed money and women at night, and grabbed the burrowing demon worm that tried to escape, and refused to let go no matter how it struggled. Then Duanmu Huai swept his eyes, and soon saw the lake next to the campsite. Beauty. How about we take a couple's bath? He. Without waiting for the burrowing demon insect to answer, Duanmu Huai grabbed it, and rolled down suddenly. The two huge monsters were entangled with each other, rolling down the hillside like an invincible wind and fire wheel. And all the trees along the way were crushed into pieces. The struggle of the burrowing demon insect also reached its limit at this moment. But then two huge black shadows were seen smashing heavily into the lake. Hula! The lake water was smashed up dozens of meters high, and the two monsters were directly submerged in the lake. At the same time, the burrowing demon worm's wail sounded again, and the lake water kept rolling. The burrowing demon worm desperately stuck its head out, trying to leave the water. Soon, the surrounding lake water began to roll, and then tentacles emerged from it, entangled the burrowing demon worm's body, and pulled it back into the water. The burrowing demon worm was like a girl who desperately wanted to escape from the clutches of the devil, but was caught by the devil when she was about to rush out of the door. She could only be desperately pulled back to accept her predetermined fate, and slowly disappeared into the depths of the lake. And there was only one fate it was about to face. Roar! The wail of the burrowing demon insect echoed in the mountains, even shaking the mountains. But soon, it gradually died down. The boiling lake water also calmed down. Everything around was once again dead silent. Chapter 1341 Intermission. There is nothing much to say about what happened after this. When the sun rose again, Duanmu Huai had already returned to the town and met Sha Jui. The latter was obviously panicked by the terrible earthquake and even wanted to go up the mountain to find Duanmu Huai again. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai came back in time and comforted Sha Jui. As for other people asking what happened on the mountain, Duanmu Huai said, I don't know. I just planned to go to the cave to take a look. But before I could, there was an earthquake. So I ran all the way and finally came back. No one doubted this. After all, the earthquake was so strong that the situation on the mountain must be even worse. Duanmu Huai was lucky to come back alive, and they didn't care much about the rest. Duanmu Huai didn't worry about being exposed, although the traces of his battle with the burrowing devil were all over the mountain. So what? The real owner had completely melted. Not even a hair was left. And those traces could be said to be caused by the earthquake. Anyway, ordinary people would not think in this direction. Right? What if someone found out? Are you kidding? Can mortals see the confrontation between two mythical creatures? I will drive you crazy without any explanation. The next step is simple. The outside world naturally discovered the situation here, and soon opened up the road to start transporting supplies and post-disaster reconstruction. Of course, this has nothing to do with Duanmu Huai and his men. After opening up the road, Duanmu Huai drove Sha Ji away from here and returned to their residence. This time out also made Sha Ji physically and mentally exhausted. After returning home, he went straight back to his room to rest. And Duanmu Huai also returned to his room, closed his eyes, and began to review the situation. Frankly speaking, if Duanmu Huai were to evaluate it, he felt that he did not do well this time. But Duanmu Huai also felt wronged. After all, if you really want to judge this issue, the reason is not his. As an old one, Duanmu Huai currently has only a few abilities, including the ability to read the past when he went to Mary's world, the shadow copy and manipulation obtained from the old one swallowed by Sun Capital Island, the tentacles and mental pollution unique to the old ones, and the 1,000 roars, 1,000 eyes, and 1,000 beards obtained from the 3 old gods swallowed by Thun in Azeroth. Among these abilities, Duanmu Huai used shadow copy more often, because it can be used to directly read other people's intelligence memories. For the others, Duanmu Huai basically used them casually. So from this point of view, Duanmu Huai is not actually a qualified old one. But he didn't think so. If it weren't for the idiot Magnus sliding in, he wouldn't have directly made Duanmu Huai's old one's priesthood into a strengthened trial. It once again proves that the red-skinned one-eyed Ogren is an idiot who is more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Although the guy has always been like this. By the way, since it is a strengthening trial, it naturally has benefits. In fact, Duanmu Huai received a prompt after destroying the earth-drilling demon worm and obtained an old essence. How to use this old essence? Duanmu Huai has 3 options. One is to use the old essence to strengthen the old abilities that he originally possessed. such as Thousand Roars, Thousand Eyes, Shadow, etc. Another is to absorb the old essence and obtain its abilities. Because Duanmu Huai defeated the earthworm this time. If Duanmu Huai absorbs the essence of the old days, he will have the ability to dig holes and cause earthquakes like the earthworm. The last one is to sacrifice the essence of the old days, then choose to learn a skill and increase its value to the highest. At the same time, add a background. These skills are basically the skills of investigators, such as stealth, lockpicking, anthropology, etc. But what makes Duanmu Huai most excited is that he actually saw the skill of charm in it, and the bonus can be increased to 95%. Oh! If this were another world, Duanmu Huai would be dancing wildly and be charming. Wouldn't that mean he's a handsome guy? The kind that women can't take their eyes off? Wouldn't that be awesome? However, this is a world of evil gods. Plus, I'm still enhancing my old priesthood this time. So this charm is questionable. What is this that you're charming about? So what do you mean? System? My 3 points of charm can only add an indescribable charm. Right? Are you seducing Nima? Is this seduction? Or brainwashing? Duanmu Huai remembered that he had encountered a similar task in the game. At that time, the husband suspected that his wife was cheating, and asked the player to investigate. Then the player followed the wife to investigate, and found that she was indeed cheating, because she was seduced by Naya, and the two of them were flirting with each other. But when the player rushed in to catch the adultery, he saw that the woman was holding an indescribable twisting big white earthworm, with a dazed look on her face. Do you think the woman is fascinated? Fascinated? Enchanted? Right. Enchanted. But do you want it? Then, I'd better think about it again. Duanmu Huai felt that he was not as shameless as Naya. At least he still had to fight for it. He couldn't lower himself to the same level as the big white earthworm. After all, the charm of the old evil god was basically this kind of indescribable brainwashing stuff. Duanmu Huai felt that he would not fall to the level of these monsters with faces like shoehorns. It's just a pity that if you remove the charm, there are not many with a value bonus above 90. If you talk about the values of combat and melee weapons, Duanmu Huai's own value is already 100%, and there is no need for a bonus at all. As for that pseudolimb strike, just pretend you didn't see it. In fact, Duanmu Huai originally wanted to take this opportunity to enhance his shooting skills, but perhaps because these skills are based on his original values. Even if he uses the old essence shooting skill, it only adds 10, which is a pure waste. With Duanmu Huai's shooting skills, there is basically no difference between having these 10 and not having them. Similarly, Duanmu Huai also gave up on science skills, such as anthropology, archaeology, and astronomy. As the bonus is less than 20, let me make it clear in advance that he is just too lazy to think. After looking around, Duanmu Huai found that there are only a few skills that can increase his skill value to more than 90. One is animal taming, which can be increased to 90 and used to tame animals. Well, as for whether those animals are obedient because they like it or because they are afraid, Duanmu Huai doesn't even think about it. Next is photography. Perhaps because Duanmu Huai's background setting includes photography. His initial photography skill is 60, and with a bonus of 30, it can reach 90. But Duanmu Huai thinks this skill is basically useless. Unless, perhaps, it can be used to secretly take photos or something? But I have 1,000 eyes. Isn't it more convenient to see what I want directly? In terms of interactive skills, Duanmu Huai's persuasion and talking are all 0. Intimidation equals 100, which doesn't need to be increased at all. Charm. It gives a bonus of 95. But out of self-esteem, Duanmu Huai decisively gave it up. After all, it's hard to say whether this charm is serious or not. The bonus of science skills is too low, so give up all of them. Except for photography. The other arts have nothing to do with me. And the bonus is less than 20, so I can give it up. The next third skill that can reach 90 is demolition. Probably because Duanmu Huai likes to blow up with hot melt bombs the most. Although he only cares about bombing and not burying. Drive. It was originally a good skill. But with Duanmu Huai's size, he couldn't drive most vehicles. For example, it was good enough for Duanmu Huai to squeeze into a yacht or helicopter. But he still wanted to drive it. As for lockpicking, it was an unnecessary skill in Duanmu Huai's opinion. What kind of lock could he open? There was no door that could not be opened without being hammered in front of him. If you have time to unlock, It would be more convenient to blow it up directly. Then, there is hypnosis. Well, like charm. This hypnosis. Well, no need to think. It must be improper. After all, hypnosis and brainwashing are standard features of evil gods. Duanmu Huai has also appreciated many works in this area, such as mind-worrying art, hypnosis O garden, hypnosis O game, after school O sleep club, giant O ling yang hypnosis, etc., etc. Should I click it? For a moment, Duanmu Huai really wanted to click it, but fortunately he stopped. I almost fell for it. This is the temptation of the evil god. No, I am the evil god? That's fine. Duanmu Huai hesitated for a long time between blasting and hypnosis, and finally chose blasting. After all, this was one of the few hobbies that Duanmu Huai had after traveling through time. Watching everything turn to ashes in the explosion was really refreshing, especially considering that the explosion destroyed some cultists or evil gods. It was even more refreshing. And in Duanmu Huai's judgment, it was always right to blow it up when in doubt. Sacrifice the essence of the old gods to increase the explosion skill to 95. As the system information flashed by, the next moment Duanmu Huai felt that his mind suddenly had a lot of knowledge, including how to assemble, disassemble, and make bombs, as well as the ratio, raw materials and circuits, etc. It seems that this should be the benefit brought by the system to himself. If it is scientific knowledge, it is probably the same. However, Duanmu Huai did not regret it. The reason is very simple. He usually doesn't like to use his brain, and he may not use it even if he learns it. It's like everyone has learned geometry. But who would use it unless it's necessary? Duanmu Huai is even less likely to do that. So even if he is given some knowledge of anthropology and archaeology, Duanmu Huai won't use it. Over time, it's like a college student tutoring a primary school student to do math homework, and he will completely forget it. Those are quite suitable for Mary. Although Duanmu Huai can't see Mary's panel, he thinks Mary's archaeology should be above 90. Although it's useless to say these now. On the contrary, this skill of being able to blow up anything at any time and anywhere is very useful to Duanmu Huai. After all, when in doubt, just blow it up. After Duanmu Huai finished clicking, the next line of prompts in the system soon appeared. Please select background reward. A. Good luck in opening your photo studio has been decorated and will open soon. B. Fame your brother and sister's heroic deeds have been spread and attracted the attention of people with good intentions. Photo studio. Duanmu Huai wanted to open a photo studio. After all, he had heard the stories that photographers and photo studios had to tell. But unfortunately, considering his appearance, no matter whether it was serious photography or not, he was afraid that no one would ask him for help. So, Duanmu Huai silently chose B. Next, it depends on which rabbit will come to the door. After solving the problem, Duanmu Huai stood up, stretched, and walked to the window to look at the scenery outside. This trial is completely different from Journey to the West. Perhaps it is because of the priesthood, the god of destruction. Naturally, he just wants to destroy. Simple and rough. But the old days were obviously not so simple. Duanmu Huai was not sure when he would end in this world. After all, everyone knows that in Journey to the West, as long as you get the scriptures, you will pass the test, no matter how you get them. But here, forget it. Let's see what happens. Duanmu Huai shook his head and yawned again. Let's take a rest first, and then see what will happen next. Chapter 1342 Birthday Invitation. After returning from the town, Duanmu Huai spent some time in a leisurely and lazy manner. Of course, the TV news also reported this unexpected earthquake event. Duanmu Huai also saw the traces left on the mountain by his battle with the earth-drilling demon worm on the TV screen. As expected, this was interpreted by experts as the result of the impact of the earthquake. As for why this kind of earthquake occurred, the expert finally said, there are still many unsolved mysteries in the world, and we don't know our home well enough. The conversation ended with the excuse. How to say it? Actually, it can be understood? After all, what the other party said is also true. Just when Duanmu Huai was drinking Coke and watching the experts on TV talking nonsense, Shaji walked out of his room and walked to Duanmu Huai's side. Brother. What's the matter? Do you have time these days? As you can see, I'm very free every day. What's wrong? Actually, in a week, It will be my friend Meijia's birthday. She just called and invited us to attend her birthday party together. The two of us? Yes. Brother. Have you forgotten? Meijia has met you several times before. Is that true? Let's just assume that it is true. Duanmu Huai knew without thinking that it must be the system's background setting. So he didn't think much about it, and just waved his hand. That's all? Well, and? She seems to want to ask you for help with something. Brother. Ask me for help, okay. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Then I have no choice but to go. In fact, Duanmu Huai knew without guessing that this must be the beginning of the next mission. But what he didn't expect was that the person who came to find him, this time actually appeared as his sister's friend. Which was really a bit unexpected. I don't know what kind of trouble this time will be, and I don't know what kind of enemy I will encounter. Duanmu Huai can't wait. There is actually nothing to do next. After packing up, Duanmu Huai drove with Sha Jui to the home of the girl named Meijia. Well, or a villa. Maybe it's because Duanmu Huai's family is a famous family in the background setting. And they know many members of big families. Even the girls' school that Sha Jui attends is also an aristocratic girls' school. So it's natural that Meijia is also a young lady. The evidence is that ordinary people hold birthday parties at home. But Meijia chose to hold it in their villa deep in the mountains. TSK. Rich people are different. Although strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai is also a rich man. However, to be honest, I still don't understand why rich people have to build villas in such a deserted place. Duanmu Huai complained while driving along the highway along Tokyo Bay. It's understandable to want to be away from people. But you can't be too far away. If I have to choose, I would rather choose a place near a small town. At least it will be more convenient to see a doctor. And it will be easier to rescue in case of fire. I don't know what these people are thinking. They have to build a villa in the deep mountains and old forests. No wonder detective novels always like to write about cases in such places. With such a good environment, who else should they kill if not you? Or did you do something shameful? So you can only build a house in the deep mountains and old forests? Brother? Don't say this in front of Meijia. Don't worry. I won't say it in front of her. After taking a look at the map, Duanmu Huai got off the highway, drove out of the bay on the other side after crossing a mountain, and then came to a manor on a nearby hill. It was obvious that this was a private manor, and it was surrounded by trees. Ordinary people could not see what was inside, and there were high brick walls and iron fences on the outside. Duanmu Huai came to the gate, and soon the gate opened slowly and automatically. Look! If 10 or 8 people died in this place, no one would notice it. Duanmu Huai drove into it, and silently complained in his heart. Similarly, if 10 or 8 girls were abducted and sold here for imprisonment and occult, no one would notice it. No wonder rich people like to build villas in such ghost places, just to facilitate doing shameful things. A moment later, Duanmu Huai's car passed through dense woods and narrow bends and arrived in front of a foreign-style house. The pure white mansion looked very luxurious, surrounded by green mountains and green waters. But from the dense vines climbing on it and its walls, it can be seen that this mansion has been around for quite a long time. Sha Jioya. Duanmu Huai's car had just stopped at the gate when he saw a girl in a white dress jogging all the way. And Sha Ji also opened the car door and got out to greet him. Meijia. Long time no see. Long time no see. It's been almost half a month. I saw the news. That town is the place you said you were going to. I called you at that time, but I couldn't get through. I was so worried. At this time, Duanmu Huai also got out of the car and looked at the girl who was chatting with Sha Jui in front of him. The latter was also stiff when she saw him appear, but she soon calmed down and greeted Duanmu Huai with a smile. Long time no see. Mr. Duanmu. I'm Baifan Meijia. Do you still remember me? Honestly? I don't remember. Faced with Duanmu Huai's blunt answer, Baifan Meijia showed a helpless smile on her face. How should I put it? It's really Mr. Duanmu's usual style. Although I have been mentally prepared, I am still a little shocked to hear you say that. Sorry. Meijia. My brother is just like that. I know. After all, Mr. Duanmu and I haven't seen each other for a long time. Please follow me. I have prepared a room for you. As she spoke, Meijia led the two of them to the mansion. Duanmu Huai walked beside them, looking at the girl in front of him. Similar to Saki, Meijia was also a lovely girl. She had curly brown hair, a round face and downturned eyes, which made her look a little more gentle and emotional. If Sha Jui is the serious type, then Mika is obviously the gentle and quiet type of girl. Sha Jui said that Mika is very popular in the class, and Duanmu Huai can understand this. After all, although Sha Jui is also very beautiful, she has a serious feeling that no strangers are allowed to enter, and most boys are afraid that they don't have the courage to approach her. On the contrary, Mika, a young lady who looks very cultured and kind, is much easier to approach. But then again, it feels so empty here. Walking into the hall, Sakuya couldn't help but sigh, and Mika smiled bitterly when she heard her sigh. After all, there aren't many people here. Usually, there are only 2 maids to take care of this place, and a gardener to help tidy up the garden. Besides you, only a few of my brothers and sisters will come to the party. Now that they haven't arrived yet, it naturally seems very deserted. By the way, why are you here? I remember that you always celebrated your birthday at home before? That's true. At this point, Mika also showed an embarrassed expression. In fact, this is also considered as the family rules of our Baifan family. Family rules? Yes. I heard that it was set up by my great-grandfather, who started from scratch. It is said that people of the Baifan family, whether they are from the main family or the branch family, must come here to celebrate their birthdays when they turn 16. So this place is actually not too deserted most of the time. Everyone has to come here to celebrate their birthdays when they turn 16? Why? I don't know. Meijia shook her head. Just when she was about to say something, a voice suddenly rang out from not far away. Miss? Ah! The voice was gloomy, as if it came out from the ground. It scared Meijia and Sha Jui. Even Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked towards the place where the voice came from. On the side of the corridor, not far from the front of the hall, a maid who looked quite old was hunched over, pushing a small cart, and turned her head to stare at the side. Perhaps because of the backlight, her face was not clear, but Duanmu Huai could see clearly that it was a dry and old face. The maid just stared at this side with an expressionless face. But Mika, as a lady, seemed a little nervous. Ah, hello, Grandma Sanchuan. These 2 are the guests I mentioned to you before. This is my good friend Minami Sakuya, and her brother Duanmu Huai. Oh, the old maid stretched out her voice and nodded. Your rooms are ready. You can go and rest at any time. Please remember the master's instructions. Okay. After saying this, the old maid turned around and left with the cart, and Sakuya looked at her curiously, then looked at Mika. You seem to be afraid of her? Mika Mikawa has been here longer than any of us. Mika also lowered her voice and answered. It is rumored that Mikawa worked here during the time of my great-grandfather. Until now? Yes. My father also thought she was too old and worried that she would have an accident here alone. So he planned to give her a generous pension and let her retire. But Grandma Sanchuan refused to agree to anything, and even said that if my father fired her, she would die here. So my father had no choice but to let her continue to work here. Is it really okay? Why not hire a few people to help her? My father did this. But those servants came here and resigned within a few months. They would not tell me the reason when asked. At this point, Meijia was also a little uneasy. So I'm very afraid of her. Not to mention me. Even my father is a little afraid of her. Good boy. Is this the guest taking over? Hearing Meijia's words, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, glanced in the direction where the old woman disappeared, and then retracted his gaze. Now it seems that there is a good show to watch. Chapter 1343 Opening. Meijia took the 2 of them around the mansion, and Duanmu Huai finally understood why Meijia invited them. This place really makes people feel uncomfortable. To be honest, from the outside, this mansion is quite good, and the lighting is also abundant. Unlike many mansions that are dark and gloomy, the glass dome and floor-to-ceiling windows bring enough light to the entire mansion. If you just take a photo and look at it, you will only feel that it is a gorgeous and bright scene. But what about walking inside? That's another story. If Duanmu Huai were to make an analogy, the whole mansion felt like an operating room or a morgue. There was plenty of light, but there was always a chill that was barely noticeable, even during the day. Meijia said that before they came, she had been reading in the garden outside. No wonder she didn't like staying here. And Meijia's parents couldn't come back because they went abroad. So Meijia was alone here now. The 2 maids were obviously not her companions. Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui also met another maid. According to Mijia, she was the daughter of Grandma Sanchuan, a middle-aged woman in her 30s. She also had a stern face and rarely spoke. She looked solemn as if she was in a mourning hall. Are you celebrating your birthday or keeping vigil? This place is really not suitable for birthdays. After walking around, Duan Muhui sat on the sofa in the reception room and gave his opinion without hesitation. In my opinion, this place is more suitable for a mourning hall. Brother. It's okay. Sakuya. I feel the same way. Mika smiled bitterly and stopped Sakuya from complaining. Actually, no one likes this place. No one will come unless it's a birthday. Then why do you want to celebrate your birthday here? Can't you just go somewhere else? Duanmu didn't believe that there was no rebellious person in this big family. Are they all so obedient like sheep? Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Meijia's expression sank slightly. And then she looked around uneasily. Actually, there was also a person who thought this tradition was too stupid. So he gave up the ceremony. But later, he died. Dead? Yes. Meijia nodded vigorously. And her wrists holding the hem of her skirt turned pale. That was a distant cousin of mine. When he was 16, he decided not to come here to celebrate his birthday, but went to KTV with his classmates to sing all night. Well, this is in line with the characteristics of modern students. It is common to celebrate birthdays in KTV. But the next morning, when the waiter opened the door of the box, he found that the cousin was dead. Not only him, but also his classmates who were in the box with his cousin died. I heard that the scene was very cruel at that time. Everyone was disemboweled. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Sakuya's face turned pale, and Mika nodded silently. Yes, the Bai Fan family spent a lot of money to suppress this matter, and announced to the public that they took an overdose of drugs and killed each other in the box. But we all know that this is not true, because after that, everyone said that this was the punishment for the cousin's violation of tradition. I see. No wonder everyone followed this rule even though they were reluctant. After all, a person's 16th birthday only happens once in his life. No matter how reluctant he is, he can just grit his teeth and get through it. Although I don't know whether it's true or not. It's better than losing my life. Of course, you can also say it's a coincidence. But this is a matter of losing your head. You only have one life. And no one wants to gamble with their own life. Right? Not only that, according to Mika, there are actually 3 rules. The first one is what she said before. Everyone in the Baifan family must celebrate their 16th birthday in this mansion. But it's not as simple as just finding a place in the mansion to celebrate your birthday. There are also 2 other rules. The second rule is that the person who has a birthday must come to the mansion one day in advance and stay in the innermost guest room on the east side of the 2nd floor of the mansion. Yes, it is a guest room. The mansion has 3 floors in total. The first floor is mainly for dining, kitchen and entertainment room and other facilities. The 2nd floor is the guest room. And the 3rd floor is the study and master bedroom. Mika is a member of the Baifan family, so she naturally has her own room in the mansion. But it's useless. She must stay in the guest room on the east side of the 2nd floor the day before her birthday. And there is only one guest room on the entire east side, located at the end of the corridor. And you have to live alone. No one is allowed in the entire east side, not even in the corridor. And in order to prevent guests living in the west side from breaking into the east side, an iron door is used to separate the middle. And only Grandma Mikawa has the key. That guest room must be very big. Right? Hearing this, Saki asked curiously. There are a total of 6 guest rooms on the west side of the mansion. Mika has already taken them to see them. Basically, the layout of these guest rooms is similar to that of hotel rooms, with a bathroom and a large bedroom. And then daily necessities such as desks and TVs. Well, to put it bluntly, this is actually no different from a hotel king-size bedroom. There are 3 guest rooms on each side of the west corridor. A total of 6 rooms. There is only one guest room on the east side, and the entrance is located at the innermost part. So it is natural to imagine that the room should be much larger than Duanmu Huai's. However, no. In fact, the room I live in is no different from everyone else's. They are all the same size. Huh? Really? But it's such a big place. I don't know either. Mika shook her head and continued. Next, the 3rd rule is that after entering the guest room at 10 p.m. on the night before the birthday person is not allowed to leave the guest room. You can't leave the guest room until 12 noon the next day. And then the maid will open the closed iron door and take the birthday person to the chapel in the annex to celebrate the birthday there. And after the birthday person must return to the guest room on the east side before 10 p.m. and stay another night. You can leave at noon on the third day. After listening to Mei Jia's introduction, Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji looked at each other with puzzled expressions. Is this a birthday? Is this not a cult ritual? Besides, why should we go to the church in the annex if we just celebrate our birthday properly? Isn't it okay to go to a restaurant? No wonder Mei Jia is so nervous. Because that rebellious cousin happened last year. And this year it's her turn. Originally, Mei Jia just thought it was a weird ritual. But if someone died, then the situation is naturally different. Unfortunately, her parents were out of the country due to work, and she couldn't count on the relatives, who she only saw a few times a year. The maids here were all weirder than each other. So Mika had no choice but to invite Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui to come. Even if they couldn't help, it would be good to be brave. Is that the church in the annex? Can we go in and take a look? No. Mika shook her head with a bitter face. The key to the church is in the hands of Ms. Ibe. She said that it can only be opened on her birthday. Ms. Ibe is the daughter of Grandma Mikawa, the stern woman in her 30s that Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui saw before. Sha Jui was speechless. This was the first time she had seen such a weird birthday. Duanmu Huai was the same. What a psychopath. Oh, by the way, Mika, sensing that the atmosphere was a bit dull, Sha Jui decisively changed the subject and took out a gift box from her bag. This is a birthday present. Happy birthday to you. Thank you. After receiving the birthday gift, Mei Jia's originally depressed expression was somewhat relieved. Can I open it? Of course. After getting Sha Jui's consent, Mei Jia opened the birthday gift box and saw a pair of very unique earrings inside. Well, a gift for a very girly girl. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then saw Sha Ji looking at him, and was stunned. I want to give it too. Faced with Sha Jui's silent urging, Duanmu Huai reached out, rummaged in his arms, and then took out something and handed it over. Happy birthday to you. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. Is this a pendant? Mei Jia curiously took the gift from Duanmu Huai, somewhat surprised. Obviously, this is a pendant, but the decoration on the pendant is a bit strange. Hanging under the metal chain is a metal skull logo, and in the eye sockets and mouth of this metal skull, several tentacles extend from it and wrap around a war hammer, and the suction cups on these tentacles are open eyes. Brother, this thing is only liked by boys. Seeing this, Sha Jui couldn't help but complain. No wonder she said that. After all, it looked like the death-heavy metal stuff that those middle school boys liked the most. For a gentle and intellectual girl like Mika, it was really inappropriate. What do you know, little kid? This is a talisman. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes at Sha Jui. Just kidding. This thing is an ornament infused with his divine power. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is a divine weapon. Unless Mika encounters a 3 mythical god-level being. With just this pendant, no matter what kind of ghost, ghoul, or snakeman Bayage comes, they will kill anyone who stands in their way. And the lower-level outer gods will not care. Of course, if you meet Shub-Niggurath or Nyarlathotep, you can go to bed early. I hope I will have better luck in my next life. Amulet? This doesn't look like an amulet, does it? Sakyu's expression is also very interesting. After all, this thing looks like a cursed item. Well, it's actually true. After all, it was transformed by Duanmu Huai with the power of the old gods. Thank you, Mr. Duanmu. I'll take it. However, Mei Jia didn't seem to care about these little things. She directly picked up the necklace and hung it around her neck, and then put it under her coat, so that she wouldn't be afraid of being seen. Seeing this, Sha Ji wanted to say something, but suddenly there was a chaotic sound of footsteps, and then the door of the reception room was pushed open roughly. Hey, hello, everyone. Then, a man walked in with a big laugh. Chapter 1344 Gathering. Hearing this voice, the three turned their heads and saw a brown-skinned man with blonde hair, a white suit, and earrings walking in with a smile, holding a woman of about his age in his arms. Well, how should I put it? Basically the standard form of the yellow-haired woman who specializes in NTR and animations. Hey, Mika. Long time no see. Ah, Satomi and I. The frivolous yellow-haired man smiled and waved at Mika, who did not show any disgust. Instead, she stood up and saluted the yellow-haired man in return. Long time no see. I didn't expect Brother Satomi to come to my birthday party. After all, you are my lovely sister. Hey! Who are these two? This is my good friend Saki and her brother Dwanmu Y. Hey. Hello. The yellow-haired man seemed very familiar and gestured to the two of them with a smile. I'm Shiraho Satomi, Mika's cousin. Mika's friends are also my friends. If you need any help, just ask. The yellow-haired man said hello to Dwanmu Y and Sha Jui cheerfully, then looked at Dwanmu Y's clothes with wide eyes. But brother, your outfit is pretty cool. Where did you get it from? This is a specialty of our Dwanmu family. Really? It looks really good. Pretty cool. You have good taste. Although Dwanmu Y's answer was lukewarm, Huang Mao didn't care at all. He seemed to be very familiar with people. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you to my girlfriend, Sayuri Sakura. Hello. The woman standing next to Huang Mao also smiled and waved to the three people. Her dress was also very fashionable. In short, she looked like the kind of girl Dwanmu Y had seen in the dance hall. She was wearing a leopard print miniskirt, tanned, thick lipstick, blonde hair and eyeshadow. She looked like a hot girl. Well, yellow-haired plus hot girl. What a perfect match. Brother Satomi, you changed your girlfriend again? Looking at the hot girl in front of her, Mika was speechless, while the yellow-haired scratched his head with a smile. I can't help it. Hey, who told me that I was born handsome? There are always women willing to follow me. This is also a trouble, But don't worry. I won't do anything to your friends. I won't let you do that either. If you dare to do that, I won't recognize you as my brother. It seems that they have a good relationship. Looking at Meijia and Huang Mao who were talking and laughing, Sha Jui approached Dwanmu Y curiously and whispered. It's no wonder that she had such an idea. After all, Meijia looked like a lady from a wealthy family. Logically speaking, a girl like her who followed the rules should not have much contact with a man like Huang Mao, who seemed to be corrupting the morals. But now it seems that the relationship between the two is very good. Of course, this is not surprising. Although the yellow-haired guy's behavior was frivolous, Dwanmu Y found that he was actually very sensible. He only greeted people in moderation, and was more interested in playing with Meijia to liven up the atmosphere and introducing his girlfriend to her. If he was really that kind of yellow-haired guy, he would either come up to chat with Sakui or touch the hot girl. By the way, the yellow-haired guy also gave Meijia a birthday present. Logically, birthday presents should be given on the same day. But it seems that everyone here is used to this practice. Perhaps because of the yellow-haired guy, the originally cold atmosphere here gradually heated up. However, at this moment, several figures appeared at the door of the reception room. Sister Mika. Accompanied by this somewhat low voice, a long-haired boy wearing a school uniform and glasses, who looked a little gloomy, walked in. Beside him followed a girl, who was not very old, probably around the age of junior high school. Morikun. Seeing the boy, Mika's expression was a bit complicated, but she still greeted him with a smile. Long time no see. I didn't expect you to come to my birthday party. Who are these two? While greeting the boy, Mika looked at the people behind him curiously, and the girl stood up and bowed respectfully. Hello. It's our first time to meet you. I'm a good friend of Shirafumari. My name is Siki Ryoko. Shirafumari and I are both members of the Supernatural Research Club. Supernatural Research Club? Yes. The goal of our club is to uncover all unscientific and irrational mysteries, and use science to explain those irrational factors. Faced with Siki Ryoko's enthusiastic explanation, Mika seemed a little confused, while the yellow-haired man sitting next to her tooted his tongue and then glanced at Baifanson with dissatisfaction. The latter just stood by with his head down and said nothing. Anyway, thank you very much for coming to my birthday party. Compared to the enthusiasm when facing Sakuya and Huamao, Mika's performance at this moment is very formulaic. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, Mika's words and deeds are still in line with the behavior of a lady from a wealthy family. But even Dwanmu Y can see that compared to the excitement when facing Sakuya and Huamao, Mika's response at this moment is more formulaic. You must be tired after a long journey here. Ms. Ayabe, please take them to the guest room to rest first. Okay, Mississippi. After hearing Mika's order, the middle-aged maid who had been standing in the shadows in the corner of the reception room, who looked like a dead person, came out, bowed silently to the two, and then took them out. TSK. The yellow-haired man spat in dissatisfaction until the two left. This kid is still so cowardly. It makes people feel uncomfortable to see him. You should talk to him. Mika. Don't always treat him as a child. After all, he is a member of our Bifan family. But you see him standing there like a puppet. Is this justified? There are guests here. But he didn't even say hello. I can't stand this guy. If that's the case, aren't you the same? Before Huang Mao finished complaining, another voice was heard. And then a man in a suit walked in. From the appearance, he was slightly older than Huang Mao, wearing glasses, with an old-fashioned slick-back hair, looking like a social elite, and he was also leading a big dog. Seeing the dog, Mei Jia's body suddenly stiffened, and Huang Mao also stood up and blocked Mei Jia behind him. Hey, didn't I tell you not to bring this dog in? You know that Mei Jia is afraid of dogs. It's okay. It won't bite. Huh? Wasn't it because it chased Mei Jia and bit her that Mei Jia became afraid of dogs? I should have told you to get rid of this stray dog at that time. It just wanted to get close to Mei Jia. It had no ill intentions. It was Mei Jia's own reaction that frightened it. As he spoke, the social man reached out and gently stroked the big dog's head. Then he raised his head and looked at Mei Jia, who was hiding behind the yellow-haired man. Mei Jia, come and say hello to Sayuri. But... Brother you. Yes. Facing the stare of the social man. Mei Jia seemed very scared. She hesitated for a moment and nodded. Then, like a prisoner who was ready to die, she walked out from behind the yellow-haired man and slowly walked towards the big dog. As Mei Jia approached, the big dog also showed its teeth and let out a low roar. No matter who looked at it, it didn't look like a welcome. Mei Jia. At this moment, Saki also frowned and looked at Mei Jia worriedly. The latter came to the big dog, gritted his teeth, and stretched out his hand. At this moment, the big dog opened his mouth to the limit, and even the back roots of his sharp white teeth could be seen. Hey! 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 Seeing this scene, Huang Mao couldn't help but want to dissuade him. But at this moment, an unexpected scene happened. Just when the big dog opened its mouth and was about to bite, it suddenly trembled all over, then wailed, and hid behind the social man with its tail between its legs. Woo woo woo, woo woo woo. The big dog at this moment had completely lost its previous power. Instead, it trembled as if it was frightened, and lowered its head without saying a word. Hey, Sayuri, what's wrong with you? Sayuri? Seeing the big dog like this, the social man was also quite surprised. Then he turned his head and stared at Mika with dissatisfaction. Why did you scare Sayuri? It just wants to get along with you. And you treat it like this? Hey! Faced with the social man's questioning, Mei Jia was also surprised and didn't know what to do. The social man sighed, then took out a box from his suit pocket and handed it over. This is your birthday gift. I bought it for you. It's an ANSTA brand high-end fountain pen. Don't break it. Thank you, brother. After taking the box, Mei Jia also had a complicated expression, while the social man didn't say anything and turned around and left with his dog. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji looked at each other silently. Who are these people in this family? After this, it was dinner time. Of course, although the taste of this dinner was okay, the atmosphere was very strange. Huang Mao tried his best to liven up the atmosphere, and Mei Jia also tried his best to cooperate, and Sha Ji also helped. But the social guy and the kid with glasses were like dead people. Every time they finally started a topic, they were interrupted by their silence. To be honest, Duanmu Huai wanted to complain. If you are so reluctant, then why come here? Won't it make everyone uncomfortable? After dinner, at the agreed time, the group came to the second floor. At this moment, Mei Jia's expression became much more tense, and Duanmu Huai could understand it. After all, just look at the door in front of him. This door closed the entire east side passage. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt that this place was more like the iron door used to isolate the prisoner area in the prison. Grandma Sanchuan, who had not shown up before, also appeared in front of everyone at this time. She took out the key, opened the iron door, and then slowly opened a crack. To be honest, Those who knew that this was a birthday celebration. But those who didn't know would think that she was going to jail. Then, see you tomorrow. Sha Jui. Mr. Duanmu? Mika took a deep breath, greeted the two people, and nodded to Huan Mao and others. Brother, I'm going in. Oh, have a good dream. I wish you a happy birthday tomorrow. Faced with Mika's words, the social man said nothing and nodded coldly. The yellow-haired man blessed Mika. But the kid with glasses still kept his head down and said nothing, pretending to be dead. Then Mika walked into the door, and the heavy iron door closed heavily behind her. Then everyone saw Grandma Sanchuan took out the key to lock the door, turned around and glanced at everyone. Then, please go back to your room to rest. Chapter 1345 Under the Dark Night. I didn't expect that the situation in Meijia's family was so complicated. After sending Meijia back to her room to rest, Shaji also came to Duanmu Huai's room and started chatting. Meijia rarely talked to me about her family situation before, but now it seems that it makes sense. It's like this in wealthy families. The more people there are, the more trouble there is. Duanmu Huai stretched and looked out the window. From this point of view, it's a good thing that we don't have so many relatives. Yes, having too many relatives can easily lead to various problems. But you still can't cut off the relationship with them. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai snorted. Although they are considered a wealthy family in this world. In fact, there are only Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui. And there are no distant relatives. Of course, even if there are, with Duanmu Huai's temper, he will deal with them. If it really doesn't work, just let them disappear. After all, Duanmu Huai himself is also an old man. Anyway, take a rest first, and we'll talk tomorrow. Okay. Good night, brother. After saying good night, Shaji went back to his room, while Duanmu Huai looked at his phone for a while, and thought it was boring. So he also planned to go to bed. Duh. Just then, there was a tapping sound outside the window. Duanmu Huai turned his head, and saw that it had been raining outside the window. Duanmu Huai opened the window, and saw that it was already pitch black outside the window. The whistling wind mixed with raindrops blew towards him, and even the vines covering the outside of the mansion danced with it, looking like snakes. I didn't hear it was going to rain. Duanmu Huai picked up his phone in confusion, and then saw a rainstorm warning on it. If he remembered correctly, when he went out this morning, the weather forecast on his phone still showed sunny. So the weather forecast now is not a forecast, but a weather report, right? Duanmu Huai also remembered that when he was at home, the weather forecast on TV was basically not accurate. It said it would rain tomorrow, but it turned out to be sunny. It's sunny tomorrow. So you go out happily, but you end up getting soaked. This broken weather forecast is useless. Duanmu Huai complained, then closed the window and lay on the bed to dream. Soon, the night passed. The next morning, when Duanmu Huai woke up, the first thing he heard was the sound of splashing water. My goodness, this rain is heavy. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked out the window, only to see that it was pouring outside. And the rain falling from the eaves was like a waterfall. This weather. Never mind. They won't go out anyway. After washing up, Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui came to the restaurant, where breakfast was already prepared. But there was no maid. It was the same last night. When Duanmu Huai and others arrived at the restaurant, dinner was already served. But the maid didn't show up at all. According to Huan Mao, the maids here have always been like this. He attended birthday parties like this several times when he was a child. Hey, good morning, Duanmu, Shaji. When Duanmu Huai came to the restaurant, Huan Mao and his hot girlfriend were already waiting there. And on the other side was the social guy and his big dog. The two sides sat on both sides of the table, and it was obvious that they didn't get along. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad. But I didn't expect it to rain so hard today. Duanmu Huai and Shaji sat down and nodded to Huan Mao at the same time. And the latter also laughed. Yes, it's rare to see such heavy rain here, and I don't know how long it will last. But it shouldn't affect. Waha. However, before Huan Mao finished speaking, a scream suddenly came from a distance, and everyone present was stunned when they heard the scream. What's going on? Anyway, go and see and you'll know. Duanmu Huai stood up and walked out of the restaurant, and Sha Jui hurriedly followed him, followed by Huan Mao. Here, just like when she noticed the workers' cries for help on the mountain before. Sha Jui seemed to be quite sensitive in this aspect. If her panel could be numerically quantified, I'm afraid that listening, this item would be at least above 80. She ran quickly along the corridor, and Duanmu Huai and Huang Mao followed closely behind her. And at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor in front. It was none other than the boy with glasses, who had not appeared before. At this moment, his face was pale, and he ran towards this side stumblingly. When he saw everyone, the boy with glasses was stunned for a moment. And then, he wanted to run away. Hey! Stop right there. However, he was grabbed by the yellow-haired man. What happened? No. Nothing. The boy with glasses was pale at this moment, and shook his head desperately. But the yellow-haired man obviously didn't intend to listen to his explanation. Nothing? Every time you get into trouble, you always have this expression. There must be something wrong. Speak. However, even when pressed by the yellow-haired boy, the boy with glasses still shook his head and said nothing. Isn't there a chapel in front? What did you do? Chapel? Hearing the yellow-haired boy's roar, Duanmu Huai remembered that this corridor was the one leading to the annex. Yesterday, when Meijia took them on a tour, they came here. But the chapel was also locked at that time. So Meijia only gave a brief introduction. And now it seems that they are heading to the chapel? The boy with glasses still said nothing and struggled desperately to escape. To be honest, even Duanmu Huai was very upset to see this cowardly look. And Huang Mao was obviously the same. He grabbed the boy with glasses and dragged him to the end of the corridor. Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji looked at each other and followed Huang Mao. The whole corridor was L-shaped, and the long section connected to the main building where Duanmu Huai and others lived. And the end after turning, the corner was connected to the chapel called the annex. The boy with glasses just ran over from the corner. And now everyone is walking from that corner. Duanmu Huai still remembers clearly that the door of the chapel that Meijia showed him and others yesterday was a pure white double door. There are some decorations on it that look quite exquisite. At least it looks like that. But now, under the reflection of the French windows on both sides of the corridor, the white door is set against the reflection of the rain outside. And it looks like snakes crawling on it, which is very weird. Of course, the most important point besides this is, the door that should have been closed is now open, although it was only a crack. What's going on? Seeing this, the yellow-haired man's face changed. He grabbed his glasses and strode towards the chapel. The latter struggled desperately. And the closer he got to the chapel, the harder he struggled. However, the yellow-haired man was not moved at all. He just dragged his glasses to the door of the chapel and pushed the door open directly. Then, the scene in front of them was completely revealed to everyone. There was nothing strange about the chapel itself. It looked similar to the chapels that would be visited during a Western wedding. There were long chairs on both sides, and the guests sat on the chairs. The priest stood behind the podium in front, watching the bride and groom walk in, etc. Well, why do you say this at this time? The reason is very simple. Duanmu Huai felt that there was nothing special to say. After all, when you open the door and see a corpse hanging on the wall of the chapel in front of you, you really have nothing to say. Right? You can't say today's weather, well, this weather is not very good. So Duanmu Huai just stood there, thinking about things that had nothing to do with the situation in front of him. This is no wonder. After all, the scene in front of him is indeed very surreal. In the chapel, the stained glass window used for decoration on the front wall has been completely shattered, and the strong wind mixed with raindrops rushed into the chapel. And even the people standing at the door could feel the oncoming raindrops and cold air. Of course, if that was all, the glass would be broken at best. But that was not the problem. Looking up, you can see that where the glass was broken, several vines like tree roots came in from the gap. They were raised high, and at the end of the vines, a corpse was entangled. The latter was tightly bound by the vines, as if entangled by a giant python, and even the body was twisted and deformed, as if it was torn apart. The face full of pain had become horrifying, and you could even see the vine sprouts pouring out of the open mouth. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, thunder sounded, as if foreshadowing the beginning of a horrific murder. Well, the boring complaints stop here. Duanmu Huai retracted his thoughts. If it was really a murder, he wouldn't be afraid. Duanmu Huai wanted to see who had the courage to kill him. Hey, what on earth is this? At this moment, Huang Mao was also terrified. It was no wonder. After all, he saw a corpse. And it was such a corpse. In comparison, Sha Jui seemed much calmer. Although she was a little uneasy, Sha Jui still reached out and pulled the corner of Duanmu Huai's clothes. Brother, that girl, isn't she the one from the Supernatural Research Club yesterday? Oh, now that you mention it, it seems to be her. After hearing Sha Jui's reminder, Duanmu Huai finally realized that the girl should be the one who came with glasses yesterday. What was her name? Never mind. The person is dead, so the name is not important. At this time, Hua Mao also came to his senses, and he grabbed Glass's collar and lifted him up. Hey! What's going on? Why is that woman here? Tell me! Ah! Woo woo! However, facing the yellow-haired boy's questioning, the boy with glasses just shook his head desperately and refused to speak. Let me do it! Seeing this, Duanmu Huai patted the yellow-haired boy's shoulder and signaled him to let him do it. Ah? Oh! Okay. At this moment, the yellow-haired boy also came back to his senses, let go of his glasses, and stood aside. But I advise you to be careful. This guy is not good at talking. Sometimes he would rather be beaten to death than say a word. Ha! Leave it to me. Faced with the yellow-haired reminder, Duanmu Huai laughed. Just kidding. He is a judge. Interrogation is Duanmu Huai's specialty. Not to mention, Duanmu Huai silently glanced at his panel. Then he walked forward, grabbed the glasses, and lifted him up. Ah! Looking at Duanmu Huai, his glasses trembled even more. His originally gloomy face turned even paler, looking like a small animal about to be hunted by a beast. What happened? I advise you to tell me the truth. At this point, Duanmu Huai sneered and stared at his glasses. If you dare to hide it, maybe you will be the next to die? In fact, Duanmu Huai has a simpler way. Just shadow copy. But now, it's not too late to see the situation first. I'll tell you. Finally, Glasses screamed and shouted. Siki-san. She heard me talk about the rituals of the Shiraho family, and was very interested in it. So she came with you? Yes. Yes. Sure enough. I guessed it would be like this. Hearing Glass's confession, the yellow-haired man next to him immediately cursed. I said, you don't look like someone who is interested in the supernatural. So how could you join a supernatural club? After all, you are the one who likes them. And then, you use our family's rituals as a topic of conversation. Right? I just want to chat with Siki. And I think she knows a lot about this. And I'm also doing this for Mika. Oh! Mika! Hua Mao and Sakuya were shocked. You know, the ceremony must have been broken in this situation. Although they don't know how Siki died. What about Mika's situation? I'll call and ask. Sakuya hurriedly took out her cell phone. And then her face changed slightly. How could it be? No signal? It was fine just now. No signal? The yellow-haired man also took out his phone and looked at it. Frowning. How could it be? Mine doesn't have any either. Duanmu Huai threw the boy with glasses on the ground. Then took out his phone and looked at it. Yeah. The same. When I checked the weather forecast in the morning, there was still signal. Could it be that the thunder just now broke the signal base station? The yellow-haired man scratched his head, looking unhappy. I'll go to the second floor. I'll go find Grandma Sanchuan. Damn it. After something like this happens, no matter what rules she follows, let Mika out first. Sha Jui turned around and left in a hurry, running in the direction she came from, and Hua Mao followed her. Duanmu Huai didn't leave with them immediately, but walked into the chapel first and looked at the body in front of him. Just now, he just took a quick look and didn't look closely. But now, Duanmu Huai finally saw the appearance of the body clearly. It was obvious that she was entangled by these vines, and then her body was twisted and broken. It can be seen from the other party's painful and stiff expression. Not only that, a big hole was blown open in the girl's abdomen, and the vines could be clearly seen pouring out from it. Perhaps because a long time had passed. The blood was almost drained out from the wide-open abdominal cavity. It can be seen that the entire vine drilled in from the bottom of the girl's body, then penetrated her body, and then tore her internal organs and abdominal cavity, and the remaining part drilled out from the girl's wide-open mouth and ears. Well, judging from her tragic appearance before her death, she must have been alive when all this happened. What else did she say to you? Duanmu Huai retracted his gaze and stared at the boy with glasses, who was now completely paralyzed at the door, and didn't even dare to look at this side. She, after listening to me, said she wanted to go to the chapel. But I told her that the chapel would only be open on her birthday. Then why did you come here? Because when I went to look for her this morning, I found that there was no one in the room. And then I thought that Siki might come to the chapel. And then I came here to take a look. I found that the door of the chapel, which was supposed to be locked, was open. Then I pushed the door open. And then oh! Duanmu Huai nodded and looked away. There is nothing to see here. This is not a murder case like a detective. And I don't need to conduct any on-site investigation. Although these vines are suspicious. Duanmu Huai did not feel any breath similar to the old days, or the outer gods from these vines. It seems that they are just ordinary plants. Let's talk about it later. In short, let's go and see what the situation is over there first. Chapter 1346 Missing? Maijia. When Duanmu Huai returned to the second floor, he saw Shaji knocking on the door anxiously. But it was useless. This door looked as heavy as a fire door, and could not be opened at all. Moreover, Meijia's room was located at the innermost part of the east side, and she probably could not hear Shajui's shouts at all. At this time, Huang Mao also rushed over with the hot girl. No, Grandma Sanchuan is not in the servant room. And Ibi is not here either. Really? Where did they go at this critical moment? Maybe they are the murderers. And they escaped after killing someone. At this time, the gangster also came over and spoke calmly, while the yellow-haired man frowned. Murderers? Do you think this is a murder case? Besides, where can they hide? I have searched almost every room here. Maybe they are hiding in here. The gangster snorted coldly and stared at the heavy door in front of him, while the yellow-haired man was stunned for a moment. And then his face was speechless. What good will this do for them? Forget it. It's not important. Now how do we get in and find Mika? That's the most important thing. There's only one key, and it's in the hands of Grandma Mikawa. I've already looked for it, but I can't find Grandma Mikawa. Ibi is not there either. What should I do now? How about calling the police? There's no signal on my phone now. What about driving? It's raining so hard. The roads are flooded. You might as well ask me to drive the boat. Then let's start the boat. Where did the boat come from? Are you kidding me? Believe it or not, I'll kill you. Looking at the indifferent look on the face of the social man, Huang Mao was also very angry, and wanted to grab the social man and hit him. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai stood up. Don't bother. I have a simpler way. Huh? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, everyone present was stunned. And then, they saw Duanmu Huai took off his coat and handed it to Shaji. And then he walked to the front door. Seeing this, the gangster sneered. You are not going to break this door directly. Are you? It's useless. This door is made of steel. It is difficult to blow it open even with explosives. Duanmu Huai didn't care about what the gangster said. He just turned his head and said to Sha Jui and Huang Mao, cover your ears. Sha Jui did it obediently. And Huang Mao and his hot girlfriend covered their ears, although they were a little confused. Only the boy with glasses looked at Duanmu Huai with a confused face. And the gangster didn't hide his contempt at all. How stupid. No matter how confident you are in your own strength, you can't. However, before the social man finished speaking, Duanmu Huai raised his right hand, and the muscles on his arm suddenly bulged. Then he clenched his fist and hammered at the iron door in front of him. Bang! A dull sound like a bell rang out, and Sha Jui and Huang Mao, who covered their ears, trembled all over. The glasses and the social man who did not cover their ears felt as if their chests were hit by a heavy hammer. They opened their mouths and felt that they could not breathe and almost fainted. They also stumbled back, raising their hands to cover their ears. The big dog next to the social man was so scared that it curled up on the ground and trembled, not daring to move. At the same time, Duanmu Huai punched again. Bang! After 2 punches, everyone was horrified to see that the heavy iron gate, which was several dozen centimeters thick, was actually punched out by Duanmu Huai and left a huge dent. Then, Duanmu Huai punched out the 3rd punch. Bang! This time, the dented steel gate was finally punched out by Duanmu Huai and left a huge hole. Then Duanmu Huai reached his hands into the hole and grabbed the gaps on both sides. Squeak! Accompanied by a sound that made people's teeth ache. The door that was several dozen centimeters thick was torn open by Duanmu Huai just like a piece of craft paper. Then, Duanmu Huai walked straight in without looking back. Seeing this scene, almost everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at Duanmu Huai's back in amazement. Sha Jui was the first to react and hurriedly followed in, with his coat in his arms. Hey! You! Seeing Sha Jui go in, Huang Mao was also startled. But he scratched his head, and then said to his hot girlfriend beside him, "Wait for me here." After saying this, Huang Mao also walked into the gap. He stretched out his hand and pinched the torn steel in the gap. He took a breath of cold air, and then hurriedly followed. The entire east corridor was dark, and no one knew where the switch was. Duanmu Huai was too lazy to look for it. He just raised his mobile phone as a flashlight, and walked quickly to the end. At this moment, Sha Jui and Huang Mao also came behind him, and both of them showed uneasy expressions. You know, the sound of Duanmu Huai hammering the door just now was so loud that even Meijia should be able to hear it in her room. But now it is still quiet here. Could something have happened to Meijia? Meijia! Meijia! It's me! Sha Jui. Did you hear it? Sha Jui couldn't help but call Meijia's name. But there was still no response. At this moment, the three of them also came to the door of the guest room at the end of the east corridor. From the outside, this place seems to be no different from other guest rooms. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand to open the door. Well, it was locked. Of course. So he grabbed the door handle and pulled it hard. Crack! Looking at the door that was directly removed from the door frame, Sha Jui and Huang Mao both expressed that they were calm and not surprised. After all, the heavy steel door was smashed by Duanmu Huai. So how could a mere wooden door stop him? Although everyone had previously held the idea that Meijia might have been frightened by the sound of Duanmu Huai hammering the door and hid in her room. This speculation was quickly overturned when they walked into the room, because the entire guest room was empty, just as Meijia said. Although there was only one guest room in the east corridor, this guest room was exactly the same as the big bedroom where Duanmu Huai and others lived. Not only with the same layout, but also with similar size. There was only one bed and a bathroom, and the three of them went in and looked around. But they didn't see anyone at all. There was no one under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom, and of course nowhere else. Only the messy quilt on the bed proved that someone had slept here before. But other than that, Meijia seemed to have disappeared. No, she just disappeared. In a detective novel, this is a complete disappearance in a closed room. But what does this have to do with Duanmu Huai? This is not a detective world. Killing someone in a closed room is nothing. For evil gods and their followers, killing someone in a closed room is a basic operation. Killing someone in a closed room without even leaving the body is a classic. Duanmu Huai really wants to see how many cases Conan can handle if he comes to such a place. But Duanmu Huai is sure that Mika is definitely not dead, because he can sense that his pendant is still working. If Meijia was attacked by something, then the body lying here could only be the corpse of that thing. But she is indeed gone now. Well, at least she is fine. But Sha Jui and Huang Mao were obviously not as calm as Duanmu Huai. After discovering that Meijia was missing, they were extremely anxious and kept turning around. It was Duanmu Huai who couldn't bear it anymore. So he stopped the two of them. Okay, now that the person is not here, let's go back first and analyze the specific situation in detail later. Okay. Although the two were also anxious, they also knew that it was useless to be anxious here. So they had to suppress their anxiety. Followed Duanmu Huai out of the room, and returned to the corridor. However, when the three of them got out of the gap in the iron door, they found that there were only the hot girl and the boy with glasses. But the gangster was gone. Ah, that idiot? When Huang Mao asked his hot girlfriend curiously, the latter curled her lips in disdain. After you went in, the dog he raised was scared and broke free from the collar and ran away. So he turned around to look for the dog. Could that dog be his wife? So precious? Never mind him. That guy is just like that. The yellow-haired man had obviously expected that the social man was unreliable, and scratched his head unhappily. Forget it. It's not important now. The important thing is that Mika is missing. Hey! No way. The little sister is really missing? I saw her go in with my own eyes yesterday. The hot girl was also a little surprised. Is there a secret passage? Or a secret room? I remember some movies have such plots. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? But anyway, Mika is missing. Damn it! Speaking of this, The yellow-haired man was immediately furious, grabbed the collar of the boy with glasses and pulled him up. If it weren't for the woman you brought with you, you bastard, this wouldn't have happened. You bastard. How did Mika let you down that you had to make trouble on her birthday? I didn't mean it. At this moment, the boy with glasses was struggling to defend himself. I want to investigate the truth of this ritual for Magia's sake. Fuck you. Before the boy with glasses could finish his words, he was punched in the face by the yellow-haired man and flew away. If you want to investigate the ritual, why don't you do it on your birthday? What? Magia treats you well. So you think she's easy to bully? Right? I just can't stand you. A loser and an idiot. Go die if you can. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Just like what Huamao said. This pair of glasses is really useless. You want to investigate the truth. So why don't you do it on your own birthday? But now you want to investigate. But you are afraid of violating the ritual and will die. So you let others suffer for you. You are really a waste. Well, why not just find a chance to kill him? Brother, what should we do now? Huamao was too lazy to waste time on that waste. So he turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai and asked directly. Duanmu Huai was also stunned when he heard Huang Mao's question. You ask me? Brother, this is the ritual of your Baifan family. You ask me? Who should I ask? Hey. Looking at Duanmu Huai looking at him speechlessly. Huang Mao knew what he was thinking and could only smile bitterly. Don't think it's a ritual of the Baifan family. But all we know are those 3 strange rules. We don't know anything else. If you want to ask why we have these rules and when they started, we don't know? Maybe only Grandma Sanchuan knows. But we can't find her now. Sha Jui. What do you think? Faced with Huang Mao's answer, Duanmu Huai was also speechless. He himself was not used to thinking about this. So Duanmu Huai decisively looked at Sha Ji, the humanoid circuit outside his brain in this world. Faced with Duanmu Huai's question, Sha Jui was silent for a moment. Let's go to Miss Siki's room first. A supernatural enthusiast like her will definitely collect a lot of information. If she came here to investigate the rituals of the Baifan family, she would not be without any preparation. I think she should bring some information in this regard. Sounds reasonable? Then let's go and take a look first. Duanmu Huai had nothing to say about Sha Ji's proposal. So the group came to the guest room on the west side again. There are 6 guest rooms in total. Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji each have one. Huang Mao and the hottie share one. Yanjing and the dead each have one. And the social guy and his dog live in one. The dead girl lives in the guest room next to Sha Ji, which of course has a locked door. But, click. Seeing Duanmu Huai take down the door again, everyone is very calm. After all, they don't have time to look for the key now. The girl's guest room is very tidy, and there is no rummaging around. Only a school bag on the table. Duanmu Huai remembered that when he met them yesterday, the girl was carrying a school bag, and now it seemed that the things should be in it. Duanmu Huai and Huang Mao were not easy to do. So Sha Ji went forward to open the school bag and carefully searched the things inside. Basically, they were some women's products, including spare clothes and makeup boxes. And then, found it. Soon, Sha Ji took out a notebook from the interior layer of the school bag and opened it. He saw that the notebook was filled with various clippings, most of which were reports of various mysterious disappearances and strange deaths. Obviously, she is really good at this. It seems that what Sha Ji said is right. If you want to find clues, you may have to start from the information held by these outsiders. Although the notebook is very thick, Sha Ji did not spend too much time searching because the victim had thoughtfully put a bookmark in his notebook. Therefore, when Sha Ji opened the notebook, a line of information immediately appeared in front of everyone. However, this information surprised everyone. Secret treasure? Chapter 1347 The Strange Past. It must be said that this girl named Siki Ryoko is really capable, because when everyone turned to the history of the Shiraha family, the first thing they saw was a historical document. No, or the historical document is not very accurate. More like unofficial history. It should be taken from a record. In short, it records a wonderful story. It was still the Taisho era, when the Shiraha family had 2 daughters, but no sons. This made the head of the Baifan family very disappointed. After all, generally speaking, the family business was inherited by the son. Although the Baifan family at that time was not a wealthy family, it was still a small business. Fortunately, it was no longer the feudal era, and girls' schools also emerged. Therefore, in desperation, the head of the Baifan family chose to send his eldest daughter to a girls' school, hoping that she could inherit the family business. This was naturally shocking at the time. But the head of the Baifan family was also helpless. After all, if this happened, his daughter would inherit the family business. As long as he married a son-in-law, then the Baifan family's business would still be his. Right? The eldest daughter was also very competitive. She loved reading very much and had good grades. She had been working hard to inherit the family business and meet her father's expectations of her. Well, if that was the case, then this would not be a story. When the eldest daughter was 15 years old, an accident happened. Their mother gave birth to another child. And it was a boy. Although there was no detailed description in the records, the people present were not fools and naturally knew that this might be good news for the father. But it was definitely not good news for the eldest daughter. Facts prove that their guess was correct. After the birth of the youngest son, the father loved him very much and naturally neglected the eldest daughter. As a result, although it was not written in the records, it was written that the youngest son died accidentally 3 years after his birth. As for the reason, those who understand will understand and can guess it. The accidental death of the beloved youngest son naturally made the father heartbroken. If it ended here, it would be just an ordinary family ethics drama plot. Nothing surprising. But this is just the background. The next part is the main story. Just when the father couldn't accept his son's death, he got a mysterious treasure from the materials circulating abroad, which is the secret medicine for resurrection. Of course, this thing is fake at first glance in the eyes of most people. But a father who lost his son is obviously willing to try anything. As for the result, it is not written in the record. After all, this is a record, not a novel. So it is impossible to write everything clearly. But the ending is written. The father died a violent death. The 2 daughters also died tragically. And the mother went crazy and committed suicide. Later, a distant relative of the Baifan family came to learn about the situation, although it is unknown what he knew. After this distant relative inherited the Baifan family's property, he flattened the old Japanese-style house of the Baifan family at that time and built a Western-style house on it. The tragic death of the Baifan family at that time was called a curse. And some people also linked it to the secret medicine that brought the dead back to life. And then, there was this record. There is such a thing? After reading the information, the yellow-haired man said that he could not understand it. But he was shocked. So his ancestor was actually a distant relative of the Baifan family. He inherited the property and built this mansion after the Baifan family members died? However, his hot girlfriend had a more bizarre view. Hey! In other words, a family of 5 died here? So scary. Hearing the hot girl's complaints, the yellow-haired man and the boy with glasses trembled and swallowed their saliva together. They didn't know these stories before, and they just thought it might be some strange custom of the Baifan family. But now when they know that a whole family died in this land, and their ancestors deliberately flattened it and built a Western-style house, and specially asked them to live here when they were 16 years old, this is scary. Okay. Although in modern times, 16 years old is still in school, and it is not a special age. But in the Taisho era, 16 years old can get married and have children. Thinking about it this way, it would be a bit scary to let them celebrate their 16th birthday here. And why did their ancestors have to rebuild here? This is just a legend. It may not be true. The yellow-haired man put down the notebook. Although he was tough, his shaking hand showed that he was not as relaxed as he said. The secret medicine to bring back the dead? Is this true? Shaji was also confused. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. The whole family is dead. If this medicine is useful, it would have been useful long ago. That's right. What should we do now? Let's keep looking. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment. Whether it's true or not, we don't have any clues now. So let's just take this as a clue. What do you think? Huang Mao had no idea at all and hadn't recovered yet. While Sha Jui stared at the records in the notebook, flipped through it again, and then muttered in a low voice. Basement. According to what is written above, the Baifan family used to have an old Japanese-style house, but it was later demolished and rebuilt into a Western-style building. I remember that in many historical dramas, those old Japanese-style houses have secret passages and basements. And, speaking of treasures, aren't they usually kept in the basement? That seems to be true. In Duanmu Huai's memory, the old Japanese-style houses are like courtyard houses. all one-story houses. But it is indeed like what Shaju said. People can't build high-rise buildings, but they can dig basements, which are secret and convenient. Who doesn't like it? As for whether this mansion has a basement, Duanmu Huai looked at Huamao, who was stunned for a moment. Basement? I know there is a wine cellar under the kitchen, but there seems to be no basement in other places. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. There were no detectives who could see through everything, and everyone was basically confused by the scene in front of them. However, with Duanmu Huai leading the way, the others did not object. So they went down to the second floor and then came to the first floor again. However, just as I walked down the stairs, I saw the gangster walking towards me with a gloomy face. Hey, where's your old dog? Where did it go? Looking at the gangster, Huamao couldn't help but mock him, and the latter glared at him, then looked at Duanmu Huai next to him and didn't say anything. Or rather, he didn't dare to say anything. What does it have to do with you? Where is Meijia? She's missing, and we're looking for her too. At least we won't just focus on our own dog like someone else. Huh? What's that smell? Just when Huamao was about to mock the gangster, suddenly, a burst of fragrant aroma came, which also surprised everyone. Then they followed the smell and came to the restaurant. When Huamao pushed open the door of the restaurant, he saw that lunch had been served. It seemed to be steak. The roasted steak exuded a rich aroma, which made people drool. Is this lunch? Seeing this, everyone was surprised, and Huamao rushed directly into the kitchen next to the restaurant. Mrs. Mikawa, Ms. Ayabi, are you there? Pushing open the kitchen door, Huang Mao shouted loudly. But there was no one in the kitchen, and the kitchen utensils looked clean and tidy, as if they had never been used. Then everyone followed Huang Mao to the wine cellar under the kitchen and took a look around. There was no one inside either. It's really strange. Walking out of the wine cellar, Huang Mao looked puzzled. The meal must have been made by Mrs. Mikawa. But where are they? Anyway, let's eat first. At this time, the hot girl also grabbed the yellow-haired man's arm and complained, I'm hungry. After saying this, the others also felt hungry. It's no wonder. After all, they heard screams before they finished breakfast. And then, they ran up and down looking for people. They were already very hungry. Now they smelled the aroma of grilled steak, and their stomachs suddenly growled. Why don't we look for it after we finish eating? At this time, the yellow-haired man also wiped his saliva and suggested. However, just as he finished speaking, the social man snorted. Stupid. Who are you scolding? It was obvious that the yellow-haired man and the social man really didn't get along. Hearing what the social man said, he immediately retorted. The social man straightened his tie and looked at the yellow-haired man like an idiot. Of course it's you. Think about it carefully. Someone has died in this mansion, and Mika is missing. None of us have a motive for committing the crime. The only ones who have a motive are naturally the two maids. After all, that woman was killed because she wanted to investigate the ritual. And after that, Mika also disappeared. You also know that every birthday ceremony is controlled by those two women. So only they have the motive to kill and take Mika away. And now the food placed here. Who knows if it is poisoned? Do you dare to eat it? Wow, this! It must be said that the logic of the social man is quite reasonable. And everyone's face changed slightly at this moment. It was indeed as the social man said. The people here had no motives. Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji were Mika's friends, and they came to celebrate her birthday. They knew nothing about the Baifan family's ritual, and the others only knew that there was such a ritual. But except for a certain idiot with glasses, no one else thought much about it. In this case, they actually had no motive to kill someone who tried to investigate the ritual. Only the two maids who had been working here had such a motive. And they had been living here, so they must know the situation here better than anyone else. If there is a secret room or secret passage unknown to outsiders in this house, it is not unreasonable. According to this reasoning, it is not unreasonable for the other party to poison others. After all, they cannot leave now because it is raining heavily outside. When the rain stops, these people just need to leave and call the police. And the police will definitely investigate the two maids. But as long as they kill everyone, they can make up whatever they want. Thinking of this, everyone was a little hesitant, looking at the steaming steak on the table, not knowing whether to eat it. Huang Mao looked at the sneering social man, then at the steak, and finally bit his teeth and made up his mind. Eat. Why not? Better to die of fullness than starving. You are talking nonsense. Maybe there is no poison in it. While talking, Wang Mao sat down and cut a piece of meat and started eating. Delicious. So fragrant. I don't know if he was very hungry or it was really delicious. Wang Mao ate it happily. And he sighed while eating, and took a sip of red wine from time to time, which was so cool. Seeing that the yellow-haired man had eaten but had no reaction, the hottie hesitated for a moment and just sat next to the yellow-haired man and started eating. Duanmu Huai also sat opposite the yellow-haired man and started to enjoy his lunch. Since Duanmu Huai had eaten, Sha Jui certainly did not hesitate and sat down and started eating. Only the social man and the boy with glasses stared at each other, watching everyone eat. The social man was definitely not going to eat. But seeing that the others were eating so happily, the boy with glasses could not help but quietly sit next to him and cut a piece of meat and started eating. Wang Mao was the fastest, and since there wasn't much steak, he ate it all up in no time, then drank a sip of red wine, looking relieved. Oh, delicious. Delicious. This is the first time I've tasted such a delicious steak. It feels different from ordinary steaks. The meat seems to be more delicate. While shaking his head and making comments, Wang Mao turned his head and looked at the social man. It's a pity your dog isn't here. Otherwise you could have let it test the poison. Humph. What a joke. Hearing the yellow-haired man's words, the social man snorted coldly. It's better to let you taste the poison. Then do you want to eat it? If you don't, I'll eat it. While speaking, the yellow-haired man reached out to the remaining steak, and was then slapped away by the social man. I didn't say I don't want to eat it. After saying this, the social man glared at the yellow-haired man unhappily, and then sat down to eat. And Duanmu Huai glanced at the social man and asked, by the way, is your dog healthy? Of course not. Speaking of his dog, the social man suddenly became proud. I have been giving it regular vaccinations, and last night, I even gave it a bath. It is very healthy. It has no diseases. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai nodded. That's fine. Everyone was tired for a long time and was very hungry. Now they ate a lot and soon ate up all the steaks. Of course, it was not a good idea to leave the dishes here. So everyone went to the kitchen and put the dishes in the sink, planning to wash them later. I wonder if Mika has anything to eat. Sakuya was still worried about Mika. After all, it had been half a day since Mika disappeared. With such heavy rain, she definitely couldn't get out. She might still be locked up somewhere. If she didn't even have food to eat, she must be starving now. Don't worry. Wang Mao was much more relaxed after eating and drinking. There are plenty of ingredients here. As long as we find Meijia, we can easily make a big meal for her. Look. While speaking, Wang Mao opened the door of the kitchen refrigerator. And then, woo! The next moment, Wang Mao screamed and fell to the ground in fear. Hearing Wang Mao's scream, everyone turned their heads and looked. And then, they were all shocked. In the refrigerator's cold storage, a dog's head was placed on the dinner plate, staring at them with bared teeth. Ah! Ah! Even the hottie and Sakuya were shocked at this moment, and the plates in their hands fell directly to the ground. Ping ping pong. And broke into pieces. But no one cared about this at the moment. They all stared at the dog head in the refrigerator. Their minds were blank. Then, everyone realized that what they had for lunch was not steak at all. Woo! The social man was pale, covered his mouth and ran out first. And the faces of others were not good either. Sakuya also pressed his chest and felt nauseous. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai reached out and pressed Sha Jui's shoulder. Okay, Sha Jui. Don't worry. It's okay. No. It's okay. Sha Jui was stunned for a moment after hearing Duanmu Huai's sudden comfort. And Duanmu Huai nodded. I just asked that guy. Didn't he say? His dog is healthy, not sick, and has been vaccinated. So don't worry. It's okay to eat it. Hearing this, everyone was speechless. They said why Duanmu Huai asked the social man this strange question just now. And after all this time, was it for this? Compared to other people, Duanmu Huai was very calm about this. It's not like he had never been to a dog meat festival and had eaten dog meat before. You know, dog meat is also called fragrant meat and ground sheep. It tastes really good. Of course, provided you know how to cook it. If you don't, all meat is a waste. In other words, This trick is only useful for those foreigners who are dogs. Looking at the dog head in front of him, Duanmu Huai looked calm. He could understand why the other party did this. If a foreigner ate a steak made of dog meat, and the dog meat was so delicious, he would definitely feel a heavy sense of guilt in his heart, which would be more devastating than eating people. Maybe he would just bite his tongue and shoot himself in the head. It is not impossible to die to apologize. After all, foreigners are like that. They love dogs more than their own sons. And if you ask them to eat their own sons, they probably won't resist. But it's different if it's a dog. It's much more painful than eating your own father. He really wants to hang himself. In the game, its foreigners found out that they ate dog meat. They were shocked and couldn't accept it. SAN value -10. And what about the Xia people? Dog meat is so delicious. Why do you need to reduce the SAN value? Don't you give it more? Sanity +10. It's about the same. So for Duanmu Huai, his current feeling is, I wonder if this dog head can be made. Chapter 1348 Secret Room? Duanmu Huai had eaten clear water sheep head, but he had never eaten clear water dog head. After thinking about it, Duanmu Huai decided to forget it. This head was not haired or skinned, so he was too lazy to do it. Just then, the social man walked into the kitchen again. But this time his elite white-collar look was completely gone. His eyes were red. His clothes were open. And his hair was messy. He looked like he was crazy. Seeing him like this, the two girls were a little scared. But the social man didn't pay any attention to them. He just walked straight to the kitchen table and took a shiny kitchen knife. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Seeing the social man like this, Wang Mao immediately asked. And the social man glared at him. I'm going to find those two maids and kill them. Are you serious? Hearing the social man's answer, Wang Mao was also shocked. Of course. They killed my dog and made me eat it. I will never let these two bitches go. I must find them and do to them what they did. After saying this, the social man walked out of the kitchen angrily, leaving the others looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Should we follow him and see? Forget it. Let him go. The yellow-haired man shook his head at the hot girlfriend's suggestion. He can do anything when he gets mad. And the dog is his baby. If we go up now, he will definitely take his anger out on us. Let him go. Didn't we just search the house and didn't find anyone? When he can't find anyone, he will calm down. No one objected to the yellow-haired man's answer. After all, the gangster's appearance was really scary. Besides, he had always been arrogant and difficult to approach, so no one wanted to provoke him. Now that he was like this, naturally, they were even more unwilling. So let him go. Then the question is, what should we do now? Wang Mao looked at Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai looked at Sha Jui. And Sha Jui stared at the wall in front of him. By the way, Mr. Satomi? What's the matter? Little sister Sha Jui? I was always wondering. There is only one guest room on the east side. So are there no rooms in other places? Just now when I was having dinner, I took a special look at the layout of the first floor and found that both sides are exactly the same. Logically speaking, in this case, there should be a room on the east side of the second floor. Right? Are you talking about a secret room or something? Wang Mao was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he had never thought about this question, because the east corridor had always been closed, and people would only go in to live there on their birthdays. And most people who live in it are not in a good mood, so they naturally don't care about the surrounding situation. For example, Wang Mao slept in it on his birthday, and was called to attend the birthday party when he was called out. So whether there are rooms on both sides of the corridor, he really didn't notice it. Maybe there is, but even if there is an entrance, we can't find it. Or did you find anything? I didn't find anything. But, Sha Jui shook his head and looked at Duanmu Huai. Brother, can I ask you for help? Well, Duanmu Huai understood what Sha Jui wanted him to do. So, soon everyone came to the second floor again, and Duanmu Huai stood by the east wall and looked at Sha Jui. So, you mean you want me to make a hole here? That's right. Sha Jui nodded. I looked at this house before and felt that the layout was a bit strange, because from the outside, the front, back, left and right of the whole mansion were consistent. So this situation should not happen. But on the east side, not only the second floor is strange, but the first floor is also strange. Forget it. Open it, and you will know. Duanmu Huai felt that it was better to see it with his own eyes than to listen to the explanation here. So he clenched his fist, aimed at the wall in front of him, and then punched out. Bang! Although the brick wall was also very strong, it was not as strong as the gate. Duanmu Huai punched out and instantly smashed a big hole in the wall. Hiss! Although he was mentally prepared, Huang Mao still gasped again when he saw this scene. Brother, how did you practice this? Teach me? It's natural. Oh, it's okay then. Huang Mao just asked casually with emotion. He also knew that this kind of thing could not be practiced alone. Just kidding. Even if it's kung fu or something. I can understand you splitting a brick. But being able to smash a steel door with bare hands is simply inhuman. Can this be trained? Well, now it seems that this is indeed not something that can be trained. After the wall broke, everyone here also saw the situation inside. Inside the wall, well, it's still a wall. It's just that this wall is a little different from the outer wall. It looks like it's very old. The white outer wall has been rotten due to time. And even the broken bricks and stones inside are exposed. Duanmu Huai didn't care about this and punched again. Bang! This wall was even more unbearable than the previous brick wall. Under Duanmu Huai's punch, most of it collapsed immediately. However, this was not the end. Just as everyone stepped back because of the flying dust, the scene in front of them made their hair stand on end. After Duanmu Huai's punch collapsed the wall, a large group of shadow-like things quickly drilled out from the gap and rushed towards this side. It was a dense spider. Ah! Help! Seeing this scene, the haughty and Sha Ji screamed even more miserably than when they saw the dog head before. Even the yellow-haired man was so scared that he stepped back and leaned against the wall behind him. Brother! Be careful! At this moment, Sha Ji also screamed at Duanmu Huai. The reason was very simple. Those spiders also climbed up Duanmu Huai's arm and onto his body. It was just like a large group of ants, directly wrapping up most of Duanmu Huai's body. This looked just like the scene of man-eating animals eating people in monster movies. Just watching hundreds of spiders quickly crawling onto people was enough to make people's scalps numb. If it were an ordinary person, at this time, he would probably only be able to serve as a victim of disturbing the monster to warn others how serious a mistake they have made. But Duanmu Huai certainly didn't need to go through so much trouble. Facing the group of spiders crawling on him, Duanmu Huai's face darkened slightly. And then, he snorted coldly. Humph! Duanmu Huai stomped his feet suddenly. And then the black shadow on his body burst out instantly, swallowing all the spiders in a moment. His old ability also included controlling shadows. So swallowing some spiders was not a problem for Duanmu Huai at all. In the eyes of the others behind, they just felt that the front of their eyes suddenly darkened. When they came to their senses and looked again, they found that all the spiders had disappeared. What happened just now? Was it my eyes that were blurry? The yellow-haired man stared at the front in shock, fearing that a spider would crawl over. But no matter how he looked, he could not see the shadow of the spider, so that the yellow-haired man was a little suspicious whether he had seen it wrong. The spiders were scared away. Duanmu Huai made up an excuse, and then looked at the broken gap in front of him. Under Duanmu Huai's punch just now, more than half of the wall has collapsed, and the rotten wooden floor can be seen inside. In other words, there is not only a room inside, but also a room? What is going on? At this moment, Sha Ji came over and took out his mobile phone to take pictures around. I remember reading the records of Miss Siki before. Didn't it say that the ancestors of the Baifan family had already flattened the original old house, and then built the Western-style house? Now it seems that he didn't flatten it completely, but left a part and sealed it up. Duanmu Huai looked around and spoke at the same time. But what is this place below? If I remember correctly, this place below should be a warehouse. Huang Mao also came over with a surprised look on his face. He looked around carefully, fearing that a few more spiders would jump out, and spoke. The first floor directly below is a warehouse. But that warehouse has never been opened, at least in my memory. Grandma Sanchuan said that there are things left by people in the past. Well, now it seems that they are all things left by the predecessors. That is to say, the warehouse below is actually the entrance to this place. At this point, Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at Sha Ji, who also stuck out his tongue. After all, Sha Ji just thought that there should be a secret room or a secret passage hidden behind it. Who would have thought that there was a house hidden behind it? Anyway, let's go in and take a look. After saying this, Duanmu Huai walked directly into the gap. But at this moment, Xia Jui was shocked. Wait, brother. Be careful. Hearing Xia Jui's words, Duanmu Huai turned his head to look at her. And at the same time, Duanmu Huai also stepped on the wooden board. Crack. However, the next moment, the worn-out wooden board that had been through countless years broke directly. And then Duanmu Huai fell into it like a stone and fell down. Bang. 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 The next moment, a series of muffled sounds came from below, making everyone look confused. They stared blankly at the big hole in the wooden board that had been completely stepped on by Duanmu Huai, and didn't know what to do for a while. It was Huamao who reacted first and jumped violently. Don't look at it. Go down and save people. Chapter 1349 Underground Shadow. Damn it. Where are those two bitches? Come out. Come out. The social man angrily walked through the corridor, and he felt his body burning like fire. The discomfort of vomiting did not subside, but turned into a burning sensation like magma eroding his body. He ate it. They made him eat it. Unforgivable. I will find them, chop off their heads, and then make them into that damn food. I want them to eat themselves. Let them taste their own anger and pain. Where are they? The social man panted. He didn't know where he had gone, and when he reacted, he found himself back at the kitchen door, now standing in front of the kitchen door. At the same time, there were bursts of noise coming from the kitchen. Dong. 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 What sound? The social man frowned, then opened the door and walked into the kitchen. Then, he widened his eyes in surprise. In the kitchen, under the incandescent light, the entire countertop was bright red, and two maids were holding kitchen knives, seemingly preparing dinner. However, this was not important. What was important was that the social man saw at a glance that what was placed on the table was his beloved dog. At this moment, the dog had been gutted and was being skinned and boned. Even the internal organs were taken out. How dare you? Seeing this, the social man was furious. He rushed forward with a roar and raised the kitchen knife in his hand to the maid in front of him. You? How dare you? Mine. Dog. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. At this moment, the social man was completely overwhelmed by anger. He only remembered that he raised the knife and rushed forward. And then the knife fell. The knife fell. The knife fell. But this is not the end. He remembered that these two women also made his dog into steak. Then, there was only one thing he had to do. Boom, boom, boom. When the social man came to his senses again, he found himself standing in front of the oven, staring blankly at it. The hot air rushed towards him, and he could see the light coming from the oven. What am I doing here? The social man stared blankly at the consideration in front of him, feeling as if his brain had completely lost the ability to think. He just stood there blankly, staring at the oven in front of him, thinking nothing, as if he was in a daze. But he could smell the smell coming from the oven. It smelled so good, even better than the steak he had before. Ding. With a slight sound, the oven stopped, and the social man reached out and opened the oven. Then he took out the plate inside, and saw that on the plate were two burnt human heads. Hey! After an unknown amount of time, the social man suddenly trembled, as if he had woken up from a dream. He stared at the bones in his hand with wide eyes in surprise. What did I do? The social man still remembered what he had done, but at that time, he felt that his mind was hazy, as if he was dreaming. In a dream, people take everything for granted, but when they wake up, it is different. Just like now, when the social man saw the head in his hand. Woo wow! The social man screamed, threw away the skull in his hand, and jumped back. He looked around in horror, and only then did he find that the whole kitchen was full of blood, internal organs, and two disemboweled corpses. Next to him, there was a kitchen knife stained with blood. That was the one he had held before. No, I didn't kill anyone. It wasn't me. Looking at the two bodies in front of him, the social man screamed in fear. He shook his head desperately, trying to refute, although there was no one else here except him. The social man was extremely panicked at the moment. He looked around, looking at a loss. No, this won't work. If this is discovered by others, then I won't be able to explain it clearly. After all, the social man still remembered that he had said in front of them that he would kill the two maids, although he was just speaking in anger at the time. Others didn't think so. Now that the person is really dead, what if they call the police? No. Don't panic. Calm down. The social man took a breath and calmed down. Now the phone can't be dialed out. It's raining heavily outside, and the road is blocked. As long as they can't go out, they can't call the police. So why not? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the social man. As long as they were all killed, no one would call the police. That's right. Let's do it. Duanmu Huai and others didn't know what happened to the social man. In fact, they were surprised by another thing at the moment. I didn't expect that this is actually an old house. After arriving on the first floor, everyone was at a loss for what to do with the closed warehouse door. It was Duanmu Huai who climbed out of the hole first, and then kicked the closed warehouse door away, which allowed others to come in. Everyone finally entered the old house. This is a very old Japanese-style house. Because it has not seen the light for many years, it has become corrupt. With Duanmu Huai's previous experience, the others also walked carefully on the dilapidated wooden boards. How strange. The yellow-haired man scratched his head and looked at the Japanese-style room in front of him in confusion. This must have been built by our great-great-grandfather. Why did he hide this house? Wouldn't it be better to just flatten it? And he deliberately hid it in a Western-style building. And it doesn't look like there are people living in it. I have to say that Huang Mao's doubts are quite reasonable. If you say that this is a dungeon for imprisoning prisoners, or that someone is imprisoned here, then it's easy to say. But as everyone walked along, they saw empty rooms, with no signs of anyone living in them. So it's no wonder that Huang Mao wondered why his ancestor left this house. You have to ask your ancestor about this. Duanmu Huai walked forward with an unhappy look on his face. Ancient Japanese houses were very short, and Duanmu Huai looked more like an elephant in them. If it weren't for the dilapidated wooden boards on the second floor, he probably wouldn't even be able to straighten his head at this moment. Look here and see if there are any clues. Anyone who is not a fool can guess that this old house must be related to the strange rules of the Baifan family. But Duanmu Huai looked like he had entered a small country, and there was no way to find any clues. So he simply asked others to help. And the others also started searching in the next room with flashlights. Not long after, the hot girl shouted excitedly, "Hey, look what I found." Hearing the call of the hottie, the others also came over curiously, and saw that she was holding a diary with cute patterns on it. And the word Shinshua is strictly prohibited from reading were pasted on the cover. Where did you find it? Seeing this book, the yellow-haired man also asked curiously, and the hottie made a V sign with great interest. Girls must have hidden things in a place. How can you men understand? Anyway, open it and take a look first. At Duanmu Huai's suggestion, everyone quickly opened the diary. But, who can understand it? Looking at the flamboyant handwriting on it, everyone was confused. After all, it was written more than 100 years ago. And this is considered ancient Chinese. Right? Let me do it. Sha Ji volunteered to step forward and began to interpret it for everyone. Well, fortunately this person is good at ancient Chinese. The content of the diary is as follows. X month X day. It is said that only men write diaries. But I never thought that as a woman. I would also write a diary one day. Although I was a little scared to write a diary without telling my elder sister and father, I was still very excited in my heart. Did girls in the past not even write diaries? This is too much. Seeing this, the hottie complained immediately, while Duanmu Huai thought about it. In the notes of Siki Ryoko before, it was written that the ancestor of the Shiraha family had 2 daughters. So this should be the diary of the younger daughter? X month X day. My elder sister is very smart and taught me to read today. My father is also very proud of my elder sister. I am looking forward to reading a new book tomorrow. Now it seems that the elder sister taught the younger sister. Sakuya also analyzed it. Previous information shows that because the original head of the family had no son, he sent the eldest daughter to a girls' school to learn knowledge. It seems that the eldest daughter went home after learning and secretly taught her younger sister knowledge. Wow! Was studying so difficult 100 years ago? To be honest, I get a headache when I see textbooks now. The hottie pouted, looking like she had a headache. X month X day. Mother is pregnant. And after my elder sister came back, I told her the good news. I thought my elder sister would be very happy. But for some reason her expression was very complicated. And even when I asked her, my elder sister didn't tell me the reason. X month X day. Today I wanted to discuss the name of the baby with my sister. But she was very angry, and even hit me. Although my sister apologized to me afterwards, I still don't know why she was angry. If I did something bad, I would apologize to my sister. X month X day. According to the midwife, the baby will be born tomorrow. My father specially brought a lot of delicious food from overseas, including sugar and the recently popular candy made of honey. I haven't seen my father so generous for a long time, but I don't know why. Although it's something worth celebrating, I suddenly feel a little scared. X month X day. A boy was born, white and chubby and very cute, and he stretched out his cute little hands like steamed buns to hold my fingers. From today on, I am also a sister. I must work hard. Seeing this, everyone's expressions were a little complicated, at least from the current records. The youngest daughter at that time was very much looking forward to the birth of her brother, and she didn't expect this would bring any trouble to her sister. From a certain perspective, she was the most innocent bystander. After that, the diary also wrote some records of the other party accompanying the baby to grow up. It can be seen that the sister really likes her brother. But after that, it is another story. X month X day. It has been a month since Yeonsong brother's name suddenly passed away. He was fine before, but he died unexpectedly and left this world. It's really sad. Why did God take away such a lovely child? X month X day. After Yeonsong passed away, my mother's mood has been very unstable, and she doesn't eat much. X month X day. Father said he found a way to bring Yeonsong back. X month X day. I don't know what happened. My sister looks weird, and my father looks weird too. Why? Why is my sister? The diary ends here. Looking at the trembling notes at the end, it is obvious that the girl was very emotional when she wrote this. So for now, Seki's investigation should be accurate. Saki read the diary again and came to a conclusion. Because of the death of his beloved child, his father tried to bring him back to life, and found a way to bring him back to life through some means. This has been confirmed from his sister's diary. But the problem is that my sister only knows that my father said he found this method, and she doesn't know what this method is. And after that, this family went to the abyss of destruction. Dwanmu Hwai continued to speak, and then the two looked at each other. Keep looking. There should be other clues. Chapter 1350 Madness. Then everyone continued to move forward. 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 How strange. Sha Jui was the first to stop and frowned. So far, we have explored several rooms, including the master bedroom, Miss Miyuki's room, the warehouse, the living room. Any questions? Faced with Dwanmu Hwai's question, Sha Jui nodded. What I find strange is this ancient house so big? It may be my feeling, but I think the distance from the ancient house to here is almost the same as the Western-style house. Now that you mention it. Hearing Sakuya's question, the yellow-haired man also reacted. In theory, from the Western-style house, this ancient house occupies at most half of the east side area, although the size of the rooms in ancient times is slightly different from that of modern rooms. It is not too different. In other words, even if the ancient house occupies the east side area, it should be the size of 3 rooms at most. But now they have passed through more than 3 rooms. What's going on? The yellow-haired man turned his head subconsciously and looked behind him, and was immediately shocked. Wait, where is the way we came in? Hey! Hearing the yellow-haired man's words, the others also turned their heads and were immediately shocked. The long corridor that should have been behind them had disappeared without a trace, leaving only a dilapidated and mottled wall. What's going on? Did we enter a haunted house? The yellow-haired man jumped up in a hurry, ran to the wall and looked left and right, and even stretched out his hand to knock on the wall. Then he turned his head in fear and looked at the others. There was no wall here just now. Right? Did we take the wrong road? There is only one road. How could we take the wrong road? The hot girl was also a little scared and looked around anxiously. I have heard some ghost stories that say people trapped in a haunted house can never get out. Don't scare me. Hua Mao was also frightened at this moment. It would be fine if it was any other time. But now the situation is so weird that people have to believe you if you say there is no ghost. Brother Dwanmu, please hit me again. Since Hua Mao said so, Dwanmu Hwai naturally clenched his fist and punched the wall. However, unexpectedly, unlike before, although Dwanmu Hwai's fist smashed through the wall this time, the other side of the wall was still the same corridor as here. The wall that Dwanmu Hwai smashed turned into a tattered paper door. What the hell is going on? Ah! Looking at the mad yellow-haired man, Duanmu Huai silently withdrew his hand. In fact, he could use his old power to break this illusion. But Duanmu Huai thought it was unnecessary. After all, the problem now is to lure the snake out of its hole and catch the guy hiding behind all this. If Duanmu Huai breaks the illusion directly and alerts the snake, the other party may never come out again. That would be troublesome. It seems that we are locked up. But it doesn't matter. As long as we can solve the puzzle, we may be able to get out. Well, it seems that this is the only way. Facing Duanmu Huai's words, Huang Mao scratched his head in annoyance, then looked around and was stunned. Hey! By the way, where is that kid? Him. Hearing Huang Mao's question, the hottie snorted. He didn't come in with us. He stayed outside the whole time. That's the usual reaction of that coward. The yellow-haired man sighed silently. Forget it. Leave him alone. He can't do anything anyway. Let's hurry up. I don't want to die in this ghost place. As everyone continued to look for clues in the old house, the boy with glasses sat trembling not far from the warehouse door, looking at the open door in front of him anxiously. Just now, he tried to call the yellow-haired man, but there was no sound from inside, which made the boy with glasses extremely terrified. He wanted to go in and take a look, but he didn't have the courage. So, the boy with glasses could only hide here. Shivering, he swore that if the rainstorm outside hadn't stopped, if the flood outside hadn't been raging, he would have left this hellhole long ago. But now, he could only wait and pray shivering, hoping that they could come out quickly. However, suddenly, a sound of footsteps came. This made the boy with glasses tremble suddenly. He hugged his knees in fear and stared at the direction where the sound came from. Then, the boy with glasses remembered that he was not unfamiliar with this corridor, because he had passed here just this morning, and the end of the other side of this corridor was. The boy with glasses swallowed his saliva. His eyes widened, and he stared at the corner in the distance. He seemed to have guessed something, but he was unwilling to accept this fact. But he could not look away. He could only stare, watch, and then watch the figure walk out from the corner and appear in front of him. It was a girl who also wore glasses. Her body was twisted, and her legs were bent to an unimaginable degree. But even so, she still walked towards the boy with glasses step by step. But the boy with glasses did not choose to run away. He just sat on the ground and watched the other party walk step by step from the end of the corridor until he came to him. Then the girl lowered her head and stared at him. Her eyes, wide open and twisted because of fear, were as dull as a dead fish. Then, her back began to arch, making a twisted and strange cracking sound. The boy with glasses just stared at her blankly, watching long, hairy things like spider legs extending from the back of the girl with glasses. At the same time, the girl's face began to split. Her mouth opened wide and split into sharp mouthparts. The boy with glasses only had time to let out a scream before he was completely covered by the black shadow rushing towards him. Ah! The yellow-haired man raised his head and looked at the corridor behind him in confusion. What happened? No. I might have heard it wrongly. There seemed to be some sound. Forget it. Let's take a look at this diary first. While speaking, the yellow-haired man turned his head again and looked at another diary found on the table. This diary is similar to the previous one, and the cover pattern on it is more elegant. As for its owner, well, it is the older sister of the pair of sisters. X month X day. I am going to start writing a diary, which is a behavior that records my daily mood and what happened. X month X day. My father gave me a new book, which is about the special Western techniques of human anatomy and what is harmful to the human body. It is a very attractive book. X month X day. My father praised me as the next head of the family. I am so happy. I will continue to work hard. The following are some unimportant daily life. X month X day. Mother happily told me that she was pregnant again, which is not good. If it is a boy. No, it is not confirmed yet. X month X day. The child was born. It is a boy. And the father has said that he will be the next head of the family. X month X day. I want to do something, but I shouldn't do it. But maybe I have no choice at all. X month X day. After the child died, mother became insane and looked very abnormal. X month X day. Father said he found a way to bring the child back. But this won't do. I must make father face reality. The diary ends here. Wow. How should I put it? I can understand this young lady's thoughts. The yellow-haired man also spoke helplessly. After working so hard for so long, she was deprived of her future because of her gender. It's normal to feel resentful. Saki also nodded. Moreover, unlike her younger sister, her elder sister never mentioned the child's name in her diary. She just called him the boy. It seems that she really hated him. But these boring sentimentalities are of no help to our current situation. Duanmu Huai is different from them. He doesn't care about the mental state of these dead people at all. For now, we can roughly piece together the whole incident. The elder sister was jealous of her newborn brother because he took away everything that originally belonged to her. So she murdered him? Maybe it was disguised as an accident. Maybe not. Anyway, we can't open a case that happened 100 years ago. But it doesn't matter. It's obvious that the sister hopes that the father will pay attention to her again after the death of her brother. But what the sister didn't expect was that the father would rather find a way to bring the brother back to life than face the reality. Saki sighed silently. No wonder she is so resentful. So, was the last ritual successful? The hot girl also asked curiously. It should have failed. Although there is no detailed record in the diary. At least it is certain that the sister knows that her father has some way to revive her brother. So she will definitely try her best to obstruct and destroy it. Maybe because of this, the father's plan failed in the end, and the whole family died completely. I always feel that the mother and sister are the most innocent, and they were inexplicably involved in this kind of thing. But the problem is that we still don't know what the method that can bring people back to life is. Duanmu Huai looked around as he spoke, and Sha Jui shook his head. We have already been to the master bedroom and the study, but we didn't find any relevant information. It may be because the information is not there at all. Duanmu Huai snorted and clenched his fists. Okay, let's move on. This opening ceremony is simply a perfect Slaanesh ritual scene. Now you understand why believing in Slaanesh is not a good choice. I am about to suggest that the Inquisition conduct a comprehensive purification operation there. Chapter 1351 The Depths of Nightmare. Duanmu Huai and the others continued to walk deeper into the house. After reading the diary just now, everyone was in a bad mood. However, Huang Mao tried very hard to bring up topics, trying to improve the dull atmosphere. After all, if it is so dull in such a place, it is almost like a haunted place. Speaking of which, now we know what happened here. But we still don't know why we have to sleep here on our 16th birthday. Moreover, why didn't our great-great-grandfather demolish the house and keep it? I'm afraid we can only find out the answer by looking for your great-great-grandfather's diary. Did your great-great-grandfather write a diary? Then, I don't know. Faced with Duanmu Huai's complaints, Huang Mao had nothing to say, and the hot girl looked at Huang Mao curiously. Speaking of which, you also spent your 16th birthday here. Didn't you notice anything strange? No. Huang Mao shook his head. I drank the day before, and then fell asleep and slept until the next day. If I hadn't been woken up by Grandma San Chuan, I wouldn't have made it to the church in time. Other than that, I didn't think there was anything particularly strange. 16 years old? Drinking? Huang Mao laughed awkwardly. After all, I don't really like to follow those boring rules. It's quite boring. Duanmu Huai also nodded. He felt puzzled by the laws in foreign countries that prohibited minors from drinking. It was true that it was not good for children to drink. But could you control it with the law? Aren't there still people like Huang Mao who secretly smoked and drank? On the contrary, in his original world, the law did not care about this matter. It was not that children were not allowed to buy cigarettes and alcohol. Such situations rarely occurred. Of course, on the one hand, it might be that the more you forbid, the more people want it. Just like the original prohibition. On the other hand, well, Duanmu Huai thinks that it may be because there is no law prohibiting it. And the psychological trauma of children after being cheated is very large. Duanmu Huai still remembers that when he was a child, he would attend banquets and watch others smoking and drinking. At that time, the child was curious and wanted to try the taste. As a result, an old man specially gave him his pipe to smoke. And the result, well, it left a terrible memory. The same is true for wine. The child watched the adults drink white wine and wanted to taste it out of curiosity. The adults took chopsticks to dip a little and gave it to the children to taste. It was so spicy that it was deadly. Most kids have basically no interest in cigarettes and alcohol after being cheated. Cigarettes are choking and alcohol is spicy. Who would like this? It's better to drink happy water. To some extent, This is more effective than simple prohibition. Duanmu Huai only drinks red wine occasionally, not white wine, and never smokes. Forget it. I'm off topic. Let's get it back. Continuing forward. Everyone came to another room. Now everyone is used to it. After opening the door and entering, they started to search without saying a word. Just like the players in the RPG game who rummage through the boxes as soon as they enter the door, just to see if they can find the key props for the mission from somewhere. Then, ha! I found it this time. The yellow-haired man excitedly raised the diary in his hand. It seems that he really treated this as a survival game. Forget it. It's better than those panicked and stupid psychopaths. It seems that this family has the habit of writing diaries. This time, what the yellow-haired man found was the diary of the former head of the Bifan family. Who writes a diary when they are normal? On the other hand? So far, is there anyone normal in this family? Of course. It depends on the times. In modern times, no one is willing to write a diary. But that era was different. And considering that the first two diaries were written by girls, in that era when it was difficult for women to receive education, writing a diary might be considered an elegant pastime for them. Just like having afternoon tea. But this diary is not like that. It is more like a record. The useless parts in the front were skipped directly. And everyone soon found the part they needed. X month X day. The baby is a boy. Although the issue of succession is a little troublesome. The Shiraho family is safe and sound. This is cause for celebration. X month X day. The baby is named Nagatsu. I hope he can grow up as tenaciously as a pine tree. X month X day. Nagatsu died when he was taken care of by Miyuki. My wife is no longer able to bear children. X month X day. My wife told me that Nagatsu was killed by Hong. After Nagatsu's death, my wife has been trapped in delusion, believing that someone killed her child. Although I don't want to doubt my family, my wife saw Hong's diary, which said that she was willing to do anything to become the head of the family. What should I do? X month X day. My wife locked Hong in the dungeon. Her mental state was too bad, so I couldn't blame her. X month X day. My wife killed Hong, who was walking around the house laughing like a madman. The crazy wife killed her daughter, which made everyone feel uneasy. Of course, some people said that Hong confessed to killing Yong Song in the dungeon and committed suicide because of it. But now none of this matters. X month X day. My wife committed suicide. X month X day. If I use that spell, I should be able to bring my wife and children back. If the spell succeeds, everything will be restored. I have decided to do it. Even if it means giving up everything. It is too difficult for one person to perform this spell. So I must rely on the power of Miyuki. As long as Miyuki is used as a medium, I should be able to improve the spell and complete it. Everything is ready. I just have to wait until tomorrow to see my family again. After reading the last record, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. It seems that this part is different from what the rumors say. It was all man-made disasters at the beginning. In the end, my father wanted to save everything and placed his hopes on an illusory curse. He said his wife was crazy. And I think he was almost crazy too. The yellow-haired man snorted and said in a low voice, while Sakuya nodded. I think the most pitiful one is Sister Miyuki. Although the details are not written in the records. From these 3 records, Miyuki trusts her sister Hong very much. Hong took advantage of this trust and killed the child when Shinchua was looking after him. Shinchua must have felt very guilty about this. Not to mention that she probably learned afterwards that it was her sister who killed her brother, and her mother committed suicide. And her father went crazy. She is just a weak woman. She can't do anything. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Shinchua was indeed unlucky. In the end, she was used as a sacrifice for a curse by her father. From her records, Shinchua was just an ordinary girl. And she didn't have the mobility of her sister. So, it's actually different from what's recorded. It's not a ritual failure that caused the death of a family. Right? Hua Mao looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. And the latter nodded. Isn't this strange? Aren't you from the Bifan family? Think about it. If this happened in your time, would you tell others the truth? Or would you blame their deaths on some mysterious curse? I'd choose the latter. Hua Mao now understood. Indeed, even in modern times, this is not a glorious thing. Especially for those wealthy families. This kind of family scandal can be regarded as an earthquake-level scandal. The sister killed her brother. Then the mother killed her daughter, and then committed suicide. if it is put on the front page of the news, who knows how popular it will be? On the contrary, if you want to attribute all this to a curse or something like that, then I guess only third-rate street tabloids will be interested in it. The records that the girl read were from that era. So naturally they used the fake news fabricated by the Bifan family. And that era was also quite feudal and superstitious. If you say something about a curse in modern times, I'm afraid no one will believe it. But if it were that era, maybe someone would really believe it. But wait, if that's the case, then did the ceremony succeed? Thinking of this, Huang Mao suddenly felt a little cold. And Duanmu Huai glanced at him. Success? Do you think this is a success? If it succeeded, would it be your ancestors' turn to clean up the mess? That seems to be right. But there are obviously no obstacles. Why did it fail? What you said is that if you buy furniture from IKEA and assemble it yourself, you may not be able to assemble it correctly the first time. This family head is not specialized in this. Isn't it normal for him to fail? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Huang Mao was speechless. This reason was too reasonable. He had no way to refute it. Compared to Huang Mao and the hot girl who were speechless, Duanmu Huai was very calm. In fact, similar things have happened in many worlds. The most common one is the sacrificial ceremony to the gods. Although those sacrificial ceremonies are mysterious and complicated. In fact, for most gods, they basically don't pay attention to those boring and complicated ceremonies, but only pay attention to what the other party sends in the end. If you send it to the right place, they might even listen to what you want to do when they are happy. If you send it to the wrong place, they don't care how much effort you put in before. They will just slap you. You called me here just to make me eat shit? God doesn't care about face? Then those people were still confused before they died. Why did I spend so much effort and try every means, but still failed? The reason is very simple. Many times, the process is not the problem, but the result is. The former head of the Bifan family was a middle-class capitalist, but he certainly didn't learn any magic or spells. In this case, you asked him to make a spell that could bring people back to life? If he succeeded, it would be a big joke. On the contrary, failure would be normal. However, Duanmu Huai was not sure whether he really failed. Brother. At this moment, suddenly, a call sounded, and everyone was stunned when they heard this voice. Did you hear it? Yes. Isn't that the wimp? Did I hear it wrong? The yellow-haired man poked his head out and looked at the corridor in confusion. But there was no one there. But the cry became clearer and clearer. Brother, it hurts. Brother, help me. Hey, where are you? What's wrong? Although he didn't like the wimp, the yellow-haired man hurried to the corridor to find the wimp's brother. However, just as he took a step, Duanmu Huai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the yellow-haired man by the collar, and threw him backwards. At the same time, a black shadow fell almost brushing against the yellow-haired man's hair and fell heavily to the ground. When everyone saw the true face of the black shadow, they were shocked. It was none other than the boy with glasses. However, the appearance of the boy with glasses at this moment had completely changed into another weird look. His hands and feet were long and slender, just like the legs of a spider. The boy's eyes became round and big, almost occupying the entire upper part of his head. The dark eyes reflected a strange light, just like the compound eyes of insects. And his mouth, which was split like the mouth parts of insects, opened and closed at this moment, making a creepy scream. Brother, save me, brother. You, what are you doing? The yellow-haired man, the hot girl and Sakuya were all watching this scene in horror, and they couldn't believe their eyes. What on earth has this boy turned into? Brother, save me. However, at this moment, the boy who turned into a spider had obviously lost his mind. He let out a piercing scream and rushed towards the yellow-haired man again with his hands and feet. Wow! Don't come over here. Anyone who sees a spider monster as big as a human rushing towards them will be scared to death. Huang Mao is no exception. He also collapsed on the ground and retreated desperately. The hottie and Sha Jui were so scared that they hugged each other tightly and hid in the corner nearby. Spiders are the natural enemies of women, and spiders that big are even more terrifying. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai is still here. Just as the humanoid spider rushed over, Duanmu Huai kicked the other person and kicked the Spider-Man out instantly. The latter rolled in the corridor like a bowling ball, breaking through several walls before stopping. However, at this moment, The paper doors on both sides were suddenly broken. And then 2 more spiders rushed towards Duan. They were none other than the girl with glasses and the social boy. At this moment, the appearance of these 2 people was almost the same as that of the boy with glasses, except that the social boy's limbs were spread out, and the nails on them were as sharp as kitchen knives. The girl with glasses twisted her body, and her limbs were more like the tentacles of an octopus, twisting on the ground. What kind of monster is this? The yellow-haired man was terrified. But at this moment, Duanmu's huge body appeared in front of everyone, blocking their sight. Leave it to me. This is not something you can see. Chapter 1352 Dream Cocoon. Hide behind. Don't look. Don't be too far away from me. Duanmu clenched his fists and gave orders to the 3 people behind him. Ordinary people will lose their SAN value after seeing the old ones and their followers. In the final analysis, this is a kind of information pollution. If they are by Duanmu's side, Duanmu can still resist the erosion of this information pollution on them with his own power of the old ones. But if they run too far, then, good luck to them. Duanmu doesn't have the ability to restore his SAN value. Before Duanmu finished speaking, the Spider-Man screamed and rushed towards him, looking for death. To deal with these polluted mutants, Duanmu didn't even need to use the power of the old ones. He just clenched his fists, roared, and rushed forward. Ha ha ha. You are all going to die. I'm going to kill you. The first person to pounce in front of Duanmu was none other than the social man. At this moment, he also became like a spider, with nails on his hands and feet as long as kitchen knives, and stabbed directly at Duanmu. If it were someone else, they would have been chopped to pieces in the face of such an attack. But for Duanmu, that's it. Facing the kitchen knife flying towards him, Duanmu didn't even dodge. This was not Duanmu's style. What's the point of dodging? A real man should resist. Ding ding ding. The social man swung his right hand, and the kitchen knives hit Duanmu directly. But these kitchen knives were useless except for cutting Duanmu's clothes. It didn't even leave a trace on Duanmu's muscles. However, when Duanmu saw this scene, he was furious. These clothes were bought from Gilliman, although they were just ordinary clothes. The workmanship. This. Damn. You can't touch it. Go to hell. Duanmu was also furious at this moment, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the social man's slender spider-like arm, twisted it with his backhand, and twisted the social man's arm into pieces. Ah! The gangster screamed after being knocked down by Duanmu. However, before he could struggle, Duanmu raised his foot and stepped hard on the gangster's head. With a sound of puff, the gangster's head was smashed like a watermelon. At the same time, the tentacles-like limbs of the girl with glasses on the other side also wrapped around Duanmu like a snake, and opened her mouth to bite Duanmu directly. However, Duanmu would not give her this opportunity. Duanmu stretched out his hands, grabbed the bloody mouth of the girl with glasses that was torn to the chest and abdomen, and tore it violently. He tore the girl's body in half. And then Duanmu held one half in one hand and threw it forward. Bang! 2 pieces of flesh and blood flew out at the speed of a cannonball and hit the boy with glasses. The latter made a muffled sound, and then turned into a pile of fragments and stopped moving. Humph! Duanmu clapped his hands, snorted coldly, lowered his head and looked at his clothes, and couldn't help but look unhappy. Although Duanmu didn't wear the cool jacket of the Inquisitor because he was indoors, the shirt inside was also top-notch. The good stuff on Macridge was torn by these broken things, and it was covered with blood. Alas, I didn't ask Gilliman at the time whether this thing could be machine-washed. Forget it. I'll just spend money to find a few people to help wash it. Duanmu patted the blood on his body and shook his head helplessly. At this time, the other 3 people also approached carefully, and they were also shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Woo wow! Kill! Kill people? Brother? How can you tell that these guys are human? Hearing the shouting from behind, Duanmu rolled his eyes and said, and hearing his words, the 3 people also looked carefully again. Although these corpses look very scary, it is indeed as Duanmu said, at least from their appearance, they are no longer considered human. But what's going on? Why is it like this? The yellow-haired man took a look, quickly looked away, and grumbled anxiously. That woman is not strange. But why did the 2 of them become like this? I don't know about that. But no matter what, we should hurry up. If Meijia also becomes like this, it will be troublesome. Hearing Duanmu Huai's reminder, everyone was also shocked and quickly came back to their senses. Indeed, although they didn't know what happened to the social man and the boy with glasses, looking at their terrible appearance, they knew that they must have encountered something very terrible. If Mika also becomes like this. Thinking of this, Saki suddenly felt her heart start beating violently. She was not familiar with these people, so she didn't feel much when she saw them become monsters. But if Mika also appeared in front of her like this, what should she do? After this attack, the nerves of the crowd, which had been relaxed, became tense again and continued to move forward. However, they did not find any useful clues afterwards, and the corridor came to the end. However, unlike before, this time there was a floor door at the end of the corridor, which was now wide open, and one could see the dark hole below, like the bloody mouth of a monster. What is below here? The hot girl hid behind the yellow-haired man in fear and asked in a low voice, while Sakuya's face was also tense. I remember that the owner's diary said that his wife suspected that his daughter had killed his son, so she locked her up and killed her. If I'm not wrong, this should be a dungeon. Should we go down? Hearing this, the hottie got even more scared. She had also read those diaries and knew that people had died down there. Plus, there were several dead bodies in the corridor behind her. If the hottie hadn't been so brave, she would have collapsed in fear. I'm afraid we have no other choice. There's no other way. Let's go down. The yellow-haired guy also mustered up his courage. Maybe we can find the wife's diary down there. Then we will know the whole story. Mr. Satomi? Although that's what you said, I think the possibility is not high. We? Why? Hearing Sakuya's answer, Wang Mao was stunned for a moment. So Sakuya could only explain with a helpless smile. At that time, women were not allowed to learn culture. You also saw what was written in the diary. Miss Han was sent to the girls' school because her father wanted her to inherit the Baifan family's property. After Miss Hong finished her studies at the girls' school, she came back to teach her sister Miss Shinchua how to read, so the two of them could write diaries. As for their mother, she probably hadn't learned culture at that time, so she probably didn't know how to write a diary at all. Is that so? Wang Mao was somewhat embarrassed. But soon, he looked at Duanmu Huai with a playful smile again. But then again, Brother Duanmu, you are too strong. Facing those monsters, you didn't change your expression, and defeated them all so easily. Are you doing this specifically? Wang Mao was not stupid. Although he had never fought with those monsters, he had seen them through a quick glance before. Wang Mao had already found that those monsters were very scary. Not to mention that they were people he knew. Even Wang Mao couldn't bring himself to kill them. But Duanmu Huai killed them all in just a few moves when facing such enemies. Not only that, looking at Duanmu Huai's appearance, he didn't seem nervous or afraid at all. As if he was used to it. Wang Mao dressed like this, so he naturally liked to hang out with all kinds of people, and naturally heard a lot of strange rumors. Seeing Duanmu Huai dressed like this, his mind immediately became active. He knew that his brothers always boasted about some masters and mediums who could exorcise ghosts. But in Wang Mao's opinion, this Duanmu brother is much better than any medium. Wang Mao had a feeling that with this brother's fist, not to mention monsters, ghosts and monsters would have to kneel down. That's about right. Duanmu Huai glanced at Wang Mao and nodded, and the latter immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's great, brother. Whether we can survive this time depends on you. We will do whatever you say. No questions asked. That's the best. Duanmu Huai didn't care too much about Wang Mao's answer. But if Wang Mao really wanted to do this, then he wouldn't have to waste his time. Then you follow me. And be careful not to walk around randomly. Duanmu Huai could feel that there was a strong breath of the old ones in this cave. Obviously, there should be an evil god hidden in it. However, he was not sure about the situation of this evil god. After all, it was impossible for him to encounter the kind of thing like the burrowing devil insect twice in a row. The other three people also obeyed obediently and hid behind Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai was the first to walk down the cave. Squeaky. Squeaky. The stairs were also shabby, but fortunately they could hold up. A group of people walked down the stairs and came to the cave. Looking around, they saw that it was pitch black everywhere, as if the whole world was only dark. Even if they all took out their phones and turned on the lighting mode, The light could only illuminate a small area in front of him. However, Duanmu Huai did not need lighting. In fact, he had locked Mei Jia's location through his pendant. So he took a step without hesitation and walked towards the depths of the tunnel with the other three. Perhaps because of the darkness, or perhaps because of some other reasons. This time, everyone felt that they had walked for a long time. They didn't know how long it had been. And finally, in the darkness in front of them, a glimmer of fire appeared. That was not the light from the phone, but candles. When they got closer, they saw that several candles were arranged in a pattern similar to a pentagram. And between these candles, a figure was lying there, sleeping soundly. It was none other than Mika. Mika! Seeing Mika, Sakuya and Huamao finally couldn't help it anymore and hurriedly shouted to her side. Mika! Wake up! Wake up! Mika! Can you hear me? It's me! However, no matter how the two called, Mika looked like she was sleeping soundly. At this moment, suddenly, a voice came from above their heads. She is in a dream now, and cannot wake up for the time being. Hey! Who is talking? Everyone looked up in confusion. And Huamao subconsciously raised his mobile phone and shone it upwards. Under the light, a huge spider appeared in front of him. Wow! Seeing this huge spider, everyone was shocked. Huamao hugged Meijia and took her to hide behind Duanmu Huai. At the same time, the spider slowly fell to the ground along the silk thread. It was not until then that everyone saw clearly that its appearance was similar to the social man who attacked them before. But at this moment, this Spider-Man was wearing a pure white kimono, and there seemed to be some strange patterns carved all over his body. Who are you? Duanmu Huai stepped forward and asked in a low voice. He was sure that the other party was not the old ruler, but the fact that he could appear here might have something to do with the old days. The spider girl looked at Duanmu Huai with some fear, and then lowered her head. My name is Bai Fan Shinshue. It's our first meeting. Please give me more advice. Huh? Hearing the words of the spider girl, everyone present was stunned. Chapter 1353 Fantasy Dream. Everyone was quite surprised to hear the other party introduce himself. You know, after reading the diary, everyone sympathized with the youngest daughter, Miyuki. After all, she seemed to be just an ordinary girl, but her family suffered a misfortune, and she became a sacrifice for her father. It can be said that Miyuki is the most innocent person in the whole thing. Of course, you can say that the child died accidentally when Miyuki was watching the child. But there is no such thing as a thief who can prevent thieves for 1,000 days. Miyuki is just an ordinary girl, and it is impossible for her to stay by the child's side 24 hours a day. Her sister only needs to find an opportunity to do it. Not to mention that Miyuki trusts her sister very much and will not doubt her at all. But, you are still alive? Miss Miyuki? Looking at Miyuki in front of him, Sakuya couldn't help but ask. Hearing Sakuya's question, Miyuki on the opposite side showed a complicated expression. Alive? I don't know if I am still alive. Let me do it. Duanmu Huai patted Shaju's shoulder, then looked at Shinshue across from him. At the beginning, your father said he wanted to revive the whole family. Did the ritual succeed? Or did it fail? The ritual succeeded. Huh? Successful? Hearing this, Shaju and Huangmao were even more surprised. They all thought the ritual failed. How could it succeed? Compared to the others, Duanmu Huai was very calm and just raised his eyebrows. Tell me more. And Shinshue quickly told the story. Indeed, in the old days, there were some gods who could bring the dead back to life. But the father did not choose such a god. On the contrary, he chose another god. He longed to go back to the past, to the time when everyone lived happily together. But was it possible? Isn't there a saying? Dreams have everything. And the father chose such a god. He wants to be immersed in the beautiful dream of the past forever and never wake up again. However, this ritual is not simple. The most important point is that there must be a sacrifice. A carrier. And this sacrifice does not mean that anyone can be chosen. The other party must have all the information about his family in his memory. So Shinshue was unfortunately chosen. She likes her sister, her mother, and her brother even more. Only Shinshue can be the sacrifice for trading with God. Otherwise, in those days, the father could just find a homeless person or something. Why did he have to do it to his own daughter? He carved a spell on Miyuki to call the god of dreams, and then started the ceremony. Then, at the cost of Miyuki, He fell into an eternal dream. A dream where everyone was happy and lived happily together forever. Well, I have to say that this brain teaser shocked everyone. So the resurrection you always talked about is this resurrection? Well, if you think this is a resurrection, then it is a resurrection. We have no objection. It is better than a few corpses jumping out to scare people. After the ceremony was successful, my father went to dream by himself, leaving Miyuki in the gap between reality and dream. Later, the great-great-grandfather of the Bifan family appeared and found this place. I learned the truth from Shirafan Miyuki. At that time, the other party was also very scared, but there was no way to deal with this weird existence. So in the end, the great-great-grandfather and Shirafan Miyuki made 3 rules, and then built a Western-style house here and sealed the old house in it. Then, the 3 rules were established. As for the reason for these 3 rules, Miyuki also gave an explanation. In short, it was, she wanted to eat dreams. As for why it was her 16th birthday, the reason was also very simple. Because the day when Miyuki was taken away by her father for the ritual was exactly her 16th birthday. However, her father, who was completely crazy at the time, completely forgot this. And finally Miyuki became a sacrifice to the evil god on her 16th birthday. Therefore, she hoped to get some comfort from the dreams of the descendants of the Bifan family. As for why only the birthday star can live in the room on the east side, the reason is also simple. Because the range of influence of Shinchue is so large. If other people also live in the guest room on the east side, their dreams will be swallowed by Shinchue indiscriminately. Although it is not a big problem to eat dreams once or twice. If you eat them continuously, it will also damage your spirit. Like Grandma Sanchuan is a representative of this. In fact, she was almost like a walking corpse. Although she had gained a long life, it was not a good thing for a person to be in a trance all day, unable to distinguish between reality and dreams, and being manipulated like a puppet. As for her daughter, Ms. Ayabe, well, Miyuki told everyone directly that Granny Mikawa was not married and had no daughter at all. No, she was married. Or rather, she thought she was married in her dream, but gave birth to a daughter like Ayabe. But the fact is that Ms. Ayabe is just an extension of Granny Mikawa's dream. It must be said that everyone was stunned when they heard Miyuki's explanation. They knew about Ms. Ayabe. Even Huang Mao knew about it. But they didn't expect that there was no such person in reality. She was just a dream of Granny Mikawa. As for why Mika was here, the reason was not complicated. As mentioned before, Miyuki and the great-great-grandfather of the Shiraho family set 3 rules. And these 3 rules were useful. First of all, only the birthday star lives on the east side, because the old house is sealed on the east side. This area is the area where the snow swallows dreams. And this ability does not involve friendly injuries. When the dream is eaten, it will not be just the birthday star. The reason why we have to go to the chapel after staying for 1 night is mainly to stabilize our spirit. After all, most people will be a little mentally unstable after their dreams are swallowed. Basically, it is equivalent to losing SAN value without knowing it. But as long as you don't find it, it won't drop too much. For a fool like Huang Mao who sleeps till dawn, I'm afraid he will lose 1 or 2 points at most. This is the advantage of not having high inspiration. On the other hand, if you meet someone with high inspiration, it's another matter. Shinchua also told them that there was such a person, who was perhaps born to be more sensitive in this aspect. He was discovered by him when he was eating his dreams. And the result, well, he didn't have to go to the chapel the next day, and was sent directly to the mental hospital. It's no wonder. If you open your eyes and find a Spider-Man lying on top of your head, with his mouth open sucking your dreams from your head. It's terrifying. So, high inspiration is not a good thing. Especially for those who are already fragile. If it were Huang Mao, he would wake up with a headache and think it was a hangover or too much sleep. He would be careless and let it go. Then it would be fine. Maybe if he went out to eat, drink and play for a few days, his SAN value would be restored. If it were someone who was more attentive, once the inspiration had passed, and he discovered that Spider-Man was eating dreams, he would naturally be in a state of panic and suspicion every day. And even suicide was not impossible. Of course, Shinchua also told everyone that the reason why her great-grandfather was willing to meet her request was because the 2 sides made a deal. As written in the previous diary, Shinchua had always stayed at home, so she was almost the most familiar person in this family. Naturally, She also knew where the treasures of the Baifan family were hidden. So Xinxue made a deal with the great-great-grandfather. Xinxue allowed the latter to take the treasures of the Baifan family, but set these 3 rules. If you don't follow the rules, you will be punished. The unlucky cousin was cursed to death because he didn't follow the rules and didn't let Miyuki absorb his dreams as agreed. If you don't give me dreams, then give me your soul. In this way, the cause of death of the girl with glasses is very clear. She broke the rules and sneaked into the chapel. So she was cursed to death. But the problem is not with the girl with glasses, but with Mika, because the contract is automatically operated. So according to reason, since the rules have been broken, Mika will also be cursed to death. However, Xinxue obviously did not want Mika to be cursed. So she took her from her room to the dreamland and hid her there. The curse that lost its target naturally started looking for other people. And the consequences, well, just look at the 3 bloody corpses behind. After listening to Xinxue, everyone was silent for a while, not knowing what to say. After all this was too unexpected. Just when everyone didn't know what to say, Duanmu Huai came out again, stared at Xinxue in front of him, and said something that surprised everyone. Do you want to die? Hey, brother? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Hua Mao, Sha Jui and Spicy Girl were all stunned. And Duanmu Huai glanced at them and looked at Xinxue again. You know what I mean? Answer my question. Xinxue naturally wants to end it all. Xinxue lowered her head and whispered. But the God of Dreams is extremely powerful, and my father has made a contract with it, and Xinxue is powerless to resist. Don't worry about it. I have a way. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. I'll ask you. Do you want to die? This time, facing Duanmu Huai's question, Xinxue was silent for a long time, then knelt on the ground, bent down deeply, and pressed her forehead against the ground. Yes, Xinxue wants to be completely free from all this. Okay. Duanmu Huai nodded as he looked at Xinxue kneeling in front of him. Then he turned to look at Shajui, Huang Mao and others. Take Meijiao back along the original route. And don't look back no matter what happens. Okay, brother. Hearing Duanmu Huai's instructions, Shajui hesitated for a moment and nodded. After all, Duanmu Huai did the same thing in the mountains before, and he was familiar with it the second time. So Shajui had confidence in Duanmu Huai. On the contrary, Huang Mao was a little uneasy. Brother, can you do it alone? Do you want me to stay and help? And you know, we can't find the way back at all. Don't worry about that. I have a solution to the problem. When you go out, the road will open up naturally. Remember, take them away. Don't look back. And don't stop no matter what happens. It's best to leave this mansion. Understand? This, faced with Duanmu Huai's words, Huang Mao hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Okay, I understand. Let's go! After Duanmu Huai said this, he turned his head, and Huang Mao hurriedly picked up his sister, took Sha Jui and the hot girl and turned away, until the 4 figures completely disappeared in the dark shadows. Duanmu Huai turned to the kneeling Xinxue again, and then clenched his fists. Along with Duanmu Huai's movements, the shadows around him began to sway and spread like flames. Then, eyes emerged from the dark shadows around Duanmu Huai, staring at Xinxue in front of them. Okay, the show is over. Hoo-hoo. Hoo-hoo. However, Xinxue at this moment no longer looked pitiful as before. She raised her head and stared at Duanmu Huai with a pair of fly-like compound eyes. I never thought you could see through me. I really don't know what I did wrong. It's simple. Because you're too normal. Looking at Xinxue in front of him, Duanmu Huai gave a light answer. In fact, from the moment he first met Xinxue, Duanmu Huai knew that there must be something wrong with this woman. The reason is very simple. Even if Xinxue was really sacrificed by her father, her spirit would definitely not be able to resist the pollution of the old gods for more than 100 years. After all, she is just an ordinary girl. And from what she showed in her diary before, Xinxue does not have the tenacious spirit and will like her sister. So, what made her persist for more than 100 years? Family? Or hatred? Although Xinxue did not kill Meijiao, Sha Jui and Huang Mao subconsciously thought she was a good person. But Duanmu Huai knew that the only reason Xinxue did not do it was because of her own talisman protection. If she really dared to attack Meijiao, she would definitely die. Normal? Normal? What is normal? At this moment, Shinshua finally screamed. She stood up and stared at Duanmu Huai, her tone full of hatred. Father, for that illusory dream, gave up everything. Given me. In his mind, I am nothing. But in the end, because he needed me as a sacrifice. Father still chose me. And the only reason he chose me was to sacrifice me. Why should I do this? Why should I die for his illusory dream? Accompanied by Miyuki's scream, the ground around her began to tremble. And she grinned, revealing a strange smile. When my father used a needle to pierce these strange tattoos on my body, I cried and begged him to stop. But he didn't care about me at all. He just wanted to make up for his mistakes. For him, he just wanted to escape from this reality. Wanted to act as if nothing had happened. For this, he would rather sacrifice me. So, when that great being came, I signed a contract with it. I will let my father fall into an eternal dream. But that is not the dream he wants. He will review everything he has done again and again in this never-ending nightmare. The shadows around began to change, turning into an illusory, dreamlike fantasy. In the midst of it, Duanmu Huai saw the scenes. The father tried hard to train Hong as his successor. And then when the child was born, he chose the newborn boy as his successor. Then Hong turned completely evil and killed the child. With the death of the child, his wife went mad, imprisoned and killed Hong, and then committed suicide. The father looked at the killing scenes in front of him in despair and cried bitterly. Did you see it? At this moment, Shinshua was already crazy. He didn't notice me at all. Even if I don't exist, it doesn't matter to him. For father, the important thing is sister. It is mother. It is Yonsong. Not me. Okay. I understand. Duanmu Huai nodded silently. As Shinshua said, the ceremony was successful. But the success of the ceremony has different definitions for different people. Obviously, for that father, the ceremony was a complete failure. But in fact it was not a failure. Well, in the final analysis, it was still the father's fault. But it made no difference to Duanmu Huai, because he only had one thing to do. So, you are ready to die. Then it depends on whether you have the ability to do it. As she spoke, Shinshua raised her hands high. Great Alachnakya, please listen to my call and come here from the dream. Chapter 1354 Spider God. The earth began to tremble. The darkness around them gradually deepened, and Shinshua's body melted and disappeared like mud. At the same time, the land under Duanmu Huai's feet and everything around him began to change, forming spider webs that spread out to the surroundings. And below the spider webs was a bottomless abyss. And in the middle of the spider web, a figure that looked like a crouching human was lying there. Its appearance was also like a spider, with slender legs and feet. But at this moment, the spider god was facing away from Duanmu Huai, concentrating on weaving his own spider web, just like an old lady knitting a sweater at work. Concentrated, meticulous, and completely unconcerned about other things. Oh, what a waste of time. A subtle, sharp and piercing voice came from the direction of the spider god, and it seemed quite dissatisfied with someone interrupting its work. A stupid decision. A stupid contract. I shouldn't have. While complaining, the spider god turned his head and then looked at Duanmu Huai. The next moment, the voice was suddenly filled with screams and fear. Damn it. What the hell are you? Go to hell. Duanmu Huai naturally had no obligation to answer the spider god's questions. He had been holding back his breath in order to draw out the existence behind this. Now that the mastermind behind the scenes has been revealed, Duanmu Huai is no longer polite. He waved his hands, and a dark shadow as thick as oil erupted from under his feet, roaring and rushing forward. Duanmu Huai also jumped up, clenched his fists, and rushed towards the old one in front of him. Hiss! Sensing the breath bursting out from Duanmu Huai, the spider god also became nervous at this moment. Its forelimbs kept swinging, and soon, spider webs that were tougher than the hemp ropes on the ship flew from all directions and blocked Duanmu Huai. And Duanmu Huai did not adjust the direction at all. Just like a bug crashing into a spider web, he rushed straight in. The spider web of the spider god is naturally very tough. Unless you can beat it in strength, you will definitely be caught in the spider web and then entangled to death. However, what Duanmu Huai was least afraid of was a contest of strength. Get out of here! After rushing into the spider web, Duanmu Huai grabbed the spider silk with both hands and pulled it hard. With his movements, The spider webs around him suddenly broke into pieces and scattered. And Duanmu suddenly accelerated and continued to rush towards the spider god. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the spider god was also shocked. He was very confident in his spider web. But what the spider god did not expect was that his spider web was completely torn apart by Duanmu in just a moment. What the hell? Run! The spider god now wanted to catch Xinxue, who had just summoned him, and tear her into pieces. But now, he just wanted to leave here as soon as possible and return to the fantasy world. In fact, Nakia was not an old one who liked to make trouble. He spent most of his time weaving the web that connected the fantasy world and the human world. In addition, there were basically not many followers of Adlak in this world. Adlak signed a contract with Xinxue because he thought this place would be a good place to fix the fantasy world. Web. The anchor point. That's why the spider god pulled himself out of the endless web-weaving business and helped Xinxue. And the reason why it accepted the call this time was because it didn't want the anchor point to be destroyed. But, what kind of monster is that? Looking at Duanmu rushing towards him, Adlak couldn't contain the fear in his heart. It was a kind of fear that couldn't be expressed. More like an instinctive fear. You saw the spider god Adlak. Nakia. Willpower test success. Lose 1 SAN point. Spider god Adlak Nakia saw you. Willpower test failed. Adlak was shocked. It couldn't understand why there was such a creepy and terrifying existence in this world. Adlak lost 10 SN points. Adlak fell into temporary madness. Adlak gained immediate symptom escape behavior. Adlak is trying to stay away from you. Duanmu was stunned for a moment when he saw the system prompt that popped up impatiently in front of him. And then he became furious. Fuck your ancestors? Who is shocked? Do you think your fucking spider is better looking than me? Look at your appearance. A big spider body with a human face without eyeballs embedded in the front of the head. It's hairy. You look like this? You are still shocked? I am the one who is shocked. Stop right there. Don't even think about running away. At this moment, Duanmu's murderous intent was full. If I don't kill you, I'll write my name upside down. At this moment, the spider god was moving very fast and quickly rushed to the other side of the darkness. Duanmu knew where it was going. Although he was not very familiar with the spider god, Duanmu was very clear about the breath coming from the darkness. It was the breath from the fantasy world. The so-called fantasy world is a dimensional world that can only be entered through dreaming, where many monsters and powerful old gods live. In the game, the fantasy world is also one of the places that players often go to after the expansion pack is launched. However, Duanmu does not plan to go to the fantasy world. After all, there are too many monsters and demons there, and it is somewhat dangerous for Duanmu to go alone. Moreover, there are servants of Nyarlathotep there. Duanmu feels that with his current strength, he is not enough to directly face the evil gods of the 3 major families. However, he can't just watch the spider god run away. Fortunately, Duanmu also has his own way. Go! Looking at the spider god running away, Duanmu waved his hands forward, and with his movements, hundreds of thick and huge shadow tentacles burst out instantly and pounced forward. Duanmu is not stupid. After fighting with the burrowing devil worm before, Duanmu has been studying how to use his ability of the old ones. But strictly speaking, the situation is not good, because the abilities of the old ones are actually a bit weird. To put it bluntly, they are brain-consuming, and Duanmu actually doesn't like those weird and brain-teaser abilities. After all, he doesn't like to use his brain very much. So after thinking about it again and again, Duanmu decided to focus on one of the abilities at present. That is Nzoth's 1,000 tentacles. This ability is actually very simple. That is, it can produce many more tentacles. Or it is more convenient to say tentacles. In fact, this ability of Nzoth is also auxiliary to it. Nzoth is better at nightmare invasion and mental corruption. 1,000 tentacles is just an auxiliary ability for it to invade nightmares. But Duanmu is too lazy to talk in other people's minds every day. He especially looks down on Nzoth's chatterbox. Corruption is nothing. Why not just kill him with 1 tentacle? Is it fun to hide behind the scenes and do things all day? Don't you think it's shameful to waste your breath? So Duanmu threw aside Enzo's nightmare erosion and corruption abilities, and decisively used this 1,000 beards. And Duanmu's idea is also very simple. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. That is, as long as I have enough hands and my fists are strong enough, you will be finished. So, if I use 1,000 tentacles to hit you, can you resist? You should know that Duanmu Huai has been focusing on strength and physique since he crossed over. Now his strength has reached an astonishing 700, which is quite powerful among evil gods. If we really want to compete in strength, except for Azathoth, Duanmu Huai said that he has never taken anyone seriously. So the fighting method designed by Duanmu Huai for himself is very simple. Summon countless tentacles, and then smash them hard at the enemy. Big is beautiful. More is better. As long as the tentacles are big enough, numerous enough, and strong enough, he doesn't believe anyone can stop them. That's right. This is the way Duanmu Huai finally came up with. The way he fights is an old one. No matter what. Just do it. The thick, huge tentacles were like towering trees, smashing forward and directly hitting the spider web woven by the spider god. Then, they stretched out their tentacles to wrap around the spider web, and then pulled it suddenly. The next moment, the entire spider web suddenly fell apart and turned into a pile of fragments. At this moment, Adlak didn't even have time to escape, and was directly hit by the vibration of the tentacles and flew up. It struggled desperately in the air, spewing out spider silk in an attempt to fix its body again. However, before Adlak could regroup, he saw countless tentacles attacking it from all directions. And then, snap! Like hitting a fly, the spider god was directly caught in it. Duanmu Huai stared at it. Then he raised his right hand and grabbed it hard. As he moved, the tentacles suddenly rolled up and then spun, accompanied by a shrill scream. The shadows around him gradually dissipated, and at the same time, the entire space began to vibrate. Look! At this moment, Huang Mao had already run out of the mansion with Meijia, Sakuya, and the hot girl on his back. It was strange to say that they had been unable to get out before. But after Duanmu Huai asked them to leave, they walked out of the tunnel and immediately found the warehouse door at the end of the corridor. So the four of them hurried out. Then they left the mansion without stopping. Although the rain outside was much lighter, it was still pouring down. But no one cared about it at the moment. After all, Duanmu Huai asked them to leave the mansion. So they naturally obeyed. Under the leadership of Huang Mao, they left the mansion and came to a storage room next to the nearby garden. This was originally used to store some tools for cultivating plants. But now it can barely be used to shelter from the rain. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Accompanied by violent vibrations, everyone stared in amazement at the Western-style building not far away, which was completely collapsing, as if it had lost its support and turned into fragments all over the ground. Brother Duanmu? Is he okay? Seeing this scene, Huang Mao took a breath and asked anxiously. After all, this is not normal no matter how you look at it. Why did the Western-style building collapse? It should be fine. Although Sha Ji was a little worried, he was not as worried as Huang Mao. After all, Duanmu Huai escaped from such a strong earthquake in the mountains without any injury. Even if the mansion collapsed, it would not be a problem. Is it right? I was riding my bike halfway out today, and it suddenly rained. Wow! I came back in time and took a shower. I hope I don't catch a cold. Chapter 1355 Intermission. After this, nothing happened. The collapse of a mansion was not a big deal for Duanmu Huai. The bespectacled boy and others who died in the mansion were also considered to have died from the heavy rain, and were fooled by the Baifan family. Although Huang Mao seemed unreliable, he had some say in the Baifan family. Duanmu Huai didn't know how he explained it to the others in the Baifan family. In short, this was how the matter ended. On the contrary, Meijia was confused. She only remembered that she went to bed the day before her birthday, and when she woke up, her home was gone. After listening to Sha Ji and Huang Mao's story, Meijia was even more surprised. She had never thought that there was such a tortuous and bizarre story behind all this. But fortunately, all this is over. At least the strange rule of the Baifan family can be ended in the future, and everyone can breathe a sigh of relief. Right? Of course, the Baifan family will do all the aftermath work, and Duanmu Huai and Sha Ji will naturally go home after that. Duanmu Huai didn't care how the Baifan family dealt with this matter, because he only cared about one thing at the moment. That was the distribution of the old essence. The reason why Duanmu Huai hesitated was that the old essence obtained from the spider god he killed this time had a special ability. That was that after using it, he could freely enter and exit the fantasy world. It was precisely because of this that Duanmu Huai was so hesitant. Duanmu Huai knew the fantasy world. There were countless monsters and demons in it, and all kinds of old rulers, and even foreign gods were rampant. To put it bluntly, it was like the place in the immortal cultivation novels, where the golden elixir was worse than a dog, and the yuaning was everywhere. Even several of the old ones had their headquarters in the fantasy world. If Duanmu Huai can lead the Inquisition into the fantasy world, he might charge in and kill as a rehearsal for launching an attack on the subspace in advance. But it doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai can't do it. And the fantasy world is not an easy place to enter. As I said before, the fantasy world is a place that can only be entered in dreams. If Duanmu Huai had the power of the god of destruction, it would be fine. But now, he can only use the power of the old ones. And among the abilities of the old ones, Duanmu Huai can also use tentacles to whip people. If he were to go to the fantasy world and play with those old and clever guys, he wouldn't know who would die. Duanmu Huai was reckless. But he wasn't stupid. Without the fleet of the Inquisition and the help of others, he went to the fantasy world alone to fight at least 24 old ones, who had lived from who knows when. Some of them might even be older than the Chaos Evil God. Is he mentally ill? Of course not. Duanmu Huai was able to kill the Spider God because he led him to the real world. If he let the Spider God run back to the fantasy world, he would only be able to stare blankly. After all, Duanmu Huai couldn't go to the fantasy world and fight with countless big guys for a Spider God. His foundation is in the real world. Although things in the fantasy world are troublesome, they are not so troublesome compared to the subspace. So, should Duanmu Huai obtain this ability and then go to the fantasy world? Duanmu Huai thought about it and finally decided not to go. The current situation is not favorable. And he is not stupid. Although there are indeed many good things in the fantasy world, most of them are basically useless to Duanmu Huai. Moreover, the situation in the fantasy world is complicated. If I go there, I might get cheated. Forget it. It's good to stay here. So Duanmu Huai thought about it and exchanged this old essence for an animal taming. Although as long as he absorbs this old essence, Duanmu Huai can also gain the ability to control spiders, and even command and summon his dependent offspring named Cold Spider. But who likes spiders? Animal taming. Isn't it much more convenient? If you want to pet a cat or fish, Duanmu Huai can't just pet a spider when he's free. He's not sick. Of course, since he has this ability, Duanmu Huai will try it out. So he immediately decided to buy a pet. However, when Duanmu Huai told Sha Jui about his idea, the latter was stunned. Brother, are you serious? What's wrong? What's the problem? Have you forgotten that from childhood to adulthood, cats and dogs never dared to approach you? Once before, we met an abandoned puppy on the street. You just walked over and didn't say you wanted to keep it. But the people next to you hurriedly took away the box, fearing that you would eat the dog. At this point, Sha Jui was speechless for a moment. Well, Duanmu Huai seemed to have eaten it. After all, he looked so calm when he ate dog meat in the Western-style house before. It seemed that it was not the first time. The first time was the first time. And the present is the present. Duanmu Huai didn't care about these things and waved his hand. Besides, we won't adopt any stray cats and dogs. We can just go to the pet store and buy them. Let's go! Hey! Looking at the enthusiastic Duanmu Huai, Sha Jui sighed silently and had to stand up. She always felt that things would definitely not be that simple. Although it was buying a pet, Duanmu Huai didn't plan to buy any expensive cats and dogs. He just randomly chose a pet store near his home and pushed the door open and walked in. This pet shop was peaceful before Duanmu Huai came in. However, when Duanmu Huai walked into the pet shop, meow meow meow, woof woof woof, woof woof woof. In an instant, the originally peaceful shop was in chaos. Cats, dogs and other pets were all screaming. Before Duanmu Huai could react, he saw a young woman who looked like a clerk appeared in front of him with a pale face and blocked his way. You? What do you want to do? We are just a small pet shop. If you want protection money, we don't have money. Looking at the pale-faced, trembling clerk standing in front of him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. The system gave me the option of gangster in my background. Now you also regard me as a gangster. Do I really have to be a gangster? Do I look like someone who collects protection money? Duanmu Huai snorted. I'm here to buy a pet. Come on. Tell me about your cats and dogs. Which one is more interesting? Hey! Buy a pet? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the clerk was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth again and shook his head. No. I won't sell it. Hey. What do you mean? Facing the clerk's behavior, Duanmu Huai was also unhappy. I came here to buy a pet. And you don't buy it? Then why do you open this pet shop? Although they are pets, we also have to find a good home for them. We will never sell to someone as violent as you. Staring at Duanmu Huai, the clerk spoke even though her legs were shaking with fear. She knew that there were not only kind-hearted people who loved animals, but also people who loved to abuse animals. This man looked violent, and he caused so many animals to panic just by walking into the pet store, which meant that he must be a person who loved to abuse animals. Maybe the number of animals who died in his hands was too many to count. Therefore, I must not let those cute animals fall into his hands. Hey! You! Hearing the clerk's words, Duanmu Huai was so angry that he blew his nose and glared. He wanted to say something, but at this time, Shaji rushed into the store, grabbed Duanmu Huai's arm, and said to the clerk at the same time, I'm so sorry to bother you. Brother didn't mean that. Sorry. We'll leave now. As he spoke, Shaji pulled Duanmu Huai out of the pet shop. Why are you pulling me away? Duanmu Huai was still unhappy when Shaji took him out of the pet shop. He wanted to slap him in the face. Just like those urban novels, such as buying a house and a car, identifying antique jade. There are such plots. The supporting actress looks down on the protagonist, and then mocks him. Then the protagonist shows up and slaps the supporting actress in the face. Duanmu Huai also wants to replicate this plot. He thought that when he walked over, he would use animal taming to tame those pets that were originally afraid of him. And then look at the clerk's astonished look. Brother, if they don't want to sell it to you, forget it. If you insist, be careful that they will call the police. Shaji could only dissuade him helplessly. After all, for Duanmu Huai, calling the police is a basic operation. Forget it. I'll go to another store. I don't believe it. Duanmu Huai didn't care. If this one doesn't work, there are other stores. However, the facts gave Duanmu Huai a blow. After that, Duanmu Huai went to several pet stores, some big and some small, and the results were basically similar. Either they refused to sell to him, or they closed the door and didn't open the door when they saw Duanmu Huai coming. Duanmu Huai could bear it once or twice, but after 3 or 4 times, he couldn't bear it anymore. So he grabbed a pet shop owner who didn't have time to hide and glared at him fiercely. I just want to buy a pet. Why are you so troublesome? Tell me, are you selling it or not? This uncle, facing Duanmu Huai with his eyes wide open. The pet shop owner wanted to cry, but had no tears. We really don't have a pet suitable for you here. Please be merciful. Please spare me. I've been to so many stores. I'm tired of it. You have to sell it today, whether you want to or not. No. But we really. Yes. Just when the pet shop owner was begging for mercy with a sad face, he suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. I can recommend a store for you. That store will definitely not let you down. Really? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai frowned. He always felt that this bastard was diverting the blame and passing the buck to himself. Really? The boss nodded desperately at this moment. I promise you. No questions asked. If you are not satisfied, you can smash my shop. Oh! If there is such a shop, why didn't you tell me earlier? Faced with Duanmu Huai's questioning, the shop owner was speechless for a while. In fact, that pet shop is a bit weird. It's different from other pet shops. A bit weird? Not quite the same. Yes. As he spoke, the shop owner took out a business card from the counter with trembling hands. That's the one. What? Let me see. Duanmu Huai took the business card from the shop owner and glanced at it in confusion. Count D's Pet Shop? Chapter 1356 Pet Shop. Following the boss's instructions, Duanmu Huai found this pet shop in Chinatown. This place doesn't look very good. Looking at the pet shop in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned. Unlike other pet shops, big and small, this pet shop is located underground in Chinatown. And the door is closed, looking like an underground warehouse. What kind of pets can there be in such a place? Is it a black shop? Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Duanmu Huai was not afraid of any gangs or black shops. So he pushed the door open and walked in. And Shaji followed Duanmu Huai curiously, and walked into the pet shop. It must be said that Duanmu Huai regretted it the moment he walked into this shabby shop. This doesn't look like a pet shop at all. The whole shop was pitch black. And there was incense burning from nowhere. Although there were a few bird cages. You could hear the squeaking of animals coming from inside. But this doesn't look like a pet store. Where are all the animals? This place doesn't look good to me. Duanmu Huai looked around and frowned. Forget it. Let's go. Just when Duanmu Huai was about to leave with Sha Jui, a voice suddenly rang out. Welcome. Two guests. Accompanied by this voice, the curtain next to it was lifted. And then Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui saw a man walking out. He was wearing a cheongsam. And looked neither male nor female. But he looked like a human being. Seeing Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui, this person was not startled like the pet shop owners before, but smiled. Welcome to Earl D's pet shop. What can you do for me? Are you Earl? After hearing the other party's self-introduction, Duanmu Huai looked him up and down unhappily. Although there were many ethnic furniture such as screens and paper doors here before, Duanmu Huai still subconsciously thought that the other party should be a blonde and blue-eyed foreigner. After all, it's not surprising that Westerners like this mysterious Oriental style. But it's different for a person with black hair and yellow skin. The Qin dynasty has been gone for many years. And there is still a count? Where did it come from? The Zhengwang banner? Actually, I'm just the acting store manager. And the title of count only applies to my grandfather. The man didn't seem to care and gave an explanation with a smile. Oh, that's okay. We came here just to buy a pet. This is a pet store. Right? Of course. There are all kinds of pets in the world here. No matter how rare the species is. We can provide it for you as long as you want. Excuse me. What kind of pet do you need? What kind of pet do I need? It must be said that Duanmu Huai was really stunned when he heard the man's question. He had just wanted to buy a cat or a dog at first. But later he was angered by those damn pet shop owners. So Duanmu Huai also got into trouble and insisted on buying a pet. But what to buy? Buy a cat? Buy a dog? Although it is a common operation, Duanmu Huai feels that it is a bit too ordinary. But if you say to buy reptiles such as snakes or lizards, Sha Jui will definitely object. And Duanmu Huai himself doesn't like them very much. What about parrots? Duanmu Huai feels that he doesn't have the heart to raise such things. So what else? Thinking about this, Duanmu Huai found that he really couldn't think of what pet to buy for a while. Did I make this trip for nothing? Just when Duanmu Huai was in a mess, Sha Jui came to his rescue. Excuse me, store manager. Do you have any pets to recommend? Recommended? Hearing Sha Jui's question, the guy who couldn't tell whether he was a man or a woman thought for a moment, and then showed a strange smile. Ah, in that case, there is a pet that is very suitable for you too. Please follow me. As he spoke, the store manager turned and walked inside, and Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui followed the store manager and walked into the corridor deep in the pet store. The corridor was deep and long, with countless doors on the side, which made people feel a little uneasy. Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui were experienced people, so they were not very nervous. The store manager took them to a big door and pushed it open. Come in. So what pet did you recommend? Duanmu Huai poked his head in and looked around, and the store manager walked forward and lit a candle. Please look. Under the candlelight, Duanmu Huai and Sha Jui saw a majestic bird of prey like an eagle standing on the shelf, staring at them without blinking. That huge body and sharp claws. Well, it can be used to film the return of the Condor heroes. This is a bird of prey from the plateau. It is ferocious and intelligent by nature. I think it is suitable for this guest. Well, a bird of prey. It is not impossible. Then will it recognize its master? Of course. The store manager nodded slightly, then took out a piece of paper and handed it over. Duanmu Huai took the paper and glanced at it. What is this? This is a contract. And there are 3 precautions. First, it must be fed fresh meat every day. Second, it must not be restrained. Third, its sleep time must not be disturbed. If the above agreement is violated and anything happens, our store will not be responsible for anything. Huh? After listening to the store manager, Duanmu Huai threw the paper and pen in his hand aside. So troublesome? Then I don't want it. Although this bird of prey does look cool, Duanmu Huai doesn't have the patience to keep a pet. Moreover, there are so many conditions. It has to be fed fresh meat every day, and it must not be restrained or even disturbed when it rests. Did he raise a pet? Or a master? For Dwanmu Huai, pets are just like those cats and dogs in the village. I have something to eat, so I will leave you a portion. After I finish eating the meat, it is good enough to leave you a bone. Those dogs eat well, and are good at guarding the house. How can it be like this bird, which has such high requirements and must eat fresh meat every day? What? You don't want to eat frozen meat, right? I eat frozen chicken legs. Why buy you fresh meat? You eat better than me? Am I raising a pet or a master? No. You can't spoil him. So Dwanmu Huai threw it away decisively. Seeing Dwanmu Huai refusing the deal so rudely, Xia Jui was also a little embarrassed. Of course, she knew her brother's impatient temper, and guessed why he was unwilling to raise this majestic-looking bird. But rejecting it directly in front of the store manager was a bit too much. However, the store manager was calm and didn't get angry. Instead, he stared at Dwanmu Huai with a smile on his face. So, what do you want? Sir? Dwanmu Huai thought about it. Then his eyes lit up, and he looked at the store manager again. You said just now that you can get any animal in your store? Of course. Then, I want a red panda. Can you get one for me? That's right. Dwanmu Huai has made a decision now. He plans to buy a red panda. Oh! Not a giant panda cub, but the red panda with a furry tail that is always confused with a raccoon. Although Dwanmu Huai looks big and strong, he has a pink girl's heart inside. Dwanmu Huai naturally likes red pandas, which are so cute. Of course, giant pandas are also very cute, but giant pandas will grow up after all. And giant pandas eat bamboo. Where can Dwanmu Huai find bamboo for them? On the other hand, red pandas are much easier to raise. Dwanmu Huai remembers that when he saw them in the zoo, they ate fruit and were very gentle. Anyone could touch them. Their furry bodies and furry tails were so cute. But in my world, they are protected animals anyway. You can just touch them in the zoo, but you can't take them home. But in this world, since you said you have all kinds of animals here, it's okay for you to give me a red panda. Red panda? That's right. Not the fat black and white kid, but the furry one with a big tail. Dwanmu Huai gestured, and he believed that the other party should understand what he meant. As for whether he could subdue the red panda after it came. Hey, what is this animal taming point for? Just for show? Do you have a way? I want the full set of procedures. Don't make anything troublesome. Of course. Faced with Dwanmu Huai's inquiry, the store manager was silent for a moment, then smiled again and nodded to Dwanmu Huai. Please give me a few days. I will definitely satisfy you. Of course. Before that you need to pay a deposit. No problem. But you better not play tricks. Otherwise, I will definitely smash your shabby store. Dwanmu Huai has a lot of money in his hands, so he naturally doesn't care about spending. But he doesn't like being taken advantage of. Not to mention this guy who can't tell whether he is a man or a woman. He doesn't know how troublesome it is to get a panda in this world. But Dwanmu Huai doesn't like to get himself into trouble. If he has a pet, he will definitely not hide it at home like some rich people, but take it out. To be honest, if it weren't for the troublesomeness of large cats like tigers and lions, Dwanmu Huai wouldn't be interested in them. He could just follow the example of the princes in the Middle East and walk on the street with a lion. But red pandas, hee hee hee. Small and soft, hee hee hee. Dwanmu Huai almost laughed like a pervert. Since the conditions had been met, Dwanmu Huai didn't bother to stay any longer. He paid the deposit and left the pet shop with Xia Jui. After leaving, Xia Jui looked at Dwanmu Huai curiously and asked, Brother, is that red panda really that good? Xia Jui also thought it was a panda at first, but when she heard Dwanmu Huai say that its tail was furry, she was a little surprised. After all, those who know about panda tails know. So what exactly is this red panda? And Xia Jui saw Dwanmu Huai drooling. This expression is not common. Hee. Hearing Xia Jui's question, Dwanmu Huai just laughed. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 1357. On the way home from school, the store manager didn't say much about how to get the red panda, but just said it would take some time. But Dwanmu Huai didn't care. He just wanted the result. Nothing else. As for Dwanmu Huai, he basically just stayed at home and slacked off. To be honest, Dwanmu Huai actually quite liked this world of enhanced trials. On the one hand, the time in this world and the real world was separated, just like going to a dungeon. Even if you hang out in the dungeon for a lifetime, it won't affect what you can do when you come out. Like the last time in the westward journey world of the god of destruction enhanced trial, Duanmu Huai killed and ate all the way. And ate all the rare and protected animals. He was so happy and satisfied. Although this old day's trial was not quite what Duanmu Huai wanted. It was good to be able to fish. However, there were still some things that made Duanmu Huai very confused. After 2 consecutive enhanced trials of the priesthood, Duanmu Huai was almost familiar with the situation of the priesthood. Because of this, he had a question. That is, how did I get this priesthood of joy? It goes without saying that Duanmu Huai first went for the god of destruction, because it can completely kill subspace creatures. And he has been using it all the time. The old ones were somewhat surprised. But Duanmu Huai also got this priesthood after he fought through the Cthulhu world where Mary was. So strictly speaking, it was not a big problem. The 6th heavenly demon king is also easy to say. Duanmu Huai was so anti-Buddhist in the journey to the West world that he was crazy and even pressed Tathagata to the ground. It would be a strange thing if he couldn't get this priesthood that was specifically used to fight monks. Only the priesthood of the god of joy came in a rather strange way. Although Duanmu Huai did some things, he felt that what he did was not enough for the priesthood of joy. Although Duanmu Huai occasionally played some pranks, such as pink bunnies, Duanmu Huai felt that he was not too much. This was just the fun that most ordinary players like to do. Compared with those professional players who played for fun, Duanmu Huai was still far behind. Not to mention that he didn't have much fun. So now that I think about it, the origin of this god of joy is quite strange. The facts also prove this. Among Duanmu Huai's 4 priesthoods, the god of joy is completely at the bottom. The reason is that Duanmu Huai really didn't use it much and didn't know how to use it. The god of destruction, the old ones, and the 6th heaven demon king are all easy to say. But what can the god of joy do? Duanmu Huai has a feeling that he feels that this god of joy seems to be a special task given to him by the system. Just like there is a major that no one else wants to come to. So he stupidly wrote a letter of acceptance of adjustment. Then I was transferred here. This is just like you wanted to study physics, but ended up being assigned to the major of landscape design. Unfortunately, this priesthood is not like a major that can be changed. Oh, forget it. Anyway, there is no other way to think about it. So don't worry about it. Huh? The ice cubes in the cup made a crisp collision sound. Duanmu Huai glanced at the wine glass in his hand and raised his hand. Boss, another glass. Oh! Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the owner behind the bar immediately picked up the cup and started mixing. At the same time, piano and singing came from the dim bar. Duanmu Huai sat in the corner of the bar, looking at the dark and empty bar in front of him. It's daytime, but there are not many people here. Because it's daytime, the bar owner complained, and then pushed the prepared drink in his hand over. Here? Really? I didn't expect that you, a grown man, would drink juice. You know nothing. The bar is just for drinking and atmosphere. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. Just like he said, Duanmu Huai came to the bar not for drinking, but for drinking and atmosphere. Think about it. The dim bar. Only the faint warm searchlight illuminates the bar, reflecting the surroundings in a dark twilight. The record player plays nostalgic classic jazz from the 1930s, and the silent boss behind the bar, and the mysterious man sitting in the corner, covered in a stand-up collar coat. Look, this is the atmosphere we want. If anyone gets really drunk here, he is unromantic. For Duanmu Huai, the drunk guy is more suitable for the tavern in the dock area. Dilapidated, barbaric and rude. When you open the door, you can see the tattered tables and chairs, the traces of smashing everywhere, and the drunken sailor lying on the table. Well, this is the place that is really suitable for drinking. Is there coffee? This is not a cafe. If you want coffee, go to a cafe. Facing Duanmu Huai's request, the boss snorted. It's just a question of whether they let you in or not. TSK. If I couldn't get in, would I come to your bar? Don't be ungrateful. Duanmu Huai complained. He originally wanted to go to the coffee shop, but unfortunately, the coffee shop didn't let him in at all. So Duanmu Huai had no choice but to find such a bar to kill time. Of course, this is not a serious bar at first glance. Even the boss himself looks strong and healthy, as if he must have had some indescribable past. Most of the guests who come here are like this, either sneaking around like underground spies or acting nervous like they are going to kill someone. Well, maybe because of this, the boss didn't stop Duanmu Huai when he came in. Duanmu Huai liked the atmosphere here very much. And after Duanmu Huai came, there are fewer people who dare to get drunk and cause trouble here. So the boss also welcomes him. In this way, Duanmu Huai became a regular customer of this bar. Of course, he doesn't drink alcohol at all. Just some juice soda or something. If my customers knew you never drink, I don't know what they would say. Even if I drink juice every day, I can still twist their heads off their necks. And they won't dare to say anything. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Speaking of which, what exactly happened to the accident at Bai Fan's house? What are you talking about? Duanmu Huai fiddled with the wine glass, not caring about the look the boss cast at him. Don't fool me. I'm also in this business. And I've heard some news more or less. Did you get it? It seems that this has nothing to do with you. Boss. Faced with the bar owner's question, Duanmu Huai took another sip of the juice in the cup, and then looked at the TV next to him. It was playing a boring news program. But for Duanmu Huai, it was just in one ear and out the other. At this moment, the boss also came over. Actually, I have a business and need someone to help me. Oh, to be honest, you may think that I am drunk and talking nonsense. But I need the help of professionals like you. I'm just a guest. Why do you think I can help? Of course, I have also investigated. Looking at Duanmu Huai, who turned his head to look at him. The boss laughed. Kaigami Village and Shirahan residence may be just a simple disaster for most ordinary people. But I know very well that there are other secrets behind them. And, I'd better not tell you this for now. The boss shook his head. In short, someone is looking for an expert in this area to help. So I thought of you. What do you think? Do you want to do it? By the way, in my opinion, you two are actually quite destined to be together. Fate? What do you mean? In short, you will know when you meet. While speaking, the boss took out a business card from his pocket. Do you want to meet him? This, just when Duanmu Huai was about to say something. His cell phone rang suddenly. He gestured to the boss, then picked up the phone and answered it. Hello. Soon. The pet store manager's voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Customer. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Oh. Did you get it? Yes. Just as you ordered. With a complete set of procedures. No problem no matter where you go. Of course. The amount is the same as agreed before. Okay. I got it. Duanmu Huai put away the phone, stood up, and nodded to the boss. Then I have to go first. Boss. It's just what you said. If they really need my help, then they can come to me themselves. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned and walked out of the bar. The boss stared at Duanmu Huai's tall back as he disappeared outside the bar, and then shook his head helplessly. Really, one or two of them have this temper. Forget it. I'm just a matchmaker. Whether it succeeds or not, depends on them themselves. As an unemployed vagrant, Duanmu Huai can hang out in the bar and drink juice every day. But Xiaojui can't. Summer vacation is only 1 month. And when the vacation is over, she will naturally go back to school. Of course, Sakyu was also very happy to see her classmates whom she hadn't seen for a long time. And to be honest, for Sakyu, after experiencing the deep mountains and old forests and the Baifan family, returning to her daily school life again made her feel a little unreal. No, it should be said that this is reality. Soon, the day's classes ended, and Sakyu also left the school with her school bag and prepared to go home with her friends. However, when she walked to the gate, she found that the students were gathered at the gate, looking at something from a distance. Seeing this scene, Xiaojui was also very curious, and walked to other students and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" "Shh. Keep your voice down." Hearing Xiaojui's question, the student immediately turned around and warned, "It seems that there are gangsters blocking the entrance of our school." Gangsters? Hearing her classmates' words, Xiaojui curiously stuck her head out and looked over there. Then she saw a ferocious bald man wearing a black stand-up collar windbreaker and sunglasses sitting in a convertible, staring at the school gate here. Well, no wonder everyone is so nervous. After all, it looks like, okay. Xiaojui sighed silently, then walked out of the school gate and walked towards the other party. When seeing Xiaojui walking over, the other students also made a commotion. "Hey, you are going to die. Come back quickly." "Yes. Who is there? Go and call the teacher." Just when the students were terrified, Xiaojui came to the car and looked at Duanmu Huai helplessly. Brother, what are you doing in school? Hey, Xiaojui. Seeing Xiaojui, Duanmu Huai also stretched out his hand to greet her, and then smiled. Come closer. I'll show you something good. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai suddenly opened his windbreaker. Chapter 1358 Detective. Wow. Duanmu Huai suddenly opened his windbreaker, startling Xiaojui. But soon, she was attracted by the small, furry little cutie in Duanmu Huai's arms. It must be said that the red panda is indeed very beautiful. With a round head, triangular white ears, a furry body, and a fat long tail, plus those small and cute limbs. It is just like a living puppet, and it is lovable no matter how you look at it. Of course, it's not that giant pandas are not cute, but they are too big when they grow up, and they are too picky about food. It's not a good choice as a pet. But red pandas are different. They are small and cute, and they eat fruits. And red pandas are also very clean like cats. They always clean themselves and go to the bathroom in a fixed place. If it weren't for the fact that it is a protected animal and cannot be bought and sold, I'm afraid red pandas would be more popular than cats in the pet market. Of course, the red pandas in this world are also precious, although it is not impossible to keep them as pets. The requirements are very strict, and it costs a lot of money. But for Duanmu Huai, is the problem of money a problem? When seeing such a cute little guy curled up in Duanmu Huai's arms, and staring at him curiously, Xiaojui felt that his heart was about to melt. Good. So cute. Can I touch it, brother? Of course. Duanmu Huai chuckled. The red panda was very fierce when it was sent to him. But after Duanmu Huai used animal taming on it, the red panda became much more docile and curled up in his arms without moving. Of course, this was only Duanmu Huai. If someone else touched the red panda without protection, they would be in trouble. After obtaining Duanmu Huai's consent, Xiaojui hesitated and slowly stretched out his hand to the red panda's nose. The latter stretched out his nose and sniffed. And Xiaojui also stretched out his hand and touched the red panda's head and ears. The latter shook his head, looking very comfortable. Ah. Woo. So this is how the red panda feels. In just a moment, Xiaojui was completely addicted to it. And seeing Xiaojui reaching out to touch it non-stop, Duanmu Huai was also quite proud. In fact, the reason why Duanmu Huai wanted to buy a pet, in addition to wanting to try out his skills, was to find something for Xiaojui to do. Xiaojui had followed him to 2 places in a row. And although Duanmu Huai drove her back in the end, and did not let Xiaojui meet those evil gods, it was not good to do it all the time. So Duanmu Huai thought of a way, which was to divert attention. In simple terms, it was to let Xiaojui take care of the pet. And she would definitely not take her beloved pet to those dangerous places, so that Duanmu Huai could prevent Xiaojui from encountering those troublesome and difficult guys. Of course, this red panda can also be regarded as a bodyguard for Xiaojui by Duanmu Huai. Although the red panda looks cute, like the giant panda, these two are the type that will not be punished for being so cute that you will die, and will not be punished for killing you at the same time. It's just that they are relatively gentle and usually don't attack humans casually. So this illusion is created. But in fact, the red panda is called the 9-segment wolf. Why is it called the 9-segment wolf instead of the 9-segment fox or the 9-segment weasel? The wolf is very telling. Just like a cat. You think a cat is cute, but when it stretches out its claws to give you a bite, you know how powerful it is. Not to mention, the size and claws of the red panda are much larger than those of a cat. Of course, according to reason, even if the red panda is ferocious, it is no match for a large wild beast. Not to mention that it will die if it fights against the followers or offspring of the evil gods. However, Duanmu Huai has been prepared for this. He has the skill animal taming. Duanmu Huai plans to train the red panda and then inject it with divine power to transform it into a divine beast. In fact, there are also such evil gods. The most famous one is Bathet, the goddess of cats. It appears in the form of a cat or a cat head and a human body. It mainly rules the cats on Earth and the dream world. And Bast also has her own cat servant to help her protect the cats. Of course, Duanmu Huai does not need to do as much as Bast. Although he also likes cats, he does not intend to take care of cats all over the world. Duanmu Huai only needs to take care of his own little panda. After that, Xiaojui, who was eager to pet the cat, followed Duanmu Huai home. Just as Duanmu Huai thought, after returning home, Xia Jui spent most of his free time getting along with the little panda. Give it a bath. Feed it. Play with it. Even when Duanmu Huai was training the panda, Xia Jui was watching from the side. And she even stopped watching those mindless romance dramas she usually liked to watch. Well, I have to say, the effect is remarkable. After having the skill animal taming, Duanmu Huai found that it was indeed somewhat useful. First of all, he can use this skill to judge the character of the animal, such as whether the animal is brave or timid, loyal or selfish. Take this red panda for example. It is relatively delicate and sensitive in character, but also very courageous. At least it will not leave its owner alone and run away. Moreover, this red panda also has considerable skills. Its values in climbing, reconnaissance, listening, survival, tracking, are not low, at least above 60, which can be used to fill in Duanmu Huai's shortcomings. Of course, this red panda is an animal after all, not as versatile as the black cat that Ling Nu transformed into. But it is enough for Duanmu Huai. A few days later, Duanmu Huai came to the bar again. But this time, there was a little panda on his shoulder. The latter was wrapped around Duanmu Huai's neck like a scarf, lying on the side of his shoulder. Duanmu Huai walked to the bar as usual, and snapped his fingers at the boss. Same as before. Same as before. I know. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the boss nodded, and then silently began to mix drinks. Duanmu Huai still sat in the original chair familiarly, looking around. There were already a few guests here, but they were all talking about their own things. Even if Duanmu Huai came in, they just glanced and retracted their gaze. Soon, the boss prepared the drink and placed it in front of Duanmu Huai. Then he looked curiously at the red panda lying on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, which looked like a scarf. We don't allow animals to enter here. It's not a cat or a dog. It's okay. Duanmu Huai reached out and took a sip of the drink. At the same time, he took out a grape and handed it to the red panda. The latter stretched out his paw to take it and began to eat it contentedly. I didn't expect you to get such a rare pet. Looking at the red panda, the boss was also amazed. Does it have a name? Yes. Mimi. What? Mimi. It's cute. Isn't it very suitable for it? Duanmu Huai said while stroking the red panda's head. Of course, he understood why the boss had this expression. In fact, when Xia Jui heard that he had given the red panda this name, he also showed almost the same expression. But for Duanmu Huai, this is actually very normal. In his opinion, the name Mimi is quite cute. Isn't it? Some people name their pets Little Meow Meow or something like that. What's the difference? Although Xia Jui said that the red panda should be given a better name, Duanmu Huai didn't change the name in the end. After all, Mimi is nice to hear. And it's also simple, convenient and easy to remember. Much better than John or Alice. If it doesn't work, then De Huang Xiaohong will work too. After hearing Duanmu Huai's suggestion, Xia Jui was decisively scared. Well, Mimi is also good. You are still so weird. The boss shook his head helplessly. By the way, someone will come to see you later. See me? Yes. Remember what I told you before? The other party hopes to talk to you. Oh, here I come. As soon as the boss finished speaking, Duanmu Huai heard the doorbell ring. And then he saw a man wearing a windbreaker and a hat walked into the bar. He nodded to the boss, then looked at Duanmu Huai, strode straight over, sat next to Duanmu Huai. Then he ordered a glass of wine from the boss, and then turned around and looked at Duanmu Huai. Hello, Mr. Duanmu? Who are you? Duanmu Huai teased the little panda lying on his shoulder without even looking at the other party. Well, maybe it's a habit. Duanmu Huai now feels uncomfortable if he doesn't do something or lie on something on his shoulder. I'm just an ordinary detective. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the latter answered, I came to you this time because I hope we can cooperate. Cooperation? Duanmu Huai glanced at the other party silently. What do you want to cooperate with me on? Because we have a common enemy. Common enemy? It must be said that the detective's words really surprised Duanmu Huai. I don't remember that I have any enemies. Maybe you didn't have any before. But that doesn't mean you don't have any now. While speaking, the detective took out a notebook and placed it on the bar. What is this? This is the physical evidence I obtained when investigating a case. As he spoke, the detective motioned Duanmu Huai to open the book. Duanmu Huai frowned, but still opened it. And then he saw a series of records. Strictly speaking, it was a place. Most of these places, Duanmu Huai had never heard of. But it was only most of them. The reason was that there were places he had seen before. Kaigami Village. Shiraha Residence. What does this mean? Duanmu Huai looked at the detective again, and the latter stared at him. This is also the question I want to figure out. Chapter 1359 Secret Sect. Tomo Tokisaka is a detective. Not long ago, he received an investigation commission. A girl died unfortunately. Her body was found in the woods not far from the school. When it was found, the girl's body had been torn to pieces. According to the forensic identification, it was caused by some kind of wild beast. Of course, the official regarded it as an accident, which means that the girl met a bear in the woods and was killed. Well, bears are not uncommon in Japan. So on the surface, it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. But the girl's brother obviously didn't think so. He insisted that it was a murder. And he had his own reasons. According to her brother, before the girl was killed, she had been in contact with a group of mysterious guys. And she was always mumbling about some strange religious words. The brother once talked to the girl about this matter. At that time, the brother thought that the girl was bewitched by some new religion. After all, in Japan, cults are legal. So much so that in this place, apart from mainstream religions, the Flying Spaghetti God cult or the Tram-O Hanshin cult can be regarded as legal sects. And these cults always like to preach everywhere and recruit people. At that time, the brother just thought that his sister was deceived, because they were also a wealthy family. And these cult members might think that his sister was easy to deceive and wanted to cheat her of money. So he scolded her and forbade her to associate with this group of people. At that time, the sister also agreed obediently. So the brother didn't care. It was not until after his sister died, when he was packing up his sister's things, that the brother found out from the text message records of his sister's mobile phone that his sister had been in contact with those guys. And it was the forest they asked their sister to go to. And they had been there more than once. Now that my sister died there, I would never believe her even if she said she had nothing to do with this sect. But the brother was not stupid. He knew that it was impossible to catch the cultists with just these, especially if they were handed over to the police. It would be difficult to deal with them if they alerted the cult. So he found the detective Tokisaka Satoshi and asked him to secretly investigate this cult. Oh! Cult? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai became more interested. After all, dealing with cults is one of the duties of the tribunal. And he has dealt with cult members many times. Tell me, what does this cult believe in? The doctrine of this cult is actually not complicated. But it is a bit strange. Toshiya explained. They call themselves the cult of the light of the universe. And the main content of their doctrine is that in this universe, there are countless huge beings that are unimaginable to humans. And humans are like ants in front of them. Therefore, they claim that in order to fight against these terrible existences, humans must believe in a great God. As long as they obtain its protection, humans can survive in this dangerous universe. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's hand playing with the wine glass paused slightly. Well, he can't say this is wrong? After all, the outer gods are different from the warp evil gods. The warp evil gods attack humans because they need human souls to strengthen their own power. So humans and the warp evil gods must be fighting to the death. But the outer gods are different. They are completely on their own. They basically look down on the human race. Don't care. And don't care. But the problem is that the power of the outer gods is too strong. So much so that even if they casually rub against humans, it is enough to cause a world-destroying crisis to humans. There is a mission in the expansion pack. That is, on a certain planet, someone got the record of the black goat from some unknown channel. It happened that this person's daughter was seriously ill, and she didn't live for a few days. So the man was obsessed, and finally decided to use a ritual to summon the offspring of the black goat to make his daughter healthy again. Shub-Niggurath didn't care about this, and directly gave his daughter a black goat seed to cure her. He really didn't care. But the problem was that it was the black goat of the forest that gave birth to countless evil gods. As a result, after the daughter recovered, her physique began to mutate, and she eventually turned into a huge thing like a carnivorous plant, spraying spores on the entire planet, resulting in the entire planet being infected. And all creatures were transformed into the son of the black goat. Well, in this way, everyone is a loving family. Faced with this situation, the Inquisition can only issue an extermination order. And all this is not because Shub-Niggurath has any hatred or grudge against humans. It is simply that humans cannot withstand such power. The other party just threw a seed, and it caused a planet-level destruction. And it was unintentional. There is not even any plan or conspiracy. It's just that you summoned me with a ritual, and I happened to be able to do it. So I just helped. I'm afraid Shub-Niggurath herself didn't take this little thing to heart. As a result, a planet was destroyed. Even the stain of corruption can't do this. This shows how terrible these outer gods are. If most of them were not outside the Milky Way, how could the evil gods run wild? Evil gods are shit without the warp. And the star gods can only affect the material universe, while the outer gods dominate both the material universe and the dimensional universe. Although there are many investigators who have turned over the deeds of the old ones, it is important to understand that they are against the old ones, not the outer gods. The old ones, as the name implies, are former rulers, like Cthulhu, who once enjoyed great glory for a while, but were later either sealed or beaten half to death. In this case, it is not difficult for humans to repel them at a little cost. It is like the kind in martial arts novels, such as the leader of a gang, who has extremely profound skills. But when he is beaten to death, a random passerby can stab him to death. For those old ones, it is almost like this. Take the crazy mountains for example. When the ancients were strong, they confronted Cthulhu head-on and beat him into autism. But what about now? Those 2 or 3 kittens should run away. Right? This is the old ones. If it were the outer gods, let me see which posture would be more comfortable to die. The only lucky thing is that because the outer gods basically don't care about humans, everyone keeps to themselves. As long as no one commits suicide, everything will be fine. But there are always people committing suicide. Duanmu Huai cursed silently in his heart and looked at Sakachi again. What happened next? I have been tracking this group for a while and found them to be very difficult to deal with. These guys only communicate online, just like those netizens, and never meet each other. But I also found some clues. That is, this sect does not preach in public like many sects, but mainly starts from those who are keen on strange stories or mysterious legends. They will look for people who meet their requirements on those forums and BBSs, and then invite them to join. According to Tokisaka Satoshi's investigation, the murdered girl was a very enthusiastic psychic enthusiast, and from her computer records, it can be learned that the sect found her and invited her to join their organization because she was active on the psychic BBS for a long time. They are quite good at precise targeting. Duanmu Huai frowned and silently complained. I have to admit that this church is really good at finding people. After all, if they are really believers of foreign gods, then finding psychic enthusiasts is also a good choice. After all, for humans, it is basically impossible to get the information about the outer gods. Well, those who know too much will either go crazy or die. Alas, this is just a vicious circle. Ordinary humans cannot accept the information and knowledge about the outer gods, which will make them crazy. So they know nothing. But because of ignorance, they will unconsciously pursue it like moths to a flame. When they find out the truth, they can't leave all these warnings to future generations, because they will also go crazy or die due to mental trauma. So the ignorant successors will repeat the foolish behavior of their predecessors. But what does all this have to do with me? How did you find me? Because of this. Tokisaka pointed to the document in Duanmu Huai's hand. The organization of this sect is very strict. I once wanted to get in, but I couldn't get in no matter what. And the only thing I found from the victim was this book. Strictly speaking, I didn't know what these addresses meant. But when I learned that something happened in 2 of them, and you were at the core, are you saying I'm a member of that cult? No, sir. Tokisaka Satoshi shook his head. Theoretically, it's possible, but I've investigated you carefully. And according to my judgment, you should have been involved in their conspiracy unintentionally and destroyed it. So, I said that you might also become the target of this cult. That's why I came to you, hoping that we can cooperate. But, those were all natural disasters. How could they be related to any conspiracy? However, Duanmu Huai stopped talking before he finished. Was it really just a natural disaster? It must be said that when Sakachi proposed his guest to Duanmu Huai also began to think back. Indeed, both Kaigami Village and Shiraha residence looked like accidents at first glance. But think about it carefully. How did these accidents happen? The outbreak of the burrowing demon worm was because the construction team building the road accidentally dug its nest and alarmed the burrowing demon worm. As for the curse of the Bifan family, it was because the girl named Siki took the initiative to commit suicide and broke the rules. So the curse was triggered. And then a series of events happened. Duanmu Huai always thought that this might be just a simple accident. But what if it is not? According to Tokisaka Satoshi, that sect likes to recruit psychic enthusiasts the most. And Siki is obviously a psychic enthusiast. As for the Kaigami village, although it is said that the hole was dug by the construction team, there is an important question. That is, who dug it? Someone has to do it, right? If this is really the work of that evil cult, then their purpose is to expose the old ones to the world and cause chaos in the world. Indeed, think about it carefully. If it weren't for me, who could deal with the burrowing demon worm? And if it can't be dealt with, the whole place will definitely be destroyed. At that time, even if the government blocks the news, some people with ulterior motives can use it to spread rumors. Especially groups like supernatural enthusiasts, who are the source of conspiracy theories. Just for a missing person, they can make up all kinds of bizarre plots such as disappearance, alien abduction, etc. So these bastards are planning to mess up the world? Tokisaka Satoshi is just a detective in the final analysis. And he lacks experience. But Duanmu Huai is a judge. He visits cults to kill time when it is raining or not. He knows what the cultists are thinking. However, Duanmu Huai is not very good at insight. If Ling Nu is there, he will definitely not let go of these clues. But if Ling Nu is not here, Duanmu Huai might miss some clues. Duanmu Huai shook the wine glass and squinted his eyes at the ice inside. Cult. Mr. Duanmu? Looking at Duanmu Huai like this, Shirbanji became curious. Do you know something? Maybe. Maybe not. Duanmu Huai stood up and glanced at Shirbanji. I have some things to investigate. I will contact you later. Of course, no problem. Toshisaka Tomo didn't expect to convince Duanmu Huai with just one word. So he took out his business card and handed it over. Duanmu Huai also took the business card, nodded, and then left the bar with Mimi. Back in the car, Duanmu Huai didn't go home immediately. Instead, he picked up his phone and made a call. Soon, a hearty voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, brother Duanmu. How come you have time to call me? I have something to ask you. How is the road repair going? The person Duanmu Huai called was none other than the leader of the construction team. Duanmu Huai rescued them from the cave. And the workers were naturally very grateful to Duanmu Huai. The leader of the construction team even left his contact information to Duanmu Huai, saying that he could call him anytime if he needed anything in the future. So Duanmu Huai made this call. Alas, this road still needs to be rebuilt. But fortunately, the insurance is in place, and the brothers did not suffer much loss. The town also said that it can be postponed. In short, we have to be careful this time. Don't dig any messy holes again. By the way, hearing the other party bring up this topic, Duanmu Huai also asked. Speaking of which, I have something to ask you. You said that the construction team dug that hole. Who dug that hole? Who dug it? Let me think about it. Oh, yes. It was the guy who drove the excavator. You have seen him too. Me? Yes. Didn't you bring his work badge to us? If it weren't for you, I'm afraid his mother wouldn't even know whether he was dead or alive. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai remembered that when they went up the mountain to the campsite, they did encounter the body of a worker. I remember his name was Samachun. Didn't he go into the cave with us? We scolded him at the time, saying that he was digging without knowing the situation clearly. So we didn't let him go in again, but left him outside. This kid had just joined our construction team not long ago, and this was his first real job. I didn't expect him to cause such a disaster. Just arrived at the engineering team not long ago. First time working? Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Then you are busy. I won't bother you anymore. I will treat you to a meal later when I have time. After saying some nonsense, Duanmu Huai hung up the phone. Then he narrowed his eyes, stared at the phone in his hand, and touched the little panda lying on his shoulder. This is really interesting. Chapter 1360. Are you afraid? After receiving the news, Duanmu Huai waited for 2 more days before coming to the bar again. Of course, the detective was still sitting in the same position as before. Your news is very interesting. Duanmu Huai sat down, took the wine glass next to him, and drank another sip of juice. So, Mr. Duanmu, what do you think? Before that, I have something to ask you. Seeing the other party's impatient look, Duanmu Huai waved his hand first, signaling him not to be impatient. What's the matter? I'm asking you. How determined are you to solve this case? Determined? It has to be said that facing Duanmu Huai's question, Shirbanji was quite surprised. He originally thought that Duanmu Huai would negotiate some conditions with him, but he didn't expect that he would ask about his determination to solve the case right away. That's right. You are a detective, not a policeman, and it is not your responsibility to solve the case. But I have already received the commission fee. Shirbanji hesitated and shook his head. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his word. What if someone offers you a higher price and asks you to stop? Of course I won't do that. Really? Hearing Toshisaka Tomo's answer, Duanmu Huai sneered. So, if your employer dies unexpectedly, will you continue to investigate the case? Excuse me. What do you mean by that? At this point, Toshisaka Tomo also realized that something was wrong. It's simple. Just like I said. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. Indeed, I may not be as professional as you detectives in solving cases, but I am professional in dealing with cults. I can tell you clearly that if everything you said is true, the cult does exist. Then as long as you continue to investigate, you will inevitably encounter obstacles. If you are a policeman and you want to do your duty, then there is no problem. But you are just a detective who is paid to do his job. Are you sure you want to continue searching? Duanmu Huai didn't lie. When he was a judge, he had eliminated at least 8,000 cult organizations. He could guess what tricks those cult members would use. Although Duanmu Huai didn't have qualified personnel at the moment, the addition of Detective Toshisaka Tomo could effectively improve their investigation capabilities. But on the other hand, he was just an ordinary person. If the cult really wanted to kill him, it would be easy. And if this guy was turned by the cult and became an undercover agent to stab him in the back, it would be even more troublesome. So Duanmu Huai had to make it clear to him in advance, letting him know that this was not a detective game. If this cult really had the ability to locate the location of these old ones, then at least it could prove that they were not just some Junibi organization with nothing but a facade. And they might even have a certain influence in the upper class. The reason why Duanmu Huai made this judgment was because of the incident at the Baifan family. The rules of the Baifan family had been around for a long time, but for most outsiders, they were obviously unknown. And if the girl named Siki, who disrupted the ritual, is really related to the cult, then it means that the other party must have mastered the secret of the Baifan family that even Huamao and Mika and others don't know. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Even gossip paparazzi can't have such power, because this is a secret that has been around for a long time. Naturally, only families with a long history can know it. Generally, such families have a high social status. Are you threatening me? It must be said that Toshisaka Chi's expression became serious at this moment, while Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. It's not a threat. I'm just telling the truth. Assuming your prediction is correct, there is such a cult behind all this, then this is what you will encounter next. I know more about cults than you do. Believe me, real cults are not just good men and women. If you get too close to their secrets, then there is only one way to go. At this point, Duanmu Huai looked at Shibanzi again, who had a lidded face. Not just you, but also your family. They can all be cleaned up. No, this is impossible. Now is a society ruled by law. But if it is an accidental death, the police will not care. Just like the victim you are investigating now. This time, Shibanzi did not speak, but fell into deep thought. I don't know your family situation, but I have to tell you first that if you want to deal with cults, this is the threat you face. Of course, I'm not talking about the kind of tricks that pretend to be gods and practice qigong to cheat money. They have 10,000 ways to kill you and the people around you, even your employer. And they can do it to the extent that even if you call the police will be helpless. Facing such an enemy, you can only rely on yourself. Don't expect to call the police to arrest these inhumane bastards if you don't have the determination to kill them yourself. Then I advise you to get out of this matter as soon as possible and continue to investigate marital infidelity and other lucrative jobs. Duanmu Huai said that it was all based on experience. A true cult is not an organization that cheats people out of money. They really possess supernatural powers, and they might even have something to do with some old outer gods. Facing such an enemy, it is useless to call the police. Unless you have superpowers and can fight back, you will only be played around by them. In the end, Shirbanji did not say much, but left the bar in silence. Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this. After all, he was just an ordinary detective who was just trying to make a living. Shirbanji knew that he could not do such a thing as risking his family's life and property for a case. Duanmu Huai reminded him, which was also a reward. After all, Shirbanji reminded Duanmu Huai that there was a possibility of cult involvement. Of course, this was only Shirbanji's one-sided statement, but it also made Duanmu Huai unable to continue to fish. After all, although he was an old one, he was also a judge of the tribunal, and it was also the responsibility of the tribunal to eliminate heretics. Duanmu Huai naturally had to deal with cults like this that were suspected of colluding with the old ones. The premise is that there really is such a cult. But the problem is that Duanmu Huai is not sure whether there really is such a cult now. Fortunately, he is not completely without clues. That is the address that Tokisaka Chi left for him before. According to Tokisaka Chi, he found it from a notebook that fell behind the desk when he was searching the victim's room. At that time, Tokisaka Chi didn't know what these meant, but he just recorded them out of his duty as a detective. After all, people have given you money. You can't just do nothing. But later, along with the earthquake in Kaigami village and the incident at Shirahan residence, Toshizaka Tomo found a connection. After investigating, Toshizaka Tomo found himself. Duanmu Huai didn't think it was a coincidence. There must be some connection. But he wouldn't let anyone else do it. After all, there were few people Duanmu Huai could trust in this world. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just keep going. Duanmu Huai didn't intend to follow Toshizaka Tomo's policy. The other party hoped to find the location of the cult through clues, and then deal with it. Of course, as a detective, Tokisaka Tomo's approach is not wrong. After all, he is just a private detective and does not have the professional authority of the police. So he can only do so much. But this is not suitable for Duanmu Huai. Others are all countering the moves and avoiding the traps. But Duanmu Huai does not intend to do so. He plans to go in directly and destroy the other party's plot again and again, so that they jump out by themselves. As for how to do it, it's very simple. Just follow these addresses one by one. If it is true that every place is related to the old ones, as Tokisaka Chi guessed, then Duanmu Huai will be able to find the problem as soon as he arrives at the place, and then completely destroy those idiots who should have been eliminated by history long ago. Of course, the first thing Duanmu Huai has to do is to investigate the situation in these places. After that, Tokisaka Chi never came to the bar again, and Duanmu Huai thought that he listened to the advice and gave up this dangerous investigation and went to do other things. He began to further investigate these addresses, trying to find out what was in these places. However, it was difficult. After Duanmu Huai really got started, he realized that intelligence investigation was not something he was good at. He would search online to see if he could find anything from these addresses. But that was it. Through these addresses, Duanmu Huai locked onto some areas. But he had no idea what was in these areas, and what the current situation was. Not to mention that there are several upper-class residences like by fans. And Duanmu Huai can't just run over there to cause trouble. As for other places, they are either in old villages deep in the mountains, or on isolated islands overseas. In short, most of them are in some remote places. But there are also a few places located in the downtown area. After searching, Duanmu Huai found that these are just simple residences or shops. As for other things, he couldn't find anything. Of course, Duanmu Huai can ask the bar owner to find someone to investigate. But Duanmu Huai thought that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Generally, such cult organizations have considerable power underground. If they investigate underground, they might alert the enemy. But let him investigate in person. With his condition. Of course, it would not work to let Xiaojui go. After all, Xiaojui is just an ordinary girl. Although she has good grades and is outstanding in some abilities, investigating intelligence is not suitable for her. Oh, what a hassle. After spending another day in the bar, Duanmu Huai left the bar and planned to go home. He now somewhat regretted scaring the detective away. But only a little. Because Duanmu Huai knew that fighting against a cult was not something that those with weak minds could do. In the end, what should I do? Muttering, Duanmu Huai walked to the parking lot and walked to his car. However, just when Duanmu Huai was about to open the door and get in the car, a dark shadow suddenly emerged from the side and pounced on Duanmu Huai. Chapter 1361 Asking for Help. Wait! A dark shadow came out from the side and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. Huh? Hearing this voice, Duanmu Huai turned his head and saw the latter bumping into him and then sitting on the ground. Woo! Duanmu Huai looked carefully and saw that the person sitting on the ground was a girl who looked young. Probably a junior high school student. She was wearing a nightgown and holding a furry bear doll in her arms. At this moment, her face was pale, and she looked at Duanmu Huai with horror. Who are you? I am. Facing Duanmu Huai. The girl was obviously frightened. At this moment, she was trembling like a cat cornered by a mouse. And she couldn't even speak clearly. Looking at the girl in front of him, Duanmu Huai frowned and was about to say something. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the girl directly, and pulled her towards him. At the same time, a black shadow fell from the sky, and its sharp claws almost brushed past the girl. Squeak! The black shadow that missed the attack let out a piercing scream. Then it flapped its wings vigorously and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. It was a three-headed, bald, and completely featherless flesh and blood monster bird. Humph! Looking at the broken bird rushing towards him, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly, and he stretched out his hand, directly withstood the opponent's attack, grabbed the monster bird, and then squeezed it hard. Puff! The next moment, the monster bird turned into melted black water, splashing everywhere, and then disappeared into the air. Only a disgusting, intolerable smell remained. Woo woo woo. The little panda lying on Duanmu Huai's shoulder also let out an unhappy growl, and at the same time stretched out two small paws to cover its nose. Obviously, it couldn't stand the smell either. Humph. Duanmu Huai wiped his hands with a tissue, looking unhappy. It seems that I really need to get a handy weapon in this world. Otherwise I can't beat it with just my fists. But these things are too dirty. It's just like digging shit with your hands. Oh! It's so disgusting. Although the liquid that exploded and flew out of the bird's body disappeared after it died, Duanmu Huai still felt disgusted. Oh! By the way, that girl just now. Duanmu Huai turned his head and looked at the other person. And then, he was stunned. In his hands, the girl had closed her eyes and fainted. And not far behind her head, a shallow dent appeared next to his car door. It's impossible that when I pulled her over, her head hit the car door and she passed out. Forget it. I'll just take her home first. Ah, you're back, brother. Woo. Why is it so smelly? What's that smell? As soon as I walked into the house, Shaji also came up to me, and then quickly covered his nose and dodged. The little panda also quickly jumped off Duanmu Huai's body and quickly ran to his own nest. I encountered a troublesome thing. Duanmu Huai's face was extremely dark at this moment, but he still remembered that he had picked up a person and threw him in. Hey! Who is this? Looking at the girl who was brought in by Duanmu Huai like a cat, with her eyes closed and unconscious. Sha Jui was also stunned, looking at Duanmu Huai in surprise, while Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. I don't know either. I am like this now because of her. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. You keep an eye on her. Don't let her run away. I still want to ask what's going on. After all, he was attacked for no reason and made to stink. Duanmu Huai was furious. This is just like walking out the door and having someone empty the toilet on his head. If he doesn't get this cleared up, it won't be over. After taking a shower and changing clothes, the stench emanating from Duanmu Huai dissipated. When he came to the living room, there was a lingering smell of air freshener everywhere, and the girl was sitting on the sofa, holding the teddy bear in her hands, staring at Duanmu Huai unhappily. Who are you? That's my question. Little girl. Duanmu Huai sat opposite the girl, stared at her and asked, Who are you? What trouble did you get into? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, the girl was silent for a moment. It was Tokasaka Chi who asked me to find you. Tokasaka Chi? Hearing this name, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment. That detective? What does he mean by asking you to come to me? Why didn't he come himself? Toshisaka Tomo is dead. He committed suicide? Oh, to be honest, this result was not beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. He even changed his position on the sofa leisurely. Come on. Tell me. What happened? Soon. Duanmu Huai understood the cause and effect of the matter through the girl's narration. As Duanmu Huai guessed, although he had warned him, Toshizaka Tomo did not give up the investigation. It's just that he was alerted by Dwanmu Hwai. So he found this girl. Oh, by the way, although this girl looks young, she is quite famous. Her name is Yuko Shianji, and she calls herself a NET detective. Of course, to Dwanmu Hwai, this is just a hacker. In short, Tokisaka Satoshi was attracted by Yuko Shianji's ability to act on the internet. So he found her and worked together to investigate the case. They did the same as Dwanmu Hwai and continued to screen the addresses in the notebook. However, these two people were luckier than Dwanmu Hwai. Or Ziyuan Temple Yuko was much more capable than Dwanmu Hwai in the field of the internet. And they actually found the clue. That is, House of Death. This is a large house in the suburbs, which used to be the house of a certain family. But later, no one knew what happened. And all the people in this family died. And they all died of suicide. Therefore, this house also has the nickname of the House of Death, and even became a suicide spot for many people for a period of time. The reason why Toshio Tokisaka focused on this place was that he found that the mysterious cult organization was secretly organizing a mass suicide in the House of Death. Speaking of which, the Japanese are quite good at making things happen when it comes to death. And mass suicide is one of them. The reason for mass suicide is actually very simple. A person wants to die, but he is afraid of death. So what should we do? So they thought of collective suicide. If we die together, we won't be afraid, right? So the concept of collective suicide became popular in Japan. Of course, to be honest, Dwanmu Hwai looked down on those who committed suicide. In his opinion, most people who committed suicide were cowards, especially those young people. Instead of dying alone, you might as well die with the people who bullied you. You are not afraid of death. So are you afraid of killing people? As a result, you are bullied. But you dare not even take action. And only commit suicide? You deserve to be bullied to death. And mass suicide is even more cowardly. You don't even dare to do it yourself, but just follow the crowd? Anyway, Dwanmu Hwai can't understand this idea. Forget it. I've gone off topic. Let's take it back. In short, after Toshizaka she found out about this. He wanted to go there to investigate. In Toshizaka Ji's opinion, since the cult carefully planned to hold a mass suicide there must be some plan. Of course, he is not stupid. Before taking action, Toshizaka Ji left a message to Shianji Yuko, asking Shianji Yuko to go to the bar to find Dwanmu Hwai if anything happened to him. Then, Toshizaka Satoshi died. That's right. After Toshizaka Satoshi went to the haunted house, Shianji Yuko lost contact with Toshizaka Satoshi, and Shianji Yuko was very nervous at the time. However, the next day, she received news about Toshizaka Satoshi. The latter jumped to his death. Jumped? Are you sure? Of course. Shianji Yuko nodded palely, and then took out a USB flash drive. This is the record of my investigation. You can see it for yourself. Dwanmu Hwai took the USB drive and inserted it into the computer. Then opened a video surveillance file. From the video file, it can be seen that this should be an apartment building. This is the apartment building where Mr. Toshizaka lives. Oh, just as Shianji Yuko introduced it. Dwanmu Hwai also saw Toshizaka driving to the door of the apartment and stopped on the screen. However, Toshizaka looked gloomy at this moment, and he looked very mentally ill. He dragged his heavy steps out of the car and walked into the apartment building while smoking. Then we switched to the surveillance video and see that Toshizaka Tomo took the elevator directly to the top floor. And then he walked up the stairs to the rooftop. The door to the rooftop was locked, but Toshizaka Tomo didn't care. He reached out and smashed the glass, then opened the door and walked onto the rooftop. Of course, this kind of rooftop has a protective wire mesh, but Toshizaka Tomo didn't care. He climbed over the wire mesh with his hands and feet, and sat on the edge of the top floor of the apartment building, smoking one cigarette after another. He smoked for 3 hours until it was dark, when Toshizaka Tomo seemed to have made up his mind, stood up and jumped down from the rooftop. The surveillance camera below also recorded the scene of Toshizaka Tomo falling to the ground. Bang! Seeing this, Sakuya trembled with fear and turned his head away, not daring to look again. That's it? Dwanmu Hwai frowned and read it, then looked at Shianji Yuko, who nodded. Yes, the police investigated this and concluded that it was suicide, because a lot of alcohol was found in Mr. Toshizaka's body. which means he drank a lot of alcohol. And these surveillance also showed that he was not coerced or accidental, but really chose to commit suicide. However, the matter certainly did not end there, although it seemed to be just an ordinary suicide case. But Shianji Yuko remembered that Toshisaka told her in person before he left that if something happened to him, there would definitely be a problem. And in fact, it was true. After returning from the death house, Tokisaka Satoshi did not contact me, but chose to commit suicide. There must be something wrong. Shianji Yuko is also a detective. She certainly would not let it go. So she sneaked into the forum again, trying to find clues about the cult. And this time she chose to hack into the other party's database directly. And what happened next made Shianji Yuko almost dare not believe her eyes. After hacking into the cult server, the first thing that appeared in front of Shianji Yuko was a picture that looked like a magic circle. Shianji Yuko didn't care about it. After all, many mysterious websites like to use this kind of supernatural background. However, what happened next was beyond Shianji Yuko's expectations. After the picture appeared, Shianji Yuko's computer screen began to flicker. And then a terrifying strange bird actually crawled out of Shianji Yuko's computer screen. This frightened Yuko Shianji, and she didn't know what happened. But at this moment, Yuko Shianji remembered what Toshizaka Tomo said before. So she turned around and ran out of the room and came to the bar without waiting for the monster to completely crawl out of the computer screen. She happened to see Duanmu Huai walking out, and Toshizaka Tomo naturally told Yuko Shianji about Duanmu Huai's characteristics. So Yuko Shianji hurriedly followed him. Then the scene at the beginning appeared. Good fellow. After listening to the story of Zayuanji Yuzi, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Detectives are really asking for trouble. Curiosity kills the cat. Understand? So, why did you come here to find me? I want to know the truth. Staring at Duanmu Huai. Although Zayuanji Yuzi was still a little scared, she still mustered up the courage and spoke. The essence of a detective is to be the spokesperson of the dead. To dig out the lost language from the grave. To hurt the living in order to protect the reputation of the dead. And to insult the dead in order to comfort the living. It is originally an unpopular and incomprehensible job. So I will never stop here. Faced with Zayuanji Yuzi's solemn answer, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes speechlessly. Are you a detective? You are talking about a forensic doctor. Chapter 1362, Changing Homes. Brother, what happened? At this moment, Shaji also asked curiously. But she didn't know what happened yet. So Duanmu Huai didn't hide it, and told them what he and Tokisaka Chi had said before. I see. After listening to Duanmu Huai's description, Sha Jui was very calm. She put her hand on her chin and nodded slightly. So that's how it is. Can you accept it? It must be said that seeing Sha Jui accept his words so easily, Duanmu Huai was a little surprised. After all, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the current claims about the light of the universe cult were all groundless and without any evidence. It could be said to be a pure conspiracy theory. Why did Sha Jui act so calm? Of course. After all, we have never been involved in such things before. And they all popped up all of a sudden. If there is some evil organization behind it, then it makes sense. Looking at Sha Jui's confident look, Duanmu Huai silently patted his forehead. He had forgotten that Sha Jui was just an ordinary girl. Logically speaking, being involved in the old one's incident was something that most people might not encounter once in their lifetime. As a result, Sha Jui encountered it twice in just one summer vacation. And she certainly didn't know how many outer gods or old ones there were in this universe. So if this was described as an evil sect using bloody rituals to plot, this argument is easier to accept. Is everything you said true? Compared to Sha Jui, Shianji Yuko was very shocked. Sha Jui was able to accept it because she and Duanmu Huai were involved in the incident twice in a row and witnessed those terrible existences with their own eyes. So she was very receptive. But for Shianji Yuko, if she hadn't really witnessed the strange bird crawling out of her computer screen with her own eyes, she would probably just think it was some kind of nightmare. Believe it or not, it's your freedom. Duanmu Huai didn't care. I warned Tokisaka Chi before, but it seems he didn't take my words to heart. So what do? Do you continue to give it to her? Or do you stop? I want to cooperate with you. Cooperate? Because? Duanmu Huai looked at the soft girl in front of him with disdain. She fell down with just a touch. What can you cooperate with, huh? You are good at hacking. Right? I am a NET detective. I don't care about NET or not. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. You can help me. But you must obey my arrangements completely. Of course. If you want to die unclearly like Tokisaka Satoshi, I don't mind. Woo. Faced with Duanmu Huai's request, Xianji Yuko gritted her teeth and finally nodded reluctantly. Okay. But my room has been destroyed. I'm afraid it will take some time. Room? You can stay here temporarily. Indeed. We should move to another place. After hearing what Ziyuan Temple Yuko said, Duanmu Huai also began to think. They are now living in a high-end apartment, which is enough for the two of them. And it is also convenient. But if they want to fight against the cult, then this kind of place will not work. At least Duanmu Huai needs a separate residence. And he also needs to use various methods to exert power to isolate himself from the evil means that the cult may use on him. Are we moving, brother? Well, I'm worried that those guys will target us. After all, we've ruined their plans twice in a row. Maybe they'll find trouble with us too. But the security in our apartment is very strict. It should be okay. Right? Hee. Faced with Sha Jui's curious question, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and laughed. Strict security is for humans. It's useless in front of the evil god's followers. He can fly and do anything. Do you really think a gatekeeper can stop him? The gatekeeper is holding the old seal. Anyway, let me handle it. You should be careful during this period. By the way, wear this. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out 2 pendants and handed them over. This can protect you from being attacked to a certain extent. If the other party really wants to attack you, it can protect you from being hurt. Thank you, brother. Saki accepted it with a smile, while Xianji Yuko stared at the pendant with a skull, a war hammer and tentacles in front of her with disgust. After hesitating for a moment, she still wore it around her neck obediently. It's late that day. You guys go to bed. After sending Xianji Yuko to the guest room, Duanmu Huai also returned to his room. Then he took out his mobile phone and made a call. Soon, the call was connected. And then, there was a noisy noise from the other side. Hello? Hello? Who is it? It's me. Hearing the shouting from the other side, Duanmu Huai also spoke lightly. And when he heard his voice, the other side suddenly stopped making any sound. And then only the originally noisy music sounded, quickly getting smaller. And then the sound rang again. Brother Duanmu, I didn't expect you to call me. What's the matter so late? By the way, we are singing karaoke. And there are several young girls. Brother Duanmu, do you want to join us? Forget it. Listening to the yellow-haired guy talking, Duanmu Huai chuckled. After the incident at Bai Fan's house, Huang Mao respected Duanmu Huai very much, and even called Duanmu Huai Big Brother, and exchanged contact information, saying that Big Brother would come whenever he needed, but Duanmu Huai certainly didn't want him to eat, drink and have fun together. I remember you have a real estate company? Yes. What's the matter? Brother, do you want to buy a house? I can give you one. I don't want you to give it. But I do need a house. That's no problem. Brother, I will take you to see the house in person tomorrow. You in person? Hearing Huang Mao's words, Duanmu Huai was stunned, but still nodded. Okay. See you tomorrow. Okay. Brother, I'll pick you up tomorrow. It must be said that Huang Mao is still very active. The next morning, he drove to pick up Duanmu Huai and took him to his real estate company. Although Huang Mao looks like a street thug, he doesn't look like a businessman at all. Instead, he looks more like the guy who would rob the protagonist's woman in many books. But the facts have proved that he can control a real estate company. Obviously not just relying on his family background. By the way, what kind of house do you want to buy? Brother? Why don't you tell me your requirements so I can recommend something to you? While driving, Huang Mao looked at Duanmu Huai curiously. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and then spoke. I have quite a few requirements. First of all, it must be in a prosperous area in the city. And it must be a single-family house. And I also want to make some renovations. These requirements proposed by Duanmu Huai are naturally reasonable. After all, Duanmu Huai is very clear about the methods of those evil cults. So he made these requirements. First of all, it must be in the city, a densely populated area. Cults dare not cause trouble in such places, because if something happens, they are likely to be targeted by the police. For cults, the most fearful thing is to cause trouble. Duanmu Huai chose to base in the downtown area, which increased the cost of cult trouble. On the contrary, If he built a villa in the deep mountains and forests where few people go like those rich people, the army of zombies might come to kill him the next day. The requirement for a single-family house is to avoid people taking advantage of the situation. Which is also the reason why Dwanmu wants to move out of the apartment. After all, there are many people living in the apartment. And if the cultists disguised as apartment residents sneak in, no one would find them. But if it is a single-family house, it is possible to control the people around well to prevent outsiders from sneaking in to cause trouble. As for the transformation, on the one hand, Dwanmu intends to transform this place into his own temple, so that the abilities of other old rulers cannot have an effect on his home. On the other hand, it is similar to the formations in fairy tales, and it is also a good choice for protection. Well, big brother, your request is not low. After listening to Dwanmu request, Huang Mao also frowned. Apart from other things, it has to be in the downtown area, and it has to be a single-family house, which is already very difficult. After all, most of the buildings in the downtown area are commercial buildings, and there is basically no place for people to live. And a single-family house. Hey! Huang Mao suddenly thought of something and clapped his hands hurriedly. By the way, big brother, there is a house that meets these conditions. Oh! Dwanmu was somewhat surprised to hear Huang Mao's answer. He also knew that his condition was difficult. He originally thought that Huang Mao had no way to do it. But he didn't expect that he actually had it. Take me to see. Okay. Soon, Huang Mao took Dwanmu to a house in the city. The appearance of this house was different from the surroundings. It looked more like a warehouse than an ordinary commercial building. There were a few lines of letters on the sign that were not sure whether they were French or something else. Dwanmu just glanced at it and then looked away. What is this place? This is the property we received before. Huang Mao opened the door and introduced it to Dwanmu. This was originally a warehouse. Later, when the new city was developed, it was bought and converted into a cafe plus homestay. After listening to Huang Mao's introduction, Dwanmu also walked in and admired the scenery inside curiously. As Huang Mao said, there are still some arched warehouse styles here, but most of the places have been renovated. And it looks like that. The first floor is a coffee shop. The second and third floors are accommodation rooms. And because the boss's cooking skills are good, this place seems to be quite famous among a certain group of people. Then why did he sell it to you? Oh! The store manager got addicted to gambling and lost everything. He also sold this house to us in exchange for gambling money. I heard that the guy also owed usury. And I'm afraid he has been sent to a fishing boat to fish. Gambling is harmful to people. This place is not bad. Dwanmu looked around carefully and nodded with satisfaction. This building is located at the corner of the street, which is a relatively closed area. And the nearby is a prosperous and bustling urban area, which increases the cost of the cultists to cause trouble. Moreover, because it was originally a warehouse, the entire building is also a closed design. Well, this is normal. Otherwise a thief who comes in casually will steal things. Right? Okay. It's settled. I will ask for a renovation here later. Dwanmu made a decision and then looked at Huang Mao. How much? Hey, brother. What are you talking about? Hearing Dwanmu question, Huang Mao waved his hand. You helped Meijia and helped our Baifan family get rid of the unlucky curse. How can I let you pay for it? I will give it to you directly. Chapter 1363 Unraveling the Mystery. Although Huang Mao said so, Dwanmu certainly couldn't really get it for free. So Huang Mao had to give Dwanmu a discount, and said that he would renovate the place as quickly as possible according to Dwanmu's requirements. Fortunately, the decoration here is not very complicated, and Dwanmu only wants to renovate some decorations, which will not take too much time. Huang Mao also assured Dwanmu that it would be done in a week at most. Of course, this week doesn't mean Dwanmu will slack off. He still has a lot of things to do. The first thing to do is to restart the investigation. Dwanmu's previous investigation ended in failure because he was not good at this. But now with Ziyuan Temple Yuko, there will be no problem. Dwanmu is not good at investigating intelligence, but he is good at using people who investigate intelligence. Lumiere and Dwanmu have been working together for too long. So Dwanmu also knows how to use these hackers. The first people that Dwanmu asked Xianji Yuko to investigate were Siki Ryoko and Miki Jun. Although they were victims, they were also the central figures of these two incidents. It can be said that if Mickey June had not dug through the nest of the earth-drilling demon insects, and if Seki Ryoko had not committed suicide and violated the rules of the Bifan family, then perhaps these two places would be peaceful and nothing would happen. Take a step back. Even if these two people really had some relationship, they are already dead. The person is already dead. What can you do? I have to say, if this is the plan of the cult, then their calculations are indeed very precise. Dwanmu Huai also knows those psychic enthusiasts. In fact, most psychic enthusiasts are the kind of people who are obsessed with dragons. Just like those people who watch The Ring and then say that if Sadako comes out, I will let her take maternity leave. If they really see Sadako crawling out of the TV, wouldn't they be scared to death? Moreover, due to the development of the times, most people nowadays don't believe in ghosts and spirits. So even if those psychic enthusiasts really believe in these things, they can't convince others, because they can't produce evidence. But because of this, if they are given a chance to prove that their ideas are correct, then these people will be very motivated. More importantly, these people don't understand how scary those things are. As the saying goes, ignorance is fearless. Just like in horror movies, the audience will always see such a plot: a coffin is sealed, and then someone says that it is used to seal evil spirits and cannot be opened easily. Then another person will say there is no evil spirit, it is all lies, and then open the coffin. Then there are all kinds of screams, killings, monsters resurrecting, and so on. Or someone goes to explore the ancient tomb, and then finds the sealed door, and then the boss is very excited to open it. Then there is blood, corpses, the end of the world, and so on. From the audience's point of view, they can of course curse these people for not having brains and being idiots. But that's because the audience knows that they are watching a horror movie, and they will have a psychological understanding of the plot. So when they see a sealed coffin and a locked door, they will subconsciously think that the things inside are real. But in reality, most people would probably make the same choices as those in the movie when faced with such a scene. At most, they would just stand by and do nothing. It is impossible to stop the excavation because they are afraid that there is a curse inside. This is a joke. The first person that Dwanmu Huai asked Xianji Yuko to investigate was Mickey June. Dwanmu Huai's only impression of this young man was the miserable corpse. That was the case. But after listening to the explanation of the construction team leader, Dwanmu Huai, as a judge, immediately found that there was something wrong with this guy. At that time, the construction team took over the project of building the mountain road, which was no secret in the town. And Samu Jun was also a town resident, so he must have known about it. Moreover, he didn't have a job yet, so it was normal for him to find a job at the construction site. And building the mountain road required a lot of manpower, so it was natural for the construction team to recruit people. At first glance, there was no doubt about all this, and it was very logical. But because of this, Dwanmu Huai suspected that there was something fishy going on. So he asked Xianji Yuko to investigate Mickey June. And sure enough, by searching Mickey June's online account, he really found some clues. According to Xianji Yuko's investigation, Mickey June is a fan of mysterious creatures. In short, he is very obsessed with those legendary monsters. For example, the Loch Ness Monster, Chupacabra, Bigfoot, and the Yeti. He even made a lot of videos about mysterious creatures. And he was a well-known video host on the internet. And according to the investigation, he also made some money through these videos, enough for his daily expenses. Seeing this, Dwanmu Huai immediately determined that this guy must have a problem. Who wants to go to a construction site to move bricks when you can make money by editing videos comfortably at home? Continuing to go down, Dwanmu Huai found the clues. Under Samu Jun's most popular video, there was a war of words. There is nothing strange about the content of the verbal battle. It is nothing more than someone questioning the mysterious creatures. After all, no one has ever seen those mysterious creatures since records began, and the images taken are all blurry. Of course, in the past, it could be said that the technology was not good enough. But now, pinhole cameras can take 4K HD videos. And you can't even take a clear monster video? Doesn't that mean that these are all fake and nonsense? And the video host, June Mickey, is naturally a liar. Mickey June naturally couldn't stand it. So he had a big quarrel with the other party below. There is nothing strange about this kind of quarrel on the internet, especially when it involves ghosts. Gods and ghosts. Some people watch it for fun. Some insist that it really exists. And some people strongly refute it. Quarrels on the internet are all like this. But the problem is the time when this quarrel happened. This quarrel happened half a month before Mickey June went to the construction team. This made Duanmu Huai think about it. Keep checking for me, Duanmu Huai said, staring at the computer screen. It would be best to check whether anyone has contacted Sam June privately after this quarrel. Also, when did the construction team's plan to rebuild the mountain road come up? And where did the money for rebuilding the mountain road come from? It would be best if we can find the account number. Do you think all this was planned? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Ziyuan Temple Yuzi was somewhat surprised. Duanmu Huai had made the direction so clear. And Ziyuan Temple Yuzi was not stupid. So she could naturally guess what he meant. But if Ziyuan Temple Yuko said, Duanmu Huai doesn't look like such a smart person. The routines of the evil cults come and go with just a few tricks. And I have been familiar with them for a long time. Duanmu Huai sneered. Indeed, he didn't like to use his brain. If Duanmu Huai were to guess, he would probably never find a clue in his lifetime. But the problem is that Duanmu Huai has eliminated too many evil cults and has too much experience in dealing with them. So that many times Duanmu Huai knows what these evil cults are doing by following the results and the process. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this is more like a trap set by the cult for Sam Chun, inducing him to actively awaken the earth-drilling demon worm. Duanmu Huai has seen this trick too many times. For example, the account that quarreled with Sam Chun might be controlled by the cult. First, Sam Chun got excited, and then changed the account to contact him privately, and asked him to take a photo of the real mysterious animal to slap him in the face. Then some things about the earth-drilling demon worm were leaked. If you think about it more carefully, it is possible that the reason why Sam Chun became a fanatic fan of mysterious creatures was induced and cultivated by this group of cults. Duanmu Huai knew very well that unlike those organizations that were just pretending to be something else, real cults could spend decades to promote a plan because they had firm beliefs. If they really spent more than 10 years on this, it would not be surprising to Duanmu Huai. Of course, this was because Duanmu Huai was quite familiar with the cult's methods, so he could think of this. Otherwise, if he was just left to guess based on clues, Duanmu Huai would not bother to waste his brain. As for Siki Ryoko, the preliminary investigation results have also come out. She is a supernatural enthusiast on the internet. She likes to study curses and other things. She even opened her own website to search and record various curses and blessing methods. Basically, before her death, she updated it every day. In this way, we found a common ground. Obviously, although these two people are unknown in reality, they are well known in the supernatural circle on the internet. One is a video host who makes videos about mysterious creatures, and the other has set up a website to collect curses and blessing spells. I didn't expect that there are actually common points. After the survey results came out, Shianji Yuko was also quite surprised, while Sakuya stared at the screen curiously and asked in confusion. The common point is that they all like the supernatural. Such as the spirit? On the surface, it seems so. But there is a deeper part besides that. Deeper? Yes. Yuko Shianji nodded and explained to Sakuya. Whether it is video editing or website building, it takes a lot of time and energy. And it is not a whim, but a long-term maintenance. This means that these two people are not just verbal supernatural enthusiasts, but supernatural enthusiasts with action. It is precisely because of their action that it is easier to incite them. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Just like what Shianji Yuko said, collecting ghost stories and the like is something that anyone can do. But editing videos and maintaining websites over time is already a job. Without patience and energy, it is impossible to do it. And the more such people are, the more they can act independently once they are incited. They are not like other people who talk big online and then stop talking. We need to continue to dig deeper into their intelligence. But the focus is not here at the moment. Duanmu Huai scanned the information and threw it aside. The reason why Shianji Yuko checked it again was to determine if there were any common points. Now it seems obvious that there are. The key point? The House of Death. We haven't figured out how Tokisaka Satoshi died. But isn't that suicide? Shaji asked doubtfully. And Duanmu Huai shook his head. There are many kinds of suicide. And being killed is one of them. Committed suicide? Yes. Duanmu Huai did not answer Shaji's question, but turned to Shianji Yuko. Investigate the information related to the House of Death on the internet and see if you can find any clues, especially in the past period of time. Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Xianji Yuko quickly tapped the keyboard, and then saw windows pop up one after another on the computer screen in front of her, and various information flashed through them. Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa, drinking tea in silence, and Sakyu was also sitting next to him, holding the little panda in his arms, and stroking it gently. Found it. After an unknown amount of time, Xianji Yuko suddenly stopped and whispered, "Oh!" Duanmu Huai stood up, walked behind Xianji Yuko, and stared at the screen. "What's the news?" "Here." Xianji Yuko stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the screen, with a bit of anger in her tone. The NAK TV program exploring the suicide sanctuary is about to go to the House of Death for an investigation, saying that they want to figure out the mystery of the suicide resort of the House of Death. "Oh!" Duanmu Huai frowned and stared at the notice above. "You really don't know how to live or die. By the way, why are you angry?" Xianji Yuko didn't say anything, but clicked on the video below. Soon, Duanmu Huai saw a familiar picture. Although it was mosaicked, Duanmu Huai could still see that this was the surveillance video taken when Toshizaka Tomo committed suicide. So, this program group intends to use Toshizaka Tomo's suicide as a gimmick to hype the program? Duanmu Huai was not surprised by this. Japanese variety shows are like this. They basically don't treat people as human beings. Especially the spoof prank show. Duanmu Huai felt that many of the things he saw were too much. If it were him, he would have called them back long ago. As a result, the stars on the other side could only swallow their anger and be pranked. Of course, although the popularity of these stars will increase after being pranked. But hey, clowns are clowns. Humph. Xianji Yuko snorted unhappily, but didn't say anything else. This is interesting. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, took out his mobile phone and made a call. "It's me. I need your help with something." Chapter 1364 Entertainment Program. House of Death. This mansion located in the forest in the suburbs has long been dilapidated. And today, the originally dead silent area is once again full of noise. This is the House of Death. After getting off the car, the host frowned slightly and stared at the huge, dilapidated mansion in front of her. As the host of exploring the suicide sanctuary, she has been to many suicide sanctuaries. But this place gave her a feeling that was obviously more weird than those places. It was not just simply gloomy, but also had an indescribable strangeness. The host shook his head and looked at his assistant. "Are all the people here?" "Everyone is here." Faced with the host's question, the assistant answered in a low voice. And at the same time, she looked around with some uneasiness. Seeing his assistant's restless look, the host also frowned in dissatisfaction. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" "No." Who is that person?" The assistant whispered and pointed to the side. The host looked in the direction of the assistant's finger, and saw a tall and burly man standing next to the director. The latter was wearing a black windbreaker and sunglasses, and looked ferocious. Just standing there. People dared not approach him. I don't know either." Seeing the man, the host was also shocked. As a senior host of the TV station, she certainly knew the unspoken relationship between the entertainment industry and the gangs. But this variety show is not very popular. And it has never been related to the gangs? Could this be the territory of some gang? Not impossible. I'll ask the director. As she spoke, the host took out her phone and sent a text message to the director. The director was obviously not far away, but she would rather send a text message here than go near him. Ding dong. Not long after, the director's reply came, and the host was relieved to see the reply text message. "Huh? Nothing." The director said that this is to ensure the safety of our filming, and he specially hired a bodyguard. "Is that so?" Hearing the host's answer, the assistant was relieved. "Indeed. We should have a bodyguard. Otherwise we would always be on tenterhooks." How scary. Although the program exploring the suicide sanctuary is very popular with the audience because of its curiosity, it is also a regular variety show on TV. But the crew members know that this job is not easy. Going deep into the no man's land and dealing with corpses is fine, but it may be a little scary at first. But after doing it for a long time, they become numb. But the problem is that the places they go to explore are all places where others choose to commit suicide. They often encounter people who commit suicide or commit suicide collectively. Then the problem comes. Facing such people, the crew members dare not provoke them. After all, they are not afraid of death. So why should they be afraid of killing? In fact, when the crew first started making this program, they encountered a similar thing. The host at that time even stupidly approached and asked the office worker who committed suicide, "Why do you want to commit suicide? How do you feel now? Have you ever thought about what your family will think after you die?" For the crew, these questions are not a problem. After all, entertainment programs require this kind of attack. In addition, when Japanese people face the camera, even if they hate it in their hearts, they will maintain a minimum level of decency on the surface. But they didn't expect that this office worker was directly provoked by the host and took out a knife from his briefcase and stabbed the host. The crew was so scared that they almost ran away, and the unlucky owner was stabbed several times. Later, after the incident was exposed, he was fired. Even the program was once banned, but fortunately it was saved later, and then a new host was replaced, and the exploration and decryption style was adopted, and then it was relieved. But after that, the crew finally discovered the most terrifying thing about these suicide sites. That is, there is no law, although these places are in China. According to reason, they must be governed by the law. But as mentioned before, if people are not afraid of death, why should they be afraid of the law? In fact, the crew even found a village in the forest. The people in the village came here because they tried to commit suicide. However, after coming here, they did not die for various reasons. Instead, they gathered together and became a group of lawless criminals. The crew was almost killed at time and almost died in it. From then on, the crew knew how cruel humans could become after tearing off the cloak of civilization. To be honest, some people want to quit, but they have no choice because the money is too much. When you make enough money, you can stop. This is the idea of many crew members, including the host. Of course, as for when to make enough money and stop, that is another matter. In the past, I complained that the boss was stingy and didn't send a bodyguard for such a dangerous job. But this time there was a bodyguard, and he looked very capable. Well, I feel much more relieved now. The bodyguard was no one else but Duanmu Huai. Through Huang Mao's extensive social network, Duanmu Huai successfully infiltrated the crew as a bodyguard. At this moment, he was also standing behind the director, carefully looking at the dilapidated house of death in front of him. From the outside, this mansion has been there for a long time, but it is not as dilapidated as everyone thinks. On the contrary, it looks more like an abandoned mansion, rather than the suicide sanctuary known as the House of Death. However, strangely, when Duanmu Huai used his own power to test the House of Death, he was surprised to find that there was no breath of the old ones here, as if it was just a simple abandoned house. What's going on? Duanmu Huai couldn't figure it out, but he didn't think much about it. In short, he would only know what the situation was after entering. At the same time, outside the House of Death, the crew was ready. Like every episode, the crew also invited several guests in this episode, one of whom was an old professor who specialized in local history, as well as an actress and a crosstalk actor. The old professor will be responsible for the introduction, while the actresses and crosstalk actors will go deep into the mansion with the crew to explore the secrets. Of course, strictly speaking, there is nothing to explore. Just take pictures of the rooms in the mansion and the actors' scared faces. If a body is found, the ratings will naturally be higher. Yes, this is also one of the highlights of this program. If they take pictures of a body, they will film the whole process from discovery to reporting to the police, satisfying the curiosity of many viewers. At the same time, this approach was also recognized by some viewers, who believed that it was a good choice for the program team to allow the deceased to be properly buried. As for whether there were any self-directed and self-acted performances in this show, are you kidding? You are shooting a variety show, and you have to direct and act with a corpse? This is too hardcore. After everything was ready, everyone walked into the mansion, and the host also faced the camera and started working. Dear audience, what you are seeing now is a mansion located in the suburbs of City Inn. It is called the House of Death, and the reason for this unlucky title is because of the mansion itself. According to records, the first owner of this mansion committed suicide by taking poison with his family not long after the mansion was built. Because of this, the mansion was vacant for a long time. It was not until the 1980s that it was bought by a wealthy businessman. However, not long after that, the wealthy businessman and his family were also found dead in this house. Since then, the name of the House of Death has spread, and it is even called the Cemetery of the Dead. Many people are attracted by the rumors and come here to commit suicide. At this point, the host paused and then turned to the old professor. Sir, what do you think about this? Well, to me, this is just an unfortunate accident. Facing the camera, the old professor also gave his own answer. Unfortunate accident? Yes. According to historical records, the first owner of the mansion had conflicts with his family over money. His son conspired to poison in order to seize the family property. But for some reason something went wrong, causing everyone to be poisoned, which led to the so-called collective suicide. But in fact, this was not suicide, but an accidental murder. I see. Hearing the old professor's explanation, the host nodded. So what about its second owner? This is why everyone thinks the House of Death is cursed. Moreover, the cause of death of the second owner is clearly recorded, and it was indeed suicide. Hee. This is easier to understand. Faced with the host's question, the old professor laughed. Because of the financial environment at that time, everyone knows that many capital tycoons lost all their money at that time, and many committed suicide by jumping off buildings or burning charcoal. This family was just one of them. At that time, their company went bankrupt and owed a large debt. In the end, they chose to commit suicide out of desperation. That's why I said it was just a coincidence. I see. It seems that this is really an unfortunate coincidence. Yes. Okay. Cut. After the two finished talking, the director raised his hand to indicate the end of filming. Next is the exploration phase. The second group is ready. And, Mr. Duanmu? As he spoke, the director looked at Duanmu Huai. Please keep an eye on them to prevent any accidents. Okay. I understand. Duanmu Huai nodded. Then he narrowed his eyes and looked at the mansion in front of him. Indeed, if what the old professor said was correct, then everything that happened in this house was just an unfortunate coincidence. But the question is this really a coincidence? Chapter 1365 Exploring the Mansion. After filming the exterior of the mansion, the crew also entered the interior of the mansion. This mansion is very old. Although the door is intact, the lock on it is basically useless and can be opened with just a slight push. The crew also quickly entered the lobby of the mansion and started the next filming task. The layout of the entire lobby is very simple. In addition to the wide lobby, the left and right are connected to the east and west buildings, and in front is the staircase leading to the second floor. Although a long time has passed, the mansion in front of us does not look too dilapidated, perhaps because it was renovated by the second owner. However, the most eye-catching thing at the moment is not the mansion itself, but a stone statue standing in the center of the hall. What is this? Looking at the stone statue in front of him, a staff member muttered to himself in a low voice, and others were also somewhat uneasy about it. It's no wonder. This stone statue is really too evil. It is not a new thing for wealthy families to put stone statues in their homes, but generally speaking, they are angels, holy beasts and the like. However, this stone statue in front of me is particularly weird. It has a cucumber-shaped head similar to an alien, and a centipede-like body standing upright. The 6 claws in front of it are waving their teeth. It doesn't look like an angel or a monster, but more like an alien monster. This is why everyone feels awkward. Just imagine that if you put 2 stone lions at the door of your house, no one will think there is anything wrong. But if you put 2 alien sculptures at your doorstep, then it's weird no matter how you look at it. Isn't it? Professor? May I ask what this sculpture is? The host hurried forward and asked curiously. The old professor also looked at the stone statue with a confused look on his face, and shook his head after a moment. It seems that there is no record of this, and I don't know much about it, but judging from the text on the base, this should be the image of an evil demon in some Buddhist scriptures. As he spoke, the old professor pointed to the bottom of the base, and then everyone saw that the base of the stone statue was engraved with Buddhist scriptures. But why not just carve a Buddha statue, but use the appearance of an evil demon? I don't know. The old professor laughed and changed the subject. Those rich people always have some strange interests, and this kind of thing is not uncommon. But of course, this can't be said directly in a variety show, so it's just skipped. The host just asked casually, and seeing that the old professor had no intention of answering, he did not think much about it. Instead, Duanmu Huai stared at the stone statue and frowned slightly. Duanmu Huai did not recognize the things carved on the stone statue, but he was sure that it was definitely some kind of alien creature. In other words, this place was actually caused by alien creatures? If so, then Duanmu Huai understood why he could not detect the existence of the other party. After all, different categories. In the world of Cthulhu, there are three major threats. They are the outer gods, the old ones, and the alien creatures. Among them, the outer gods are the most dangerous, but they will not bother you unless you provoke them. The old ones are relatively the most difficult to deal with, because they want to return to the peak all the time and take back everything they have lost. So they are also the most active. They will take the initiative to cause trouble even if others don't provoke them, which is also the target that Duanmu Huai often attacks. Alien creatures are literally beings from outer space. However, this kind of alien creature is not a simple alien life form like the green-skinned orcs, the space necrons, or the Protoss. On the contrary, they are closer to the terrifying and powerful existence like the star gods. The relatively weak ones, such as Migo, Flying Hydra, Shigai Zerg, and the Ancients, are closer to the concept of alien creatures in science fiction movies. But the strong ones, such as the Star Color, are basically natural disaster-level existences. Well, except for the great races. Of course, in the world of Cthulhu, these alien creatures are uniformly classified as monsters. More importantly, these alien creatures are not just weird in appearance. They all have very strange and powerful abilities, which is the key point. But if it is so, it is fine. The problem is that before these people came, Duanmu Huai had secretly searched the entire house with his 1,000 eyes, and the results showed that he did not find even a hammer. This is a bit tricky. Duanmu Huai is not afraid of physical creatures, such as the burrowing demon worm. Although they are powerful, it is not difficult for me to kill you. Just hit them with real weapons. But facing those non-physical beings, Duanmu Huai was a little powerless. For an illusory being like Xingji Kai, even if you want to hit it, you don't know where to hit it, or who to hit. This is the most troublesome thing. Now Duanmu Huai felt that it was possible that the one here was an energy creature like Xingji Kai, and what he could do was very limited, unless the other party absorbed enough power, and finally revealed its true form, like Xingji Kai. Duanmu Huai could only fight wits and courage with the air. Literally. Damn. I hate this kind of ghost stuff. Duanmu Huai cursed secretly, then retracted his perception and looked away from the stone statue. At this time, the crew had finished filming the scene here, and then it was time for the exploration team, the actress and the crosstalk actor to appear. Wow, this place is really weird. As soon as he came in, the crosstalk actor shouted exaggeratedly, and the actress also looked around with an uneasy look on her face. Wow, that statue is really scary. Of course, this is the beginning of the exploration of the filming process. Then the director came over, gave each of them a portable camera under the camera, and then motioned for the two to explore the entire mansion. Wow, director, you can't be like this. You really want us to go. At this moment, the crosstalk actor was so scared that his face turned pale. His legs were shaking, and he almost wanted to leave. Of course, this was all acting. The reason why they chose to participate in this program is that it can be regarded as a way to increase their fame. If their performance in the program is very good, and they will win the audience's praise, then it will naturally be good for their acting career. A crosstalk actor is a funny profession, so his exaggerated style similar to comics is understandable. Okay, don't be so nervous. We will send someone to protect you. As he spoke, the director pointed at Duanmu Huai. He will always follow you, so you can rest assured. The actress and the crosstalk actor also looked at Duanmu Huai, who was standing not far away and wearing sunglasses, and their faces turned pale. Well, this does not require any acting skills. Just play from the heart. Great. Now we can rest assured. The actress also breathed a sigh of relief and kept patting her chest. The persona she created for the outside world is the pure white moonlight with a bird-like appearance. According to the routine, the actress should go up to Duanmu Huai and get close to him, showing her charm as a weak woman. But looking at Duanmu Huai's iron-like body and his face that looked more ferocious than the gangsters in the movies, the actress didn't dare to go over, and even only nodded timidly to Duanmu Huai, and then kept a distance from him. Then, let's go! After the crosstalk actor said this, he walked directly to the East Hall, and the actress, Duanmu Huai and 2 other staff members followed behind. As for the rest of the staff, they stayed in the hall and began to organize the previously shot materials. Pay attention. Pay attention. Shoot everything that needs to be shot. Sitting on a chair, the director was also holding a megaphone and directing others to do things. After all, shooting is a long process, and there are a lot of materials to shoot. It's not like what the audience sees on TV, where just shooting the main character is the end of the job. When they were in the hall before, the crew also shot the material shots of the hall first, and then let the host and guests appear. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, suddenly, accompanied by thunder, it suddenly became dark outside, and then heavy rain poured down, and rushed directly into the hall under the strong wind. For a while, the materials and papers in the hall were blown everywhere, and the staff hurriedly began to pack up. But the director saw this scene, and his eyes lit up. Well, this rain came at a good time. Photographer. Did you take a picture? I took it. The main photographer nodded. Where's the second camera? What's the situation with the second camera? This, director. I seem to have forgotten to put the tape in. Hearing the director's question, another photographer reported with some uneasiness. What? Hearing the other party's answer, the director was immediately furious. Didn't I say before that it is likely to rain today? So I want you to focus on shooting the exterior? What do you do for a living? The director was staring at the photographer. Furious. The budget for variety shows is limited, and if special effects are to be made, no amount of money can cover it. So the director came up with this idea. He knew it would rain heavily here today, so he chose this date specifically to add these shots to the show. The real nature is much more shocking than special effects, and it doesn't cost money. But this bastard didn't even play the tape? In other words, he just carried the camera here and filmed for a long time. But it was all in vain. Yes. Sorry, director. What a waste. Get lost. Get out of here. This has been the end time. Staring at the photographer, the director was furious. This guy had been forgetful time and again. He had clearly reminded him, but he still forgot. Tell me if you can do the job. If you can't do the job, get out. When we get back to the studio, I'll get you out of here completely. I've had enough of you. This incompetent idiot. Did you hear that? Idiot. Hearing the director's angry scolding, everyone present was stunned, although they also knew that the director had a bad temper. It was just such a small matter that could make him so angry. And the scolded photographer also stood there with his head down, not saying a word, and no one knew what he was thinking. Okay, director. Don't be so angry. He was just too nervous and forgot. At this time, the main photographer also hurriedly came up to smooth things over. He didn't have any feelings for the other photographer. But the shooting had just begun, and the director was directly furious. How could he continue shooting? The other staff members also hurried forward, comforting the director and taking the photographer to the side. Hey, you two. How could you forget what the director told you? Go to work quickly. Don't make the director angry again. I know. The photographer lowered his head and spoke silently, then turned and walked towards the West Pavilion. Wait. What are you going to do? I'm going to smoke a cigarette. Before he finished speaking, the photographer disappeared behind the gate of the West Pavilion. And watching him leave, the staff who had comforted the photographer before also shook their heads and went on to do their own things. After all, the director over there was still furious. Chapter 1366, Surprises. At the same time, the exploration team also began to explore the East Pavilion. Even Duanmu Huai had to admit that the Western-style building in front of him was indeed very strange. There were statues everywhere. The former owner of this Western-style building seemed to be very obsessed with statues, and there were several statues on both sides of the corridor. However, these statues were also evil, ugly, twisted, and full of blasphemous and painful expressions. Walking in the dilapidated and dim corridor, looking at these strange stone statues placed on both sides, the two actors showed their anxiety and fear without any deliberate performance. Even the old professor, who was responsible for introducing the guests, did not talk much at the beginning. He just walked silently between several staff members, looking at these strange stone statues, as if he wanted to investigate something from them. Duanmu Huai was still walking at the end. He also explored these stone statues. To Duanmu Huai's surprise, these stone statues were really just stone statues. But the question is, why would someone put such things in their own home? Duanmu Huai felt that no normal person would place such a twisted and terrifying statue in his home. Or how many normal people would live in such a ghost place, surrounded by such statues with twisted expressions all day long? Not only that, the patterns carved on the walls here are also creepy, which does not look like something that humans would carve. Instead, it looks more like the traces left by some monster in extreme rage and fear. The deeper they went, the quieter the voice of the exploration team became. At first, the crosstalk actor wanted to make some exaggerated reactions to show it. But gradually, his voice began to lower. His signature epileptic-like amusement effect was gone. Instead, there was a dark, gloomy, complaining mood. They began to complain about the damn weather, the damn mansion, and the suicides. Seeing this, Duanmu Huai frowned slightly. Although he was not a member of the crew, it was obvious that even Duanmu Huai knew that this was not what should be said during the filming of the show. Do you know? There are tens of thousands of suicides in our country every year, and the government is not willing to deal with these things at all. For them, this situation seems to be unavoidable. The topic of the crosstalk actor began to deviate. At the beginning, the two were still doing the route of the show, discussing why people come here to commit suicide. But gradually, the topic began to shift. Those who commit suicide are also wrong. Why do they want to die? Don't they know what the consequences of choosing death will be? To me, they are too selfish. They only think about themselves, and don't think about their families, their friends, and their colleagues at all. The crosstalk actor waved his hands in anger, spitting out his mouth. The actress next to him was so frightened by his words that she could not speak and could only stare at him blankly. If they really want to die, I suggest that the country should enact suicide laws to allow the organs of these suicide victims to be transplanted to other patients. In my opinion, this is the best way. It is a complete waste for them to die in such a gloomy, uninhabited place. Since they are determined to die, why not contribute to society? You don't care? Looking at the crosstalk artist in front of him, who was talking excitedly, Duanmu Huai silently looked at the crew behind him, while the latter just carried the camera and said nothing, as if they turned a deaf ear to the crosstalk artist's words. Then, the next room is the last one. Fortunately, compared to the crosstalk artist who was immersed in passion, the actress still remembered her duties. She took 2 steps forward and pushed open the door inside. Then he raised the flashlight and looked inside. And then, ah! The actress screamed and almost fell to the ground in fear. Yes, there is a body. What? Perhaps it was the actress' scream that made the crosstalk actor and several other staff members tremble all over, and came to the door as if waking up from a dream, and looked inside carefully. Under the light of the flashlight, you can clearly see a pair of pale feet sticking out from behind the pile of cardboard boxes. Seeing this scene, the others also swallowed their saliva immediately, not knowing what to say. However, at this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice sounded. That's not a corpse. Huh? Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard Duanmu Huai's words. No. Yes. Although it looks like, you will know when you go over and take a look. Although everyone was still somewhat uneasy, they did not dare to refute Duanmu Huai. So the crosstalk actor walked in with a flashlight and slowly approached the pile of cardboard boxes. And then, he suddenly shone. Huh. The next moment, the crosstalk actor also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a person. It's a stone statue. Stone statue? That's right. As he spoke, the crosstalk actor reached out and took out a smashed head of a stone statue from behind the cardboard box and fiddled with it in front of everyone. This stone statue may have originally stood here, and then it fell to the ground and broke because of an earthquake. So it looks like this. Is that so? Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, while the actress looked around anxiously. Is the filming here finished? Should we go back? No one had any objection to this. When everyone returned to the hall, they found that the atmosphere here was extremely solemn. The director sat on the chair without saying a word, and the other staff members did not speak either. Seeing this scene, the people in the exploration team were also a little stunned. But before they could ask about the situation, they saw the director's eyes fixed on them. Have you finished filming? Yes. Very good. Let me see it. The camera was immediately handed over, and the director also connected to the computer and started watching the whole process. At first, his expression was calm, But the more he watched, the gloomier the director's expression became. After watching the material, his face almost turned blue. What the hell are you shooting? The director suddenly slapped the table, startling everyone. What did I say? Is this how you present yourself? Especially you. While speaking, the director stared at the crosstalk performer, who seemed to know he was wrong and lowered his head in a hurry, not daring to speak. What do you think of this show? Treating it as a pub? Just say whatever you want to say. Looking at the crosstalk performer, the director was also very angry. Although variety shows do not mind these guests making a fool of themselves, and sometimes they even deliberately design them. But the problem is that what the crosstalk performer said before was too outrageous, which show dares to broadcast such anti-human rhetoric. If the director of the station sees this, won't he just slap himself in the face? What a waste! 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 Looking at the crosstalk actor, the director was also very angry. Originally, the reason why he invited this crosstalk actor was because he saw his exaggerated style of performance and hoped to bring a different change to the program. But I didn't ask you to come here and talk nonsense. Director. Then, reshoot it. Only the last part is good. The director waved his hand angrily. Go through it again. You are all professionals. You know what to do. Don't let me see this stupid mistake again, the director said, and everyone had to reshoot obediently. However, the first time is better than the second time. This time the two actors cooperated well, and the old professor also forced himself to interrupt them. Because of the lessons learned from the crosstalk actors, they did not talk about the suicides this time, but mainly talked about this house, the history of this house, the previous owner, and then made some suspicious reactions. Well, as an actor, if you don't even have these two skills, then just don't do it. Soon, everyone walked all the way and came to the last room again. The actress and the crosstalk actor looked at each other and had a slight exchange. The director said before that during the first shooting, the performance of this last part was good, and this part would be added when it was officially broadcast. So what they had to do was to replicate the first action here, and when the camera turned around, they could cut it out and edit it. So soon, the actress reached out again and pushed open the door. Then the last room is next. Let's see. As she spoke, the actress poked her head in, and then she was stunned for a moment. But she still showed her terrified look again. Yes, there is a body. What? Just like the first time. Everyone gathered at the door again, and then the camera was inserted. Well, that's it. As long as you edit it when switching, there will be no problem. Of course, even if it's a play, you have to do it completely. Just like the first time. Everyone discussed for a while, and then the comedian walked up and approached the pile of paper. Then he looked out and was stunned. What's wrong? Seeing that the comedian did not respond, the actress and the staff looked at him in surprise, and the comedian turned around, rubbed his eyes, and then looked behind the pile of paper again. It's gone. Huh? What? The stone statue is gone. Gone? Everyone was shocked when they heard the crosstalk actor's words. They hurried over and looked behind the pile of paper. Sure enough, there was nothing there. How is this possible? The actress was also quite surprised. You know, everyone had come here before and saw a broken stone statue here in the cardboard box. How come it disappeared in the blink of an eye? Did we go to the wrong room? Yes. Duanmu Huai stuck his head out and looked outside the door. This is the last room. The same as before. This. Everyone looked at each other, and they all felt a little cold looking at everything in front of them. Something seemed to be wrong. We've finished filming, and we should go back. Soon. A staff member spoke up. Yes. Yes. It's late, and we can't go back any later, because they had filmed twice in a row. It was already evening. Seeing the dark sky outside, the others did not delay any longer and hurried back to the hall again. This time the director also quickly watched the tape, and then showed a satisfied expression. Well, not bad. It looks good this time. Remember? This is the feeling. Don't let me say it again. Huh? Hearing the director nod, everyone was relieved. And at this time a staff member also asked on behalf of everyone. Director, since this is all filmed, it's time for everyone to go back. Go back? However, when the director heard the staff's question, his face darkened. It's impossible to go back. You've wasted so much time. And now you still want to go back? Don't you know that the schedule of the program is very tight? Take a break, and then continue filming. As for the West Pavilion, let's have a night visit to the Western Pavilion. Understand? Don't make any more mistakes. Huh? Everyone was shocked to hear the director's tyrannical decision. And Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and stared at the director curiously. Is he doing this on purpose? Or is it an accident?